A forensic auditor uncovered a centuries-old secret in a city of blood and intrigue. She found herself hunted as the heir to a lost royal line. Her greatest threat was the sworn protector, forced to kill her. What happens when the one destined to end your life is the only one who can save it? Ledger of Vespergate, a web novel, vampire romance. The complete audiobook only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The ledgers were wrong. Noor Haddad knew it 20 minutes into the seal, the way she always knew. A pressure behind her ribs, a shape beneath the numbers that did not fit. The archive vault beneath the Crimson House smelled of paper rot and cold wax, and the air was too still for a room meant to breathe. She set her satchel on the reading table and pulled the first tithe register from its shelf. Leather binding, brass corners, a date stamp from 40 years ago. The entries were neat, the totals balanced. The pattern of outgoing payments followed the standard maintenance schedule for 3 outer district holdings. Too neat. She flipped 2 pages and checked the column against the previous decade. Same amounts, same intervals, same description line. Maintenance, always maintenance. But the property parcel numbers had been altered in the 2nd year, and the alteration had been copied forward into every subsequent register as if it had always been that way. Someone had corrected history and hoped no one would read deep enough to notice. New pressed her thumb to the ink and felt the residue. Recent. The correction was not 40 years old. It had been made within the last 6 months, probably when the audit was announced. She made a note in her field book. Precise, dry, legible. Year 2, tithe, offset, parcel 47B, reattributed to parcel 12A. Ink overlay confirmed, original entry deliberately obscured. The vault stretched around her in concentric rings. Iron shelves, oiled wood, locked cabinets with seals she had been authorized to break only that morning. The contract had been specific. Review the tithe ledgers, verify compliance with Concord terms, file a report. Standard forensic work for a fee large enough to make her pause before signing. Large enough to mean someone wanted the truth buried before she found it. She moved deeper into the archive, following the shelf numbers toward the restricted stacks. The lighting shifted as she walked, brass sonxes with candles that burned low and steady, their flames unnaturally still. Vampire work. The wax had a faint herbal scent she could not place. At the far wall, a door stood slightly ajar. Heavy oak, iron bands, a seal impressed into the lock plate. A circle divided by a vertical line, the mark of the Draeven dynasty. Noor had seen it in the contract documents. She had not expected to find it here, on a door the regent's staff had told her was sealed. She pushed the door open. The room beyond was smaller, warmer, and smelled of old metal. A single reading desk occupied the center, and on it lay a brass seal the size of her palm, mounted on a wooden handle. The Draeven mark was carved into its face, polished by centuries of use. Noor reached for it. The copper bracelet on her wrist tingled, a vibration she had felt before only near the old wards in her grandmother's building. She ignored it. The seal was heavy, and the brass was warm, as if someone had been holding it moments before she arrived. She turned it over in her hands. The base showed the inverted impression of the mark, ready to stamp wax. And there, at the edge, something sharp. A burr on the metal, a sliver of brass that had curled up like a fishhook. She did not feel it cut her. She saw the blood. A single drop welled from her index finger, bright and sudden, and fell onto the face of the seal. The room changed. The warmth bled out of the air, and something else rushed in to fill the space. Sound, low and resonant, like a struck bell inside stone. The candles flickered. The copper bracelet on her wrist pulled tight, the metal contracting against her skin. And the seal spoke. Noor Haddad. The voice was a woman's, old and certain, and it came from everywhere at once. The walls, the floor, the brass itself. Noor dropped the seal. It clattered onto the desk and the voice stopped, But the vibration did not. It moved through her bones, up her arm, into her chest. Across the chamber, a door she had not seen opened. The man who stepped through was tall, dark-haired, with eyes the color of winter iron. He wore a long coat over court blacks, and his collar bore a silver pin Noor recognized from the contract addendum. The first sword. The regent's executioner. He stopped at the threshold. Then his breath caught, sharp and audible, and his hand went to his chest as if he'd been struck. Noor saw it happen. She saw his composure crack, saw the flash of something raw and unguarded move across his face before he slammed it back down. His pupils dilated, his jaw tightened, and when he looked at her, she felt the weight of that gaze like a physical thing. He knew her name, not because he had been told, because something in him had answered to something in her. Noor backed up a step, her hand still bleeding. "Who are you?" "Lazar Korvath." His voice was rough, controlled, and he did not move closer. He stayed at the threshold as if the room itself had become dangerous. "First sword of the Amaranth Court." "I know what the title means." "Then you know what I do." She watched his hand drop from his chest, watched him force his arm to his side with visible effort. The air between them hummed with the same resonance the seal had produced, and Noor understood, with the cold clarity she usually reserved for fraudulent entries, that she had triggered something she could not account for. "What happened when I touched the seal?" she asked. "You woke the ward." He said it like an admission. "The Queen's ward. It responds only to Draeven blood." "That's impossible. I'm not—" "I know what you are." His voice was flat now, deliberate. "You are a mortal auditor under contract to the Regency. You are 26 years old. You have no vampire lineage." "But the seal answered to me." "It answered to your blood." Noor looked down at her finger. The cut was small, already clotting. A single drop of blood on an old piece of brass, and the whole room had shifted around her. She looked back at Lazar Korvath and saw something in his face that did not match his words. He was afraid. Not of her. For her. "The candles," he said. She followed his gaze to the sconces lining the walls. The flames were no longer still. They guttered and spat, and the smoke rising from them had changed color, pale gold fading to a dull, poisonous gray. The herbal scent she had noticed earlier was stronger now, acrid and sweet at once. "Someone set the seal here for you to find," Lazar said. "And they set something else." The first candle went out. The smoke thickened, and Noor felt the change in her lungs before she saw it. A tightness, a burn, the beginning of a cough that wanted to tear free. She covered her mouth with her sleeve and backed toward the outer door. Lazar moved. He crossed the distance in 3 strides, his hand closing around her arm, and his presence was heat and iron, and something that made the bond between them flare again, undeniable. "You need to leave," he said. "The ledgers are bait. The whole archive is bait. Get out and do not look back." The second candle died. The smoke coiled toward them, purposeful, and Noor felt the copper bracelet burn against her wrist as the ward flared one final time. From the brass seal on the desk, the dead queen's voice rang out again, fainter now, almost lost beneath the crackle of extinguishing flames. "Find me." Then the third candle went dark, and the room began to burn. Chapter 2. The third candle went dark, and the room began to burn. Not with flame, not yet. The smoke came first, pale gold turning to ash gray, rolling across the ceiling in coils that moved like they were hunting. Noor's lungs seized. The cough tore out of her before she could stop it, raw and scraping, and the taste that followed was sweet and chemical and wrong. Lazar's hand was still on her arm. He pulled her toward the outer door, and she went, because her body understood what her mind was still catching up to. The smoke was poison. The archive was a trap. Someone had lit the candles knowing she would trigger the ward, knowing she would stay to read, knowing the smoke would find her before she found the exit. They took 3 steps, then the first flame caught. It came from nowhere and everywhere. A curtain of fire that dropped between them and the door, fed by something in the walls, something that burned too fast and too hot for ordinary wax. The heat hit No like a wall. She threw up her arm to shield her face and felt the skin of her forearm tighten, felt the burn scar on her left wrist pulse with remembered pain. Lazar swore. The sound was low and vicious, a word in a language she did not know, and he turned, dragging her away from the door, toward the back of the chamber where the shelves stood 3 deep and the ledgers waited in their leather rows. "There's no other exit," she said. The smoke was thickening, the fire spreading along the ceiling, and she could hear it now, the hungry crackle of old wood and older paper meeting flame. "There is now." He released her arm and moved. His hands found the shelves, the stone wall behind them, and he pushed with a strength that should have been impossible. The shelf groaned, the wall behind it shifted, and Noor saw the seam, the line of a hidden door barely visible in the smoke-dimmed light. Someone had built this room with a way out. Someone had also built it to burn. "The ledgers," she said. "Leave them. I need them. The proof is in them. The payment trail, the alterations. If they burn, you will be dead. The proof will not matter." He was right. She knew he was right. But her hands were already moving, grabbing the nearest stack, the registers she had been working through, the ones with the altered parcel numbers and the recent ink and the names she had not yet traced. She shoved them into her bag, felt the weight settle against her hip, and the smoke found her again. Her vision blurred, her knees buckled. Lazar caught her before she hit the ground. His arm went around her waist, and his body was heat and iron and the same impossible pull she had felt when the ward spoke her name. He lifted her, carried her, and the hidden door groaned open as he shouldered through it. The corridor beyond was dark and narrow, and the fire pursued them. Noor coughed against his chest, tasting ash, tasting the poison that had already reached her blood. Her head swam. The copper bracelet burned against her wrist, and she heard the dead queen's voice again, faint, like a memory pressed into stone. "Find me." Then the darkness behind them lit orange, and the heat surged, and Lazar ran. He ran like a man who had forgotten what fear meant, his boots striking stone, his breath even. His arm locked around her as if letting go would kill them both. The corridor curved. The fire followed, and Noor, half-conscious, coughing poison from her lungs, felt the bond between them flare with every beat of his heart. She did not understand it. She did not want to understand it. But her body recognized him, and that recognition was more dangerous than the fire, more dangerous than the smoke, because it meant something she could not audit her way out of. The corridor ended at a door. Lazar kicked it open and cold air hit them, night air, and Noor saw stars above a courtyard she did not recognize. He set her down on the stone and she fell to her knees, gasping, retching, her lungs burning with every breath. Behind them the archive burned. She watched the flames climb the windows of the Crimson House, watched the smoke rise against the dark sky, and she knew with the cold certainty that had never let her down in a fraud case that the fire had been meant for her. The seal had been bait, the ward had been the trigger, and the candles, the sweet-smelling candles she had dismissed as old-world ambiance, had been the weapon. Lazar crouched beside her. His hand hovered near her shoulder, not touching, as if he was afraid of what contact would do to both of them. "Can you breathe?" She nodded, though her throat was raw and her voice would not come. He studied her face, and she saw the war in his, the impulse to reach for her fighting against the discipline of 9 centuries. His jaw tightened. His hand dropped. "That seal," he said. "The ward. You should not have been able to trigger it." "But I did." "Yes." She looked at her finger, at the small cut that had already healed. A single drop of blood, and the dead queen had spoken her name. "Tell me what it means," she said. "I cannot, because you do not know, or because you will not say. Because if I tell you what I suspect, you will become a target in ways you cannot imagine, more than you already are." The fire roared behind them. The Crimson House had not yet sounded an alarm, and that silence was its own answer. Someone wanted the blaze to spread. Someone wanted the ledgers reduced to ash before anyone could read what they contained. Noor stood. Her legs shook, her lungs ached, but she stood. "I am already a target," she said. "Someone just tried to burn me alive with the evidence." The only way forward is to find out why before they try again. Lazar looked at her, and something shifted in his face. Respect, maybe, or resignation. The seal answered to Draeven blood, he said slowly. Do you understand what that means? She understood. She understood perfectly. But understanding did not make it true, and truth was something she needed to verify, not accept on faith. I need more proof. You need to survive the night. Then help me survive it. She held his gaze, and the bond between them pulsed, a low hum beneath her skin, impossible to ignore. Lazar Korvath looked at her for a long moment. Then he nodded once, sharp and final. Stay close to me. Do not trust anyone in the Crimson House, and tell no one what you saw tonight, not until you know who set the trap. I know the rules of a hostile audit. This is not an audit. His voice was quiet, and the weight in it made the air go cold. This is a war, and you just announced your side by walking out of that fire alive. The alarm finally sounded, a distant bell from somewhere deep in the house. Too late, always too late. Noor looked back at the flames. The ledgers were still in her bag. The proof was still intact. But the archive was gone, and the truth it had contained was now her responsibility alone. Chapter 3. The alarm bell still rang, too late, always too late, as Noor knelt on the cold courtyard stone and watched the archive burn. Her lungs screamed. Her hands shook, but the ledgers were in her bag. The proof was intact, and somewhere inside the Crimson House, the person who had set the trap was already calculating their next move. Lazar stood over her, a dark shape against the firelight, his hand still hovering near her shoulder, not touching. You need medical attention. I need to finish the audit. You cannot finish anything if you are dead. She looked up at him. The bond pulsed between them, a low thrum she could not locate in her body but could not deny. Her skin remembered where his arm had locked around her, the pressure of his grip, the impossible speed of his escape. I took this contract because my family is in debt, she said. Deep debt, the kind that does not forgive. If I walk away now, I walk back to that, empty-handed, knowing nothing except that someone tried to burn me alive. Lazar's jaw tightened. The debt will not matter if you are ash. Then help me make sure I am not. He stared at her. The fire roared, the alarm bell clanged, and somewhere in the house, footsteps finally approached, boots on stone, voices calling orders. Lazar crouched. His voice dropped so low the flames almost swallowed it. Regent Maraval will want to speak with you. She will be calm. She will be reasonable. She will call this an aberration and promise an investigation that finds nothing. How do you know? Because I have served this court for 900 years. His winter iron eyes held hers. I know how it conceals its wounds. Before she could answer, the courtyard door opened and a steward appeared, a slender vampire in house blacks, her face unreadable. The regent requests your presence, Ms. Haddad, immediately. Noor stood, her legs held. Her lungs ached with every breath, but she stood. Lazar rose beside her, and the steward's eyes flicked between them, measuring. The first sword is not summoned, the steward said. He is not summoned, Lazar agreed, his voice flat, but he will attend. The steward did not argue. Vampires who had survived 9 centuries did not ask permission. Regent Ondine Maraval received them in a chamber that smelled of old paper and cold tea. The room was small by court standards, a private study lined with ledgers, maps, and a single painting of the empty throne. Ondine sat behind a mahogany desk, her silver blonde hair pinned in its severe chignon, her pale green eyes fixed on Noor with the focused attention of a woman who missed nothing. A thin burn scar peeked above her collarbone, the only imperfection on her porcelain skin. Mickey Howdar, Einine's voice was warm, almost motherly. I understand you have had an alarming evening. Noor did not sit. The ledgers were still in her bag, the feel of them a weight against her hip. The archive is destroyed. Someone set a fire trap with poisoned candles triggered by a blood ward. If the first sword had not been present, I would be dead. Undine's expression did not change. She turned the black opal signet ring on her finger, once, twice. The blaze is a tragedy. The archive contained centuries of records. I have already ordered a full inquiry. The seal that triggered the ward was planted. It bore the Draeven mark. It was warm when I touched it, as if someone had handled it moments before I arrived. Ondine's eyes flickered. Just barely, just enough. The Draeven dynasty has been extinct for 2 centuries. Any seal bearing that mark is a relic, nothing more. Someone wished to kill me. Then they failed. Ondine smiled, and the expression did not reach her eyes. You are alive. The ledgers you saved are intact, and the Concord renewal is in 3 days. I suggest we focus on what matters. Noor felt the shape of the trap shift beneath her feet. Ondine was not denying the attack. She was absorbing it, smoothing it over, making it disappear into the larger machinery of court business. I want to continue the audit, Noor said. Ondine's eyebrows rose a fraction. After tonight? Leaving now means the person who set the fire wins. It means the altered registers stay altered. It means fraud goes unexposed. Noor set her palms flat on the desk and leaned forward. I was hired to find the truth in your ledgers. I intend to do that. Silence. Ondine studied her with those pale green eyes, and Noor felt the weight of a century of rule pressing down, measuring her, testing the edges of her resolve. Beside her, Lazar stood motionless, a pillar, a witness, a warning. You are persistent, Ondine said finally. That is a quality I respect, even when it inconveniences me. Is that a yes? It is a conditional yes. Ondine rose, her movements fluid, unhurried. She walked to the window and looked out at the night sky, where smoke still rose from the archive wing. The Concord renewal is the most delicate negotiation this court has faced in a generation. Mortal delegates, tithe lords, faction leaders, all of them will be here in 3 days, and all of them will be watching for weakness. A fire in the archive. A mortal auditor asking dangerous questions. A bloodline rumor that cannot be verified. She turned. Her gaze landed on Noor like a blade. I cannot afford disorder. If your audit uncovers something that destabilizes the renewal, I will shut it down. If your presence provokes another attack that draws attention, I will remove you. And if you prove to be something other than what you claim, I will act accordingly. Noor held her ground. I am an auditor. That is what I claim. Good. Ondine smiled again, that warm expression that never touched her eyes. Then audit. Use the auxiliary reading room. Zofia Ilvez will provide whatever records survived the fire. But understand this, Ms. Haddad. She stepped closer, close enough that Noor caught the faint scent of jasmine and ash. The Concord renewal leaves no room for accidents, no room for surprises, and no room for heirs that have been dead for 2 centuries to suddenly rise again. The words landed like a door closing. Noor said nothing. She simply nodded, turned, and walked out of the study with Lazar at her back. In the corridor, when the door had sealed behind them, Noor stopped. She reached into her bag and pulled out the ledger she had saved, the one with the altered parcel numbers. Her hand shook as she opened it, not from fear, from fury. He knows, she said. Lazar's voice was low. Who? The person who altered these entries, the person who planted the seal, the person who lit the candles. She looked up at him. They know about the Draeven blood. They know what it means. And they know I am still alive. Lazar said nothing, but his silence was louder than any warning. You need protection, he said finally. More than I can give by walking beside you. I need the truth. They are the same thing now. She looked at him, and the bond between them pulsed, urgent, undeniable. She did not understand it. She did not trust it. But she could not pretend it did not exist. Then help me find it, she said. Lazar's hand moved, finally, and his fingers brushed her wrist. Barely a touch, but the contact sent heat through her skin like a brand. I will, he said, but you need to understand what that means. Explain it. He did not answer. Instead, he stepped back, pulled a folded paper from his coat, and handed it to her. It was a notice of transfer, stamped with the Regency seal. Noor read it once. Then again, the words did not change. Her grandmother's debt note had been transferred to the Amrayat court's private holdings 3 months ago, before the audit was offered, before she had ever set foot in the Crimson House. She was not auditing as a contractor. She was auditing to pay what her family owed. and Ondine Maraval had known it from the beginning. Chapter 4. The auxiliary reading room was a converted antechamber on the 3rd floor, far from the smoke-stained wing where the archive still smoldered. Narrow windows faced the courtyard, and the morning light fell across the table in pale strips, illuminating dust motes and the edges of 5 stacked ledgers that Zofia Ilves had delivered an hour ago. Noor had not moved from her chair since the archivist left. She worked through the first ledger page by page, running her finger down columns of maintenance allocations to the lower wards. Nothing. Clean entries, consistent sums, quarterly signatures. She set it aside and opened the second. The 3rd ledger held the first crack. It was a Civic Works register from 70 years ago, recording payments for drainage repairs beneath the old market district. The entry was ordinary, a standard fee to a contractor named Halvar Ironwright for tunnel reinforcement. But the amount caught her eye because she had seen it before. 147 crowns, 7 silver marks. She flipped back to the second ledger, a tithe holding record from the same period. There it was, buried in a list of estate maintenance fees for a property called Greybell Reach. 147 crowns, 7 silver marks. The same sum, the same proximity to the calendar quarter, the same routing through a sealed account that should have been closed decades earlier. Noor sat back. Her heart beat faster, but she kept her breathing steady. It could be coincidence. Contractors charged similar rates. Accountants used standard brackets. She had seen identical sums appear across unrelated ledgers 100 times in her career, and each time the explanation had been mundane. But the Draeven seal had not been mundane. The fire had not been mundane, and the debt transfer sitting in her bag, stamped with Ondine's authority, was the least mundane thing of all. She pulled a fresh sheet of paper and started a timeline. The first occurrence she could find was 112 years ago, buried in a maintenance ledger for the sealed tunnels beneath Crimson House. The payment was labeled Foundation Inspection and paid to a name that did not appear anywhere else in the court's records. 147 crowns, 7 silver marks. She tracked it forward. 60 years later, the same sum appeared in a tithe-holding account for a vineyard that had not produced wine in 50 years. The label had changed to land maintenance. The payee was a shell company whose registration had been dissolved the same year the payment was issued. 40 years after that, the payment surfaced in a city infrastructure ledger, routed through a civic maintenance fund that the Amaranth Court controlled under the terms of the original Concord. The label was Drainage Inspection. The payee was a firm that no longer existed, and 30 years ago, the payment appeared in the register Noor had saved from the fire, the altered parcel numbers ledger, the one someone had tried to burn. She placed her finger on the entry and pressed down. The handwriting was different from the surrounding lines, slightly narrower. The ink had a different sheen under the morning light. Someone had written this entry after the original page was complete, squeezing it into the margin with careful precision. Below the entry, the signature had been deliberately erased, but not completely. Noor tilted the page toward the window, catching the light at an angle. The paper was thick, old, resistant to damage, and beneath the erased signature, the pressure of the original pen had left an indentation. She reached into her bag and pulled out a soft graphite stick, the kind she used for rubbing impressions. She laid a fresh sheet over the signature line and shaded gently, watching the outline emerge. A name. Not the full signature. The indentation was too shallow for that. But 3 letters at the start were clear enough to read S-I-D. The rest was gone. But she did not need the rest. The dead queen's voice echoed in her memory, speaking through the ward with that ancient, bone-deep authority. Find me. Noor set the graphite down. Her hands were steady, but something cold moved through her chest. Sinoni Draeven had not simply left behind a blood ward and a cryptic command. She had left behind a payment trail. A recurring sum, maintained across centuries, routed through dozens of accounts, labeled and relabeled to hide its purpose. Someone had been paying for something for over 100 years, and the signature at the bottom of the entry had once belonged to the queen herself. The question was what the money bought. Noor spread the ledgers across the table, arranging them by date. The payment pattern was too consistent for ordinary theft, too disciplined. No fraudster maintained a single fixed sum for over a century without adjusting for inflation, without altering the amount to match changing costs. This was not embezzlement, it was maintenance. Someone was paying to keep something running. The sealed civic works beneath the city. Noor thought of the tunnels below Crimson House, the ones Ondine's staff had claimed were blocked. She thought of the hidden corridor Lazar had found in the archive, the one built into the walls, waiting for someone who knew where to look. She thought of the copper bracelet on her wrist, humming faintly whenever she got too close to the old wards. And she thought of the burned signature beneath her fingertips, the one that ended in a document from 30 years ago, 3 years before Noor was born. Saudini Draeven had been paying for something long after she was supposed to be dead. The door opened. Noor looked up, her hand moving instinctively to cover the ledgers, but it was only Zofia Ilves, carrying another stack of records. The archivist paused in the doorway, her pale eyes scanning the table, the timeline, the graphite rubbing still visible on the fresh sheet. "You found something," Zofia said. It was not a question, nor considered lying. The instinct was professional, automatic. Hold information until you understood its value. But Zofia Ilves had been the one who delivered the ledgers. She had been the one who knew which records survived the fire, and she had worked in the archive for 40 years, long enough to have seen every payment, every altered entry, every erased signature. "You tell me," Noor said. Zofia set the new stack on the edge of the table. She did not look at the ledgers. She looked at the timeline Noor had drawn, the sequence of payments stretching back more than a century. Then she looked at Noor. "I was told to give you whatever records you needed," Zofia said quietly. "I was not told to explain them. But you know what they mean." Zofia's silence was the only answer she needed. She crossed the room and laid her palm flat over the ledger with the erased signature. Her hand was thin, the veins visible beneath pale skin, and her fingers trembled once before she steadied them. "There are records," she said slowly, "that were never meant to be audited. The Queen kept them separately. She called them her perpetual orders, payments that must continue until she returned or until the wards failed. I have kept them moving through the court's accounts for 40 years, relabeling them as needed, watching the dates, making sure the sum always arrived." Noor's throat tightened. "Arrived where?" "That I cannot tell you." "Cannot or will not?" Zofia's eyes met hers. They were pale blue, the color of winter ice, and in them Noor saw something that looked like fear. "I do not know where the money goes. The instructions were sealed when the Queen vanished. I only know the routing code, the amount, and the cycle. I was told that the person who could read the full trail would be the one the Queen was waiting for." Zofia's gaze dropped to Noor's wrist, to the copper bracelet glinting beneath her sleeve. "I did not expect it to take 200 years. The silence stretched. Noor looked down at the timeline, the centuries of payments, the erased signature, the single name that survived the damage. Sid. 3 letters that changed everything she thought she knew about the dead Queen, the empty throne, and the war someone had already declared on her. "How many payments are still scheduled?" she asked. Zofia's hand pressed harder against the ledger. 1. "When?" 3 days from now, on the night of the Concord renewal." Noor's blood went cold. No room for heirs that have been dead for 2 centuries to suddenly rise again. The Queen's payment, the sealed works, the renewal, and the fire trap all converged on the same date. And Ondine Maraval knew it. She had known from the beginning. The copper bracelet on Noor's wrist contracted, a sharp pinch against her skin, and the window behind her rattled as something heavy shifted in the walls of the Crimson House. Chapter 5. The archivist's footsteps faded down the corridor before either of them spoke. Noor kept her hand on the timeline, the graphite lines still visible beneath her palm. 112 years of payments, 2 centuries of secrets. One name burned into the paper. Sid. Zofia had left the door open. Noor watched the gap, expecting someone else to appear. A steward, a guard. Ondine herself with that porcelain smile and the debt notice folded in her pocket. No one came. She looked at the copper bracelet on her wrist. The metal had stopped pinching, but the skin beneath it still tingled. a low current running through the bone. "You should not have told her what you found," the voice came from the doorway. Noor's head snapped up. Lazar Korvath stood in the frame, filling it with his height, his winter iron eyes fixed on the table, the ledgers, the rubbing. He did not step inside. "I did not tell her anything," Noor said. "She already knew." "Knew and waited. That is not the same thing. Then why did she keep the payments moving for 40 years? Why tell me at all?" Lazar did not answer. He crossed the threshold in 3 strides, and the room changed. The air thickened. The candle flame pulled toward him, then steadied. Noor felt it at the base of her skull, that same pull from the archive, the bond flaring beneath the surface of her skin. She pressed her palms flat against the table and did not look away. "You need to stop investigating alone." "I am not alone. You are here." "I am not enough." The words came out flat, final. A judgment passed on himself. Noor heard something underneath it, something she could not name. "You pulled me out of a burning room," she said. "You found a corridor hidden behind iron shelves. You stood in the Regent's study and refused to leave when she did not summon you." "That looks like enough from where I am sitting." Lazar's jaw tightened. He was not looking at her face. He was looking at her wrist, at the copper bracelet, at the faint pulse visible beneath the metal. "The bond," he said slowly, "does not make me safe for you." Noor's breath caught. She had known it was coming. The word had sat between them since the archive, unspoken but present, a weight pressing on every conversation. But hearing him say it, hearing the rawness in his voice, changed something. "What does it make you?" "Bound. To me. To the truth of who you are." He finally met her eyes. "And bound by oath to kill any false claimant who threatens the succession law." The room tilted. Noor felt it in her gut, a slow drop, the kind she felt when a balance sheet finally confessed its lie, and she knew the numbers would never add up again. "You are telling me that if my bloodline does not match what the court recognizes, you will be the one to execute me?" Lazar said nothing. She wanted to look away. The instinct was survival, a primal warning to break eye contact, retreat, figure out the next move, alone. But she had spent her career reading people through documents, through the gaps in their records, the silences in their testimony. And right now, Lazar Korvath was drowning in silence. "Tell me I am wrong," she said. "You are not." The candlestick rattled. A draft slipped under the door, cold and smelling of stone. Noor forced herself to breathe. "How long have you known that the oath would force your hand if my claim proved false?" "Since the archive. The moment the seal answered you." He paused. "Before that, perhaps. The bond told me before the blood did, and you still pulled me out of the fire." "Yes." "Which means you either believe I am the true heir and want to protect me until proof surfaces, or you are willing to let me take my chances and hope the evidence never aligns." The silence stretched. "I do not know which answer you want," Lazar said quietly, "so I will give you the truth instead. I pulled you from the fire because the bond made it impossible not to. I would have burned with that room before I let you die in it. But I have sworn oaths that predate your grandmother's birth, and those oaths do not dissolve because my blood recognizes yours." Noor heard the fear then. It was buried under centuries of control, under the iron discipline of a man who had learned to survive by never showing weakness. But it was there, a thread of terror beneath the composure. He was afraid. Not of her, for her, and for what his own hand might be forced to do. "That is why you keep your distance," she said, "not because you do not want me, because you are afraid of what happens if the evidence proves I am Draeven." "Yes, and if the evidence proves I am not." Lazar's eyes flickered, pain moved through them fast and sharp before the mask reset. "Then I will have to choose between my oath and myself." The words landed like a blade. Noor looked down at the timeline, the payments, the burning name that would not stay dead. She thought about Sidoni Draeven, a queen who had planned for 2 centuries, who had hidden her bloodline and left instructions sealed in wax and silence. The queen had anticipated a war. She had built a payment trail that spanned 12 decades and a routing code that led to something beneath the city. She had not prepared Noor for the man standing across the table. "For now," Noor said carefully, I have 3 days until the final payment. That is enough time to prove what I am, and if you do not like what you prove, I will cross that line when I reach it." Lazar held her gaze. The candle flame steadied between them, and for a moment, the bond pulsed warm at the base of her throat, a thread pulling taut. "He is watching." Noor blinked. "Who?" "The one who set the trap." Lazar's voice dropped. "He knows you survived. He knows Zofia spoke to you. And if the perpetual orders are as old as she claims, he has been waiting longer than either of us for the final payment to arrive." The copper bracelet tightened. Noor looked down at it, the dull gleam of old metal against her skin, and felt the wards shift in the walls around her, a deep shudder running through the crimson house like a held breath. "The payment," she said. "The final one. Do you know where it goes?" Lazar's silence answered before his mouth did. "I know where the tunnels end." He did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. Somewhere beneath them, past the sealed doors, past the corridors the Regent's staff swore were blocked, something was waiting for the Prince's money to arrive, and Noor was running out of time to find out what. Chapter 6. The hired car dropped Noor on a street that had not changed in 20 years. Same cracked pavements, same iron lampposts with their cold yellow glow, same narrow row houses pressed shoulder to shoulder, their windows dark at this hour because the neighborhood kept mortal hours, not court ones. She stood at the bottom step and let the silence settle. The front door needed oiling. She remembered that from childhood the way it always whined before giving way. A complaint that meant someone was home. She knocked instead, a habit the court had already taught her. Announcing yourself before entering, letting them prepare for what you carried. Footsteps, slow, careful. The door opened. Sabah Haddad stood in the gap, shorter than Noor remembered, her gray hair pulled into the same tight bun she had worn for 40 years of ledgers and column sums. Her eyes moved over Noor's face, then down to the copper bracelet, then back up. "You are not supposed to be here." Noor stepped past her into the hall. The house smelled of cardamom and old paper, the same smell it had always held. A photograph of Noor's mother hung in the narrow corridor, a woman with the same dark curls, the same olive skin, the same wariness in her eyes as if she had already known what the world would take from her. "I need answers," Noor said. Sabah closed the door. The lock clicked. "You look thin. Are they feeding you?" "They are trying to burn me alive. Feeding has been secondary." Her grandmother's hand stopped halfway to the kettle. The silence stretched. "Tea first," Sabah said. "Then whatever disaster you have brought to my kitchen." The kitchen was the same. Yellow cabinets, a stained tile counter, a kettle that had survived 3 decades, and 2 burners. Noor sat at the small table while her grandmother moved through the familiar motions, measuring leaves, pouring water, letting the steam rise between them. "The debt," Noor said. "The one you told me was paid off years ago." Sabah did not look up. "What about it?" "It was not paid off, it was transferred to the Amaranth Court's private holdings, 3 months before the audit was offered." The kettle clicked off. Sabah stood very still, her hand on the handle, her spine curved like a woman waiting for a blow she had long known was coming. "How did you find out?" "Because I am the auditor they hired to investigate themselves, and because the Regent herself handed me the transfer notice." Sabah set the kettle down with too much force. Water sloshed onto the burner, hissing. "You need to leave that city. Tonight." "I cannot." "You can. You walk out the front gate and do not look back, and you take whatever they paid you and you run." "It is not that simple." "It is exactly that simple." Sabah turned, and Noor saw the fear in her grandmother's face, the old terror that lived beneath the hard rules and the relentless honesty. "That house, those people, you do not know what they are." "I am learning." "You are learning nothing. You are standing in my kitchen asking about a debt that should have died with your mother, and you do not even know what you are carrying." Noor's hand went to the copper bracelet. It sat warm against her wrist, as it always had, the metal dull and unremarkable. She had worn it so long she stopped noticing the weight. "This bracelet," she said. "You made me promise never to remove it." "Yes." Why? Sabah's jaw tightened. She turned back to the counter, poured the tea with trembling hands, set the cups on the table between them. Tea curled up, carrying the sharp scent of mint. Because it keeps you safe. It contracts when I am near Draeven wards. It vibrates like it is alive. That is not safety, that is a sensor. Sabah said nothing. What did my mother do at the Crimson House? The question landed like a blade. Sabah's face did not change, but the small sounds stopped. The stirring, the tapping of the spoon. She sat across from Noor and wrapped her hands around the cup as if she needed warmth she no longer possessed. She never went there. The debt says otherwise. The transfer says otherwise. Something happened 3 months ago that made the court move her debt into their own ledgers, and I need to know what. Your mother is dead, Noor, and someone is still paying for what she did. The words hung between them. Sabah stared into her tea. When she spoke, her voice was quieter than Noor had ever heard it. She came to me a few months before she died. She had money she could not explain. Cash, mostly, in amounts that made no sense for a woman who worked a clerk's job. She was scared, but she would not tell me why. She made me promise that if anything happened to her, I would keep you away from the Crimson House, that I would never let you go near the night districts. Noor's chest tightened. And you kept that promise for 24 years, until the debt pulled me in anyway. Sabah's eyes flickered. Pain moved through them, old and deep. I thought I had buried it well enough. I thought the records were gone, the connections erased. But someone kept his string tied to your name, and when they pulled it, I could not stop them from reeling you in. The kettle hummed in the silence. Noor reached across the table. Her fingers brushed her grandmother's hand, papery and thin. Who transferred the debt? Sabah shook her head. Who gave my mother the money? I do not know her name, but you know something. Sabah's hand slid away. She stood, walked to the old cabinet in the corner, the one with the broken hinge Noor had meant to fix 100 times. She pulled open the door and reached behind the stacked plates, into the shadow where things were hidden. When she turned back, she held an envelope. It was yellowed, the paper brittle along the edges. The seal on the back was cracked, the wax faded, but Noor recognized the emblem before her grandmother set it on the table. A crescent moon, a downward thorn, the Draeven mark. Your mother left this with me, Sabah said. She told me to destroy it. I could not. Noor's fingers hovered over the seal. What is inside? I never opened it. 24 years and you never opened it? I was afraid of what I would find. Noor lifted the envelope. The wax was brittle beneath her thumb. The seal was old, but the paper beneath it had been handled recently. The edges were soft, the creases worn. Someone had been reading this. Someone had been putting it back. She looked at her grandmother. You opened it. Sabah's face did not move. Did not. The creases say otherwise. For a long moment, Sabah said nothing. Then she sat down heavily, her hands flat on the table, and looked at Noor with eyes that had seen too much and kept more. I opened it 1 week before the transfer notice arrived. There is a name inside. A woman your mother worked for. A woman who promised her money in exchange for silence. Noor's blood went cold. What name? Sabah shook her head. I will not say it here. I will not speak it in this house. But you will know it when you see it. Noor looked down at the envelope. The seal was warm beneath her fingers. She turned it over. The flap was loose, the wax cracked. She pulled it open with the careful precision of a woman who had spent years learning to read the truth in fragile things. The paper inside was thin, the handwriting sharp and elegant, and at the bottom, beneath 3 lines of instruction, a signature. Noor read the name. The copper bracelet bit into her wrist like a living thing. Chapter 7. The name burned behind Noor's eyes all the way back to the Crimson House. She had folded the letter into her coat pocket without reading it again, without letting Sabah see her hands shake. The copper bracelet had loosened by the time she reached the main road, but the impression of it remained, a phantom ache circling her wrist like a brand. Now she stood in the auxiliary reading room with the letter pressed against her ribs and tried to compose herself. The handwriting was unmistakable. Sharp, elegant strokes that belonged to someone who had signed documents for a very long time. Someone who expected obedience. The 3 lines of instruction were terse, professional, and damning. Dates, a transfer protocol, a promise of silence in exchange for regular payment. And, at the bottom, the signature. Ondine Maraval. The Regent had known Noor's mother, had paid her, and made her afraid enough that she hid cash from her own family and begged her mother to keep her daughter away from the night districts forever. Noor set her palms flat on the reading table and breathed through the tremor in her chest. A knock at the door pulled her back. She turned, expecting Zofia or a clerk. Instead, a young vampire in court livery stood in the doorway, her pale hair braided tight against her scalp, her eyes the color of watered wine. "Auditor Haddad, Regent Maraval requests your presence in the Gold Salon. She wishes to introduce you to the Concord delegates." The words were courteous. The delivery was not. Noor smoothed her coat, pressed the letter deeper into her pocket, and followed. The Gold Salon was nothing like the archive. Where the lower floors breathed dust and secrets, this room breathed wealth. Gilded moldings traced the ceiling in sweeping arcs. Candles burned in crystal sconces, their light soft and expensive. A dozen vampires stood in clusters, their voices low, their clothes immaculate, their attention sharpening the moment Noor crossed the threshold. Ondine stood at the center, silver blonde hair immaculate, black opal signet catching the light. She smiled when she saw Noor, and the smile was flawless. "Auditor Haddad, how good of you to join us." The room adjusted. Conversations did not stop, but they quietened. Eyes measured Noor from every angle. Ondine extended a hand, and Noor had no choice but to approach. The Regent's fingers were cool, her grip brief and precise. "These are the delegates who will witness the Concord renewal. They have been eager to meet the mortal who has been reviewing our accounts with such thoroughness." A ripple of polite laughter. Noor forced her lips into something resembling a smile. "Thoroughness is the job." "Indeed it is." Didine's pale green eyes held hers for a moment too long. The name burned in Noor's pocket. The Regent showed nothing, not a flicker of recognition, not a trace of concern. She was either ignorant of the letter or certain it would never surface. Neither option comforted Noor. The introductions came in a blur of names and titles. A tall vampire with silver threading his dark hair clasped her hand with exaggerated warmth. "Mirdek Solti," he said, his voice smooth as oil. "I oversee the tithe holdings in the Eastern districts. I have been following your work with great interest." No kept her face neutral. "My work is not public. It does not need to be. The books speak for themselves, and the books have been unsettled lately." He smiled, showing no fang. "I appreciate a woman who disturbs the dust. I appreciate a ledger that balances." Mirek's smile widened. "Then we understand each other." He did not release her hand. His thumb pressed lightly against her knuckles, a test disguised as courtesy. "You are young for this kind of work," he said. "Mortal, too. That is a difficult combination in a house that does not value brevity. I value accuracy more than age. An admirable stance." He finally released her, but his eyes stayed on her like a weight. "If you ever find yourself needing assistance navigating the court's less formal channels, my door is open. No obligation, just an understanding between two people who prefer clarity to intrigue." It was an offer wrapped in silk, and the knife blade showed through the fabric. Noor inclined her head. "I will keep that in mind." She turned before he could add more, but she felt his gaze follow her across the room. The gold salon pressed in from all sides. Every conversation Noor passed held a subtext she could not quite decode. A woman with dark braids complimented her coat and asked where she had learned her craft. A thin-faced man inquired about her lodging, her schedule, her familiarity with the city's night geography. Each question was polite. Each question was a probe. Noor answered in neutral fragments and kept moving. She found a corner near a window that overlooked the courtyard where she had collapsed 2 nights ago. The archive below was a scar of blackened stone and boarded windows. The smell of smoke still clung to the air. The damage was unfortunate. She turned. A vampire stood beside her, older than most in the room, with iron-gray hair and a face lined by something deeper than age. He wore no jewelry, no house colors, only a plain black coat and a silver pin shaped like an open hand. "The archive held a great deal of history," he said, "some of it irreplaceable." Noor studied him. "You knew the collection well." "I knew the archivist who built it." His gaze drifted to the scarred building. She believed records were the only immortality worth pursuing. She would have burned before letting them disappear. She did not have a choice in the matter. The old vampire looked at her then, and something in his expression shifted. "No," he said quietly. She did not. He gave a short bow and walked away, leaving Noor alone with the weight of his words. The reception did not end so much as dissolve. Guests began leaving in pairs and trios, their farewells polished, their eyes still tracking Noor as they passed. Ondine remained at the center, receiving each departure with the same practiced grace, until only a handful of people remained. Mirek Sulti approached Noor one last time. "You survived your first introduction," he said. "That is more than some can claim. The bars is low. For mortals, yes." He leaned in, close enough that his voice dropped beneath the room's ambient noise. "But you are not just any mortal, are you, Auditor Haddad?" Noor's blood chilled. "I do not know what you mean." "I think you do." Mirek's smile was thin, calculating. "The Regent has taken an unusual interest in your work. The First Sword escorts you personally. The archive burns the night you arrive. Those are not coincidences. They are signals." He straightened, adjusting his cuff with studied ease. "I am not your enemy, Noor, but I am not your friend either. I am a man who pays attention, and I am offering you a single piece of advice. Whatever you are looking for, find it before the Concord renewal, because after that, the rules change, and the Regent will not be the only one who wants to control what you have uncovered." He walked away without waiting for a reply. Noor stood alone in the emptying salon, the letter heavy in her pocket, the name burning a hole through her ribs. Ondine Maraval had paid for her mother's silence, and Mirek Sulti knew something was coming. The question was, which of them would strike first? Chapter 8. The auxiliary reading room smelled of old paper, dust, and the faint chemical tang of fire suppressant that had seeped through the walls from the archive. Noor closed the door behind her and stood for a moment, letting the silence settle around her like a coat. The letter was still in her pocket. She had not read the name again since leaving Sabah's house. She did not need to. Ondine Maraval had burned itself into her memory in the same way the poisoned smoke had burned into her lungs, caustic, permanent, demanding. But standing in court territory, surrounded by ledgers and the memory of the Regent's flawless smile, she forced herself to set the name aside. The letter was evidence. Evidence required corroboration. Corroboration required records. She pulled off her coat and hung it on the chair's back, then opened the first ledger from the stat Zofia Ilves had delivered. The work consumed her. For 3 hours, New cross-referenced tithe parcels against estate holdings, tracing ownership chains through shell companies and maintenance contracts that had no business existing. The entries were clean. Too clean. Someone had scrubbed the margins with the same precision she used to find fraud. She flipped back to the payment trail, 147 crowns, 7 silver marks, and began matching it against civic permits issued in the same years. Foundation inspections required city sign-off. Drainage permits required engineering surveys. Every time the payment appeared, a corresponding permit had been issued within the same quarter. But the permits were ghosts. The addresses listed on the permits did not exist in any modern directory. The engineering firms named had dissolved within 5 years of each filing. The signatories were all dead, their names lost to the same decades that had swallowed the Queen. Someone had built a false paper trail to hide a real one. Noor leaned back, her neck aching. She had proven that the payments were not random fraud. They were disciplined, deliberate, and structured to survive audits, regime changes, and the passage of decades. Whoever maintained this channel had been doing it for 200 years. The question was why. She reached for the next ledger and stopped. Zofia Ilves stood in the doorway. The archivist had not made a sound. She stood with her thin hands clasped in front of her, her pale blue eyes fixed on Noor with an intensity that made the room feel smaller. "You have been working without pause," Zofia said. "I work fastest when I am focused. What have you found?" Noor considered the question. Zofia had already admitted to maintaining the Queen's orders for 40 years. She had already chosen to help. But trust was a ledger, and Noor was still auditing the balance. "A pattern," Noor said carefully. "Someone has been using civic permits to mask the payment trail. The permits are falsified, but they match the payment schedule exactly. It is not random. It is infrastructure." Zofia's expression did not change. "You are certain?" "Certain enough to prove it." The archivist stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. The click of the latch was loud in the silence. "There is a stack," Zofia said quietly, "in the restricted corridor. It was sealed under the Queen's personal directive, and it should have remained sealed." Noor's pulse quickened. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because the directive named a condition for opening." Zofia's pale eyes met hers. "The person who could read the full trail. The person the Queen was waiting for." She held Noor's gaze for a long moment, then reached into her pocket and produced a brass key, tarnished with age, its shaft etched with the same crescent moon and downward thorn that marked Draeven's seal. "I should burn this key," Zofia said. "I should pretend I never met you. I should let the Regent's orders stand and let the payment die with the cycle." Her hand trembled, the key catching the lamplight. "But I have spent 40 years maintaining a dead Queen's orders in secret, and I am tired of not knowing why." She held out the key. "The restricted stack is behind a warded door in the lower corridor. The key opens the lock, but the ward must be answered by blood." Noor took the key. It was warm, as if it had been held close to skin for a long time. "Whose blood?" Zofia's mouth tightened. "The Queen's directive specified Draeven blood. I assumed it was a formality, a symbolic requirement for a line that no longer existed." Her gaze dropped to Noor's wrist, where the copper bracelet sat quiet and inert. "I assumed wrong." The key pressed into Noor's palm, solid and impossible. "Can you open it?" Noor looked at the key, then at the door, then at the woman who had just handed her the answer to a question she had not yet fully formed. "I can try." The lower corridor was darker than the reading room. The lamps were spaced farther apart, their flames turned low, leaving pools of shadow between islands of amber light. The air was cooler here, damper, carrying a smell of stone and old iron that reminded No of the archive vault before it had burned. Zofia walked ahead, her steps precise, her thin silhouette cutting through the dimness. They stopped at a door that looked no different from the others. Dark wood, iron hinges, a lock plate shaped like an open hand. The crescent moon and thorn were carved into the lintel above the frame. Zofia turned to face her. "Once the ward is answered, there is no going back. The Regent will know someone breached the seal. The court will know." "I thought you said the seal was maintained by the Queen's directive." "The directive is tied to the blood ward. When the ward accepts a Draeven signature, it confirms the bloodline to the same magical registry that recorded the Queen's death." Zofia's voice dropped. "If you open this door, the entire Amarath court will know, within hours, that a living Draeven has returned." Noor's hand closed around the key. She thought of her mother, of the cash hidden in Sabah's house, of the letter still burning in her pocket. She thought of Lazar's face when he had said his oath might force him to kill her. She thought of the copper bracelet and the shifting walls and the voice of a dead queen that had spoken her name. She slid the key into the lock. The metal turned with a sound like a held breath. Nothing happened. Noor looked at Zofia, then back at the door. The ward was waiting. The blood was waiting. She pressed her thumb against the key's edge until the skin broke, then touched the welling bead of blood to the lock plate. The world went silent. A vibration traveled up through the floor, through the walls, through the bones of the Crimson House itself. The copper bracelet on Noor's wrist contracted, once, hard, then loosened as the lock plate clicked. The door swung inward. Beyond it lay darkness and the smell of paper so old it had become dust. Noor stepped through. Behind her, Zofia Ilvis whispered something that might have been a prayer. The door swung shut, and the lock engaged with a sound like a tomb ceiling. And in the darkness, something stirred. Not a person, not a rat. something older. Noor held her breath and listened. The silence stretched, empty and waiting. Then a voice, low, dry, ancient, spoke from the dark. The Queen's blood has come at last. Chapter 9. The darkness pressed against Noor's eyes, thick and patient, older than any night she had known. She did not move. The voice had come from everywhere and nowhere, from the air itself, from the walls. The Queen's blood has come at last. A pause. The silence stretched, then the voice continued, lower now, almost contemplative. She told us you would arrive before the cycle turned. We did not believe her. She was always too hopeful for someone who had buried herself alive. Noor's fingers found the copper bracelet on her wrist. It was warm, not contracting, but humming at a frequency she felt in her teeth. "Who are you?" she asked. A dry sound, laughter, perhaps. "We are what she left behind. We are the question she dared not answer, and we are bound to the blood that carries her name." The darkness shifted. Something scraped across stone. "You wear her mark, child. Not the crown mark. The secret one." Noor's breath caught. Her hand closed over the bracelet. "This? Old blood-binding work beneath the copper. She forged it to hide a thread of herself from the court's registry. A fragment of her will, woven into metal so that her line could never be fully erased." The hum against Noor's skin sharpened. "But the work is old, tired. It has been waiting for renewal that never came." The voice softened. "You should have it examined before the cycle turns, before the payment arrives and the wards decide who you truly are." A wind stirred the dust and the presence withdrew. Noor stood alone in the dark, the bracelet humming against her wrist like a second pulse. She found Zofia waiting in the corridor, pale-faced, her hands clasped so tightly the knuckles had gone white. "You're alive. The door didn't kill me, if that's what you expected." Zofia's gaze dropped to the bracelet. "What did it say to you?" Noor considered lying, considered holding the information close, as she always did, but the old archivist had handed her a key and watched her walk into darkness. She deserved something true. "It said the bracelet has blood-binding work beneath the copper, that my mother forged it to hide a fragment of the Queen's will from the court." Zofia's lips parted. She said nothing for a long moment. "I know someone," she said at last. "A metal conservator in the old quarter. She works with blood-warded artifacts for the tithe lords. She can test the bracelet without alerting the regent's wards." "Can you take me to her?" Zofia nodded. "But we go now, before the news of your bloodline spreads through the registry. We have hours, perhaps less." The conservator's workshop was a narrow room above a closed bakery, the windows painted black, the air thick with the smell of rust, beeswax, and old copper. She was a vampire of indeterminate age, her hair cropped short, her fingers stained green with oxidation. She introduced herself only as Vara and did not ask Noor's name. Zofia had arranged it that way. Vara took the bracelet without ceremony, turning it over in her hands, holding it to the light of a single candle. "How old is this?" "I've worn it since childhood. My grandmother gave it to me." "Your grandmother didn't make it." Vara's thumb traced the inner rim. "This is older, much older. The copper has been laid over a base of silver, and beneath the silver there's a channel, a blood channel." She set the bracelet on a velvet pad and produced a fine-edged tool, a scraping blade no wider than a needle. "I'm going to lift a fragment of the outer plating. Just a flake. It will not damage the piece." Noor nodded. Vara worked in silence, her movements precise, her breath steady. After a minute, she set down the tool and held a tiny curl of copper between her forceps. Now we see what the copper was hiding. She dropped the flake into a shallow dish and added a clear liquid that hissed on contact. The copper dissolved, leaving behind a thread of silver so fine it seemed to float on the surface, and within the silver, a line of dark red. Blood. Old, dry, but unmistakable. Vara leaned closer. Her face changed. "This is not a simple blood binding," she said slowly. "This is a continuity ward. The blood in this channel is still alive, still connected to its source, It was designed to register proximity to the founder's line. She looked up at Noor. This bracelet was made by someone who knew the Queen's blood intimately, someone who wanted to keep a fragment of the Draeven line hidden, but trackable. Every time the bracelet tightened, you were near something the Queen's blood recognized. Noor's throat tightened. "My mother made this," she said. "She forged it to protect me." Vara's eyes were unreadable. "She forged it to make you invisible to the court while keeping you visible to the Queen. It is a paradox, a piece of magic that hides and reveals at the same time." Noor reached for the bracelet. Vara did not let go. "There is something else." She tilted the dish, and the blood thread caught the candlelight, casting a faint red shadow on the wall. "The blood in this channel is keyed to a specific Draeven line, not Sidenese directly, but a collateral branch, a line that was supposed to be erased from the registry 2 centuries ago. But it wasn't." "No." Vara's voice dropped. "Because someone paid to keep it alive. Paid in regular installments. 147 crowns, 7 silver marks, every cycle, for 112 years. The numbers hit Noor like a blow. She had found them in the ledgers. She had traced them through ghost permits and fake accounts. She had followed them to a sealed door and an ancient voice in the darkness. The recurring payment was not maintaining something beneath the city. It was maintaining her. Or rather, it was maintaining the bloodline that had made her. The payments had been keeping the Draeven collateral line alive in the registry, hidden but preserved, paid for by the Queen's own directive, waiting for the cycle to turn and the heir to arrive. Noor stood frozen, the truth crystallizing in her chest. The bracelet was not a keepsake. It was a key that had always been on her wrist, and she had never known. "I need to secure this sample," Vara said, carefully lifting the dish. "I will document the findings and return everything to you within the hour. The thread must be stabilized before it degrades." She carried the dish to a locked cabinet at the far end of the workshop, her back to Noor. The bell above the door chimed. Noor turned. A figure stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the streetlight. Young, mortal, wearing a courier's cap. He held out a folded note. "For the auditor," he said. Noor took it. The paper was warm, as if it had been held close to a body. She unfolded it. The message was written in a hand she did not recognize, sharp and hurried. "Finish the audit. Forget the bracelet. Forget your mother's name. If you open the past will open you." She looked up. The courier was gone. Behind her, Vara made a sound. A sharp, startled exhale. Noor turned. The locked cabinet stood open. The dish was empty. Vara stared at the cabinet, her face ashen. "It was there. I put it there. I locked it." The sample was gone. Noor crushed the note in her fist. Someone was inside the court. Someone had followed her here, watched her through the workshop, stolen the proof before she could hold it. And they knew about the bracelet. They knew about her mother. They knew everything. The copper bracelet lay on the velvet pad, innocent and silent, its secret stripped bare. And Noor understood, with cold certainty, that the person who had just stolen the evidence was the same person who had set the archive trap, who had killed the archivist, who had been waiting longer than anyone for the final payment to arrive. The warning had not been a threat, it had been a signature. Chapter 10. The gold salon had been transformed. Candlelight rippled across mirrors, Noor had not noticed during the afternoon reception, multiplying the flames until the room burned with soft, controlled fire. Crystal decanters caught the glow. Silver platters moved through the crowd on silent servants' hands. Every surface reflected wealth so old it had become invisible, part of the architecture, no more remarkable than the marble underfoot. Noor stood just inside the doorway, her dark hair pinned tighter than usual, a deep burgundy gown the court seamstress had produced from nowhere clinging to her shoulders. The dress was not hers. It had appeared in her assigned chambers with a note that read for the Concord welcome and no signature, as if the house itself dressed her for the occasion. She felt exposed. The fabric was finer than anything she had ever worn, and every eye in the room measured her against it. The auditor of the hour. Ondine Maraval appeared at her side as if conjured by the candlelight, pale green eyes catching the flames, silver blonde chignon, immaculate. She wore deep charcoal silk, severe and elegant, and she took Noor's arm with a warmth that felt studied. "Ladies and gentlemen," Ondine said, raising her voice just enough to carry, "I am delighted to present Noor Haddad, whose forensic work has already revealed troubling irregularities in our tithe records. The court is fortunate to have such precise attention before the Concord renewal." The room turned. Noor felt the weight of 40 pairs of vampire eyes, some curious, some assessing, some already bored. She kept her face still, her shoulders back, her breathing measured. She had stood in enough hostile boardrooms to know that composure was its own armor. Miss Haddad. A tall vampire with iron-gray temples approached, his smile thin and practiced. "I am Draeven. I oversee the Western tithe holdings. I confess I am curious what irregularities you have found." "Patterns," Noor said. "When numbers repeat too perfectly across different accounts, someone is hiding the real cost behind the consistent one." Aldrich's smile did not falter. "And how do you distinguish pattern from coincidence?" "Coincidence rarely survives a cross-reference against physical permits, census records, and land registry signatures." The room murmured. Aldrich inclined his head, a concession that was not quite a retreat. Ondine's hand remained on Noor's arm, light but immovable. "Miss Haddad is thorough," she said, and the word carried a second meaning beneath the praise. Thorough enough to be dangerous, careful enough to be useful. A woman in sapphire silk stepped forward, her dark hair swept back to reveal sharp cheekbones and a mouth that smiled without reaching her eyes. "And what does thoroughness cost, Regent? I imagine a specialist of Miss Haddad's caliber does not come cheap." "The fee was negotiated fairly," Ondine said smoothly. "Through the proper channels." The woman's gaze slid to Noor. "And do you find the court's proper channels satisfactory, Miss Haddad?" Noor met her eyes. "I find them informative." The woman laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Careful. You will fit in too well." The crowd shifted, new faces pressing closer, and Noor lost count of the questions. Where had she trained? How long was her contract? Had she always worked with vampire accounts? Or was this her first exposure to the night districts? Each question carried a submerged weight, a test disguised as curiosity. She answered with surface precision. Yes, she had trained in the Daylight City. No, she could not discuss the specifics of an ongoing audit. Yes, she found the work challenging. No, she had not decided whether to extend her stay beyond the Concord. Every answer was a layer of armor she could feel wearing thin. Then Lazar entered. She did not see him cross the threshold. She felt him, a shift in the room's pressure, the way the candlelight seemed to bend toward the door. The bond flared in her chest, warm and insistent, and she inhaled before she could stop herself. He moved through the crowd like a blade through silk, court blacks immaculate, silver first sword pin catching the light. His face was composed, almost expressionless, but his winter iron eyes found hers immediately and held. The room noticed. Conversation did not stop, but it changed register, became thinner, more watchful. Noor felt the weight of speculation land on her shoulders like a physical thing. The age gap between them was written in every line of Lazar's face, every century of stillness in his posture, every breath she drew as a mortal woman who had not yet turned 30. "First sword." Ondine's voice was pleasant, but her grip on Noor's arm tightened fractionally. "I did not expect you to attend the welcome." "I was not aware my attendance required approval, Regent." The room held its breath. Ondine's smile did not waver. "Of course not. You are always welcome." She released Noor's arm with deliberate grace. "I was merely noting your presence. It has been some time since you honored us with your company at a social gathering." "The Concord renewal is not social." Lazar's gaze swept the room, and the assembled vampires looked away, one by one, as if caught in an act they preferred not to name. "It is business. I attend business." He crossed to stand at Noor's side, not touching her, but close enough that the candlelight cast their shadows together on the polished floor. The whispers began. Noor heard fragments as the crowd reformulated around them. Mortal. Yes, the auditor. He stood guard at the fire. They say the bond, age? Centuries between them. More than centuries. She cannot be 30. What does he see in an unfinished woman? She kept her face still, but her hands wanted to curl into fists. Miss Haddad. A new voice, low and warm, cut through the murmuring. Noor turned to find a woman in deep emerald velvet, her hair silver white but her face unlined, her eyes the color of aged whiskey. She was older than most in the room, not in appearance but in bearing, the way she occupied space as if she had earned every inch of it. "I am Celeste Viren," the woman said. "I held the Eastern Tithe oversight before Mirik Solti took the position. I have been watching your work with interest." "Then you know more about it than I do," Noor said. "I have only been here 3 days." Celeste's mouth curved. "In this court, 3 days is enough to become a subject of intense study. You have already survived a fire, opened a sealed ward, and earned the personal escort of the First Sword." She tilted her head. "That is not a quiet 3 days. It was not intended to be." "No." Celeste's gaze flicked to Lazar, then back to Noor. "Be careful, Miss Haddad. The attention of this court is a kind of hunger. It does not stop feeding because the meal is unwilling." She moved away before Noor could answer, melting back into the crowd like smoke. Lazar leaned slightly closer. "Celeste Viren was a friend of the Queen's. She has not spoken to anyone with that much interest in a decade." What did she mean about the court's attention being a kind of hunger? "It means she sees what the others do not." His voice was low, barely audible over the room's hum. "They measure you as a threat or an opportunity. She measured you as a person. That is rarer and more dangerous." A server appeared with a tray of crystal glasses, pale wine catching the light. Noor took one without thinking, then realized she had no intention of drinking it. She held it as a prop, something to do with her hands while the room watched. "You are holding up well," Lazar said. "I am surviving." That is the same thing in this room. A bell chimed, soft and precise. Ondine's voice rose above the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served. Please take your seats." The room flowed toward the adjoining hall, a river of filk and old money and older hunger. Noor found herself guided by Lazar's presence at her back, not touching but there, a wall between her and the curious eyes. Her seat was at the secondary table, close to the raised dais where Ondine presided, but not on it. Visible, but not honored. A calculated position that said, "We see you, but you are not yet one of us." Lazar did not sit. He stood against the wall behind her, arms crossed, watching the room with the patience of something that had learned stillness over centuries. The whispers resumed, softer now, threaded through the clink of silver and the murmur of polite conversation. Standing guard over a mortal. He has never done that for anyone. The bond must be stronger than she looks. They say she opened the Queen's seal with her blood. If she is the collateral line, the succession law, she will not survive the week. Noor ate because the food was there, because she needed the fuel, because not eating would draw more attention. She answered questions when they came, deflected when they pressed too close, smiled when the smile cost nothing. Halfway through the main course, a young vampire with nervous eyes slipped a folded note onto the table beside her plate. He did not meet her gaze. He was gone before she could speak. She unfolded the paper under the edge of the tablecloth. The handwriting was careful, unfamiliar. "Ask who the payments really feed." The candlelight flickered. Noor looked up and scanned the room, but no one met her eyes. The note's sender had already vanished into the velvet crowd, leaving only the question burning in her palm. The chime sounded again. Ondine rose, lifting her glass. "To the Concord," she said, her voice carrying through the hall. "To renewal, to the peace that binds our houses and our city." The room rose with her. Noor stood, the note crushed in her fist, and raised her glass with the rest of them, but she did not drink. She was thinking about the payments, about the steady, disciplined trickle of 147 crowns, 7 silver marks, flowing through ghost companies and dissolved firms for 112 years, maintaining her bloodline in the registry, keeping a collateral Draeven line alive while the throne stood empty. Ask who the payments really feed, not what, who. She looked at the dais. Ondine stood in the candlelight, beautiful and composed, her black opal signet ring catching the glow. Behind Noor, Lazar had not moved, but she felt his attention sharpen, felt the bond pulse once, a warning she did not need words to read. Dinner resumed. The conversation flowed around her like water around a stone, and Noor sat in the center of the Amarnant court's finest hall, holding a question she did not know how to ask, surrounded by vampires who would kill her if she asked it wrong. Tower 11. The reading room smelled of dust and old paper, the lamps casting long shadows across the ledger-strewn table. Noor had not slept. The banquet note burned in her pocket, its question sharper than any blade. Ask who the payments really feed. She had spent 3 hours tracing the 147-crown thread backward through the ledgers, following it to a dead terminus in every direction. Ghost companies, dissolved firms, dead signatories. The trail was designed to vanish if anyone looked too close. But someone had built it. Someone had maintained it for 112 years. And someone wanted her to find the answer badly enough to risk a note in a room full of vampires. She pulled the birth registry toward her, the spine cracked with age. Zofia had left it on the table before the banquet, a silent gift, no explanation attached. The pages were brittle, the ink faded to run. Noor started at the beginning of the Draeven lineage, scanning for anything that did not fit. The direct line was clean. Births, marriages, deaths, all accounted for, sealed by court witnesses, filed in triplicate. But the deeper she read, the more she noticed the gaps. Years where no births were recorded for junior branches. Tenancy files that stopped mid-decade with no termination note. Names that appeared once, then never again. She found the first anomaly in a land transfer ledger dated 89 years ago. A small property in the eastern districts had changed hands from a woman named Seraphine Venn to a holding company that did not exist before the transaction and dissolved 2 years after. The price was listed as 147 crowns, 7 silver marks. Noor's breath caught. She flipped pages, cross-referencing the date against the birth registry. A child had been born in that same eastern district 3 months before the transfer, but the mother's name was listed as a domestic servant. No father, no bloodline notation. But the birth record carried a marginal mark Noor had seen before, a crescent moon, a downward thorn. She checked the tenancy files for the same address. The servant had lived there for 11 months, then vanished from every record. No death certificate, no departure notice, no forwarding address. Noor sat back, her pulse hammering. The payments maintain Noor's collateral Draeven bloodline in the registry. Vara's words. The continuity ward. The blood keyed to a line supposedly erased 2 centuries ago. The servant had been one of them. A hidden carrier, paid to live quietly, to keep the bloodline alive without anyone knowing. And someone had erased her from the records. Noor pulled the next ledger, then the next, her hands moving faster now. She followed the pattern across decades, matching births to property transfers to disappearance dates. Each time, the same amount changed hands. Each time, the carrier vanished from the written world within a year of giving birth. 12 of them, across 112 years. The last carrier gave birth 26 years ago. Noor's hands stopped moving. 26 years ago. The same year her mother had come to Sabah with cash and fear and a promise to keep Noor away from the night districts. The same year Noor was born. She stared at the entry, the ink faded but still legible. The mother's name was listed as a seamstress. The father's column was empty. The child's name was not recorded, only a number, a filing code that led nowhere. But the marginal mark was there. Crescent moon, downward thorn. Noor pressed her palm flat against the page, steadying herself. The surviving branch of the hidden Draeven line can only be hers. She had known it. Some part of her had known it since the archive vault answered her blood. But seeing it in the ledgers, matching birth to payment to erasure, made it real in a way the ward's voice never could. She needed copies. The door opened behind her. A young vampire in clerk's livery entered, a stack of records in his arms. His eyes were nervous, darting to the sealed door and back. He set the records on the table without meeting her gaze. "Miss Haddad, the Regent's office requested I deliver these." "What are they?" Witness signatures, from the old birth registries. He hesitated. There is one you should see, the last surviving witness to the collateral line filings. He pulled a single page from the stack and placed it before her. The signature was faded, the ink brown with age, but the handwriting was sharp and elegant, the loops precise. Ondine Maraval. Noor's blood went cold. The regent herself witnessed the last filing. The clerk whispered, 60 years ago, before she was regent, before the throne emptied. He was not supposed to tell anyone that. The voice came from the doorway. Noor looked up. A tall vampire in house colors stood at the threshold, his face unreadable. Behind him, 2 more figures waited in the corridor. The clerk turned pale. You were only leaving. The tall vampire's voice was flat. The regent has sealed the file room. No records are to leave this corridor until further notice. Noor rose. I am in the middle of an audit. The regent herself authorized. Circumstances have changed. The clerk took a step backward. Miss Haddad, I did not. The tall vampire moved. It was fast, too fast for Noor's eyes to track. One moment the clerk was standing. The next he was on the ground, his neck bent at an angle no living neck should hold. Noor's hand flew to her mouth. The tall vampire did not look at the body. He looked at her. The file room is sealed under Regency authority. You will remain in the reading room until a representative arrives to escort you out. He turned and walked away. The door slammed shut. The lock clicked. Noor stood alone with the body of the clerk who had tried to help her, the ledgers spread across the table, and the name of the woman who had witnessed her own bloodline's erasure still burning in her mind. The copper bracelet had not moved, but she felt it, cold against her wrist, waiting. And somewhere in the building, footsteps were approaching. Chapter 12. Footsteps stopped outside the door. Noor stood frozen, the clerk's body at her feet, his neck bent at an angle that would haunt her for the rest of her life. Her hands were still pressed flat against the ledger. Ondine's signature burned into her memory. The lock rattled. She backed away from the table, her eyes fixed on the handle. The copper bracelet sat cold against her wrist, unmoving, waiting. The door swung open. Lazar Korvath filled the frame, his winter iron eyes sweeping the room in a single practiced pass. He took in the body, the ledgers, her bloodless face, the spread of papers across the table, and something in his expression shifted, a crack in the stone. You should not have to see that. His voice was flat, measured, but she heard the edge beneath it, the thing he was holding back. Ondine sealed the file room. Noor's voice came out steady, which surprised her. A clerk tried to help me. They killed him for it. I know. How do you know? Because the petition reached my chambers before the body hit the floor. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him, not looking at the clerk. Someone filed a formal request with the Regency. They want you classified as a destabilizing claimant under Article 12 of the Succession Code. Noor's stomach dropped. What does that mean? It means they want legal grounds to execute you before the Concord renewal, before you can prove anything, before anyone can challenge the classification. Article 12 bypasses the oath. It allows immediate sanction against any unverified blood claimant whose existence threatens civic order. The oath, your oath. My oath binds me to kill false claimants after verification. Article 12 dispenses with verification. It treats the claim itself as the threat. He paused. If the Regency approves the petition, I will not be the one who comes for you. Who will? Anyone with a blade and ambition. His voice dropped. The classification makes you lawful prey for the duration of the Concord. No sanctuary, no challenge rights, no appeal until after the renewal. Noor stared at him, the copper bracelet pressed against her skin like a finger on a trigger. You knew. The words came out before she could stop them. You knew what this law meant, what the succession code required, what they would do the moment the bloodline registered. You knew, and you did not tell me. I told you enough. You told me you would have to kill me if I was false. She took a step toward him. You did not tell me they could skip the proof entirely and just call me a threat, because I did not believe they would move this fast. His jaw tightened. I underestimated how afraid they are. Afraid of what? I am a mortal auditor with a copper bracelet and a grandmother who hides letters behind her cabinet. You are the surviving branch of the Draeven bloodline, and the last payment arrives in 3 days. He held her gaze. Every faction in this court built their power on the assumption that the throne would stay empty. You are not just a claimant. You are the end of a century of arrangements, contracts, and loyalties that were never designed to survive a queen. Noor pressed her palms against the table edge, grounding herself in the solid wood. So, what do I do? Prove it. Lazar's voice was quiet. Prove your bloodline before the petition is approved. The classification takes effect at midnight on Concord Eve. You have until tomorrow night to establish your claim beyond dispute. And if I cannot? Then I watch you die, or I break my oath trying to save you, and neither option leaves Vespergate intact. The silence stretched between them, filled with the weight of 9 centuries and the body of a clerk who had died for a signature. Noor looked down at the ledgers. Ondine's signature, the 12 erased carriers, the last birth, 26 years ago. Her birth. I have the documentary proof, the payment trail, the registry gaps, the continuity ward, Ondine's signature. That has to be enough. Evidence alone will not satisfy Article 12. Lazar moved closer, his voice barely above a whisper. The code requires a blood test conducted before 3 witnesses of noble standing. The wards beneath the city must answer you directly, not through a bracelet your mother forged in secret. Vara's workshop. She can confirm the bracelet's nature. She already did. Vara is a metal conservator, not a noble witness. Her testimony carries no weight under succession law. Then find me witnesses. I cannot. His voice cracked, just slightly, the first break in his composure she had ever heard. I am the first sword. My testimony on your behalf would be read as bias. The court would claim I am compromised by the bond, that I would say anything to keep you alive. Are you? He looked at her. The winter iron eyes held something she had not seen before, raw and unguarded, the terror he had been carrying since the moment her blood touched the seal. Yes. The word landed like a blade between them. I am compromised by the bond. I have been compromised since the moment I scented you in that vault. Every word I speak on your behalf, every move I make to protect you, the court will use to discredit your claim. He took a breath. That is why I have kept distance. That is why I have not touched you, not claimed you, not allowed myself to want what the bond offers. I'm the worst possible ally you could have, because my protection is also my corruption. Noor understood then, with a clarity that hurt. His distance had never been contempt. It had never been coldness or indifference. It had been the only gift he could give her, a clean line between his desire and her survival. She crossed the room and stopped a handspan from him, close enough to feel the heat his body should not have produced after 9 centuries of death. I do not need your testimony. I need your knowledge. She looked up at him. If the blood test requires 3 noble witnesses and the wards beneath the city, then tell me where to find them. Tell me what the test demands. Tell me how to survive tonight so I can prove myself tomorrow. Lazar's throat moved. The wards are beneath the Crimson House, the same direction the sealed corridor leads. The test requires you to open the Founder's lock with your blood, while witnesses verify the response. The voice in the darkness, the restricted stack. That was not a room, was it? It was an entrance. Yes. To where? He held her gaze. To the place where Sodini Draeven entombed herself, to the lock she became. The words hung between them, impossible and absolute. Your grandmother did not hide you from the court to protect your life. Lazar's voice dropped lower. She hid you to keep you from becoming the key. Chapter 13. The sealed door groaned behind her as Noor stepped back into the corridor. Sophia had not moved, her pale blue eyes fixed on the darkness Noor had just left. The voice, Sophia said. You heard it. I heard it. No pulled the tarnished key from the lock, the metal cold against her palm. It called me the Queen's blood, said the bracelet carries a binding she left behind. Sophia's thin hand pressed against her chest. 40 years. I have maintained those orders for 40 years without knowing what they served. If I had understood, then the same person who killed the archivist would have killed you too. No slipped the key into her pocket. The silence kept you alive. She started down the corridor, her steps echoing against the stone. Behind her, Zofia's footsteps followed, lighter, more hesitant. Where are you going? Back to the auxiliary reading room. There are more ledgers, more records. If the restricted stack was sealed under Sidoni's directive, there has to be something else. A companion document, a cross-reference, a witness list with names. The reading room is under surveillance. The clerk who delivers files reports to the Regency. Then I will be careful. Noor did not slow, and I will be fast. The auxiliary reading room sat 2 floors up, past the burned corridor where the archive vault's entrance was still cordoned off. The smell of charred paper lingered in the stairwell, thin and persistent, as if the fire had left its ghost behind. Noor pushed through the door and stopped. The room had been disturbed. The ledgers she had left stacked on the corner table were spread across the surface, pages open to sections she had not examined. A chair was pulled out at an angle she did not remember leaving. The inkwell on the desk had been recently uncapped, a thin layer of dust disturbed around its base. Zofia stepped past her, scanning the room. Someone has been here since we left. Noor crossed to the table. The open ledgers were not random. They were the volumes covering the last 30 years, the period after Ondine's signature first appeared in the collateral filings. Someone had been searching for the same trail she was tracking. She ran her finger along the edge of the open page. The ink was still damp in one corner, a fresh annotation in a hand she did not recognize. A date circled, a name underlined, a reference to a sealed directive under custodianship of Zofia Ilv. Zofia read the annotation over Noor's shoulder and went still. That directive is not in the court's main register. It is not supposed to exist. Then someone very high up wanted me to know it does. Noor looked at the door. Or wanted you to know I found it. The lamps in the room flickered. Not the steady pulse of gaslight adjusting to a draft, but a single synchronized dimming, as if something had drawn power from the room all at once. Noor's copper bracelet contracted against her wrist. Get out, she said. Zofia did not ask why. She moved, thin frame cutting toward the door, but the handle did not turn. She pulled again. Nothing. Locked. Noor crossed to the windows. They were narrow, too narrow for a body to pass, but she pressed her face to the glass and looked down at the courtyard 3 floors below. Shadows moved against the torches at the entrance arch. Not guards, not servants. Multiple figures, all angled toward the building. They know we are here, Noor said. They locked us in. Zofia's voice was barely audible. The fire trap did not work. This time they will not rely on smoke. A sharp crack split the air above them. Noor looked up in time to see the ceiling beam shift, a hairline fracture spreading through the plaster. The shelves along the far wall groaned, bolts pulling free from the stone. They were going to collapse the room. Noor grabbed Zofia's arm and pulled her toward the corner where the support wall met the floor. Stay low. Cover your head. The first shelf fell with a sound like a ship breaking apart, sending a wave of ledgers and loose paper across the stone. The second followed, iron brackets snapping, wood splintering against the floor. Dust rose thick and gray, choking the air, and beneath the dust came a smell Noor recognized from the vault. Treated paper, poisoned paper. Someone had soaked the documents in something that would ignite the moment a spark touched them. The lamps flickered again, and Noor understood. The collapse was not the trap. The collapse was the distraction. The fire would follow. She pressed herself against the wall. Zofia crouched beside her as a third shelf came down, blocking the door entirely. The room was becoming a pyre. The lamps burned low, then surged, and Noor watched the edge of a loose page darken, curl, catch. A thin line of flame ran across the floor, eating through the spread of paper. Then another. Then the room began to burn. Noor looked at the blocked door, the fallen shelves, the fire spreading faster than it should, and knew this time there would be no hidden corridor, no escape route through a burning vault. Someone had planned for that. Someone had made sure the room would seal shut before the flames reached the treated paper. Zofia coughed, her pale face smudged with ash. The window. We have to break the window. 3 floors down. We break on impact. Better than burning. Noor scanned the room, looking for anything she could use. A metal bars, a fallen bracket, a section of wall that might give, and found nothing but fire and falling paper. The copper bracelet burned against her wrist, not with heat but with pressure, a contraction so tight it numbed her fingers. She looked at it, at the dull copper surface catching the firelight, and remembered what the voice in the darkness had said. The wards decide who you truly are. The door shattered, not from the fire, from the outside. The wood exploded inward, sending splinters across the burning floor, and through the flames stepped a figure in black, coat billowing, winter iron eyes locked on her. Lazar. He crossed the room in 3 strides, grabbed Noor by the arm and pulled her toward the door. Move, now. Zofia. I have her. Lazar's free hand caught Zofia's shoulder, and together they pushed through the broken door into the corridor, where the air was still clean and cold. The fire behind them roared, feeding on the treated paper, but Lazar did not stop. He pulled Noor down the stairwell, past the guards who were only just arriving, past the servants who pressed themselves against the walls, out through the courtyard and into the open night. Only there, beneath the torches of the entrance arch, with the crimson house behind them and the burning reading room visible through a 3rd-floor window, did he release her. Noor doubled over, hands on her knees, gasping clean air into her lungs. Zofia stood a few paces away, pale and trembling, but alive. Lazar faced the building. His coat was singed along one sleeve, his hands were bloodied. Not his own blood, black against the stone of the courtyard, the blood of whoever had been in the corridor before he reached the door. That was the 2nd attempt, he said, his voice flat. There will not be a 3rd. Noor straightened. There were multiple people in the courtyard. I saw them from the window. They were waiting for us to jump. They were. The collapse was meant to force you out. The fire was meant to make the choice urgent. He turned to face her. They wanted witnesses to see you fall. A broken body in the courtyard, a failed claim, a tragic accident. The petition would be approved without contest. And instead you found us. Instead I found you. His jaw tightened. And now the entire court knows I was in that room. She saw it then, the calculation sharpening behind his eyes. The guards had seen him break through the door. The servants had seen him pull her out. Every whisper in the Crimson House would carry the same story before midnight. Lazar Korvath, the first sword, had chosen a mortal over the Regency's sealed order. In full view of witnesses, Noor said quietly. There is no going back now. No, he agreed. There is not. He turned to face the gathered servants and guards, his voice carrying across the courtyard with the weight of 9 centuries of command. By ancient house law, I invoke the right of sanctuary. Noor Haddad is under my protection from this moment forward. Any who move against her, move against me. The guards exchanged glances. A servant's hand went to her mouth. Lazar looked at Noor, and in his eyes, she saw the thing he had been trying not to show her since the moment her blood touched the seal. He had just declared war on the Regency for her sake, and he was not sorry. Chapter 14. The courtyard fell silent. Noor felt the weight of every gaze land on her. Guards, servants, a cluster of delegates who had gathered at the upper windows to watch the fire. They had seen the reading room burn. They had seen Lazar break through the door. Now they watched her stand in the torchlight, ash-smeared and breathing hard, while the first sword of the Amaranth court declared her untouchable. She should have felt relief. Instead, she felt the shape of a cage closing around her, gilded and velvet-lined, and locked from the outside. Sanctuary, she said, testing the word. You invoked sanctuary. It is the only law the Regency cannot override. Lazar's voice was low, meant only for her. Article 12 takes effect at midnight tomorrow. Until then, you are under my authority, not the court's. No one can touch you without moving through me. And if they move through you? The question hung between them. I have spent 9 centuries being very difficult to kill. It was not an answer. It was a deflection dressed as confidence, and Noor heard the evasion in it. But before she could press, footsteps rang across the courtyard, a steward in house colors, breathless, his eyes darting between Lazar and the burning window above. First sword, the Regent summons you, immediately. Lazar did not turn. Tell the Regent I am occupied securing my ward. The steward's mouth opened and closed. Your ward? Under ancient house law, witnessed by every servant and guard in this courtyard, the declaration is already valid. If the Regent requires confirmation, she may send a scribe to my tower. The word tower landed like a stone in still water. The steward's face went through 3 expressions in rapid succession: shock, calculation, fear, before he bowed and retreated. Noor watched him go. That will not stop her. No, but it will slow her down. Lazar finally turned to face her fully. The firelight caught the silver pin on his collar, the blackened edge of his sleeve, the set of his jaw. We have until midnight tomorrow. Come. He did not wait for her answer. He began walking toward the eastern wing of the Crimson House, where a narrow arch led to a staircase Noor had never climbed. She looked at Zofia. Zofia nodded once, pale but steady. Go. I will secure what remains of the ledgers. The ledgers are ash. The annotations are not. Someone left a trail in those books, a deliberate one, and I intend to find where it leads before the conspirators burn the rest of the evidence. Zofia's thin hand pressed Noor's arm. You are not alone in this anymore. Remember that. Noor wanted to argue. Every instinct screamed that following Lazar into his tower meant surrendering the last shred of independence she had fought to keep. But the alternative was standing in an open courtyard while the Regency's agents watched from every window. She followed. The staircase was narrower than she expected, stone worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. No paintings lined the walls, no sconces held flame. The only light came from above, a pale glow that grew stronger as they climbed. At the top, a heavy oak door stood open, and beyond it, Nu stopped. The tower room was not what she had imagined. No cold stone chamber, no armory, no executioner's lair. Instead, she saw bookshelves carved into the walls, a low fire burning in a hearth of black marble, windows that faced the city in 3 directions, and a wide table covered in maps and correspondence. The air smelled of paper, old wool, and the faint metallic tang of blood that no amount of scrubbing could erase from a room where a weapon had been kept for 9 centuries. Lazar crossed to the hearth and stood with his back to her, one hand braced against the mantel. You are safe here. Safe. She let the word sit. You just declared war on the Regency. I am standing in the executioner's private quarters. And tomorrow night, if I cannot prove my bloodline, every vampire in this city has legal permission to kill me on sight. He turned. The firelight carved shadows across his face, deepening the lines around his eyes. Yes. She had expected denial, reassurance, some attempt to soften the truth. He gave her none of it, and somehow that was worse. Why? She asked. You could have let me burn. You could have walked away from the reading room and told the court you arrived too late. No one would have blamed you. The trap was clean, the witnesses were in place, the story would have held. I know. Then why? He was silent for a long moment. The fire crackled. The city glittered beyond the windows, indifferent. Because I have spent 9 centuries watching things I was sworn to protect die in ways I was not fast enough to prevent, he said. I watched Saidomi walk into the dark. I watched the court hollow itself out around an empty throne. I watched Ondine become a ruler I did not recognize, because I told myself each time that my oath bound me to serve, not to choose. His voice dropped. I will not watch you burn so that I can keep my hands clean. Noor felt the words land somewhere deep, somewhere below her ribs, where she had been keeping the fear locked away since the first trap closed. She wanted to trust him. The bond pulled at her, not with force, but with the soft insistence of something that knew his truth before her mind had verified it. But she had spent too many years trusting documents to trust a feeling. If I fail tomorrow, she said, if the blood test does not answer, or if 3 noble witnesses refuse to speak, what happens to you? He met her eyes. I break my oath. And if you break your oath? The wards beneath the city destabilize, the Concord fractures, the factions turn on each other within a week. His voice was flat, clinical, as if he had already calculated the outcome. Vespergate burns. She had known the stakes were high. She had not known they were that high. So it is not just my life on the table. It is the entire city, which is exactly why Ondine filed the petition. She believes a mortal error is worse than no error at all. She may be wrong, but she is not acting out of cruelty. She is acting out of terror. Noor absorbed that. The Regent was afraid. That changed nothing about the trap. The dead clerk, the burning room, but it changed how she understood the shape of the war. "Then we proved the claim," she said. "Tomorrow night, before the wards fail and the factions decide you are compromised." Lazar's mouth curved, barely. "We. Yes, we." She stepped closer, close enough to see the soot on his collar, the small cut along his jaw where a splinter from the shattered door had caught him. "I am not going to let you break a 900-year oath for me, and I am not going to let Ondine bury the truth under another layer of ash. So we prove the claim. Together." He looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat and produced a sealed leather case, flat and worn, the leather cracked with age. "So Ondine entrusted this to me before she entombed herself. She said I would know the right person when the time came." He held it out. "I think the time has come." Noor took the case. The leather was warm from his body. The seal on the clasp bore the crescent moon and downward thorn. "What is it?" "Her directive, the real one, not the copy Zofia has been guarding for 40 years. His eyes stayed on hers. "Open it." She worked the clasp with fingers that did not quite seem steady. The leather fell open, revealing a single sheet of parchment covered in handwriting so old the ink had browned at the edges. At the bottom, a signature, Sidoni Draeven, and beneath it, a single line, "Blood remembers what courts deny." Noor looked up. The city glittered beyond the windows. The fire crackled. Somewhere below, in the Crimson House, the Regency was already planning its next move. But in her hands, she held the dead queen's own words. And for the first time since she had entered the archive, she felt less like prey and more like someone who might survive the night. Chapter 15. The leather case sat open on the low table between them, Sidoni's parchment catching the firelight. Noor had read the line 5 times now, as if repetition might unlock meaning the words themselves refused to give. "Blood remembers what courts deny." She closed the case and set it aside. "I need rules." Lazar's expression did not change. He stood by the hearth, one hand resting on the mantel, the fire casting long shadows across his face. "Name them." "This is a working arrangement until midnight tomorrow. I am not your ward in any sense that implies submission. I sleep with the door locked, I work alone when I choose to, and I leave this tower when I decide the risk is acceptable." She had expected pushback, a reminder that sanctuary law carried expectations, that his protection came with conditions. He simply nodded. "Anything else?" "No, study." The firelight caught the silver pin on his collar, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, the way his stillness was not coldness, but discipline held so tight it had become second nature. "I do not answer for the bond," she said. "If it pulls at me, if I feel it in ways I cannot control, that does not mean I have consented to anything. And if you use it to read me, to anticipate my movements or emotions without asking, I will consider that a breach. I will not. You say that now. I have said it for 900 years. His voice carried no heat. Every fated bond I have witnessed, I have watched one partner use the connection to shadow the other's choices. I swore I would never become that." She wanted to believe him. The bond hummed beneath her ribs, soft and insistent, telling her his words matched the truth she could feel but not verify. "Then we understand each other." "We do." He moved from the hearth, crossing to a cabinet built into the stone wall. "You will need workspace. The desk by the window has lamplight that does not strain the eyes. The cabinet contains blank ledgers, ink, sealing wax. If you need anything else, tell me, and I will have it brought." Noor blinked. She had expected a bare chamber, a soldier's quarters stripped of comfort. Instead, the tower held a study with deep shelves, a writing desk positioned to catch the city lights, a reading chair worn soft with use. "You live here." "I work here." He opened the cabinet, revealing neat stacks of paper, bottles of ink in graduated colors, a drawer of seals. "I sleep in the chamber above. The rest of the floor is yours until the test." She crossed to the desk, ran her fingers over the surface. Clean. No dust. Someone maintained this space with care. "Who cleans this tower?" "I do." Noor turned. He stood by the cabinet, watching her with an expression she could not read. "You are the first sword of the Amaranth Court, 900 years of service, and you clean your own rooms. The alternative is letting court staff into my private space." His mouth curved, barely. "I prefer to know where my belongings are." It was such a small thing, and yet it shifted something in how she saw him. He was not the cold executioner the court whispered about. He was a man who had built a life inside a role that gave him no room to be anything else. "Show me the trunk." The request came out before she had decided to make it. He did not ask which trunk. He crossed to the far wall where a heavy chest sat beneath a tapestry she had not noticed, deep burgundy wool, embroidered with the Draeven crest in faded gold thread. He did not open it. "Sidoni gave me this the night before she entombed herself. She said I would know when to open it." Did she say what is inside? No. He rested his hand on the lid. But she said it would answer the right person. Noor felt the bracelet contract against her wrist, a single pulse, like a heartbeat. "Has anyone else tried to open it?" 3 people over the centuries. Each one failed. He looked at her. "I do not know if you will succeed, but I know she meant it for you." She walked toward the trunk. The wood was dark, ancient, bound in iron straps that bore no rust. The lock was not a mechanism she recognized. No keyhole, no visible latch, only a smooth plate of burnished metal set into the lid. She reached out. The bracelet pulsed again, harder this time, and she felt heat bloom beneath the copper. She touched the metal plate. Nothing happened. No click, no release, no voice from the dark. Just cold iron beneath her fingers and the weight of a dead queen's intention pressing against her palms. She pulled her hand back. It did not answer. Not yet. Lazar's voice was quiet. "But it recognized you. I saw the bracelet move. It recognized me. The trunk did not. The trunk will answer when it is meant to, not before." She wanted to argue. She wanted to demand that the dead queen's secrets yield themselves on her timeline, because midnight tomorrow was coming, and she did not have the luxury of waiting for fate to unfold at its own pace. But she knew, with the cold clarity that had kept her alive through every audit, that some things could not be forced. "Then we work with what we have." She turned from the trunk. "The directive says blood remembers what courts deny. That means the blood test is the proof. But I need 3 noble witnesses who will speak for me in front of the court, and I need to understand what the wards beneath the city will demand when I open them." Lazar moved to the desk, pulled out a chair for her. The gesture was old, courtly, but his eyes held no formality. "I have a list of candidates, 7 names. 3 of them may be willing to stand." "Maybe. Everyone in the court has made accommodations with Ondine's rule, some more than others." He set a folded paper on the desk. "You will need to decide who to approach and in what order, because the wrong choice will tip the Regency's hand before we are ready." Noor sat. She unfolded the paper. 7 names written in his hand, each with a brief notation beneath. Celeste Viren spoke at Banquet, friend of Sidoni, no formal allegiance to Regency. Aldrich Venn, Western Tithes, owes nothing to Ondine, but will demand a price. Zofia Ilves, archivist, bound by oath to the court's records, her testimony may be challenged. Merrick Sulte, Eastern Tithes, will support whoever offers better terms. Wah, conservator, neutral. Her expertise may carry weight. Elias Mercer, mortal liaison, counsel appointed. His word opens mortal channels. Korvath, compromised by bond, cannot testify. Her eyes caught on the last line. Cannot testify. She looked up. "You wrote your own nay." "I listed every viable option." His voice was level. "The fact that I cannot stand for you does not mean I should be excluded from the strategy." She studied him. In the firelight, with the shadows carved deep into his face, he looked every year of his age. Not old, but worn, the way stone wears after centuries of weather. "If you could testify, what would you say?" He met her eyes. "That I have served the Draeven throne for 9 centuries, that I know the blood wards better than any living creature, and that when your blood touched the seal in the archive, I felt the throne answer." He paused. "I would tell them that the bond does not blind me. It confirms what the wards already know. But the court will not hear that from a compromised witness." Noor held his gaze. The bracelet was warm against her skin, steady now, as if the trunk's recognition had settled something. "Show me the rest of the tower." He raised an eyebrow. "The rest is a bedroom and a narrow staircase to the roof." "Then show me the roof." He did not argue. He crossed to a door set into the stone, pulled it open, and gestured for her to follow. The stairs were narrow, spiraling upward through walls that held the cold of centuries. Noor climbed behind him, close enough to see the soot still clinging to his collar, the small cut along his jaw where the splinter had caught him. The roof door opened onto a narrow platform, walled on 3 sides, open to the east. The wind hit her face, salt cold and sharp, carrying the smell of the harbor. Vespergate spread below them in a carpet of lights. The crimson house rose at the center, its towers dark against the stars. Beyond it, the mortal city glittered in arcs and grids, indifferent to the war being fought in its shadows. "The queen used to stand here," Lazar said, "when she could not sleep. She said the city looked honest from this height." "Did it?" "No." He turned to face her. "But it looked worth protecting." Noor leaned against the wall, the stone cold through her borrowed gown. "Tomorrow, I prove my bloodline, claim the throne, or die trying." She said it flatly, as if stating a line in a contract. "And if I fail, you break your oath, the city burns, and everything Ondine feared becomes true." "Yes." She looked at him. The wind pulled at his dark hair, and his eyes held hers with something that was not pity, not hope, but a steady, patient attention, as if she were the only thing in the city worth watching. She felt the bond pull, soft and warm, telling her she could trust this. But she had spent 26 years trusting evidence. She would need more than a feeling to stake a throne on. "I will need the ledgers from Zofia," she said, "and the annotation trail from the reading room, and a list of every name that has ever touched the 147 crown payment line. It will be waiting when you wake." She nodded, then turned to descend the stairs. At the door she paused. "Lazar." "Yes." "If I choose to trust you, it will be because I decide to, not because the bond tells me to." "Good." His voice came quiet through the wind. "I would not want it any other way." She stepped inside and the door closed behind her, leaving him alone on the roof with the indifferent city and the weight of a dead queen's trunk waiting below. And in the dark of the tower, as Noor descended toward lamplight in the work ahead, the trunk in the corner gave a single, quiet pulse, as if something inside had heard her voice and decided to wait. Chapter 16. The desk in Lazar's tower study held more paper than she had expected. Noor pulled the chair close, ignoring the way the candlelight caught the edges of stacked correspondence, the brass inkwell, the clean ledger pages he had laid out. She spread Zofia's notes across the surface, arranging them by date, by account number, by the faint pencil marks the archivist had left in margins. Lazar stood by the hearth, watching. "You do not need to supervise." "Old habit." He did not move. "I have not shared this space with anyone in decades. I am learning where to stand." She let that settle. The fire cracked. The wind pressed against the tower windows, and somewhere in the city below, a bell told the late hour. She returned to the ledgers. The pattern was there, embedded in the numbers the way bones sat beneath skin. The 147 crown payment had been routed through 17 different account labels across 112 years, but the intervals were precise. Every 13 months, never 12, never 14. A deliberate offset that made the trail harder to track across fiscal cycles. "A 13-month cycle," she said. "Why?" Lazar moved closer, stopping at the edge of the desk. "The old calendar. Before the Concord standardized the year, the court used lunar reckoning. 13 months of 28 days, with 1 day set aside for the veil." "The veil?" "The night when the boundary between the dead and the living was said to thin." His voice carried no skepticism. Sidoni kept the old calendar for court accounts even after the mortal city adopted the new one. She said tradition gave the ledgers weight. Noor made a note. Tradition or deliberate obscurity? Both. A pause. She was skilled at making one serve the other. She worked through the next column, cross-referencing the transfer dates against the names in the birth registry. Each carrier had received their payment in the 13th month, within a window of 3 days after the veil night. Your mother timed it, she said. The words came out flat. The payments. She knew the old calendar well enough to schedule the drop so no one outside the system would notice. She designed the system, Lazar said, before she entombed herself. Noor looked up. So Doni built her own hidden bloodline registry? No. He met her eyes. She built the lock. The bloodline was the key. She designed the payment trail to maintain the key so that when the lock was needed, it would not fail. The fire popped. Noor set down her pencil. She knew someone would come for the throne eventually. She knew the throne would need someone to hold it. His voice was quiet. She did not trust her successors to find that person fairly, so she left a trail for the one who could read it. Noor sat with that for a moment. It was almost flattering, being chosen by a dead queen she had never met, except that it also meant she had been aimed at this desk, this tower, this war, before she was born. Did she know it would be me, specifically? Lazar considered the question. I do not think she knew. I think she hoped. She told me once that the court's greatest weakness was its certainty. She said only someone who came from outside, who did not carry the court's assumptions, would see what the ledgers actually said. He paused. She would have liked you. Something in his tone made Noor look up. He was watching her the way he had on the roof, with that steady attention that held no hunger, only recognition. Flattery from a 900-year-old executioner, she said. That is a new entry on the resume. His mouth curved. I have been told I am better at killing than complimenting. Who told you that? Sidoni. Frequently. A laugh escaped her, dry and sharp. She caught herself, surprised. The tension in her shoulders eased a fraction. Tell me about the factions, she said, turning back to the ledgers. I need to know who I am asking to stand for me. Lazar pulled a chair from the side of the room and sat across from her, the firelight dividing his face into planes of light and shadow. The Western Tithe Lords answer to Draeven. He is old enough to remember Sidoni's reign. He does not love the regency, but he loves stability more. He will support whichever side promises the least disruption. That is not a vote of confidence. It is a vote of pragmatism. If you prove your bloodline cleanly, he will fall in line. If there is doubt, he will wait to see which way the court tilts before committing. She noted it. And Celeste Viren? Celeste was Sidoni's friend. She retired from court politics a decade ago because she found the Regency's compromises exhausting. She approached you at the banquet because she wanted to see if you reminded her of the Queen. Did I? I cannot answer that. His eyes met hers. I did not see the Queen in you at the banquet. I see her now, in the way you read the numbers. Noor held his gaze for a moment, then looked down. Mirek Solti? A merchant in blood and coin. He will sell to whoever pays best, but he has a weakness for long bets. If he believes you will win, he will commit early, because early support buys better terms. And if he believes I will lose, then he will be the one holding the knife when Ondine gives the order. She added that to the mental map. And Elias Mercer? Lazar's expression cooled almost imperceptibly. Mortal liaison. Clever, well-connected, and loyal to the city council above all else. He will help you, if helping you serves mortal interests. And if it does not, then he will help you and call it something else. Noor absorbed the warning. She had met men like Mercer before, polished and useful, whose smiles never reached their eyes, the kind who made you feel heard while they took notes for their own use. She turned to the final page of Zophia's notes. The archivist's handwriting was small, precise, and clustered in the lower margin of the last sheet. Noor had almost missed it in the loose stack. Directive referenced in auxiliary reading room annotation, cross-referenced against the court's sealed custodial register. The record shows a sealed case filed under special archival custody at the old city offices, predating the Crimson House archive by 70 years. The case number does not match any current filing system. The notation in the margin reads, "Do not open outside the founder's presence." Noor read it twice. There is a sealed directive, she said, not in the court's archive, in the old city offices, sealed before the Crimson House was built. Lazar went still. Sophia found a reference, Noor continued. The auxiliary reading room annotation pointed to it. If it contains what the annotator intended, it might be the missing piece, the documentation that explains how the blood test is supposed to work. The old city offices were decommissioned during the Concord renegotiation, Lazar said slowly. The records were supposed to have been transferred. Supposed to have been. A silence stretched between them. The fire cracked, and Noor realized, with a cold clarity that felt like stepping off a ledge, that Sophia had not been in the tower all evening. She had been out, in the city, following the same trail. Noor stood. I need to find her. Chapter 17. Noor found Sophia at the old city offices an hour before dawn. The building stood at the edge of the mortal district, a limestone carcass with boarded windows and a door that had been locked longer than Noor had been alive. Sophia sat on the front steps, her thin hands wrapped around a leather case, her pale blue eyes fixed on nothing. The lock was rusted through, she said without looking up. I had to break a window. Noor sat beside her. The stone was cold through her coat. You should have waited. I have been waiting 40 years. Sophia held out the case. It was plain, unmarked, bound with a leather strap that had cracked with age. The directive was in a storage room beneath the basement. The records transfer missed it because no one remembered the room existed. Noor took the case. The leather was dry against her fingers, the strap brittle. She did not open it. Your hands are shaking, she said. Sophia looked at her own fingers as if noticing them for the first time. I thought I knew every secret this city kept. I have spent 4 decades burying truths in ledgers, routing payments through ghost accounts, protecting a dead queen's instructions without knowing what they meant. She pressed her palms flat against her knees. And I have never been more afraid than I was in that basement, holding this case, realizing I was alone in a place no one remembers exists. Noor said nothing. She set the case in her lap and waited. The street was quiet. A single lamp burned at the corner, casting a circle of weak light onto the cobblestones. Somewhere in the distance, a cart rattled over uneven pavement, the first sign of the mortal city waking. I need to get this to the tower, Noor said, and I need you to come with me. Sophia nodded. She stood slowly, her joints protesting, and Noor saw how thin she had become in the days since the archive fire. The archivist had been burning her own reserves as recklessly as the conspirators had burned the ledgers. They walked back through the gray light of false dawn. Noor kept the case pressed against her ribs, her coat buttoned over it, her pace measured. She did not run. Running drew attention, and the streets belonged to no one at this hour. The tower door opened before she knocked. Lazar stood in the doorway, his face unreadable. His eyes swept over Sophia first, checking for injury, then settled on the shape of the case beneath Noor's coat. Inside, he said, now. The study was warm. A fire had been banked, then stoked. Noor set the case on the desk and undid the leather strap with care, the way she would open a document so fragile it might turn to dust at a breath. The flap lifted. Inside was a single folder, heavy with age. A sealed envelope lay on top, addressed in the same sharp hand Noor had seen on the Queen's directive, for the one who reads the numbers. Noor broke the seal. The first sheet was a letter, dated the year the Crimson House was built. You have found this because you followed a trail I laid before I learned to trust anyone but ledgers. I do not know your name, I do not know your face, but I know your blood because my blood chose you, and I know you have already survived what this city tried to burn from you. Do not open the trunk in Lazar's tower until the moon is veiled. The blood test will demand 3 things, the signet, the memory, and the choice. You will know what each means when the time comes. I am sorry I will not meet you. I think I would have liked you. Scythian-driven Noor read the letter twice. Her hands were steady. Her heart was not. The signet, she said. The memory, the choice. Trunk, moon, blood. Sophia's voice was barely a whisper. The trunk is in this tower. The veiled moon is tomorrow night, the one that falls between the Concord and the new cycle. And the choice. I know what the choice is. They both looked at her. Noor folded the letter and returned it to the case. The copper bracelet sat warm against her wrist. Inside the case, beneath the letter, lay a second document, a folded map of Vespergate, drawn in a hand that predated every street she had walked. A single location was marked in red ink, not beneath the Crimson House, beneath the old city offices. The place Sophia had just broken into. Chapter 18. The case lay open on the desk, the letter folded beside it, the map spread beneath the lamplight. Noor traced the red mark with her finger. The location sat at the intersection of 3 transit lines, a knot of streets that had been renumbered twice since the city expanded. Beneath the old city offices, a room that predated the building above it. "Sophia," she said, "when you were in the basement, did you see any access points below the floor? A hatch, a stairwell, any indication of a lower level?" Sophia stood at the hearth, her thin hands wrapped around a cup of tea Lazar had pressed into them. She had not drunk from it. The storage room was bricked in on 3 sides. The 4th wall was raw stone, older than the foundation. I assumed it was the original retaining wall. "It is not a retaining wall." Lazar spoke from the window. He had not moved since they entered. His voice was low, careful. "That building was constructed over a sealed chamber. Signet showed me the original survey maps before the Concord was signed. The chamber predates every structure on that block by at least 2 centuries. Noor looked at him. "You knew." "I knew there was a chamber. I did not know it connected to her directive." He turned from the window. His face was unreadable, but his iron-gray eyes held something she had not seen before: uncertainty. "She showed me many things. She did not explain all of them." Sophia set her cup down, untouched. "The directive I have guarded for 40 years is a fake. This is real." She gestured at the open case. "But the letter says nothing about what the test actually requires, only that it needs 3 things, and the signet is not in this case." Noor lifted the folder again, checking beneath the map. The leather binding held nothing else. No seal, no ring, no impression of a crest pressed into wax. "The signet is the missing piece," she said. "The letter says the trunk cannot be opened until the veiled moon, but it does not say the signet is in the trunk." She looked at Lazar. "Does it?" His jaw tightened. "No, it does not." "Then where is it?" The question hung between them. Sophia's breath caught, a sound too small to be a gasp, but unmistakable in the stillness. Lazar walked to the fireplace and stood with his back to them. The firelight caught the silver pin on his collar, the only ornament he wore. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of centuries, pressed thin. "Signet gave me the trunk with words I have repeated to myself every year since. You will know when it is time to open it. I never asked her what she meant because I believed I would know. That the lock itself would tell me when the person had arrived." He turned. His eyes met Noor's. "The trunk pulsed when you spoke. It has never done that for anyone, so the signet is inside." "I do not know." Noor held his gaze. The copper bracelet was warm against her wrist, not constricting, not cold. Waiting. "Then we open the trunk tomorrow night," she said, "and we find out what Signet left for the person she knew would come." Sophia made a sound that was almost a laugh. "You speak as if the Regency will simply allow you to wait until tomorrow night. Ondine knows you survived. She knows you are here. The Article 12 deadline is tonight at midnight. If you do not present yourself for the blood test by then, you are lawful prey for anyone who chooses to move against you." "Sanctuary holds until midnight," Lazar said. "And after midnight, the house laws that govern this tower make it sovereign soil. No court action can be enforced within these walls without my permission. But I cannot stay in this tower forever." "No," he agreed. "But you do not have to leave tonight." Noor looked down at the map again. The red mark seemed darker now, as if it had absorbed the lamplight. "The blood test," she said slowly. "The directive says it requires the signet, the memory, and the choice. But the letter also says I will know what each means when the time comes." She lifted her head. "I think the signet is in the trunk. I think the memory is whatever Signet left in that chamber beneath the old city offices. And the choice." She stopped. Lazar watched her. Sophia watched her. "The choice is whether I claim the throne at all." Noor's voice was flat, the voice she used for numbers that refused to balance. "The blood test confirms the lineage. It does not force the heir to accept the succession. I can prove I am Draeven and still walk away. You will not. She met Lazar's eyes. No, I will not. But Sidoni wanted the choice to be mine. He's waving it here. I love you. That is why she buried the truth under enough layers that only someone who wanted to find it could reach it. She touched the copper bracelet. She built a trail that required obsession. She wanted an heir who would fight for the truth, not one who stumbled across it by accident. Zofia exhaled slowly. She was planning this for centuries. Yes. The silence stretched. Outside, the false dawn had burned off, and the sky through the tower window was the pale gray of winter light. Lazar spoke first. Then we have until midnight to secure what we can from the Directive, and until tomorrow night to open the trunk. After that, we will need to reach the chamber beneath the old city offices before Ondine deduces where Sidoni's real secrets are buried. She will guess, Noor said. She has ruled for a century. She knows the city's bones better than anyone alive. Then we move first. Noor looked at Zofia. The archivist's hands were still shaking, but her eyes had cleared. Can you find the access point beneath the old city offices before midnight? Noor asked. I can try. Zofia stood. Her voice was steadier now. But I will not go alone this time. I will go with you. Lazar stepped forward. No, you are the target. If you leave this tower before the veiled moon, every assassin in the court will know within minutes. Then I will not leave looking like myself. He stopped. Noor pulled the pins from her hair and let it fall around her shoulders. She unfastened the outer coat, the one Zofia had seen her in, and reached for a plain dark shawl hanging by the door, a servant's garment Lazar kept for the rare mortal worker who entered the tower. If I am hunched, covered, and walking like someone who belongs in the service corridors, I can reach the old city offices through the maintenance tunnels beneath the court. The conspirators used them to set the archive fire. I read the access logs. They are not monitored after midnight because the court assumes no one knows about them. Zofia stared at her. You memorized the access logs. I memorize everything. Lazar said nothing for a long moment. Then he crossed the room and stopped in front of her, close enough that she could smell wood smoke and old paper on his coat. You are asking me to let you walk into a trap you may not see until it closes. I am asking you to trust me. She did not look away. The way you asked me to trust you. His hand lifted, hesitated, then dropped. The maintenance tunnels are the most dangerous route in the city. They are dark, narrow, and unwarded. If you are caught in them, no one will hear you call for help. I know. And you are still going. Yes. He held her gaze. Then he stepped aside. The tunnels begin beneath the eastern cellar. There is a false panel behind the third wine rack. The access key is kept in the warded drawer beside the hearth. Noor crossed to the drawer. It opened at her touch, the ward recognizing Lazar's permission. Inside lay a brass key, blackened with age, no larger than her palm. She tucked it into her pocket and wrapped the shawl around her shoulders. I will be back before midnight. Lazar's voice followed her to the door. Be careful, Noor Haddad. She turned, her hand on the latch. I am always careful. The door closed behind her. The copper bracelet was cold against her wrist. Chapter 19. The maintenance tunnels smelled of wet stone and old iron. Noor moved with her shoulders curved, the servant's shawl pulled low over her brow, the brass key cold against her palm inside her pocket. The corridor branched twice before she reached the first junction, and each time she chose the narrower path, the one the access logs had marked as disused. The walls wept moisture. No lamps burned here. She counted steps in her head, the way she counted columns in a ledger, and tried not to think about how much stone sat between her and the sky. The third junction opened into a wider chamber where 3 tunnels met. A single gas lamp flickered in a wall bracket, recently lit. Elias Mercer stood beneath it. He wore a mortal council coat, dark wool with brass buttons, and carried a leather portfolio tucked under one arm. His smile when he saw her was careful, practiced, and did not quite reach his eyes. Noor Haddad, he said. I was beginning to think you would not come this way. She stopped at the edge of the lamp's light. Her hand stayed in her pocket, closed around the key. You were waiting for me. I was waiting for someone. He tilted his head. The maintenance tunnels are the only route to the old city offices that does not pass through a warded checkpoint. I assumed you would figure that out eventually. You have figured out everything else. Who told you I was coming? No one. He lifted the portfolio. I read the same access logs you did, cross-referenced them against the sealed chamber beneath the civic basement. The pattern was not difficult to follow once I knew what to look for. Noor studied him. The mortal Liaison stood easily in the damp tunnel, his coat immaculate, his posture relaxed, as if meeting a fugitive auditor in an unlit corridor at the edge of midnight was an ordinary part of his evening. You want something, she said. I want the Concord to survive the night. So do I. Then we have a place to start. He held out the portfolio. She did not take it. Elias, if this is a trap, I need you to understand that I will remember every word you say to me tonight, and I will use it. Something flickered in his eyes. Respect, she thought, or weariness, perhaps both. It is not a trap. He lowered the portfolio but did not withdraw it. I have spent 3 years negotiating the Concord renewal with Ondine Maraval. She is elegant, intelligent, and completely unwilling to concede anything that would give the Mortal Council a foothold in the Night Districts. I need leverage. You are leverage. I am a target. You are both. That is what makes you useful. She let the silence stretch. The gas lamp hissed. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness behind her. I need access to the sealed civic files from the old city offices, she said finally. The ones that were supposed to be transferred to the Crimson House archive and were not. Elias's smile sharpened. I know. You know, I filed the retention orders myself during the decommission. I told the transfer clerks that certain records required council oversight before release. He tapped the portfolio. I have been waiting 3 years for someone to ask about them. Noor stepped forward and took the portfolio. The leather was warm from his coat. She did not open it. What is in here? Property deeds, maintenance contracts, a sealed directive filed under Queen Sadoni Draeven's personal seal, predating the Crimson House by 70 years, that no one in the court has ever been authorized to open. He paused. I believe it contains the original founding charter of the blood wards beneath the city. Her fingers tightened on the leather. You read it? I read the legal description. The contents are warded. I am mortal, and I have no Draeven blood, so the seal would not answer me. He looked at her with fresh calculation. But I suspect it will answer you. Noor tucked the portfolio under her arm, next to her body, where the shawl could cover it. What do you want in return? Ilias considered the question longer than she expected. When he spoke, his voice was quieter. The Concord renewal grants the Amaranth Court exclusive rights to blood tithe collection across 3 eastern districts for the next 50 years. The Mortal Council has been trying to renegotiate that for a decade. If you claim the throne tonight, and if you survive long enough to set new terms, I want your word that the eastern districts will be reopened for mortal oversight. You want me to rewrite a treaty I have not even read? I want you to promise that you will read it. He held her gaze, with mortal interests in mind. Noor studied him, the brass key pressed against her palm, the portfolio weighed against her ribs. Somewhere above them, the court was arranging itself around her death. You are betting that I survive the night. I am betting that you are the only person in the Crimson House who treats records like evidence instead of weapons. He stepped back into the shadow beyond the lamp. The sealed chamber beneath the old city offices has a secondary entrance through the eastern maintenance grate. The grate is locked, but the council's engineering office kept a spare key. He paused. It is taped to the underside of the 3rd inspection panel on the north wall of the old boiler room. Why are you telling me this? Because I want you to succeed. His voice was barely audible now, and because if you do not, I will spend the next 50 years negotiating with Ondine Maraval, and I would rather spend them negotiating with someone who reads the numbers. He turned and walked into the darkness. The sound of his footsteps faded, and then there was only the hiss of the lamp and the drip of water and the weight of the portfolio in her arms. Noor stood alone in the tunnel for a long moment. Then she opened the portfolio. The first document was a property deed, yellowed and brittle, dated 230 years ago. The second was a maintenance contract, signed in the same hand she had seen on Sidoni's directive, the crescent moon and downward thorn pressed into the wax beside the signature. The third document was a sealed envelope. The seal was Draeven. The handwriting on the front was Sidoni's, for the one who reaches this last. Noor's hand shook as she tucked the portfolio closed. She had hours until midnight. A sealed chamber beneath the city. A trunk she could not open until tomorrow night. And now, a dead queen's final letter, waiting in her hands. The copper bracelet was warm against her wrist. She walked into the darkness. Chapter 20. The tower study had not changed in the hours she had been gone. The same hearth glow, the same maps pinned to the wall, the same weight of stone and silence pressing against the windows. Noor set the portfolio on the desk and pulled the shawl from her shoulders. Her hands were steady now. The tremor had passed somewhere between the maintenance tunnel and the tower stair, leaving only the cold clarity of someone who had run out of room for fear. She slid the sealed envelope from the portfolio. Sidoni's handwriting was sharper than she expected. The ink had browned with age, but every stroke was precise, deliberate, the hand of someone who never wasted a line. For the one who reaches this last, Noor broke the seal. The letter inside was short, 3 paragraphs on heavy paper that still held the faint smell of old cedar. She read it once, standing, then sat down and read it again. You have followed the numbers where others followed ambition. You have read what the court chose to bury. By the time this letter reaches your hands, you will know that the blood in your veins is mine, and that the throne has been waiting longer than any living vampire remembers. The signet is in the trunk. The trunk will open only for the veiled moon. Do not test it sooner. The ward is keyed to the lunar cycle and will seal itself permanently if forced. The memory is beneath the old city offices, in the chamber I sealed before the Crimson House was built. You will know it when you see it. The choice is yours alone. Do not trust the Regency. Do not trust the Tithe Lords. Trust the blood that brought you here, and trust the one who kept my silence for 9 centuries. There is one more thing. The trunk will ask you for proof. Give it your blood. It will recognize what the court denies. The letter did not have a signature. It did not need one. Noor set it down and looked at the trunk. It sat beneath the Draeven tapestry where it had always been, iron straps catching the firelight, the smooth metal plate gleaming like a closed eye. She had touched it before. The bracelet had pulsed. The trunk had stayed shut. But the veiled moon was tomorrow night. She had hours, not days. The Article 12 deadline loomed. The seal beneath the city waited, and the trunk was the first step. Lazar appeared in the study doorway. He had not made a sound, but she felt him there, a shift in the air, the weight of someone who moved through the world like a drawn blade. You found her. I found more than her. Noor held up the letter. Sidoni left instructions. The trunk opens tomorrow night, not before. He crossed to the hearth and stood with his back to the flames, watching her. That is not what brought you back shaking. She folded the letter and tucked it into her coat. Elias Mercer gave me the sealed records. He wants mortal oversight of the eastern districts in exchange. You agreed. I promised to read the treaty. She met his gaze. That is not the same thing. A flicker of something crossed his face. Approval, perhaps, or recognition. And the tunnel route? He told me about a secondary entrance through the eastern maintenance grate, a key under an inspection panel in the old boiler room. She paused. He has known about the chamber for 3 years and waited for someone to ask. Lazar said nothing. The fire cracked. The shadows moved across his face. You do not trust him. I trust that he has his own interests. She stood, bracing her hands on the desk. He wants leverage. That makes him predictable. Ondine wants me dead. That makes her predictable too. And the trunk? Noor looked at the iron-bound chest, the smooth plate, the silence of whatever waited inside. The letter says I need to give it my blood. Lazar's jaw tightened. The signet is inside. You are certain. The letter says the signet is in the trunk. The trunk will open for the veiled moon. She turned to face him fully. What else could it mean? He did not answer. The copper bracelet pressed against her wrist, warm and steady, as if it had heard the question and decided to wait. Noor walked to the trunk. The firelight caught the metal plate, and for a moment she saw her reflection in it, distorted and dark, a stranger's face behind her own. Tomorrow night, she said. "When the moon is veiled, I open the trunk, I take the signet, then I go beneath the city and find whatever Sidony left for me. And the choice. Yes." She touched the cool metal of the trunk with her fingertips. The bracelet pulsed once, a heartbeat against her skin. "That comes after." She did not ask him if he would be there. She already knew. The hours crawled. Noor worked through the portfolio on the desk, cataloging deeds, cross-referencing maintenance contracts, building a map of the sealed chamber's access points from Sinoni's ancient chart and Elias's details. The third inspection panel, the eastern maintenance grate, the boiler room that had not been used in decades. The tower held its silence around her. Lazar stayed in the study for most of it, reading old correspondence, pretending she was not there. She caught him watching her once when he thought she would not notice. His face was unreadable, but his hands were still, and she remembered what he had said in the tunnel before she left his tower earlier. "I have not felt hope in centuries." She looked away first. The moon rose. The sky beyond the tower windows was clear, cold, every star sharp as a needle. Tomorrow it would be veiled. Noor closed the portfolio and pressed her palm flat against the leather. The copper bracelet was warm against her wrist, steady as a second pulse. She stood and walked back to the trunk. The metal plate gleamed, the iron straps held their rustless grip. She had touched it before, and it had pulsed but not opened. The letter had said to wait for the veiled moon, but the letter had also said, "Give it your blood." Noor pulled the pin from her hair. The bronze tip was sharp enough. Lazar was at the desk. He had not moved, but she felt his attention shift, the weight of it landing on her like a blade testing its edge. The letter said to wait for the moon. The letter said the trunk would open for the veiled moon. It also said the trunk would ask for proof. She pressed the pin against her index finger until the skin broke. A bead of blood welled up, dark and bright in the firelight. "I want to see what it does with the answer." She pressed her finger to the metal plate. The contact was warm. The copper bracelet contracted hard, squeezing her wrist until she gasped, and then the trunk opened. Not with a hinge or a latch, but a seam of light that ran the length of the metal plate, splitting it in two. The halves slid apart without sound, revealing a compartment lined with velvet the color of old rust. Inside, a signet ring lay on a bed of black silk. The metal was dark, darker than iron, darker than the trunk itself. The crest was a crescent moon cradling a downward thorn, the same symbol that had marked every hidden carrier, every sealed document, every secret Sidony had buried across 2 centuries. Noor reached for it. The copper bracelet burned against her skin, and the signet answered with a pulse of warmth that traveled up her arm and lodged behind her ribs like a second heart. She lifted the ring. Beneath it, folded in the silk, was a single sheet of paper. The handwriting was Sidony's again, smaller this time, as if she had written it in haste or pain. "Blood remembers what courts deny. Wear the signet. The ward beneath the city will answer, and the dead will speak. But know this, once the lock opens, it cannot be closed again by anyone but the one who holds the throne. Make your choice before you descend. There will be no second chance." Noor read it twice. Then she slid the signet onto her right hand. The ring was warm. It fit as if it had been made for her. The copper bracelet pulled once, then fell still. Lazar had risen from the desk. He stood at the edge of the firelight, watching her with eyes that held something she had not seen before. "What does it say?" She handed him the note. He read it in silence. When he looked up, his face was carved from the same stone as the tower walls. "You have the signet." "I have the signet. The veiled moon is tomorrow." She nodded, the ring warm against her finger, the weight of Sinoni's last warning settling into her bones. "Then we have one night," she said, "to decide what comes next." The trunk sat open and empty, the velvet lining exposed, the secret it had kept for centuries finally released. Noor touched the signet, felt the pulse of the ward that answered her blood, and did not look away from Lazar's face. Tomorrow, the moon would veil. Tomorrow, she would open the lock beneath the city. Tonight, she would choose who she became before she descended. The copper bracelet hummed against her wrist, and the tower held its breath around her. Chapter 21. The trunk stood open. The velvet lining glowed rust-red in the firelight, and Noor's hand still burned where the signet had answered her blood. But beneath the ring, beneath the note, the compartment held more. A second layer of silk, darker than the first, peeled back to reveal a bundle of parchment tied with a thin leather cord. The binding was brittle, the knots stiff with age. Noor lifted it carefully, feeling the weight of something that had not been touched in centuries. The cord came apart at her touch. She unfolded the first sheet. The handwriting was not Sidoni's. It was smaller, less certain, written in ink that had faded to the color of dried rust. A woman's hand, a name at the bottom that made her breath catch. Layla Haddad, Noor's mother. The room tilted. She gripped the edge of the trunk and forced herself to read. To whoever finds this, you are my blood. I do not know your name, but I know what you carry. The Queen's line runs through me and through you. I was the last carrier, the 12th, and I hid you as she commanded. I buried this proof where only the signet could lead you. Forgive me for what I could not tell you. Forgive me for leaving you with silence instead of truth. The ward beneath the city remembers what the court erased. Your blood is the key. The memory is below. The choice is yours. I love you. I never held you long enough. The ink bled at the edges of the final word, as if a drop of water had fallen there, or a tear. Noor's fingers trembled. The parchment shook in her grip. Lazar had not moved. She felt him watching, felt the weight of his attention like a hand held inches from her skin, not touching, ready to catch her if she fell. He kept it, she said. Her voice came out raw. Sidoni kept my mother's letter inside the trunk. She knew who would find it. The Queen planned for generations, Lazar said. She did nothing by accident. Nu turned the parchment over. On the reverse, in the same hand, were 3 lines of dates and locations, each crossed out after a single year. The last entry read, Vespergate, Crimson House Auxiliary, Year of the Veiled Moon. 26 years ago, the year Nu was born. The year her mother came to Sabah with cash and fear and a story she never finished telling. She was here, Nu whispered. My mother was inside the Crimson House. She walked through these corridors. She knew what she was carrying, and she put it in writing so I would find it. She looked up at Lazar. His face was still carved from stone, but his eyes were not. They held something raw, something that matched the ache in her chest. I have not felt hope in centuries, he said. The words landed like a hand reaching through fog. Noor set the parchment down carefully, as if it might crumble. The signet was warm against her finger, the copper bracelet quiet against her wrist. She had the proof. She had the ring. She had the body of a dead queen's design laid open before her. But it was Lazar's voice that held her. Centuries, she repeated. I forgot what it felt like. He did not look away. I stopped allowing myself to want anything beyond the next day, the next order, the next execution. Sidoni's trust was the last thing I held, and when she sealed herself beneath the city, I became a blade without a hand to wield it. He took a step toward her, then another. You came into that archive, and the ward answered you. The trunk answered you. The signet answered you. His voice dropped. I answered you. Before I knew your name, before I understood what you were, my blood knew yours. And I felt something I had not felt since Sidoni walked into the dark. The space between them shrank. Noor's pulse was loud in her throat. She could feel the heat of him, the strange stillness of a body that did not need to breathe but held its breath anyway. You said the bond does not override choice, she said. It does not. Then this is not the bond talking. No. His hand rose, paused, waited for permission she had not given. This is me. 9 centuries of silence, and I am choosing to break it with you. She reached for him. Her fingers closed around his wrist. The contact sent a shiver up her arm. Not cold, not hunger, but recognition. The signet pulsed against his skin, and his breath caught, the first unguarded sound she had ever heard from him. Noor. Her name in his mouth, raw and quiet. She pulled him closer. His hand found her jaw, tilted her face to the firelight. The callus on his thumb scraped gently against her cheekbone. She did not look away. She let him see her. The fear, the fury, the grief. the want she had refused to name since the moment she first scented smoke and iron in the archive vault. He lowered his mouth to hers. The kiss did not happen. A knock shattered the air. Lazar went still. His hand dropped. The space between them turned cold as a blade sliding home. "First sword." The voice came through the door, muffled, urgent. "The Regent has summoned the full court. She has called the Concord delegates to the Crimson Hall within the hour. Her messenger says it concerns a threat to the succession." Noor felt the signet pulse against her finger like a warning. Ondine knew. She had felt the trunk open, or the signet leave its resting place, or the ward shift beneath the city when Noor's blood touched the lock. The Regent was moving before Noor could draw her next breath. Lazar's jaw tightened. He looked at Noor, and the raw tenderness was still there, banked, burning, but pushed behind iron control. "Stay here." "No." "Noor, she already knows I have the signet. Staying in the tower will not undo that. She called the court. That means she plans to make her move before the veiled moon." Lazar's hands curled into fists at his sides. "If you walk into the Crimson Hall, you walk into her territory. No sanctuary, no sovereign soil. She can arrest you, challenge you, execute you on the floor if she brings enough witnesses to back her claim." The copper bracelet was warm. The signet was warm. The letter from Noor's mother lay open on the trunk, and her mother's handwriting said, "The choice is yours." Noor picked up the parchment, folded it carefully, and tucked it inside her coat. "Then I will not walk in alone." She met Lazar's eyes. The fire crackled. The trunk stood empty. Outside the tower windows, the moon was clear and cold, and tomorrow it would veil. But tonight, Ondine had moved, and Noor was done running. Chapter 22. The Crimson Hall blazed with light. Crystal chandeliers threw prismatic fire across the marble floor, and every sconce held a candle burning gold against the darkness outside. The room was packed. Tithe lords in black velvet, Concord delegates in mortal wool, servants pressed against the walls, and at the center of it all, Regent Ondine Maraval stood before the empty throne. She wore the same deep charcoal silk as the Banquet, but the opal at her throat caught the light differently tonight, like an eye opening. Noor walked in with Lazar at her shoulder. The signet was hidden beneath her glove, but she felt it pulse against her finger in time with her heartbeat. The copper bracelet had gone cold the moment she crossed the threshold. The court parted around them. Ondine watched Noor cross the room with an expression that matched the opal, beautiful, hard, and impossible to read. She did not look at Lazar. She looked only at Noor, and the silence she commanded was absolute. "Noor Haddad," Ondine's voice carried without effort. "I would speak with you privately. The Crimson Study. Now." Lazar stepped forward. "Regent, you will wait here, First Sword." Ondine did not raise her voice. "This is not a request." The guards on either side of the throne room doors shifted their weight. Mirak Sulti stood near the eastern pillar, his thin, calculating smile fixed in place. Celeste Viren had positioned herself near the north window, her whiskey-colored eyes tracking the exchange with ancient patience. Noor turned to Lazar. "I will be fine." "Noor, I said I will be fine." She held his gaze long enough to mean it, then followed Ondine through a side door she had not noticed before, a panel in the wainscoting that swung open without a sound. The Crimson Study was smaller than the hall, paneled in dark wood, lined with ledgers and rolled maps. A single lamp burned on the desk. Ondine closed the door behind them, and the lock clicked home with the finality of a coffin lid. Noor did not sit. Ondine did not offer. For a long moment, the Regent simply looked at her, and in the lamplight, the silver-blonde Qingyan caught the glow. The pale-greened eyes held nothing but calculation. "You opened the trunk," Ondine said. "You know I did." "I felt it." Ondine's voice was quiet now, stripped of public performance. "The wards beneath the city shifted. I have held this court together for a century, and I felt the lock tremble like a tooth about to break." Noor kept her hand still. The signet burned against her finger beneath the glove. "I am not here to discuss what I found in the trunk." "Then why are you here?" Ondine moved around the desk, not threatening, not aggressive, but deliberate. You walked into my hall with the first sword at your back and a dead queen's ring on your hand. You made your choice the moment you crossed that threshold. I am giving you a chance to unmake it. The offer came smooth as oil, 120,000 crowns, more than enough to clear Sabah's debt, a sealed transport out of Vespergate by dawn, a property deed in a mortal city 300 miles east, clean title, no court ties, and silence, complete silence. Noor would sign a document swearing she never found any blood evidence, that the ward responded to residual magic from handling old artifacts. Lazar would be bound by the same silence under threat of his oath being reviewed. No draft, no refugee, no hidden heir resurrected. You go home, Ondine said. Your grandmother lives in peace. The Concord continues, and thousands of mortals who have made their peace with the night districts do not starve when the tithe agreements collapse. Noor listened. The numbers were precise, the terms were generous, the exit was real, and every word Ondine spoke was true. That was the worst part. Tell me about the lock, Noor said. Ondine's composure flickered. Just once. A muscle at her jaw, gone before it could become a tell. What did Sidoni's letter tell you? That the lock cannot be closed once opened. That the blood wards are failing. That you have been holding the throne together with the equivalent of ledger fraud for a century. Ondine laughed. It was not a pleasant sound, dry and cracked as old leather. Ledger fraud. She shook her head. Child, I have spent 100 years feeding the beast beneath this city with lies, with redirected payments, with treaties I negotiated while blinking through my sleeves. The Concord is not a legal document. It is a tourniquet, and you want to cut it open. I want the truth. The truth will kill you. Ondine stepped closer. Her eyes had lost their cool distance. The truth will kill everyone who helped you. Zofia, Sabah, Lazar, every mortal who signed a tithe contract in the eastern districts. Do you understand what happens if the succession is contested openly? The wards destabilize, the lock breaks, and the thing Sodini buried beneath the city rises because there is no throne holder to hold it down. Then why did she hide an heir? Because she hoped the heir would never need to claim. Ondine's voice dropped. Because she believed the lock would hold long enough for the court to evolve, to find another way. But it did not. And now you are here, wearing her ring, carrying her blood, and you do not even know what she was. Noor felt the Signet pulse, warm, insistent. Tell me, have you ever wondered what made Sidney Draeven strong enough to found a court? Ondine's mouth twisted. She did not just drink blood, she consumed power itself. Oaths, memories, the life force of every enemy who threatened her city. She built the throne on what she ate, and when she could not digest it anymore, she walled herself inside the lock to keep it from digesting her. The words hung in the lamplight. Noor's throat tightened. The lock is not keeping something out, she said slowly. It is keeping her in. Ondine's silence was confirmation. Then the air. Noor started. The air becomes the new container. Ondine's face was pale now, stripped of pretense. You would not rule Vespergate, Noor. You would become its next prison, and I have spent a century trying to make sure no one had to bear that. The study was very quiet. Noor thought of the letter in her coat. Her mother's handwriting. The choice is yours. Then, why did you not destroy the evidence? Noor asked. Why let the audit continue? Why not burn the ledgers the night I arrived? Ondine's composure cracked. Because I wanted to believe, she whispered. I wanted to believe there was another way. Silence. And then Ondine straightened and the mask slid back into place. I know about Sabah. Noor's blood turned to ice. I know where she lives. I know the locks on her doors. I know the route she takes to market every Tuesday morning. Ondine's voice was flat, administrative, her weapon of choice. I have known for 26 years. I chose not to touch her, because I am not a monster. But if you walk out of this study and into that hall wearing Sidoni's signet, I will have no choice. You would threaten my grandmother. I would save a city. Ondine's eyes held no cruelty, only exhaustion. Give me the ring. Take the money. Walk away, and Sabah lives out her days in peace. Refuse, and the price of your throne will be her blood. Noor's hand found the signet beneath her glove. The copper bracelet was cold against her wrist, and somewhere beneath the city, the lock waited, already trembling, already open, and Sidoni Draeven was still hungry. Chapter 23. The corridor outside the Crimson Study was empty. Noor walked through it with her hand pressed to her coat, the signet burning against her palm through the glove. Sabah's face behind her eyes every step. The hall had cleared. The candles still burned. Celeste Viren's ancient gaze followed her from the corner where she stood, but Noor did not stop. She did not stop until the tower door closed behind her and the lock engaged. Then her knees gave. She caught herself on the stone floor, one hand flat, the signet ringing against the flagstones. The copper bracelet lay dead gold against her wrist. Her breath came in pieces, each one smaller than the last. Sabah. The name ripped out of her. She knows where Sabah lives. She knows everything. Her locks, her market route, her. Lazar's voice came from above her, low and steady. I know. No. Noor looked up. He stood 3 paces away, his hands at his sides, his face carved from stone. You do not get to be calm. She threatened my grandmother. She will kill her if I do not. Give her the ring. Take the money. Vanish. He finished the sentence for her. I know what Ondine offered. I know what she threatened. You listened. I did not need to. I have known Ondine for a century. He moved then, slowly, lowering himself to sit on the floor across from her, not touching, not crowding. I also know she will not hurt Sabah tonight. Noor's throat burned. You cannot promise that. I can promise that killing Sabah costs Ondine her only leverage. Sabah alive keeps you hesitating. Sabah dead makes you an enemy with nothing left to lose. His winter iron eyes held hers. Ondine is 100 things, but she is not stupid. The words should have helped. They did not. The rage was still there, coiled and hot, and beneath it something smaller, something that had been waiting for this moment since she first touched the brass seal. Fear. She had been afraid since the archive, afraid of the bond, afraid of the court, afraid of what her own blood demanded. She had managed it with ledgers and distance and the clean lie of professional control, but Ondine had taken that from her with a single administrative sentence about locks and Tuesday mornings. I am terrified, Noor said. The words came out flat, unadorned. Lazar did not flinch. I know, and I do not know what to do with it. Neither do I. His mouth moved, almost a smile. I have spent 9 centuries learning to hold fear in one hand and action in the other. I have never learned to put it down. She looked at him, really looked. The shadows under his eyes, the tension in his jaw, the way his hands lay still because he was forcing them still. You are afraid too. I have been afraid since the moment I scented you in the archive. His voice was rough. Afraid I would fail you. Afraid I would have to watch you die. Afraid the bond would take your choice before you had a chance to make it. It has not. I know. His gaze held hers. That is the only thing I am not afraid of. The words settled into the space between them heavier than any promise. Noor's hand moved to the glove. She pulled it off, slowly, and the signet caught the firelight. Crescent moon and downward thorn, the weight of a dead queen and a city's hunger. I am not giving her this ring. I know. I am not taking her money. I am not walking away. I know. Then what do I do? Lazar rose. He did not reach for her. He stood and waited. You choose. The words hit her like a cold sheet of rain. The choice. Not the throne. Not the blood test. Not the lock beneath the city. Those would come. But right now, in the tower, with the fire crackling and the night pressing against the windows, she had one choice that belonged only to her. Him. She rose. Her legs were unsteady. She did not care. You have not touched me, she said. Not since the first night. Not since you knew. I told you. I swore I would not use the bond to. I know what you swore. She stepped closer. I am asking you to touch me now. His breath caught. She saw it, the small break in the control he wore like armor. Noor, I am not asking because of the bond. Her voice shook, but she did not stop. I am not asking because I am afraid. I am asking because I want to feel something that is not a threat or a trap or a number in a ledger. I am asking because it is you. Silence. Then Lazar moved. He crossed the distance in one step, and his hands found her face, cradling it with a gentleness that shattered something inside her chest. His thumbs traced the line of her jaw. His forehead dropped to hers. I have wanted this, he said, barely a breath. I have wanted this since before I knew your name. Then stop talking. She kissed him. It was not the near kiss from before, interrupted by messengers and duty. This was deliberate, her mouth finding his, her hands fisting in his coat, the signet pressing against his collarbone like a brand. He made a sound, low and broken, and his arms closed around her, pulling her against him as if she was the only solid thing in a city built on lies. The coat fell to the floor. The fire threw their shadows across the stone. She felt his hands in her hair, at her waist, the firm weight of his palm against her spine. He kissed her like he was learning a language he had waited centuries to speak. And she answered in kind, letting her body say what her voice could not. They did not speak of the morning. They did not speak of the lock or the Concord or the grandmother whose life hung on a regent's calculation. They spoke in touch, in breath, in the quiet surrender of two people who had spent too long holding themselves apart. When she finally lay against him, her cheek on his chest, his arm wrapped around her ribs, the fire had burned low and the stars had wheeled past the tower windows. His heartbeat was steady beneath her ear, human slow. She had never noticed before how human his heart sounded. Noor. She lifted her head. His eyes were dark, soft, unguarded in a way she had never seen. I cannot promise tomorrow will not hurt you. I cannot promise Ondine will not force our hand before dawn. I cannot promise I will survive the descent, or that the lock will not take everything we have. Her chest tightened. But I can promise this. His hand found hers, the one with the signet, and he pressed his lips to her knuckles. You chose me, not the bond, not fate. You. And I will spend whatever time I have proving that was the right choice. The fire popped. Somewhere beneath the city, the lock trembled. And Noor Haddad, heir to a hunger she did not yet understand, held the 900-year-old executioner in her arms and felt, for the first time in weeks, something that might have been peace. It did not last. It never did. But it was hers. Chapter 24. The night had not allowed stillness. After the warmth of Lazar's arms, after the slow unspooling of fear and want, and the brief peace of being held, the world had pushed back in. A knock at the tower door before dawn. Zofia's face, pale and urgent, with news that could not wait. Now the three of them stood in the study. The fire burned to coals. The ledgers spread across the desk like a body awaiting dissection. Zofia's hands were wrapped around a cup of tea she had not touched. The steam rose and vanished. I need to show you something, she said. Something I should have shown you days ago. Noor's fingers found the signet beneath her cuff. A nervous habit already, less than a day old. Then show me. Zofia set down the cup. From her coat she produced a leather folder, worn at the edges, the binding cracked with age. She laid it on the desk and opened it to reveal a single sheet of parchment, covered in a tight, precise hand that Noor recognized immediately. Sinoni's handwriting. The misfiled ledgers, Zofia said. The recurring payments, the accounts that seemed to lead nowhere. I did not keep them hidden because I was following Regency orders. She paused. I kept them hidden because the Preen told me to. The words landed like a blade between ribs. Noor stared at the parchment. The handwriting was older than the letter she had read in the trunk. The ink faded to a brown so pale it barely held the page. But the loops were the same. The deliberate pressure on each stroke. The woman who had designed a city's blood wards had written this with her own hand. When did she give you this? The night before she entombed herself. Zophia's voice was barely audible. She came to the archive, alone. No guards, no attendants. She told me there would be accounts that did not make sense, payments that appeared to fund nothing, records that contradicted other records. She told me to keep them, to protect them from anyone who asked, to never let them be destroyed. Lazar moved to the hearth. His face was unreadable, but his hand rested on the mantel as if he needed the support. "And you never opened them?" "I opened them." Zophia's jaw tightened. "I read every line. I traced every payment. I spent 40 years trying to understand what she was paying for, and I never found the answer until now." "Until I found the signet," Noor said. "Until you opened the trunk." Zophia's pale eyes met hers. "The payments are not to a descendant. They are not a pension. They are not a bribe." "Then what are they?" Zophia reached into the folder again and pulled out a second sheet. This one was newer, the ink fresher, the handwriting recognizably her own. A column of figures, dates, amounts, notes in the margins. "The money went to maintenance accounts," Zophia said. "Civic works accounts, the kind that fund tunnel repairs, foundation reinforcements, water table management, everything beneath the city that keeps the ground from shifting." Noor took the sheet. Her eyes moved down the column. "The amounts match the payment trail." "Yes." "To the crown." "Yes." She looked up. "The lock." Zophia nodded. The room seemed to contract. Noor felt the air grow thinner, the fire's warmth retreating. The lock. Sino's prison. The thing Ondine had warned her about. The hunger that consumed oaths and memories and life force. "She paid for her own cage," Noor said slowly. "She paid to maintain it," Zophia corrected. "The lock needs blood, yes, but it also needs infrastructure, stone, iron, wards that hold the ground steady. Without the payments, the foundations weaken, the wards fray, the lock, and everything it contains." "How long?" Zophia's hands trembled. She pressed them flat against the desk. "The payments were due for renewal 3 weeks ago. I checked the records yesterday afternoon. The maintenance cycle has not been completed. The funds were intercepted, redirected, or simply never transferred." Noor's blood went cold. "Ondine? Or someone acting for her?" Zophia's voice cracked. "The lock is already beginning to fail. I felt it in the archive floor last night. A shudder, like something shifting deep below. The wards are holding, but they are weakening. If the maintenance is not renewed soon, and if the blood is not fed into the cycle, the lock will break. Then Sidoni will wake." "No." Lazar's voice was flat, final. "The lock will break, but Sidoni will not wake. She will be consumed. Everything she contained will be released into the city." The silence stretched. Noor looked at the parchment again. The Queen's handwriting, precise and deliberate. A woman who had planned her own imprisonment as carefully as she had planned her reign. "She knew," Noor said. "She knew this would happen. She built the payment trail to maintain the lock, and she left the signet and the letter for whoever would find them." "She left them for you," Zophia said. "She did not know your name, but she knew your blood would come." Noor's hand found the signet again. The metal was warm against her skin, pulsing with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. "What happens if I descend?" Zophia's face went pale. "You renew the lock. You replace the failing blood with your own. You become the container." "Or?" "There is no or. There is always an or." Zophia looked at Lazar. He met her gaze and held it, and something passed between them, old and heavy and unspoken. "The lock can be closed," Lazar said, "not just maintained, closed. If the throne holder chooses, the lock can be sealed permanently, and everything inside it can be destroyed." "Destroyed or freed?" "Destroyed. Sidoni's power, her memories, her hunger, all of it. The city would survive, the court would survive, but the founder would be gone." Noor's chest tightened. "Can I do that?" "You have the signet, you have the blood, you have the choice." She thought of Ondine's offer. 120,000 crowns. A clean deed, a life far from the night city and its hunger. She thought of Sabah, sitting in her small house with her gray hair and her hard rules. A woman who had spent 26 years protecting a secret she never fully understood. She thought of her mother's letter. The memory is below. The choice is yours. What do I need to do? Zofia reached into the folder one last time and pulled out a map. Not the one from Saidani's case, but a newer one. The paper crisp and the ink fresh. A route traced beneath the old city offices, through the maintenance tunnels, past the sealed chamber, into the dark. You need to descend, Zofia said, before the veiled moon, before the lock fails completely, and you need to decide what kind of heir you intend to be. Chapter 25. Zofia spread the map across the desk, her thin fingers tracing a route that ran beneath the old city offices, past the sealed chamber, into a darkness the cartographer had left blank. The lock is not Sidoni's tomb, she said. It is her cage, and she built it herself, but she did not build it over nothing. Noor leaned closer. The blank space on the map was irregular, jagged, as if the original surveyor had refused to finish the line. What is it? Sidoni found something when she laid the first foundation of the Crimson House, something already there, older than her reign, older than the city. Zofia's voice dropped. She did not tell the court. She told no one except the one person she trusted to keep the secret after she was gone. Lazar stood motionless by the hearth. His face told Noor nothing. You knew, Noor said. I knew she entombed herself. His voice was quiet. I did not know what she entombed herself over until after the seal closed. She left me the directive, but she did not leave me the full truth. She said some truths were too heavy to carry until they were needed. Zofia pulled a second parchment from the folder. Older than the first, the edges frayed, the ink faded to rust. This is the original survey. 70 years before the Crimson House was built. The ground beneath the Eastern District was tested for foundation work, and the surveyors stopped here. Her finger touched the blank space. They reported unstable sediment. The city built around it. Unstable sediment, Noor repeated. What the surveyors found was not sediment. It was a boundary, a natural ward woven into the stone and water table, older than any vampire bloodline. Something had been bound there long before the Amurath court claimed this territory. Noor's hand moved to the signet. The metal pulsed against her finger. Sidoni recognized it, Zofia continued. She built the Crimson House directly above the boundary. She anchored the court's wards to it, drawing power from the lock while reinforcing it with her own blood. For 2 centuries the system held. The bound thing fed the court's wards, and the court's wards kept the bound thing contained. Then she consumed too much. Zofia nodded. She grew hungry for power she could not control. Oaths, memories, life force, she drank them all. And the bound thing beneath the city drank with her. It grew stronger. By the time she realized what was happening, the boundary was already compromised. She could not undo what she had fed, so she did the only thing left. Locked herself inside. She became the cork. Her living body, her blood, her will, all of it pressing down on the breach. The payment stream maintained the infrastructure so the seal would not crack. Every 13 months, a blood carrier renewed the ward from above, keeping Sadio alive enough to hold. Noor's chest tightened. The 12 erased women. Her mother. Herself. We were not the heirs, she said slowly. We were the maintenance crew. Zofia's silence was answer enough. Lazar moved away from the hearth. His footsteps were soft on the stone, but Noor felt the weight of them through the floor. If Noor is killed before she descends, he said, the blood key dies with her. There is no 13th carrier. The lock will fail, Zofia said. The wards will fray. The bound thing beneath the city will rise, not through the seal, but through the cracks. It will take time, months, perhaps a year, but it will happen. The Concord will not survive. The court will not survive. And Ondine knows this. Ondine knows the lock will fail if the payments stop. She does not know what the lock contains. Sidoni told the Regency the lock sealed her own hunger, a safeguard against her own excess. She never told them what she was guarding against. Noor stared at the blank space on the map. She let me believe I would become the container, that I would replace Sidoni and hold her consumed power. Yes. What is actually down there? Zofia's hands trembled. She pressed them flat against the parchment. Sidoni called it the founder hunger. Not a person, Not a god, not a beast, a hunger, older than vampire kind. It feeds on power, on blood, on intent. It has been bound beneath this city since before the first stone of Vespergate was laid. Sidney anchored to it because she thought she could control it. She was wrong. The fire popped. The sound was sharp, final. Noor looked at Lazar. His face was gray, the lines around his mouth deep. You did not know this either. I knew she feared something. I did not know it had a name. She believed him. The bond pulsed once, steady, confirming the truth she already felt. Then, if I go down there, Noor said, if I open the seal and enter the lock, what happens? You face Sadoui, Sophia said. You face the hunger she has been holding at bay with her own living body. And you choose. Renew the seal and become the new anchor, drawing the hunger into yourself the way she did, or close the lock permanently, destroying the hunger, Sadoui, and anything else that remains inside. Can it be killed? Nothing that old can be killed. It can only be bound or released. Noor's hand found the map's edge. The paper was warm from Sophia's grip. Ondine does not know what the lock actually contains. She thinks she is preventing a succession crisis. She thinks the worst outcome is a mortal heir destabilizing the court. Yes, she is trying to erase me because she believes it will save the city. Yes, and if she succeeds, the lock fails, the hunger rises, and everything she has spent a century protecting burns. Yes, Noor looked at Lazar. His eyes were the color of winter iron, steady and dark. She cannot be allowed to stop me from descending. She will try. Then I need to move before she does. Sophia folded the map carefully, her fingers precise despite their trembling. The veiled moon rises in 9 hours. If you descend after it reaches its peak, the wards will be at their weakest and the passage will be open. If you descend before, the lock will resist you, but Saidani will still be conscious enough to speak. I want to speak to her. She may not want to speak to you. Noor touched the signet. The metal hummed against her skin. She left me a trail across 2 centuries, 12 erased women, a hidden letter, and a signet that fits my finger. She wants to speak. The room went quiet. The fire crackled. The map sat between them, folded, waiting. Lazar broke the silence first. If you descend before the veiled moon, you go alone. The passage will not accept a second presence until the wards open at peak. Then I go alone. You do not know what is down there. I know Ondine will kill my grandmother if I stay. Noor met his gaze. I know the lock is failing. I know the hunger is waking. And I know I have the signet, the blood, and the choice. She picked up the map. 9 hours. I need rest. I need supplies. And I need you both alive when I come back up. Sophia started to speak, then stopped. Her pale eyes were bright, wet. Lazar said nothing. He crossed the room and took Noor's hand, his fingers cold against the signet's warmth. The bond hummed between them, wordless and vast. 9 hours, he said. Then we move. The knock hemmed the tower door before he finished the sentence. 3 sharp raps, formal, official. Noor's blood went cold. Lazar released her hand and crossed to the door. He opened it to reveal a courier in Regency colors, a sealed envelope held at arm's length. From the Regent's office, for Noor Haddad. Lazar took the envelope. The courier bowed and left without another word. The seal was black wax, stamped with the Regency crest. Noor broke it open. The message was short. 4 lines, no signature needed. The Concord renewal has been moved forward. Full court convenes at sunset. Your attendance is required. Failure to appear will be treated as forfeiture of all rights under Article 12. Bring the signet. The parchment trembled in Noor's grip. Ondine had just forced her hand before the veiled moon could rise. Chapter 26. The parchment trembled in Noor's grip. 4 lines, black wax. The Regency crest pressed into the seal like a brand. The Concord renewal has been moved forward. Full court convenes at sunset. Your attendance is required. Failure to appear will be treated as forfeiture of all rights under Article 12. Bring the signet. Sunset. Ondine had just stolen the veiled moon window and wrapped it in legal threat. Sunset is in 6 hours. Lazar's voice was flat, controlled. Not 9. I can count. Noor set the parchment on the desk beside the folded map. Her hands were steady. That surprised her. Zofia rose from her chair, joints audible in the quiet. She is forcing you to choose between the Concord and the Descent. Or she is forcing me to walk into the Crimson Hall at sunset carrying the Signet, where every tithe lord, delegate, and armed retainer will see it and know exactly what it means. Noor traced the Regency crest with her fingertip. She wants me to make a scene, a public confrontation where she can paint me as the threat and activate whatever trap she has prepared under court sanction. Lazar moved to her side. Then do not give her the scene. If I do not appear, Article 12 forfeits, and I become lawful prey before I reach the tunnels. You could descend now, before she expects it. The passage will not open fully until the veiled moon peak. Zofia's voice was thin, strained. If Noor enters before the wards are ready, she will be forcing her way through resistance Sidoni designed to keep out everyone except the right person at the right time. Then I forced my way through. Noor looked at the map. I have the Signet. I have the blood. Sidoni wanted me to reach her. The resistance will recognize what I am. Or it will treat you as an intruder and crush you in the throat of the passage before you reach the first ward gate. Zofia's pale eyes were wet again. I did not spend 40 years protecting this trail to watch you die in the dark before you could read the end of it. The fire popped. The sound was too loud in the silence. Noor picked up the map and spread it across the desk. The red mark at the intersection of 3 transit lines seemed to pulse under the candlelight. Then I need a plan that holds both doors open. The Concord appearance and the descent, one after the other, with no gap for Ondine to exploit. Lazar leaned over the map. You cannot be in 2 places at once. No, but I can be seen at the Concord, establish a legal presence, invoke my rights under the blood test petition, and then withdraw before Ondine can force a vote or a condemnation. You think she will let you walk out of the Crimson Hall once you enter wearing the Signet? No. Noor met his gaze. I think she will try to detain me the moment I cross the threshold, which means I need to enter with enough public weight that detaining me triggers a political cost she cannot afford on renewal night. Zofia's breath caught. Witnesses. Witnesses, Noor repeated. The blood test requires 3 nobles of standing. If I appear at the Concord surrounded by potential witnesses who have already seen the Signet and heard my claim, Ondine cannot silence me without declaring war on the succession law itself. Celeste Viren. Lazar's voice was low, assessing. She was Sidoni's friend. She remembers the old court. She will stand. Aldrich Venn, Noor said. He wants stability. If I represent the path of least disruption, he will side with the legal claim. Zofia Ilv. Zofia's voice was barely above a whisper. 40 years of service. No faction allegiance. If I witness for Noor, my testimony carries weight because I have no stake in the outcome. That is 3. Noor counted on her fingers. 3 witnesses before the full court. Ondine cannot override the blood test petition once it has been formally presented with 3 noble signatures. She can ignore it. Lazar's jaw tightened. She can rule the petition defective on a technicality and order your detention while she reviews the evidence. Then I need the petition to be defective in a way that forces her to reveal her hand. Noor's voice was sharp now, the auditor's edge cutting through the fear. I need her to make a mistake in front of the delegates, to show them she is afraid of what the blood test will prove. Lazar studied her face. The firelight caught the gray in his eyes. You are building a trap for Ondine inside her own court. I am building a path to the lock that does not get me killed before I reach it. Noor folded the map. Same thing, different angles. Zofia crossed to the desk and pulled a fresh sheet of parchment from the stack. Her hand was still trembling, but her writing was precise. The Concord convenes at sunset in the Crimson Hall. Formal opening, delegate roll call, statement of terms, then the Regency address. Ondine will speak first. She will set the narrative. Then I speak second. Noor accepted the quill Zofia offered. Before she can close the session and move to a vote. You will be interrupting the regent of the Amaranth Court during the Concord renewal. Lazar's voice carried no judgment. only the weight of what she was proposing. Yes. In front of every tithe lord, every delegate, and every armed retainer in the city. Yes. That is not a trap for Ondine. That is a declaration of war. Noor dipped the quill. The ink is black, the same black as the wax on Ondine's summons. She already declared war. She just did it with couriers and sealed envelopes instead of blades and fire. Noor wrote the date at the top of the parchment. I am just using better stationery. The quill moved across the page as Noor drafted the blood test petition. Formal language, precise citations, 3 witness lines at the bottom, waiting for signatures. Sophia's name went first. Noor wrote it in clear, unhurried strokes. Then Celeste Viren, then Aldrich Venn. I need time to speak to the witnesses before sunset. You have 4 hours. Lazar checked the clock on the mantel. The Crimson Hall will begin filling 2 hours before the ceremony. Ondine's retainers will be watching every entrance. Then I need to move before the retainers take their positions. Noor sanded the petition, folded it, and tucked it inside her coat beside her mother's letter. And I need a route into the Crimson Hall that does not go through the main doors. Lazar's expression shifted. Something flickered behind his eyes, old and knowing. There is a service entrance off the eastern colonnade. It connects to the undercroft beneath the hall. Ondine's guards do not watch it because it requires a key that only the head of the house can authorize. Can you get me that key? I am the head of my house. Then we have a route. Zofia looked between them. You are planning to enter the Crimson Hall through the undercroft, interrupt the Regent during the Concord renewal, present a blood test petition with 3 noble witnesses, and then walk out before she can detain you. Yes, and then descend into a 200-year-old lock that contains both a dead queen and a primordial hunger that feeds on power and blood. Yes, and you expect to survive. Noor touched the signet. The metal was warm against her skin. I expect to choose. She looked at Zofia, then at Lazar. That is the only thing Sadoni's trail ever asked me to do. Choose. Not survive, not win, not destroy. Choose what kind of heir I intend to be. The fire settled. The map lay folded on the desk. The parchment with Ondine's summons sat beside it. Lazar reached for Noor's hand. His fingers were cold, but his grip was steady. 4 hours. Then we moved through the undercroft, into the Crimson Hall, and into the middle of every faction in Vespergate. Noor squeezed his hand. 4 hours is enough. She looked at the map, at the red mark beneath the city, at the space where Sodony Draeven waited, still pressing her body against a breach that had already started to crack. The hidden payments were due for renewal weeks ago. The breach was already spreading somewhere below. She could feel it in the copper bracelet. The metal had gone cold again, colder than it had ever been. Not cold like dead stone. Cold like a door left open. Chapter 27. The fire in the study had burned low, orange light staining the map edges where they curled against the desk. Noor stood with her back to the warmth, the petition folded inside her coat, her mother's letter beside it, the signet, a steady pressure against her skin. 4 hours. Lazar had not moved from the window. His silhouette cut against the gray afternoon sky, shoulders straight, one hand braced against the stone frame. He had been watching the city for nearly a minute without speaking. Zofia had gone to secure the service entrance route, her footsteps fading down the tower stairs a few minutes ago. The room felt larger without her, emptier, the kind of empty that invited words neither of them had said yet. You knew her. Noor's voice broke the quiet. She had not planned the question, but once it left her mouth, she knew she had been carrying it since the trunk. Lazar did not turn for 7 centuries before she sealed herself beneath the city. Yes, 7 centuries. Noor let the number settle. It was not a fact she could hold in her mind the way she held the ledger total. 7 centuries was longer than most nations had existed, longer than paper lasted, longer than stone held its edge. That is not a reign, that is a geologic era. It was not continuous closeness. His voice came low, measured, as if he were reading from a document only he could see. She was queen. I was her blade. There were decades when I did not see her except in formal audience. There were decades when I stood at her side every night. But yes, 7 centuries of her voice, her decisions, her silences. Noor crossed to the hearth and sat on the arm of the chair where Zofia had been working. The leather was still warm. What did she become, at the end? Lazar turned. The gray light caught the lines around his eyes, the tension in his jaw. He looked older than she had ever seen him, not in years, but in weight. She became certain. He said it like a diagnosis, certain that she was the only one who could hold the city together, certain that the cost was justified, certain that anyone who questioned her did not understand the full shape of what she was carrying. Was she wrong? She was wrong about the method. She was not wrong about the threat. He crossed the room, his boots soundless on the stone. When he reached the hearth, he stopped beside her, close enough that she could feel the cold radiating from his coat. The decades after she sealed herself were the worst I have lived through. Not because the court was leaderless, Ondine is competent, and she built a structure that held, but because every faction believed they could claim the empty throne. Every house with a drop of old blood or a mercenary contract tried to prove dissent. For 30 years there were wars in the corridors, assassinations in the banquet halls, tithe lords summoning mercenaries from across the sea. What stopped it? Nothing stopped it. His voice flattened. It burned itself out. The houses that survived were the ones with enough resources to outlast the others. Ondine consolidated the survivors. The Concord was rewritten to favor stability over lineage, and the succession law was hardened into something that could not be challenged without proof, so demanding that no one would dare try. Until me. Until you. He looked at her. The firelight caught his eyes, and she saw something in them she had not seen before. Not fear, not desire, something older. The blood test was designed to be impossible, Noor. 3 noble witnesses, a founder's lock, a direct ward response. Signet built it that way because she did not want anyone to find the heir until the heir was ready to face what the throne actually meant. She knew the court would devour any claimant who walked in unprepared. And you have been waiting for 9 centuries for someone to walk in prepared. I have been waiting 9 centuries for someone to walk in at all. His voice cracked on the last word. The sound hit her like a blow to the chest. Lazar Korvath, the first sword, the queen's executioner, the man who had killed more people than she would ever meet, stood beside her hearth with a crack in his voice that he could not hide. She reached for his hand. His fingers were cold, but they closed around hers with the same steady grip he had used in the Undercroft. You carried this alone. I carried it because no one else could carry it with me. He looked at their joined hands. Signet told me the truth the night before she sealed herself. She told me about the lock, about the hunger, about the bloodline she had hidden across 3 cities. She told me I would know the right person when the time came, and then she walked into the dark and left me standing on this side of the door. How did you not break? His laugh was quiet and bitter. Who says I did not? The fire settled. A log shifted, sending sparks up the chimney. Outside, the sky was the color of old iron, heavy with the approaching night. Noor wanted to say something that would make it better. She wanted to tell him that he had not carried it alone anymore, that she was here, that the waiting was over. But the words felt too small for 7 centuries of watching the door. Instead, she tightened her grip on his hand. We go down together, tonight, into the lock, into the dark, into whatever Signet left waiting. We go down together. He repeated the words like a vow. And then we come back up together. His mouth curved, but the smile did not reach his eyes. That part I cannot promise. Then do not promise it. She stepped closer, close enough to feel the cold still clinging to his coat, close enough to see the pulse in his throat. Promise me you will not stop fighting until the door closes behind us. I can promise that. Good. She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she let go of his hand and turned toward the desk, toward the map, toward the 4 hours that remained. But before she could reach the parchment, a sharp knock came at the tower door. Not Zofia. She had the key. Lazar moved before the sound finished, crossing the room in 3 strides, his body sliding between Noor and the door. His hand went to his belt, where a blade she had not seen him draw now rested. Identify yourself. A courier from the Regency. The voice was high, young, nervous. I bear a message for Noor Haddad, urgent. Noor stepped around Lazar before he could stop her. I am Noor Haddad. The courier's hand trembled as he held out a folded parchment, sealed with black wax. The seal was not Ondine's. It was a crest Noor did not recognize, a tower with a broken arch. She broke the seal and unfolded the paper. Her blood went cold. It was a single line, written in a hand she did not know. Your grandmother is being followed. She took the Tuesday market route. The watcher wears a silver pin in the shape of a downward thorn. Lazar read over her shoulder. When he reached the last word, his hand tightened on the blade. They already know she is moving. They already know. Noor's voice came out steady, but her hand was shaking. And they want me to know they know. Chapter 28. The message was still in her hand, the words burning through the paper. Your grandmother is being followed. She took the Tuesday market route. The watcher wears a silver pin in the shape of a downward thorn. Noor read it 3 times, each pass driving the cold deeper into her bones. The Tuesday market route. Sabah's Tuesday market route. The same route she had walked every week for 20 years. The same produce stalls, the same newsagent who saved the evening paper for her, the same bench where she sat at 10 o'clock and watched the river. Someone had been watching long enough to know the pattern. Lazar took the paper from her hand, his jaw tight. This seal. The tower with the broken arch. I have seen it before. Where? On documents from the Eastern District, old ones, before the Concord consolidation. He turned the paper over, examining the blank side. I thought the faction dissolved. I thought they were absorbed into Ondine's administration. Apparently not. The courier still stood in the doorway, trembling. Lazar dismissed him with a clipped order, and the door closed, leaving them alone with the fire and the ticking clock. Noor's mind was already moving past the shock, past the cold spike of fear for Sabah, into the territory she knew best. Assessment, evidence, next steps. Someone is warning us, she said. They are not threatening. They are telling us they know Ondine's people are moving. Or they are showing us their reach. Lazar set the paper on the desk. Either way, the clock has changed. You cannot go to the Concord and descend tonight with your grandmother exposed. No. She heard her own voice flatten, the auditor's voice, the one that stripped emotion from the equation and looked only at what could be proven and what could be done. I have to see her first, Noor. I have to see her. She turned to face him fully. Ondine knows where she lives. Someone else is following her. If I walk into the lock without knowing the full truth, I am fighting blind. And if I fight blind, I lose. Lazar held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, sharply. I will come with you. No, you stay here. Someone needs to intercept Sophia when she returns from the service entrance and tell her the plan changed. Noor was already reaching for her coat, the heavy wool she had worn through the tunnels, still smelling faintly of smoke and stone. I will be faster alone, and less noticeable. You are never less noticeable. The dry delivery almost pulled a smile from her. Almost. I will be back within the hour. Keep the map ready. Keep the route clear. She paused at the door. And Lazar, if I am not back in an hour, come find me. He did not argue. He simply inclined his head and handed her a blade she had not seen him draw, a thin silver thing that fit against her forearm beneath the sleeve. 1 hour. She slipped out into the corridor and moved. The tower stairs were empty. The main hall was quiet, the court still recovering from the night's maneuvers. Noor kept her head down, her hood up, her pace steady. Not running. Running drew attention. A servant moving with purpose through the corridors of the Crimson House was invisible as long as she looked like she belonged. The gate guards glanced at her, checked her pass, let her through. Lazar's seal on the pass was enough. No one stopped her. The streets of Vespergate were gray and damp, the sky the color of old pewter. The Tuesday market route wound through the eastern edge of the Mortal District, past the tenement where Sabah Haddad had lived for 40 years, past the corner where the newsagent stacked papers in metal racks, past the bench where she sat and watched the river. Noor walked the route in reverse, toward the apartment, scanning every doorway, every window, every figure that lingered too long. She did not see the watcher. That did not mean he was not there. Sabah's building was a narrow brick structure wedged between a bakery and a hardware store. The front door was old wood, the lock a simple deadbolt that Noor had picked in her teens when she forgot her key. She knocked twice, the old pattern. The door opened. Sabah Haddad stood in the threshold, gray hair in its tight bun, eyes sharp and tired. She looked at Noor's face, at the coat, at the set of her daughter's jaw. "You better come in." The apartment was unchanged. The same faded armchair, the same lace curtains, the same stack of ledgers on the side table. The kettle was warm. Sabah did not offer tea. She sat down in the armchair and looked at Noor with the expression she had worn since Noor was a child, the one that meant she was measuring how much truth she could bear. "The Watcher," Noor said. "Do you know who they are?" "They've been there 3 days, maybe 4. Sabah's hands rested on her knees, steady. "Different one each time, different clothes, same pin on their collar. I seen the thorn." "Why did you not tell me?" "Because you got enough to carry without worrying about an old woman who lived through worse." Noor sat down across from her, the blade cold against her forearm beneath the sleeve. "Grandmother, I am going into the lock tonight. I am going beneath the city to face what Sidoni Draeven left behind, and I need to know everything you have not told me." Sabah's chin lifted. Her eyes were dry. "I already told you what I know. You told me my mother worked for the court. You told me she took money to keep quiet. You told me she was afraid." Noor leaned forward. "You did not tell me she was the 12th carrier. You did not tell me the payments kept Sidoni alive. You did not tell me the debt was not from borrowing, it was from running." Sabah's hands tightened on her knees. "The debt is from running," she said. "We moved 6 times in 4 years. I took work under the table. I borrowed from people I should not have borrowed from, all because I thought if we stayed still long enough, they would find her. Find Layla. Find you." Sabah's voice cracked. "Your mother did not take Sidoni's money to get rich, Noor. She took it to buy a chance to walk away. She took it so she could leave Vespergate and never look back. But the city does not let you go. It never did." Noor felt the words settle into a space she had not known was hollow. "Where is she now?" Sabah's composure broke. "I do not know." The whisper was raw. "She left 16 years ago. She said she had to finish something she started before you were born. She said if she did not come back, I should raise you honest and keep you away from the Crimson House. And she gave me this." Sabah rose, crossed to the sideboard, and opened a drawer Noor had never seen unlocked. Inside was a leather case, worn at the edges, stained with age. Sabah held it out. Noor took it. The seal on the flap was the same crescent moon and downward thorn, the same symbol that marked the hidden carriers, the same symbol on the message that had sent her here. She opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper, covered in her mother's handwriting, and a folded map. The map showed a route beneath the old city offices, the same route Elias had given her, the same route Zofia had traced. But this map marked something the others did not. A secondary passage, branching off the main chamber, labeled in her mother's hand. "If you must go down, go through here. The chamber will try to consume what you are. This passage remembers what you were before." Noor looked up. Her grandmother was watching her with eyes that held 40 years of silence and the weight of a daughter who had walked into the dark and never come back. "Finish it," Sabah said. "Whatever your mother started, whatever Sidoni left waiting, finish it so this city stops eating the women in this family." Noor folded the map and slipped it into her coat. "I will." She crossed the room and kissed her grandmother's forehead, the way she had done as a child before bed, the way she had done the night she left for the Crimson House. "I will come back." "You better." Noor moved toward the door, the leather case pressed against her ribs. Behind her, Sabah spoke one last time. "Noor." She turned. "The Watcher with the thorn pin, the one who'd been following me." Her grandmother's voice was steady. "She has your mother's eyes." The door closed behind Noor. She stood in the gray street, the leather case in her hand, the map burning against her chest, and the weight of her mother's ghost settling into her bones. The Watcher had her mother's eyes, and Noor had just walked out of the only safe place left. Chapter 29. The leather case pressed against her ribs as Noor walked the streets back toward the Crimson House. The map burned against her chest. The Watcher had her mother's eyes. She did not run. Running drew attention, and attention meant questions she could not answer while carrying her mother's handwriting in a path beneath the city that promised to remember what she was before. The maintenance tunnel entrance gaped when she reached it, the iron door still unlocked from her earlier passage. She slipped through, let the darkness close around her, and moved by memory toward Lazar's tower. The tower door opened before she knocked. Lazar stood in the threshold, his face unreadable but his shoulders tight. Behind him, the study held two figures, Sophia at the map table and Elias Mercer standing by the hearth with a leather portfolio tucked under his arm. "You should not be here," Noor said. Elias's smile did not reach his eyes. "I was about to say the same to you. The streets are not safe for someone who carries what you carry. The streets were never safe. That is not why you came." His smile faded. Lazar stepped aside and Noor entered the study, the leather case still pressed against her ribs. She set it on the map table beside Sophia's spread papers. The movement felt final, like placing a weapon down within reach. Elias watched her with careful assessment. "You have been to see your grandmother. Your surveillance network is impressive. It is not mine." He set the portfolio on the table and did not open it. "The watcher who followed Sabah Haddad does not answer to the city council. I came to tell you that the message you received was not from me and not from any faction I recognize." Noor studied him. The polished surface was intact, the careful smile in place, but something beneath it had shifted. He was not here to help. He was here to measure damage. "Who sent it?" "I do not know, but I know what it means." Elias opened the portfolio and pulled out a single sheet of paper covered in transit timetables and property maps. "The tower with the broken arch. I found the seal in the Eastern District records, buried under 3 layers of condemnation orders. The building that matched it was demolished 40 years ago, but the organization that used it still exists." "Who are they?" "A bloodline preservation society. They track hidden Draeven carriers across generations. They've been watching your family since before you were born." Noor felt the words settle into the hollow space her mother's letter had left. "They sent the warning about my grandmother?" "They sent a warning, yes. Whether it was meant to protect her or to pressure you is the question I cannot answer." Elias closed the portfolio. "I came to tell you because I owe you a truth you should have had from the beginning." "What truth?" He met her eyes. "Your mother did not disappear 16 years ago. She went underground, yes, but she was followed. I know because I was the one who helped her establish the first false paper trail out of Vespergate. She asked for my predecessor's help, not mine, but I found the records after I took the Liaison position." Noor's hands went still on the table. "You knew my mother?" "I knew of her. I did not know she had a daughter until you walked into the Crimson House." Elias's voice dropped. "I did not know she was a Draeven carrier until Zophia's ledgers surfaced, and I did not know she was still alive until the watcher with the thorn pin appeared on Sabah Haddad Street." The room tilted. "Layla is alive?" "I do not know for certain, but the organization that sent the warning, the Preservation Society, they do not reveal themselves unless a carrier is in danger or a carrier has returned. The watcher with your mother's eyes may be her, or may be someone who carries her blood." Noor gripped the table edge. The map her mother had left, the note that promised to remember what she was before, and now this. A woman who might be Layla, walking the same streets Noor had walked, watching Sabah from a distance, unwilling to knock. Why would she not come home? "I do not know." Elias's voice was quiet. "But if she is alive, she has reasons she has not shared. And if she is not alive, someone wanted you to believe she might be." The copper bracelet was cold against Noor's wrist, cold like a door left open, cold like the breach beneath the city, spreading while she stood in a tower trying to parse a ghost. "Dilute my root," she said. Elias's face went still. "The root beneath the old city offices, the sealed chamber. You gave it to someone else, or you let it be taken, and you came here to see what damage you had done before I descended." He did not deny it. "3 parties, he said. "I gave the root to the Regency's intelligence office, to Myrick Solti's chief factor, and to the City Council's emergency committee. I believed the controlled confrontation would preserve mortal leverage no matter who emerged on top. I did not intend full catastrophe." "You sold me." "I sold access to information that would have been taken anyway. The difference is, I kept a channel open to the only person who might be able to stop a war beneath the city. Elias's voice hardened. I am not your enemy, Noor, but I am not your ally either. I serve the mortal population of Vespergate, and they will be the ones who suffer if the lock fails and the hunger rises. Noor stared at him. The logic was cold, precise, and utterly consistent with the man who had negotiated Concord terms for 3 years. He had not betrayed her out of malice. He had calculated that a managed explosion was better than an uncontrolled collapse, and he had placed his bet on her survival because she was the variable he could still influence. You gave the route to Ondine. To our intelligence office, yes. She will know within the hour if she does not know already. And Mirek? Will have armed factors ready to descend the moment the wards open. He does not care who wins. He cares that the Eastern tithe holdings remain intact, and he will back whoever guarantees that. Noor looked at Lazar. His face was stone, but his hands were white at his sides. How long? She asked. An hour, maybe less. Ilias stepped back from the table. I came to warn you because I want you to survive. If you descend now, before the peak, you reach the lock before any of them are positioned. But the passage will fight you, and if you wait, you face armed factions in the dark. Noor pulled her mother's map from the leather case, the secondary passage, branching off the main chamber, labeled in Layla's hand. The chamber will try to consume what you are. This passage remembers what you were before. She looked at Liza. We go now. Not through the main route, through the passage my mother marked. His jaw tightened. The wards will resist. Then we resist back. Zofia stepped forward, her fingers trembling but her voice steady. The service entrance is secure. I already checked the locks, the grate, and the eastern corridor. No one has been through yet. If we move now, we gain the passage before any of them know we have gone. Noor folded the map and tucked it into her coat. Elias. She turned to face him. If you want mortal leverage to survive this, you will keep the council committee out of the tunnels. You will not let them follow me down. Elias met her eyes. If you come back with the throne, I will hold that promise. If you do not come back, the city council will need every piece of leverage it can find just to survive the night. He picked up his portfolio. I wish I could offer you more than calculation, but that is all I have left. He left. The door closed behind him. Noor turned to Lazar. The copper bracelet was ice against her skin. Give me your key. He pulled the iron key from his coat and placed it in her palm. Together, he said. Together. They moved toward the door, Zofia following, the map birding against Noor's chest, and somewhere beneath the city, the factions were already moving in the dark. Chapter 30. They reached the tower door before the knock came. 3 sharp strikes, formal. Not a fist, not a blade. A messenger's rhythm, deliberate and unhurried, carrying the weight of authority that did not need to force entry. Noor stopped with her hand on the latch. Lazar moved past her and stood between her and the door. His shoulders had gone tight, the stillness of a man who had heard that knock before and knew what followed. How many? She asked. He did not pretend to misunderstand. At least 4, a herald, a witness, and 2 guards for the formality of escort. His voice was flat. This is not an interception. It is an invitation I cannot refuse. Zofia pressed herself against the wall beside the hearth, her ledger clutched to her chest. The Regency cannot compel you to attend. You are head of a sovereign house. Article 12. Article 12 protects my ward within my walls. It does not exempt me from a formal summons to the Concord floor when the Regent invokes emergency session. Lazar's jaw worked. She moved the deadline to sunset. She knew I would be here when the knock came. Noor's fingers curled around the iron key in her palm. Then we go out the back. The service entrance. They will have sealed it by now. Ondine did not send a herald to watch us walk out the other door. He turned to face her, and she saw the calculation in his eyes, cold and ancient and utterly focused. She wants me on the floor. She wants to force the question of where I stand before the entire court, so that when I follow you into the dark, it is a public act of war and not a private choice. Then do not follow me. The silence that answered was sharper than any refusal. Lazar crossed the room in 3 strides and stopped close enough that she felt the heat of him, the controlled fury that had nothing to do with anger at her. I have been the court's blade for 9 centuries. I have executed every false claimant, enforced every succession law, and watched every heir fail because I believed the law could hold the city together long enough for the right one to arrive. His voice dropped. If I let you walk into that passage alone while I stand on a floor and pretend to be impartial, I become a lie. And I have been a lie long enough. Then what do you propose? He pulled the silver pin from his collar, the first sword crest, the symbol of office that had marked him as the Queen's executioner for 900 years. He laid it on the table. I will answer the summons. I will walk onto that floor, and when Ondine demands that I stand aside and preserve the appearance of neutral law, I will tell them exactly where I stand. Sophia made a sound like a breath cut short. Lord Korvath! Stow it! His voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a man who had stopped caring about consequences. Sophia, you go with Noor. You take the service entrance before they seal it. You do not wait for me. You descend through the passage her mother marked, and you reach the lock before any of Ondine's forces are positioned. And you? Lazar looked at Noor. I give them something to watch. Noor understood. He would walk into the Crimson Hall, face the court, and destroy the last pretense of neutrality that had protected him for 9 centuries. He would name his allegiance publicly, not as a man compromised by the bond, but as a man who had weighed the evidence and chosen truth over law. Ondine would mobilize every loyalist she had toward the crypt, but she would also have to commit them openly, showing her hand before the entire court. It was a diversion, a sacrifice of reputation to buy Noor the minutes she needed. I am not leaving you to face them alone. You are not leaving me. He caught her wrist, his thumb pressing against the pulse beneath her skin. You are going ahead so that when I arrive, you are already standing where you need to be. That is not abandonment. That is strategy. The copper bracelet burred cold against her arm. From beyond the door, the herald's voice rang out. First Sword Lazar Korvath. By the Regent's authority and the Concord emergency clause, you are summoned to the Crimson Hall to answer for your conduct regarding the mortal auditor Noor Haddad and the disposition of House resources during the succession crisis. Failure to appear within the hour constitutes forfeiture of House rights and acknowledgement of complicity in the concealment of a false claimant. The words hung in the air like a sentence. Lazar released her wrist and picked up the silver pin from the table. He did not fasten it back to his collar. He held it in his palm, looking at it as if he had never truly seen it before. You kept this for 9 centuries, Noor said. Yes. And now? He closed his fist around it. Now I give it back. He turned and walked toward the door. Noor caught his arm before he reached it. You said together. Lazar stopped. For a long moment he did not turn. Then he looked over his shoulder, and she saw the thing he had been carrying since the archive fire, the weight of an oath that had finally met the truth it could not survive. I said together, and I meant it. His voice was rough. But together does not mean I follow you into the dark at the same step. It means I find you there, and I will. He opened the door. The herald stood in the corridor, flanked by 2 guards in Regency black. Behind them, at the far end of the hall, a row of servants held candles that cast long shadows across the stone. Lazar stepped through. The door closed behind him. Noor stood in the sudden silence, her hand still raised where she had caught his arm. The copper bracelet pulsed once, cold and sharp, and she felt the breach beneath the city shudder in response, as if something had heard the door close and knew what it meant. Zophia's voice came from behind her. The service entrance. We need to move now. Noor looked at the table where the first sword pin had lain, the empty space where 9 centuries of law had sat before Lazar walked away from it. She turned and followed Zophia toward the dark. Chapter 31. Zophia moved through the service entrance like a woman who had memorized every step in advance. Noor followed, one hand pressed against the stone wall, the other clutching the iron key Lazar had given her. The passage beyond was narrow enough to brush both shoulders. No light except the thin flame of Zophia's candle, which threw their shadows long and distorted against curved brick. The air smelled of wet stone, rust, and something older that Noor could not name. These tunnels were built before the Crimson House, Zophia said, her voice low. The city grew over them, the court built on top of them, but the foundation never changed. "The map shows the main passage branches about a quarter-mile east," Noor said. "The secondary route Layla marked will take us past the old ward anchors. I know the path. I surveyed it 70 years ago, before the decommission." Sophia's voice carried a tightness Noor had not heard before. "You never told me you had been down here." "You never asked." Sophia glanced back, the candlelight catching the pale blue of her eyes. "And I was not certain I would find it again. 70 years is a long time to hold a floor plan in memory." They walked in silence for a stretch that felt longer than it probably was. The passage slanted downward, the brick giving way to rough-hewn stone that glistened with moisture. Noor counted her steps. 53, 89, 112. The copper bracelet pulsed against her wrist. Not cold this time. Warm, like blood returning to a limb that had fallen asleep. "Sophia." "I feel it." The archivist did not slow. "The wards recognize you. They have been dormant for 2 centuries, waiting for the blood that matches the bindings." "And if my blood does not match, then the wards will treat us as intruders, and we will die in this tunnel before we reach the lock." Sophia said it without inflection, the way she might have read a column total from a ledger. Noor pressed forward. The passage opened into a wider chamber where the ceiling rose into shadow she could not see. Iron brackets lined the walls, empty of torches. In the center of the floor, a circular seal was carved into the stone. The crescent moon and downward thorn, worn smooth by time. Noor stopped. "This is one of the anchor points. The first of 12. Sophia set the candle down and pulled a folded paper from her coat. "Your mother's map shows the same pattern. The anchors form a ring around the lock. Each one draws power from the bloodline that maintains it. Layla maintained this one. Your mother. And her mother before her. And the 10 before that, stretching back to Saidino's reign." Sophia looked up from the map. "Each woman gave enough blood to keep the ward stable. Not enough to die. Enough to bind." Noor stared at the worn seal, the grooves where her mother's blood had fallen. She had never known where the copper bracelet came from, but Sabah had told her to wear it always. Now she knew why. "The bracelet was a marker," she said slowly. "It identified me as part of the chain. And it kept you hidden. As long as you wore it, the wards recognized you as a carrier but could not locate you. Your mother, or someone before her, placed a masking ward inside the metal." Noor thought of the voice in the sealed archive, the fragment of Sidoni's will hidden in the bracelet. Her mother had walked into the Crimson House 26 years ago, pregnant with her, and somehow threaded the needle between protection and duty. "What Layla started before I was born," Noor began, "may still be unfinished." Sophia refolded the map. "We need to keep moving. The veiled moon peaks soon, and if the secondary passage collapses before we reach it..." "I know." They crossed the chamber and entered a narrower corridor on the far side. The walls here were different, not stone, not brick. Something darker, smoother, almost organic, like compressed sediment that had been laid down before the city existed. The copper bracelet warmed again, stronger this time, and then the candle went out. Noor stopped. The darkness was absolute, pressing against her eyes like a physical weight. "Sophia, I still have the candle. The flame did not die. It was extinguished." Noor heard the careful choice of words. Not blown out. Extinguished. As if something had taken the heat from the air. The copper bracelet pulsed hot against her wrist. And ahead, in the darkness, something groaned. Not metal, not stone. A deeper sound, like pressure shifting through earth that had been compressed for millennia. The floor vibrated beneath her feet. "What was that?" Noor kept her voice steady. "The lock." Sophia's voice came from the dark, strained. "The breach is widening. The maintenance cycle has been overdue for weeks, and Sidnoni cannot hold it much longer." "Then we need to move faster. I cannot see to guide us." Noor reached for her pocket. The signet was there, warm against her palm. She pulled it out and held it in her closed fist. The ring responded. A low thrum ran through the stone beneath her feet, and the signet grew warm enough to sting. Light bled through her fingers, thin at first, then brighter, gold-edged and steady, casting her shadow long against the dark wall ahead. The corridor resolved around her. The walls were covered in symbols she did not recognize, carved deep into the dark sediment, spiraling toward the far end where a door stood. Iron. Old. The hinges were crusted with rust, but the surface bore no corrosion. It gleamed in the light from the signet, polished by hands that had not touched it in centuries. The seal chamber, Zofia breathed. Soduni's barrier before the lock. Noor walked toward it. The copper bracelet burned against her skin, and she could hear her pulse in her ears. She stopped 6 feet from the door. The iron surface was carved with the same crescent moon and downward thorn. But the thorn was reversed, pointing upward instead of down, and the crescent was incomplete, broken at the top arc. Noor reached for it. Her fingers stopped an inch from the metal. The door opened on its own, not with a screech of rusted hinges, with silence. The iron swung inward like it had been waiting for her hand, like it had recognized her before her fingers touched the surface. Beyond the threshold, darkness waited, not the dark of the tunnel, something thicker, older, a stillness that had not been disturbed in 200 years. The copper bracelet went cold, the signet blazed, and from somewhere deep in the chamber beyond, Noor heard breathing. Chapter 32. The breathing did not stop. Noor stood in the doorway, the signet blazing against her palm, and listened to the rhythm of something alive in the dark ahead. Not human, not quite. The sound came from deep within the chamber, slow and wet, like lungs working through fluid. The copper bracelet was ice against her wrist. Noor. Zofia's voice came from behind her, barely a whisper. The veiled moon is rising. We cannot stand here. Noor forced her feet forward, 1 step across the threshold. The darkness did not resist her. It parted like silk, cool and deliberate, as if it had been holding its breath for 2 centuries and only now remembered how to exhale. The signet cast gold light across the chamber floor. The walls were not carved stone. They were ribbed, arched like the inside of a chest, and the surface trembled with each slow breath. She walked deeper. The chamber opened into a circle. At its center, a depression in the floor lined with black sediment, and in that depression, something stirred. Not a figure, not a body, a shape that folded and unfolded at the edges, dark against dark, and the breathing came from it. Zofia stopped at the threshold. That is not Sidoni. No, Noor said. It's the seal. The thing in the depression pulsed. The walls shuddered in response. And then, from the corridor behind them, a voice. We are not alone down here, it seems. Noor turned. The signet's light caught a tall figure stepping through the open iron door, and behind him, the gleam of drawn blades against polished leather. Mirek Solti smiled. His dark hair was threaded with silver, his coat immaculate despite the tunnel dust, and his thin smile carried the warmth of a merchant who had found the market exactly where he predicted. Mistress Haddad. He inclined his head. I confess, I hoped to find you before you reached the lock. You move faster than my factors anticipated. Noor's hand closed around the signet. The light did not waver. You followed Elias's leak. Followed is generous. I positioned myself earlier this evening, while you were still above ground, arguing with your grandmother. Mirek stepped past Zofia without looking at her, his gaze fixed on Noor, measuring, appraising. I know about the secondary passage. I know about Layla's map, and I know you have not yet touched the lock. Behind him, 4 armed figures filled the doorway. Their eyes caught the gold light and returned it flat. Vampire mercenaries, hired for discretion. Noor's pulse hammered, but she kept her voice steady. You came to kill me? Mirek laughed, a thin, practiced sound. If I wanted you dead, I would not have announced myself. I came to negotiate. He stopped with the edge of the chamber's depression. His eyes dropped to the dark shape at its center, and for a fraction of a second something genuine flickered across his face. Unease. Sidoni's hunger is nearly free, he said quietly. You can feel it, can't you? The walls remember what she consumed. Noor did not answer. I have a proposal. Mirek turned back to her, the merchant's mask restored. You are about to touch the lock. When you do, the court will know. Ondine will have no choice but to descend and confront you, but she will not arrive for another hour, perhaps less. That gives us time. Time for what? For me to guarantee your survival. He spread his hands. I have factors positioned at every egress. I have records of every tithe lord who enriched himself during the empty throne, and I have no loyalty to Ondine Maraval beyond what the market demands. The air in the chamber grew colder. The breathing from the depression quickened. Noor studied him. You want me to back your claim over the eastern districts, protect your holdings when I take the throne. I want you to recognize that a queen needs allies who understand leverage. Mirek's smile sharpened. I can keep Ondine's faction fractured. I can keep Mirek Solti's name out of the documents that will surface when the Concord is renegotiated. In return, you leave Eastern Tithe oversight under my control and write off certain debts accrued during the Regency. The deal hung in the air between them. Lore thought of Elias's portfolio, the sealed records of the bloodline carriers, the payment trail that led through Mirek's ghost companies. She had the documents that could ruin him, and he knew it. Interesting offer, she said, but you're not the only one who reads ledgers. She reached into her coat and pulled out the folded page she had taken from Elias's portfolio. The names were there, the shell accounts, the Eastern District holdings Mirek had siphoned through a dozen false companies during the empty throne. Before I touch anything, Noor said, I want to know, will your offer survive the moment you see your name in a succession claim file? Mirek's smile did not waver, but something in his eyes hardened. Mistress Haddad, you would blackmail a tithe lord before you have claimed the throne. I would remind a tithe lord that I audit ledgers for a living. Noor held his gaze. I found your ghost trail, Mirek. Every shell, every inflated assessment, every debt you created to drain Eastern District revenue into your private accounts. I haven't filed the report yet. The chamber fell silent. From the depression at the center, the breathing stopped. Mirek looked at it for a long moment. Then he laughed again, and this time the sound had edges. You would have made an excellent merchant. He stepped back. I will withdraw my factors, for now. But when you touch that lock, Mistress Haddad, every piece on the board moves, and I will not be the only one watching for your balance to slip. He gestured, and the armed figures behind him retreated through the iron door. Mirek paused at the threshold. One more thing. Ondine is not coming through the main passage. She knows about the Eastern Grate. She will bring 40 armed loyalists, not 4. He stepped through the door. The iron swung closed behind him, and the darkness settled back into place. Noor stood alone with Zofia and the breathing dark. And then, from the depression at the center of the chamber, the shape stirred fully. The signet blazed, and something beneath the seal opened its eyes. Chapter 33. The eyes in the depression did not blink. They were not human. The pupils were black and depthless, ringed with gold that flickered like embers catching wind. Noor's hand tightened on the signet, and the gold light from the ring flared in response. The chamber walls shuddered once, a long, slow contraction like a ribcage drawing breath. Zofia whispered something behind her. A prayer, maybe, or a curse. The shape in the depression rose. It did not stand. It unfolded itself from the dark sediment like water moving uphill, and by the time Noor understood what she was seeing, the figure had taken the form of a woman seated upright within a cradle of stone and gold. Black hair, tangled and long, falling over shoulders that had not moved in 2 centuries. Skin the color of old parchment. A gown that might once have been white, now stained with earth and rust and something darker. Her hands rested on her thighs, palms open, and in each palm a thin line of gold glowed where blood had once flowed and still remembered the path. The eyes fixed on Noor. This is the seal chamber, Zofia said, her voice tight. Not the lock. Sidoni's body is the seal. She holds the hunger inside herself. Noor forced herself to breathe. The air was wrong here, thick, mineral, carrying a weight that pressed against her ribs. The copper bracelet had gone cold against her wrist, but the signet blazed, and the light from it seemed to carve the shadows into shapes she did not want to name. She stepped forward. The chamber floor was carved in concentric circles. Each ring bore symbols she did not recognize, but the pattern was unmistakable. a spiral that tightened toward the center where Sidoni sat. At regular intervals along the rings, narrow channels had been cut into the stone, dried, empty, but the residue in them caught the Signet's light and returned it darkly. Blood. Noor thought of Layla's map, the 12 anchor points, the payment stream that had run for 112 years, the women who gave blood to keep this seal stable. How long has she been like this? 200 years, Sophia said. Give or take. The seal slows everything. Time, hunger, decay. She is not alive, not dead. Held. Noor stopped at the edge of the innermost ring. The gold channels in Sidoni's palms pulsed. Once, twice, in rhythm with the breathing that had drawn No through the iron door. Sidoni's eyes tracked her. You came. The voice was barely a breath, dry, faint, but the Signet flared at the sound of it, and the chamber groaned in reply. Noor's skin prickled. You knew I would. I hoped. Sidoni's lips moved, but the words seemed to come from deeper in the stone, from the darkness beneath her. I prepared. The Signet, the trunk, the path. I could not ensure you would walk it, but I could make it possible. Why? The question came out harder than Noor intended. She was aware of Zofia at her back, of the iron door sealing them in, of Mirek's warning about 40 armed loyalists approaching through the eastern grate. But none of that mattered as much as the answer she needed. Why hide the line? Why make my mother run? Why let the court believe the throne was empty for 2 centuries while you sat down here holding a hunger you could have killed? Sidoni's expression did not change, but something in the gold-ringed eyes shifted, a flicker of something older than weariness. The founder hunger cannot be killed, only bound. I learned that too late. Her voice gained the barest edge of strength. When I consumed the power of my enemies, I did not destroy it. I stored it. And the more I stored, the more it grew. By the time I understood what I had become, the hunger was strong enough to tear through the wards I had built to contain it. Noor's throat tightened. So you sealed yourself inside? I sealed the hunger inside me. My body became the lock. My blood became the key. Sidoni's gaze dropped to her own palms where the gold lines pulsed. Every carrier after me was a failsafe. If the lock weakened, their blood could reinforce it. Your mother, your grandmother, the 10 before them. My grandmother never. Sabah knew enough to run. She did not know everything. Sidoni looked up again, and for the first time something like pain crossed her face. I made sure of that. The less she knew, the safer your mother would be. The less your mother knew, the safer you would be. Noor's hand went to the copper bracelet. Cold. Silent. But I am here now. Yes. And I have the Signet. Yes. Then tell me what to do. The chamber fell still. The breathing from beneath the seal paused. And Signet Draeven, founder of the Amaranth Court, looked at Noor with an expression that might have been pride. Touch the seal. Noor's heart slammed against her ribs. If I touch the seal, the lock opens. If you touch the seal, the lock answers you. There is a difference. Sinoni's voice dropped to a whisper. The lock will test you. It will taste your blood, your will, your fear. If you are strong enough, it will recognize you as the new anchor. If you are not. She did not finish. Noor looked down at the innermost ring. The blood channels curved toward the center, converging at Sinoni's feet. Beyond them, the stone cradle where the founder sat was etched with symbols that seemed to shift when Noor blinked. She thought of Lazar, of his voice cracking when he said he had waited 9 centuries, of his promise to find her in the dark. She thought of her mother's map, the secondary passage that remembered what you were before. She thought of the breathing dark and the hunger that could not be killed. Then she stepped over the innermost ring. The moment her foot crossed the boundary, the Signet blazed so brightly that the chamber turned white. Noor felt the heat of it through her glove, felt it travel up her arm and settle behind her ribs like a second heart. Sinoni's eyes closed. Now, the founder whispered, show it what you are. Noor reached out and pressed her palm to the seal. The stone was warm, alive. Beneath her hand, she felt the slow pulse of the hunger, vast and patient and ancient beyond calculation. It recognized her. It wanted her. And then it answered. The gold channels in Sinoni's palms flared. The blood channels in the floor lit up one by one, spiraling outward from the center until the entire chamber burned with golden light. Noor felt the hunger press against her skin, against her thoughts, against the edge of her will. It was not hostile. It was hungry. The walls of the chamber groaned. Somewhere far above or far below, stone shifted, and the earth itself seemed to exhale. The copper bracelet cracked against her wrist once, and then went dead. Zofia cried out. Noor did not pull her hand away. She held the seal open, and the crypt shook. Chapter 34. The gold light did not fade. Noor kept her palm pressed to the seal while the chamber groaned around her, while the walls breathed in rhythm with something vast and patient beneath her hand. The hunger pressed against her thoughts, not hostile, not gentle, simply present, testing the shape of her will the way a tongue tests a broken tooth. Behind her, Zofia had gone silent. The copper bracelet hung dead and cracked against Noor's wrist. She felt its absence more than she expected, a hollow weight where the ward had been. Sidoni's eyes opened. The gold rings around her pupils blazed once, then dimmed to something almost mortal. She looked at Noor the way a woman looks at a door she has been waiting to open for 2 centuries. You held. I did what you told me. No. Sidoni's voice carried the barest resonance now, not a whisper anymore, but something with weight. You did what you chose. The lock tasted the difference. The blood channels in the floor pulsed once and went still. The golden light receded from the walls, pulling back into the symbols carved into the stone cradle. Noor pulled her hand away from the seal. Her palm tingled, the skin warm but unmarked. Is it done? It has begun. Sidoni's gaze dropped to her own palms, where the gold channels still glowed faintly. The lock has accepted you as a candidate. It will test you fully when you stand before the court and declare yourself. The court is not here. They will be. Sidoni's head turned slowly toward the eastern wall of the chamber. She is already inside the grate. Noor's blood went cold. Ondine. The regent. Yes. Sidoni's lips curved into something that was not quite a smile. She has been waiting for this moment longer than she knows. She believes she is coming to contain a crisis. She does not understand she is walking into a coronation. Zofia moved to Noor's side, her pale face tight with alarm. There are 40 armed loyalists with her. We cannot. They will not harm the heir. Savani's voice sharpened. The founder hunger has accepted her blood. To strike the heir now is to invite the hunger's attention. Even Ondine Maraval is not foolish enough to test that. Noor looked at the eastern wall. The stone there was darker, veined with the same organic striations that ribbed the chamber. Somewhere beyond it, through the grate Marek had warned about, 40 armed vampires were moving through the maintenance tunnels toward this room. How long? Minutes. Sidoni rose. It was not a smooth motion. The founder's body moved like stone, shifting. 2 centuries of stillness ground into every joint. Her gown, once white, hung in stained folds around her. Her black hair spilled over her shoulders, tangled and long. But when she stood, the chamber changed. The breathing from beneath the seal deepened. The gold channels in the floor flickered, and every symbol carved into the walls seemed to lean toward her, as if the entire room recognized its architect. Sidoni turned to face the eastern wall. Open it. The stone groaned. A seam appeared where no seam had been, running vertically through the veined surface. The wall split, and beyond it, torchlight bled through the widening crack. Figures moved in the darkness beyond, armed, silent, formed in ranks, and at their head, pale green eyes burning with cold fury, stood Regent Ondine Maraval. She stepped through the opening with the grace of a woman who had spent a century commanding rooms. Her silver-blonde chignon was immaculate. Her deep charcoal silk was unstained by the tunnels. She looked at Sidoni Draeven, standing in the center of the seal chamber, and for one perfect moment, her composure cracked. Impossible? Nothing is impossible. Sidoni's voice carried the weight of 9 centuries of rule. Only delayed, only hidden, only borrowed. Ondine's gaze snapped to Noor. You opened the seal. I touched it. Noor met her stare. The lock answered. The lock answers blood, not will. You do not understand what you have done. I understand that you lied. Noor stepped forward. You told the court the throne was empty. You told them the founder was dead. You told them the succession law was a formality that could be managed. She held up her hand, where the signet still blazed gold. And you told me I was a tool to be used and discarded. Ondine's jaw tightened. Behind her, the 40 loyalists shifted, hands moving toward weapons. The hall has eyes on it. Concord delegates, tithe lords, every house with a stake in the succession. Ondine's voice dropped. You think they will accept a mortal girl who crawled out of the crypt with a dead queen's ring? You think they will kneel to a woman who cannot even feed herself through a winter without blood? They will accept what the founder commands. Sadoni's voice cut through the chamber like a blade. And I command this. She walked forward. Every step sent a pulse through the blood channels at her feet. The gold in her palms flared brighter. The hunger beneath the seals stirred, and Ondine's loyalists felt it, their faces tightening, their stances shifting. Sadoni stopped 3 feet from Ondine. You governed well enough. I will not deny it. You held the court together through famine, faction, and the long uncertainty of an empty throne. Her head tilted. But you knew. You knew the line was not dead. You knew the payments maintained my prison, and you chose to let the lock fail rather than surrender power to an heir you could not control. Ondine's pale green eyes flickered. I chose to protect the city from a succession war. You chose to protect yourself. The silence that followed was absolute. Noor felt the weight of it pressing against her chest. The 40 loyalists had not moved, but she saw the uncertainty spreading through their ranks, the sideways glances, the calculations behind their eyes. Ondine did not flinch. If you name her here, in this chamber, without witnesses, without the Concord's acknowledgement, the court will fracture. The tithe lords will claim coercion, the mortal council will demand explanations, and the city will bleed. Then we will bleed. Sadoni's voice was quiet. And we will heal. And those who survive will know that the throne was never empty. It was waiting. She turned to face the chamber. Every symbol on the walls flared gold. The blood channels beneath her feet ignited, sending light spiraling up the stone cradle and across the ribbed ceiling. The hunger stirred beneath the seal, not breaking free, but making itself known, a pressure against the air that made every vampire in the room step back. Signet lifted her voice. I, Signet Draeven, founder of the Amaranth Court, living seal of the founder hunger, name Noor Haddad of the Draeven bloodline as my living heir and intended successor. She carries my blood. She carries my signet. She has passed the lock's first test, and before this court, before this city, before the hunger itself, I recognize her as the rightful heir to the empty throne. The golden light blazed. The chamber held its breath, and Ondine Maraval, regent of the Amaranth Court for a century, dropped to her knees. Not by choice, the ward forced her. But the weight of Sadoni's recognition pressed down like a physical hand, driving her to the stone floor. Behind her, the 40 loyalists hesitated. Then the first one knelt, then the second, then the third. But Ondine's eyes, fixed on the stone floor, held no surrender. They held calculation. They held survival. They held the quiet certainty of a woman who had already begun planning her next move. And somewhere beneath the sealed stone, the founder hunger stirred, patient and vast, waiting to see what the heir would do with a court that had never wanted her. Chapter 35. Ondine rose, not gracefully, not because the ward released her. She rose because refusal was not in her nature, and the golden weight pressing down on her shoulders could not compete with a century of absolute command. She stood. The loyalists behind her stayed kneeling, but their eyes tracked her, waiting for the signal that had kept the court intact through famine, faction, and the long uncertainty of an empty throne. I will not kneel to a dead woman's gambit. Ondine's voice cut through the chamber's glow. She straightened her collar, smoothed the charcoal silk of her gown, and met Sadoni's gold-ringed gaze without flinching. You sealed yourself beneath this city 2 centuries ago. You left no succession plan, no instruction, no warning about what you had bound inside your own ribs. Her pale green eyes swept the chambers, the kneeling loyalists, the pulsing walls. You left me to hold together a court that did not know it was sitting on a wound that could devour them. Sidoni's head tilted. You knew enough. I knew there was a lock. I knew blood was required to maintain it. I did not know you had made yourself the cork in a bottle full of something older than our species. Ondine's voice rose, edged now, cracking through the elegant composure she had worn for 100 years. I kept the payments running. I kept the accounts hidden. I kept the archivists quiet. I kept this city alive through 3 succession crises, a famine that killed half the eastern districts, and a mortal uprising that would have burned the Crimson House to ash if I had not personally negotiated the Concord renewal. You kept yourself in power. Someone had to hold the throne. The chamber trembled. Not from Sidoni's wards, not from the golden light still blazing through the blood channels. The tremor came from beneath, a deep, geological groaning that traveled up through the stone cradle and into Noor's bones. The founder hunger, shifting, listening. Sidoni's expression did not change, but Noor saw her hands tighten at her sides, the gold channels in her palms flickering. Ondine saw it too. You are weakening. Her voice dropped. You have been awake 10 minutes, and already the seal is straining. You cannot hold it forever. You cannot hold it another hour. She turned to face Noor directly. And you passed one test. One. You touched the lock, and it did not kill you. That does not make you a queen. That makes you a key. The chamber groaned again, louder this time, and a crack spiderwebbed across the stone floor between Noor and Sidoni. Noor felt it through her boots, a pulse of heat, ancient and patient, rising from the fissure. Sidoni's shoulders tightened. He passed the first test, the founder said. The lock accepted her blood and her will. The second test will follow. There is no time for tests. Ondine stepped forward, past Sidoni, past the kneeling loyalists, until she stood at the edge of the cracked floor, facing Noor across the fissure. The Concord delegates are waiting. The tithe lords are armed. The Mortal Council has agents in every district watching for the collapse they have been predicting for a decade. Her voice dropped to something near pleading. I did not lie to protect myself. I lied to protect a city that cannot survive another civil war. And if you force a succession now, without preparation, without alliances, without a single night of experience in the court you claim to inherit, you will destroy everything I spent a century preserving. Noor met her stare. You spent a century preserving a lie. I spent a century preserving order. Ondine's voice broke on the last word. There is a difference, and you are too young to see it. The floor cracked again. This time the fissures split wider, and a sound emerged from the darkness below. Not a groan, not a pulse. A breath. Slow and vast, like something waking from a very long sleep. Sidoni's face went pale. We are out of time. She turned to Noor, and the gold in her eyes flickered, dimmed, reignited. The lock accepted you as a candidate. That gives us access, but the seal must be stabilized before the hunger wakes fully. If I fall, the prison falls with me, and the city above becomes feeding ground for something that has not tasted mortal blood in 2 centuries. Noor's hand went to the signet ring, still warm, still blazing. What do I need to do? Touch the seal again. Feed your blood into the channels. Let the lock read you completely. Sidoni's voice was steady, but Noor saw the trembling in her hands, the gold channels flickering like dying embers. It will take everything you have. It may take more. She is mortal. Ondine's voice cut across the chamber. She cannot survive the channel feeding. You would burn her out in an hour and leave the city with a dead air and a broken lock. Then find me another way. Sidoni's eyes flashed. You had a century to study the lock. You had the payments, the records, the archivist. You knew the bloodline existed. You could have prepared. I prepared the only way I knew. Ondine's voice was quiet now, almost tired. I kept the city alive. I kept the court intact. I kept the hunger contained by controlling the seal's maintenance with precision, not faith. She turned to Noor. If you take the throne tonight, unprepared and unsupported, the court will tear itself apart within a month. The Mortal Council will demand the Concord be dissolved. The eastern districts will fall to the first faction strong enough to hold them, and the hunger will rise because there will be no one left to maintain the lock. She paused. I can still prevent that. I can order you seized, confined to the tower, and used for a controlled blood response that stabilizes the seal without a succession crisis. You would survive. The city would survive. And in a year when the Concord is secure and the factions have been managed, you could take the throne with actual power behind you, not just a dead queen's blessing. The chamber fell silent. The hunger breathed beneath the cracked stone, and Noor looked at Ondine, at the woman who had spent a century holding together a lie she believed was necessary, and saw something she had not expected. Fear. Not fear of losing power, fear of watching her city burn because a girl with ink-stained fingers and a dead queen's ring had been handed a throne she did not know how to hold. Signone's voice cut through the quiet. The air chooses. Noor felt the weight of every eye in the chamber. The kneeling loyalists, the trembling archivist, the ancient founder, gold fading in her palms. The regent, standing on the edge of a cracking floor, watching her with the exhausted gaze of a woman who had already lost. She looked down at the signet ring, still blazing, still warm. She had not earned the throne yet. She had passed one test and the lock had accepted her blood, but the chamber was fracturing, the hunger was stirring, and Ondine's warning hung in the air like smoke. Noor lifted her head. Then I choose. The floor split open at her feet. Darkness poured out. Not liquid, not smoke, but something older, a negative pressure that swallowed the golden light and left the chamber gasping. The hunger rose beneath them, vast and patient, and Noor felt it recognize her. It knew her blood. It knew her name. It knew she had not yet decided what kind of heir she would be. Chapter 36. The darkness surged against the broken stone, and Noor felt it recognize her with a certainty that went deeper than blood. She stood at the edge of the fissure, the signet blazing on her finger, the dead bracelet hanging cold against her wrist. Below, something vast shifted in the dark, not climbing, not reaching, waiting. Signone's voice came thin. Noor, the channels, now! Ondine moved before Noor could answer, her hand cutting through the air toward her loyalists. Seize her! Controlled response! Do not let her feed the seal. The loyalists rose from their knees, 20 of them, 40. Noor lost count in the surge of movement, the scrape of boots on stone, the flicker of torchlight across armed shoulders. They came forward in a disciplined wave, and Noor's body locked, caught between the hunger below and the wall of bodies closing above. Then, the iron door at the chamber's far end slammed open. Lazar stepped through. He did not carry a blade. He did not need one. The weight of his presence struck the room like a physical force, and the loyalists at the front of the wave faltered. Recognition, memory, the instinct of a court that knew exactly what the first sword had been trained to do. He walked past them, through them. They parted without thinking, the way water parts around a stone. He stopped beside Noor, facing Ondine, and the silence he brought with him filled every crack in the chamber. The air chooses, he said, his voice quiet and absolute. Ondine's composure cracked. You are no longer first sword. You have no authority here. I do not need authority. Lazar's hand found Noor's, steady and warm, and the bond flared between them, not overwhelming, not consuming, anchoring. I need only stand beside her. The loyalists hesitated. Noor felt the weight of the moment, the knife-edge balance of a chamber where one wrong word could tip everything into blood. She looked at Signet, trembling against the stone cradle, at Ondine, exhausted and desperate, at the crack in the floor where the hunger breathed and waited. She stepped back from the edge. Not retreat, ground. I will not feed the seal tonight. Sidonie's eyes widened. Noor, I will not feed the seal, Noor repeated, because I do not know what it will cost me, and neither do you. You said the lock tests blood, will, and fear. You said the hunger has not tasted mortal blood in 2 centuries. She met Sidonie's gaze. You do not know what happens when it does, neither does she. She tilted her head toward Ondine. And I will not become a sacrifice for a city that does not know my name, or a weapon for a regent who wants me controlled, or a vessel for a hunger I do not understand. The silence that followed was absolute. Ondine's lips parted, closed. For the first time since Noor had met her, the Regent had nothing to say. It was Lazar who spoke. "What do you want?" The question was soft, not a challenge, not a test. He was not asking as the First Sword, or as the Queen's executioner, or as the man bound by 9 centuries of oath. He was asking as the man who had stepped through an iron door into a room full of armed loyalists to stand beside her. Noor turned to face him fully. "I want time. I want to understand what I am agreeing to before I sign the contract." She held his gaze. "I want to choose the throne because I am ready to hold it, not because a dead queen's blood key and a hungry abyss forced me into it." She stepped closer, close enough to feel the warmth of him, the slow, steady beat of his anomalous heart. "And I want to choose you." Her voice dropped. "Not because the bond decided it, not because fate cornered me, because you gave me truth when lies would have served you better, because you stood beside me when standing cost you everything, because I trust you, Lazar Korvath, and I do not trust easily." Something shifted in his winter iron eyes. Not the flare of the bond, the raw pull of blood and fate, something quieter, something chosen. He lifted her hand and pressed his lips to her knuckles, a gesture so formal, so deliberate, it felt like a vow. "Then you have me," he said. "Not as the First Sword, not as the Queen's instrument, as the man who will wait as long as you need, and stand where you stand, and follow no command but yours." The bond steadied, not a flare, not a consuming fire, a line of gold drawn through the dark, both of them holding it together, and Noor felt the difference between fate and choice with a clarity that made her chest ache. Behind them, the hunger stirred. A low groan rose through the cracked stone, and the golden light in Sidney's palms flickered, dimmed, steadied. "The seal cannot wait forever," Sidney said, her voice thin. "You have bought hours, not days." Noor turned to face her. "Then tell me what I need to know. The full truth, the memory you said the lock would test. Every detail of what the hunger is and what it will demand of the one who binds it." Sidney's gold-ringed eyes searched hers. "You will not survive what you are asking to know. I will not survive ignorance either." A long pause. The hunger breathed beneath them, patient and vast, and somewhere in the darkness below, something that had waited 2 centuries for mortal blood began to stir in earnest. Sidney opened her mouth to answer. The eastern grate exploded inward, not the grate itself, but the wall around it, stone and mortar and iron tearing apart in a spray of debris that sent loyalists diving for cover. Through the dust, shapes moved, armed, precise, too many to count. And behind them, stepping through the breach with a thin, satisfied smile, Mirek Solti raised his hand. "Before anyone makes any more dramatic declarations," he said, "I should mention that the City Council just voted to suspend the Concord." The chamber went still. Ondine's face drained of color. "You lie." "I never lie about leverage." Myrek's smile widened. "The mortal districts are sealing their borders. The night districts are already rioting. And the Founder's heir, his eyes found Noor, is about to inherit a war. Chapter 37. Mirek's smile held while the chamber steadied around his words. Ondine moved first, not toward him, toward the seal, her hand outstretched as if she could physically reclaim control of the narrative. "You have no authority to..." "The City Council voted unanimously." Mirek pulled a folded document from his coat, cream paper stamped with the mortal seal. "The Concord is suspended until the Amaranth Court produces a recognized sovereign, not a regent, not a claimant, a crowned head who can guarantee the blood tithe terms for the next century." The paper crackled as he held it up. Noor read the faces around her. Ondine's loyalists, armed for containment, not war. Zofia, pressed against the far wall with one hand on her throat. Lazar, whose stillness had gone absolute, the stillness of a man calculating how many bodies stood between him and the great. Sidney was the only one who laughed. It was a dry sound, centuries old, scraping up from a throat that had not used it in 200 years. A unanimous council. In my day, unanimity meant someone had already been paid or threatened into silence. Her gold-ringed eyes fixed on Mirek. "Which was it?" Both. Mirek did not flinch. But that is not your concern, Founder. You have been dead for the better part of a century. The living get to make the mess now. The hunger stirred beneath Nu's feet, a slow pulse, like a second heartbeat waking deep in the stone, and the golden channels in Sadoni's palms flared, dimmed, flared again. The queen's shoulders tightened, and for the first time, Noor saw the cost of the performance. Sadoni was holding the seal by will alone, and her will was fraying. You do not have hours, Sadoni said very quietly. You have minutes. The suspension, the riots, the council, none of it matters if the hunger rises before you decide. Noor looked at the signet on her finger. She had passed the first test. The lock had accepted her blood and her will. But the second test hung between them, the memory she had refused to be told, the thing Sadoni promised would destroy her to know. I need to renew the seal, Noor said. Now, before the hunger breaches. You do not have the knowledge, Sadoni said. Not yet. The memory must come first, or the seal will read you as incomplete and… Then teach me enough, not the full truth, enough. Sadoni's eyes searched hers. Something passed between them, a calculation Noor could not read, and then the Founder nodded once. The lock answers three things: blood, will, and name. You have already given blood and will. The third gives the seal permission to accept you as anchor. Sadoni raised her hands, and the gold channels in her palms blazed. Press the signet into your palm until it draws blood. Then place your hand where mine is. Speak your full name, and the seal will read what you are. That is it? That is the door. What you find on the other side is the memory. Noor pulled the signet from her finger. The crescent moon and downward thorn caught the golden light, and the band was warm from her skin, warm like it had been waiting for this moment. Lazar moved to stand beside her. I will be at the grate, he said. When the seal accepts you, the wards will redraw themselves. That will draw every faction in the tunnels toward this chamber. He did not touch her. He did not need to. Do what you came here to do. She wanted to say something, something that matched the weight of the moment. Instead, she pressed the signet into her palm, hard, and felt the edge bite through skin. Blood welled, dark and bright, and the signet drank it. The room changed, not visually, not audibly, but the pressure shifted, like a door opening in a room she had not realized was sealed. The hunger beneath her feet went still, and the golden channels in the floor began to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. Noor stepped forward. Sadoni moved aside, and the cradle of stone and gold lay open before her, the depression where the Founder had sat for 2 centuries, the place where the hunger pressed closest to the surface. She placed her bleeding palm on the stone. Noor Haddad, she said. The seal answered. Not with light, not with sound, but with recognition. The stone beneath her hand softened, became warm, became organic, and the hunger that had been pressing upward from below paused, turned, tasted her name. And the ward read her. It flowed through her veins, not taking, not consuming, reading, mapping, learning what she was made of, every scar she had collected, every loss she had carried, every choice that had shaped her into the woman standing in the dark beneath a city that did not want her. The hunger watched, and then it spoke. Not in words, in images, a city of bone and ash, a throne built from the ribs of something vast, a woman who looked like Sadoni but was not, was something older, something that had worn Sadoni's face because it had forgotten its own. The vision hit Noor like cold water. She gasped. Her hand tried to pull back from the seal, but the ward held her, and the hunger's attention sharpened, focused, curious. You are not her. The voice was not Sadoni's. It was deeper, older, layered with centuries of sleep and want. But you carry her blood. Noor forced her breathing to slow, forced her mind to stop spinning and anchor on what she knew. Her name, her purpose, the man waiting at the grate. I carry my own choices, she said. The blood is just the ink. A pause. The hunger laughed. It was not a warm sound. It was the sound of something that had been patient for a very long time and had finally found a reason to be interested. Renew the seal then, little heir. See how long it holds. The golden channels blazed. The hunger withdrew, not defeated, not sealed, but settling, receding into the deep places where it had slept for 2 centuries, and the stone beneath Noor's hand cooled, hardened, became iron again. The seal was stable. Noor pulled her hand back. The wound in her palm was already closing, the skin knitting together with a faint gold shimmer, and the signet on her finger pulsed once before going still. She looked at Sidoni. The founder sagged against the wall of the cradle, her gold-ringed eyes half closed, and for the first time since she had risen from the sediment, she looked like what she was, a woman who had held a prison inside her own body for 200 years and had just passed the weight to someone else. "It is done," Sidoni said. "For now." Noor turned. Lazar was at the grate, his back to her, watching the darkness of the eastern tunnel. Zofia had moved to his side, her thin frame rigid with tension. Ondine stood among her loyalists, pale green eyes fixed on Noor with an expression that was no longer calculating. It was measuring. And Mirik Sulti was gone. The chamber door stood open, the eastern tunnel dark, and the only evidence that he had been there at all was the cream paper of the council suspension, still lying on the stone floor where he had dropped it. "The Concord cannot be restored without a recognized sovereign," Zofia said quietly. "The mortal districts will stay sealed, the night districts will keep burning." And Mirik just walked out with every advantage. Noor looked at her bloodied palm. The gold shimmer had faded, the wound was sealed. But she could still feel the hunger beneath her feet, patient and vast, waiting to see what she would do with the hours it had given her. She turned to Lazar. "How long until dawn?" 3 hours. "Then we have 3 hours to find Mirik, unseal the Concord, and convince the court I am worth kneeling for before the sun rises over a city that is already on fire." Lazar's winter iron eyes met hers. "Or," he said, "we could do something simpler." "What?" He held up a folded paper he had picked from his coat. The seal on it was not Ondine's, not the court's. It bore a tower with a broken arch. "This arrived before the summons," he said. "The Preservation Society requests an audience with the Draeven heir at the old Eastern Tower, before dawn, alone, to discuss the memory you refused to learn." The hunger stirred, and somewhere in the darkness of the Eastern Tunnel, the grate groaned open again. Chapter 38. The grate groaned open. Noor turned before the sound finished echoing. The Eastern Tunnel breathed darkness at her, and for a moment she saw nothing but the shape of the opening, the black beyond it, the promise of something stepping through. But no one came. The grate stood open, empty, the iron still trembling from whatever had forced it. Lazar moved before she could speak. He crossed the chamber in 3 strides, positioned himself between Noor and the tunnel mouth, and stood with his shoulders set and his hands empty. No blade, no weapon. A man who had spent 9 centuries learning that the body itself was enough. "Close it," Noor said. Zofia was already moving. The archivist crossed to the grate, her thin hands finding the iron lever, and pulled. The mechanism screamed. Metal ground against metal, and the grate sagged shut, the lock catching with a sound like a jaw closing. Zofia turned. Her pale blue eyes were wide. "It was not forced from outside," she said. "The latch was thrown from inside the chamber. Someone's still in this room." Noor felt the words land like a stone dropped into still water. Ondine's loyalists shifted. Hands moved toward weapons. Eyes swept the chamber, counting faces, measuring distance, looking for the one who did not belong. Ondine herself had not moved. She stood at the center of her knelt loyalists, silver blonde chignon still immaculate, pale green eyes fixed on Noor with an expression that had not changed since the ward had forced her down. Measuring. "Regent," No said. "Do you know who threw that latch?" Ondine's mouth curved. It was not a smile. "I know 100 people in this court who would open that gate if they believed it served the city. I do not know which of them is standing in this room." It was not an answer. It was a deflection wrapped in a truth, and Noor recognized the shape of it, because she used the same technique when she wanted to reveal nothing while sounding cooperative. She filed it. Then she walked past Ondine, past the knelt loyalists, past Sidoni's sagging form against the stone cradle, and stopped at the center of the chamber where the seal still pulsed beneath her feet. She turned to face them. The blood had dried on her palm. The gold shimmer was gone. The signet on her finger sat dark and still, but she could feel it now, a weight that had not been there before, a connection running from the metal through her skin into the stone beneath her. The lock knew her. The room knew it too. "I passed the first test," Noor said. "The lock accepted my blood. Sidney named me heir. The ward forced you to kneel." She let the silence stretch. "But I have not claimed the throne. I have not been crowned, and the Concord is suspended until the court produces a recognized sovereign." She looked at Ondine. "I want you to tell me what that means for the city." Ondine's pale green eyes held hers. "It means your mortal districts will seal themselves within the hour," she said. "It means the night markets will burn before dawn. It means every tithe lord with a private army will decide whether to back you, kill you, or wait to see which way the blood falls." "And which way have you decided?" Ondine did not answer. The silence stretched. The loyalists held their breath. Zophia's fingers pressed against her own throat, and Lazar stood at the grate with his back to the iron, watching the room the way he had watched execution chambers for 9 centuries. Ondine's jaw tightened. "I have spent a century preserving this city," she said. "I held it together through famine, through succession crises, through mortal uprisings that would have burned the Crimson House to the ground. I did it without a throne, without a founder, without anyone to tell me I was right or wrong." Her voice cracked on the last word. "And now you stand there, a mortal woman who has been in this court for less than a month, and you expect me to kneel to you because a dead queen says your blood is the answer?" Noor did not look away. "I expect you to kneel because the lock is failing, and you let it fail because you would rather control a dying city than trust an heir you did not choose." The words hit. Ondine's face went still. The pale green eyes flickered with something Noor had not seen before. Not calculation, not fear, recognition. "You know," Ondine said. "I know you intercepted the maintenance payments. I know you let the ward channels starve. I know you watched the breach spread and told yourself it was necessary, because an heir would destabilize the court more than a controlled collapse." Ondine said nothing. "You were not wrong," Noor said. "An heir would destabilize the court. A mortal heir will destabilize it more. But you made that choice without asking the city, without asking the court, without asking anyone who might have told you there was another way." Ondine's hands were shaking. She did not try to hide them. "What would you have done?" she asked. "If you had sat in my chair for a century watching the lock weaken, knowing that the only bloodline that could renew it was hidden and hunted, and that exposing them would start a war you could not win?" "I would have found a better question." Ondine stared at her. "Not what?" Noor said. "Who?" "I would have found someone to trust." The silence that followed was not hostile. It was not surrendered. It was the sound of a woman who had spent 100 years alone, making impossible choices in the dark, and had never considered that solitude was a choice too. Ondine looked at Sidoni. The founder sagged against the cradle, gold-ringed eyes half closed, her breath shallow and slow. She had passed the weight. She had nothing left to give. "Forgive me," Ondine said. Sidoni did not answer. Ondine looked back at Noor, and slowly, deliberately, she lowered her head. The loyalists followed. They knelt, one by one, the metal of their weapons scraping against the stone floor, the rustle of their coats filling the chamber like a prayer. 40 vampires, veteran loyalists, the backbone of the Regency's armed force, pressed to their knees before a mortal woman who had been unturned 3 weeks ago. Noor watched them. She did not feel triumphant. She felt the weight of every single one of them pressing against her chest. Lazar was at her side before she could ask. "The ward accepted the recognition," he said. "The chamber has recorded it. When you face the court above, they will know the regent knelt." "And Myrick?" "Gone. He left before the grate opened." Noor turned to the eastern tunnel. The iron gate stood closed. The latch was secure. But she could still feel the darkness beyond it, patient and waiting. And she knew with cold certainty that Myrick Sulte had not walked through that gate. He had opened it for someone else. "Noor." She turned. Lazar held up the Preservation Society summons. The broken arc tower crest glowed faintly in the candlelight. "The old eastern tower," he said, "before dawn. And the memory I refused to learn." "Yes." Noor looked at Sidney. The founder's eyes were closed now. Her chest rose and fell in a rhythm that was too slow, too shallow, but she was alive, and that was more than anyone had expected 2 hours ago. "The hunger told me I was not her," Noor said. It wore her face because it had forgotten its own. Lazar's expression did not change, but she saw something move in his winter iron eyes, something ancient, something he had carried for 9 centuries and never spoken aloud. "What do you know about that face?" she asked. "Nothing," he said. She did not believe him, but she did not press him because the grate in the eastern tunnel groaned again, and this time they all heard it. And this time, the darkness beyond the iron did not feel empty. It felt like someone standing very still on the other side, waiting. Chapter 39. The grate groaned again, a long metallic shriek that did not sound like wind on iron. Every loyalist in the chamber went still. Lazar moved before the sound died, putting himself between Noor and the eastern tunnel, one hand already reaching for the blade he no longer carried. He had left the first sword pin on the table above. He was not unarmed. She had seen what he could do with his hands. "Open it," Noor said. "No! Open the grate." He held her gaze for a heartbeat, then turned and pulled the latch. The iron door swung outward. No one stood on the other side. The tunnel stretched into darkness, empty and silent, the torchlight from the chamber pooling at the threshold and refusing to penetrate beyond. The stone floor showed no footprints. The air carried no scent. But the latch had been thrown from inside. Noor felt the weight of that fact settle into her chest like a stone dropped into deep water. "Close it," she said. Lazar pulled the grate shut. The bars fell into place with a sound that should have felt final, but did not. Ondine had not risen from her knees. She remained in the center of the chamber, head lowered, silver-blonde chignon still immaculate, hands resting on her thighs with the composure of a woman who had spent a century learning how to kneel without breaking. "Noor." Lazar's voice was quiet, controlled, the voice he used when he was about to do something irreversible. She let the lock fail. She intersected the payments. She staved the ward channels while knowing the foundation was cracking beneath every district in this city. That is treason against the court, against the bloodline, and against the mortal population who have no idea what lives under their feet. He paused. "The sentence is death." Noor felt the words land like a blade laid flat against her throat. She looked at Ondine. The regent's pale green eyes were dry. Her expression was not defiant and not afraid. It was the face of someone who had already accepted every possible outcome and found none of them acceptable. "She spent a century alone," Noor said. "Her choice." "Was it?" Lazar's jaw tightened. She could have trusted someone. She could have shared the weight. She chose solitude because solitude was easier than vulnerability, and she told herself it was duty because that was the only story that let her sleep at night. Ondine's eyes flickered. Noor turned to face the chamber. 40 loyalists knelt in the candlelight. Some of them had been with Ondine for decades. Some of them had followed her into this crypt believing they were containing a crisis, not prolonging one. All of them were watching Noor with the same question written across their faces. "Who are you?" "What kind of heir would I be?" Noor said. "If my first act was to execute the woman who kept this city alive while the throne stood empty." "A practical one," Lazar said. "Maybe." She met his eyes. "But I did not pass the lock's first test by being practical. I passed it by choosing." The silence between them stretched. Lazar's hand uncurled slowly, finger by finger, until his palm lay open at his side. "What would you have me do?" he asked. "Confine her. Secure quarters in the Crimson House. No contact with her faction. No access to ward channels or payment ledgers. She stays alive until I have heard the memory I refuse to learn and decided what justice looks like for a city that survived because of her ruthlessness. And if her loyalists resist?" Noor looked at the kneeling 40. "I am not asking them to love me," she said. "I am asking them to watch." One of the loyalists raised his head. He was old. Not Lazar old, but old enough that the scars on his face had faded to silver. His eyes were the color of slate, and they held Noor's without hostility and without warmth. "You would keep her alive," he said, "after she tried to have you seized, after she let the wards starve, after she spent a century erasing your bloodline from every record she could reach? Yes. Why? No considered the question. Because execution would be clean, she said. It would be finished. It would let everyone who followed her pretend they had no part in what she did. Confinement forces accountability. It forces the court to look at her and remember what she was willing to sacrifice for order. I want the court to remember. The old loyalist held her gaze, then he lowered his head again. The gesture was not quite submission, it was acknowledgement. The kind one veteran gives another when they recognize a strategy they had not considered. Lazar stepped forward. He did not touch Ondine. He simply stood before her and waited. The regent rose slowly, her knees showing no stiffness from the stone floor, her composure intact. She looked at Noor with those pale green eyes, and for a moment Noor saw something move behind them. Not calculation, not gratitude. Respect. You will not survive them, Ondine said. Survive who? The ones who wanted me to kill you. They will not stop because I knelt. They will see your mercy as weakness, and they will test it until they find the edge. Then I will learn to weaponize it. Ondine's mouth curved. It was not a smile. Maybe you will. Lazar led her toward the eastern tunnel. Two loyalists rose and followed without being ordered, their footsteps falling into rhythm behind him. They would secure her. They would report back. The machine of the court was already grinding into new alignment around the fact of a living heir. The chamber felt emptier without her. Sideni stirred in the stone cradle. Her gold-ringed eyes opened, slow and heavy, like someone surfacing from deep water. She looked at Noor for a long moment. You heard, Noor said. I heard. Was I wrong? Sideni's breath rattled in her chest. The gold in her palms flickered, dimming and brightening in a rhythm that did not match her heartbeat. Mercy is not weakness, Sideni said. But it is not strength either. It is a tool. You used it correctly tonight. You showed the court that you are not Ondine, and you showed them that you are not afraid to contradict your own executioner. That buys you time. She paused. But time is all it buys. The ones who wanted her to kill you will not be convinced by a single act of clemency. They will test you again and again until they find the thing you will not sacrifice. I know. Then you also know that the memory you refused to learn is the only thing that will teach you how to hold what you have taken. Noor felt the weight of those words settle into her chest beside the stone that had been there since the grate groaned open. The Eastern Tower, she said, before dawn. Sidoni's eyes closed. Her breathing slowed, shallow and fragile, and Noor understood that the founder had given everything she had left. The seal was renewed, the heir was named, the rest was Noor's to carry. She turned to the eastern grate. Lazar had not returned. The tunnel stretched into darkness, waiting for her, and somewhere in the old eastern tower the Preservation Society was waiting with a memory that Sidoni had warned would destroy her. Noor walked toward the gate. Behind her, the chamber settled into silence. Before her, the darkness did not retreat. It opened. Chapter 40. The darkness opened, and Noor walked into it. The tunnel beyond the eastern grate smelled of damp stone and something older, something that had been sealed so long the air itself had forgotten how to move. Her footsteps echoed against walls that did not feel like stone. They felt like bone, like the chamber she had left behind, like the ribs of something vast that had drawn breath beneath the city longer than any of them had walked above it. Behind her, the grate groaned shut. She did not look back. The signet burned gold against her finger, casting her shadow long and thin against the walls. She followed it because there was no other path. The tunnel branched once, then twice, and each time the ring pulled her left, toward the old eastern district, toward a tower that had been demolished 40 years ago, according to every record she had read. Records could be wrong, or records could be lies someone wanted her to believe. The thought settled into her chest like a familiar weight. She had spent her career trusting documents because people could not be trusted. Documents did not lie unless someone made them lie. But documents could be erased, sealed, burned, replaced with something that looked true but was not. She had learned that in the archive vault, standing over a dead clerk who had helped her escape. She had learned it when Elias Mercer handed her a portfolio of records he had held for 3 years, waiting for someone to ask. She had learned it from her mother's household ledger, where grocery entries hid coded dates matching every historic maintenance payment. The documents were not the truth, they were the trail. And the trail had led her here, into a tunnel beneath the city, walking toward a memory that everyone who knew about it had warned would destroy her. The tunnel widened, the walls changed. No longer rough-hewn stone, dressed stone now, worked by hands that had known what they were building. Carvings emerged from the darkness as the Signet's gold light brushed them. Crescents and thorns, the same symbols that marked the seal chamber, the iron door, the trunk where Sidoni's Signet had waited 2 centuries. But here, the carvings were older. The crescents were not cradling the thorns, they were pierced by them, and the thorns pointed up. The same reversal she had seen on the iron door, a deliberate corruption of the Draeven symbol, a mark that said this place belonged to the broken branch, not the crown. The Preservation Society had built this passage, or claimed it, or been given it by someone who wanted the memory kept safe from the court above. The tunnel ended at a door, not iron, wood. Old oak, black with age, banded with brass oxidized to green. No handles, no visible left, just a smooth plate where a hand might press. The Signet flared once, bright and brief. Beyond it, a circular chamber opened into a space that should not have existed beneath the eastern district. The ceiling arched high overhead, lost in shadow. The walls were lined with shelves, and the shelves were lined with ledgers, hundreds of them, thousands. Clean spines, fresh leather, gilt lettering that caught the Signet's light. Someone had been maintaining this archive long after Sidoni sealed herself beneath the city. Someone had been adding to it. Noor stepped forward. The nearest ledger read, Year of the Veiled Moon, 8th Cycle, Maintenance Record, Southeast Conduit. She pulled it free. The pages were filled with her mother's handwriting. Noor's breath stopped. The dates ran from 16 years ago to 3 months ago. Regular entries, conduit pressure, blood residue levels, ward integrity readings. The same technical language she had learned to read in Sidoni's logs, filtered through a hand she had not seen since she was 10 years old. Her mother had not fled Vespergate. Her mother had been working. She turned the page. A folded sheet fell out. The paper was thin, worn at the edges, covered in the same handwriting but smaller, cramped as if written in a hurry. Noor, if you are reading this, you found the passage. You passed the lock. You survived the Founder's Chamber. I knew you would. I am not coming back, not because I do not want to, but because I already left. I finished what Sidoni started, and the cost of finishing was leaving everything I loved behind. The memory they want to show you is mine. The Preservation Society has been holding it since I gave it to them 12 years ago. They said it was insurance. They said if you ever came looking, you would need to know what I learned at the end. I do not know if that is true. But I know I could not let them destroy it, and I could not carry it myself, so I left it here. For you. For when you were ready. Be careful what you choose to remember, my girl. Some truths do not set you free. They chain you to something you cannot unsee. I love you. I have always loved you. Leyland Noor read the letter 3 times. Her hands did not shake, her voice did not break. But something inside her cracked. A seam she had not known was there, and through it poured a grief she had buried for 16 years beneath ledgers and deadlines and the careful armor of a woman who trusted only what could be proven. The Preservation Society had kept her mother's memory, and they wanted her to claim it. She looked up. At the center of the circular chamber, on a pedestal of black stone, a single object waited. A leather-bound book, larger than the ledgers, older, bound with a clasp that bore the Draeven crescent, intact and unbroken. The memory, her mother's memory, the truth that Sidoni had warned would destroy her. Noor walked toward it. The signet burned gold against her finger. The air grew heavy. And somewhere beneath the city, deep below her feet, the Founder hunger stirred in its renewed prison, patient and waiting, knowing that she had only bought time. The clasp opened under her hand. The book fell open to the first page. The handwriting was not her mother's. It was Sidoni's. And the first line read, To the one who reaches this last, I am sorry I could not tell you in person. I was already gone when you were born. I held you once, just after your mother cut the cord. You had the Draeven eyes, gold-ringed even then. I knew what that meant. I knew what I had to do. Noor's hand touched the page. The gold in the paper flared, and the room fell away. Chapter 41. The memory released her like a held breath. Noor stumbled backward, her hand still pressed to the page, her lungs dragging air she had not realized she was missing. The circular chamber steadied around her, the ledgers, the pedestal, the book still open beneath her fingers. She looked down at Sinoni's handwriting and saw the words differently now. You had the Draeven eyes, gold-ringed even then. The room had been still while she was inside the memory. She did not know how long she had stood there. Minutes, hours. The signet had gone cold against her finger, and the gold in the page had faded to ordinary ink. She closed the book. Her hands did not shake. But the woman who had walked into this chamber was not the same woman who had touched that page, and she felt the difference in her bones like a fracture that had not yet broken through. The Preservation Society had left her alone. No one waited in the tunnel. No one blocked the passage back. No art walked. The signet guided her through the dark, past the branching tunnels and the bone-smooth walls, past the carvings of crescents pierced by thorns. She climbed the service stair that Zofia had shown her, pushed through the iron door that opened onto the undercroft, and stepped into the air of the Crimson House. Dawn was close. The corridor ahead was lit, awake, moving with servants and guards who stopped when they saw her. One of them inclined his head. Not a bow, not a kneel, but the angle of his neck told her everything. The news had already spread. Ondine had knelt. The heir had returned. The court was rewriting itself around her absence, and every face she passed was calculating what she had become in the hours she had been gone. She walked toward the Crimson Hall. The doors were open. Inside, the delegates had gathered early. Not the full Concord Council, the emergency faction. The ones who had been waiting through the night, watching the suspension spread from district to district, waiting to see who would walk out of the founder's crypt and claim the wreckage. They turned when she entered. Lazar was already there. He stood at the far end of the hall, his dark coat still carrying the dust of the tunnels, his winter iron eyes finding hers across the room. He did not move toward her. He waited, letting her cross the distance, letting the court see that she walked in on her own. She reached him. "Where is Sidoni?" she asked. "The chambers above." His voice was low, meant only for her. She insisted on being present for the delegation. The archivist tried to stop her. "Sophia?" Everyone tried. Nu turned to face the delegates. She recognized Aldrich Venn among them, iron gray at the temples, his thin smile calculating. Two other Tithe lords she had seen at the banquet. A woman in council gray, who must have been the mortal Liaison now that Elias had burned his bridges. They did not kneel. They waited. The woman in gray spoke first. "Lady Haddad." The title hung in the air like a test. "The city council requires immediate terms before any recognition can proceed. The Concord suspension cannot hold past noon. Without a binding agreement on feeding corridors and policing jurisdiction, the mortal districts will remain sealed, and the night districts will burn." "Then you came to negotiate," Noor said. "We came to see who we would be negotiating with." Behind them, the side door opened. Sidoni Draeven walked through. She was dressed in black now, not the stained burial gown from the crypt. Someone had found her clothes. Someone had helped her into them. But the queen's face was the color of old paper, and every step she took looked like it cost her something she did not have to spare. She reached Nu's side. The delegates went still. Sidoni said nothing. She simply stood there, gold-ringed eyes fixed on the woman in gray, waiting for the calculation to complete itself. The woman in gray inclined her head. "Queen Sidoni." "Counselor Vex." Sidoni's voice was barely a whisper. "You look well for someone who voted to suspend the oldest treaty in the city's history." "The treaty was suspended because the throne was empty. If it is no longer empty, the council will reconsider." "Then reconsider." The woman in gray's eyes shifted to Noor. "The heir must present terms, guarantees, timelines. We cannot sign a blind renewal." Noor opened her mouth to answer. Sidoni swayed. It was not dramatic. Her body simply listed sideways, as if the bones had forgotten how to hold her upright. Lazar caught her before she reached the floor, one arm around her back, easing her down with a gentleness that made the watching delegates flinch. Her eyes were still open, but the gold in them had dimmed. Noor dropped to her knees beside her. "Sidoni." The Queen's hand found her wrist. The grip was weak, barely there. "Not now," Sidoni breathed. "Not in front of them. The seal will hold for hours yet." A pause, but not much longer. Noor looked up at Lazar. His face told her nothing, but his hand, the one not holding Sidoni, had gone white at the knuckle where he gripped his own sleeve. The woman in gray cleared her throat. "Lady Haddad, the terms—" Noor turned. Her voice came out steady. "Your terms will wait until my founder is breathing properly. This hall is cleared." The woman in gray opened her mouth. Noor did not raise her voice. "Get out." The delegates moved, and somewhere beneath the city, deep in the darkness where the book still lay open on its pedestal, the founder hunger turned in its sleep and remembered what it meant to wait. Chapter 42. The tower chambers smelled of old dust and older stone. Lazar carried Sidoni up the narrow stairs himself, refusing the servants who reached for her. Noor followed close behind, watching the Queen's head loll against his shoulder, watching the way her hands hung slack, the gold in her palms flickering like a candle running out of wax. They laid her on the study couch. Sidoni's eyes stayed open, fixed on the ceiling, on something none of them could see. Zofia arrived with water, with clean cloths, with a doctor who took one look at the Queen's pupils and said nothing at all. The doctor withdrew. Lazar stood at the window, his back to the room. Noor knelt beside the couch. "Sidoni." The Queen's gaze took a long time to find her. When it did, the gold in her irises was barely a rim, thin as a thread, thin as the line between holding and breaking. "I am not dying," Sidoni said. "You collapsed. I am resting." A pause. "Collapsing is a form of rest." Noor did not laugh. "Sidoni, the seal holds. I told you." The Queen's hand found Noor's wrist again, the same weak grip from the Crimson Hall. "But I cannot hold it forever, and I cannot hold it at all if I am awake." "Then sleep." "I cannot sleep until you understand what you have inherited." Noor waited. Sidoni's throat worked. The tendons in her neck stood out like cables under old parchment. "The renewed lock bought time, not safety. Do you understand the difference?" "I understand that the hunger said, 'See how long it holds.'" "Yes." Sidoni closed her eyes. "That is the difference." Lazar turned from the window. His face was hard, but his voice came out quiet. "How long?" Sidoni did not open her eyes. "If nothing else changes, a week, perhaps 2. "A week," Noor repeated. "The seal was designed to be reinforced by living blood. Draven blood. Draven blood. Mine held for 2 centuries because I was inside it, breathing with it, feeding it from within. What you did, pressing the signet and speaking your name, that gave it a fresh anchor. But you are outside the seal. You are above ground. Every hour you spend away from it, the anchor weakens." Zofia had gone pale. "Then Noor cannot leave the crypt." "No." Sidoni's eyes opened. "Noor must take the court in hand. She must be crowned. She must hold the Concord together with living hands, not dead wards, because the seal is not the only thing that was tampered with." The room went still. "What do you mean?" Noor asked. Sidoni struggled to sit up. Lazar moved to help her, but she waved him off with a hand that trembled. She managed to prop herself against the arm of the couch. "The outer channels, the ward lattice that feeds the seal from the city foundations. Someone altered them during the last payment cycle." "The last cycle," Zofia said. "That was 3 months ago." "Yes, I would have noticed," Zofia said. "I check every maintenance transfer against the original orders. Every line item, every signature. It was not in the ledgers." Noor's voice cut through. "Tell me." Sony looked at her. The gold in her eyes had dimmed further, but something else had sharpened behind it. Something that looked like fear. "The outer channels are not recorded in the central archive. They were built as a contingency, designed to be invisible even to the archivist." Sony paused. "Only the Regent and the First Sword knew their location." "Ondine," Noor said, "or whoever Ondine trusted enough to share the knowledge." Lazar moved from the window. His steps were slow, deliberate, the gait of a man measuring each word before he let it fall. I knew the outer channels existed. I did not know their location. Sani never told me, because I did not trust you to leave them alone, Signet said. Then who? The Crane's eyes shifted to Noor. Someone who knew the seal was failing. Someone who wanted it to fail faster. Someone who understood that starving the outer channels would force the seal to draw more power from the anchor inside. From you. Yes. Noor's pulse beat slow and hard in her throat. How much faster? Excuse me? Starving the channels. How much faster did it make the seal fail? Signet held her gaze. Then she said, very quietly, the tampering shaved off approximately 6 months. Without it, I could have held another year. Maybe more. A year. Someone had stolen a year of Signet's life. Someone had been inside the ward lattice, cutting the threads, while Nu was still balancing ledgers in the mortal district, while Ondine was consolidating her loyalists, while the court was eating and drinking and pretending the throne was not dying beneath their feet. Do you know who? Noor asked. Signet shook her head. The channels are warded against blood trace. Anyone with Draeven blood or Draeven permission could have entered. Ondine. Layla. She paused. You? Me? If you had known where to look, yes. No stood up. Her legs felt strange, distant, as if the floor had shifted beneath her and not settled again. You are saying someone with access to the inner circle, someone who knew the location of the outer channels, deliberately accelerated the seal's failure. Yes. And that person could still be inside the Crimson House. Yes. Lazar's voice came from behind her. It could also be the same person who threw the eastern grate latch from inside. The room turned cold. Noor looked at Signet. The queen's face had gone slack with exhaustion, the confession costing her the last reserves of her strength. Rest, Nu said. I have told you what I came to tell you. You have told me what I needed to know. Now rest. Signet's eyes closed. Nu walked to the window. The sky beyond the glass was still dark, but the darkness had changed. It was thinner now, the black bleeding into a deep violet that promised dawn in less than an hour. The Dawn Council. She would face the court with a week to secure the throne, a tampered ward lattice, and a saboteur who could be standing in any room she entered. Behind her, Signet's breathing evened out into something that might have been sleep. Lazar came to stand beside her. His shoulder brushed hers. 1 week, he said. 1 week. And someone inside these walls who wants the seal to fail. Yes. Noor watched the violet sky. Then we find them before they find the channels again. Chapter 43. The Crimson House gathered in the hour before dawn. Noor stood at the head of the council table with the signet cold against her finger and Signet's exhaustion still carved into her ribs. The hall had filled while she was climbing the tower stairs. Tide lords in their house colors. Archive clerks who had pulled all-night ledgers. Mortal delegates in council gray, watching her with the particular stillness of people who had already calculated their exit. Councillor Vex sat at the opposite end of the table, her hands flat on the wood. The Concord cannot proceed under the Regency's disclosures, Noor said. She did not raise her voice. I have reviewed the maintenance accounts for the Eastern Ward lattice. The records submitted to the City Council for the past 3 cycles show routine expenditures on foundation stabilization. They do not show that the lattice was being starved. They do not show that the seal beneath this house was engineered toward failure. Vex's eyes narrowed. You are claiming the Regent falsified Concord disclosures. I am claiming the disclosures were incomplete. Whether that constitutes falsification is a matter for the audit I have already completed. Noor set a folder on the table. She had pulled it from Zofia's archive on her way down, 3 pages of cross-referenced lined items that traced the gap between what the court reported and what the channels actually received. The difference is approximately 6,000 crowns per cycle, diverted into a shell account that reports to Myrek Sulti's commercial network. She looked at Myrek. He sat 2 seats down from Vex, his dark hair silver-threaded at the temples, his face arranged into an expression of patient attention. That is a serious accusation, he said. It is a documented one. Myrek held her gaze for a long moment. Then he stood. The room tensed. Guards shifted weight. Lazar's hand moved an inch toward the blade he was not wearing. Mirek walked around the table. He stopped 3 feet from Noor. He lowered his head. I underestimated you. The words landed like a stone in still water. The shell account was opened on my authority. I did not know what it was being used to fund until 3 months ago. By the time I understood, the channels were already damaged. And you did not report it. No, because reporting it would have exposed your network. Yes. Mirek raised his head. His expression was smooth, but something moved behind his eyes. Something that looked like calculation reassessing an opponent. I am prepared to submit to your authority. I will open my ledgers to your audit. I will testify before the council about the account and the orders I received. The room held its breath. Lore studied him. His voice was steady. His posture was correct. Everything about the performance was flawless except the timing. He had waited until she laid the evidence on the table. He had waited until the room was watching. This was not surrender. This was repositioning. The ledgers, Noor said, delivered to Zofia Ilves by midday. If they are incomplete, the offer expires. Understood. Mirek returned to his seat. The tension in the room shifted, recalibrated, settled into something that was not quite peace, but was no longer open war. Vex cleared her throat. The Concord suspension stands until the court presents a recognized sovereign. That deadline is noon. We have heard your claim. We have seen the regent kneel. But the city council requires terms before we accept a change in leadership. Terms we cannot negotiate in an hour, Draeven said from the far end of the table. The feeding corridors alone require 3 weeks of legal review. Then we negotiate an interim agreement, Noor said. A 30-day extension of the current feeding quotas, with independent verification of distribution. The court opens its Eastern Reserve stores. The council suspends its border seals. And policing jurisdiction? Shared. Mortal officers in the day districts, court wardens in the night districts. No overlapping authority until the formal Concord is renegotiated. Vex's mouth tightened. It was not agreement, but she did not refuse. I will take this to the council committee. You have until noon. Vex rose. The mortal delegates rose with her. They filed out in a column of gray wool and measured silence, leaving the Tide Lords alone with Noor and the dying queen above them. The hall emptied. Noor stood at the table with her hands pressed flat against the wood and the signet burning cold against her finger. The council will accept, Lazar said from behind her. You do not know that. I know Vex. She will push for better terms in the formal negotiations. But she will accept the interim agreement because the alternative is riots in both districts and a collapse neither side can afford. Noor nodded. Her hands were steady. The rest of her was not. A footstep at the door. Elias Mercer stood in the threshold, wearing a coat that did not fit properly and carrying a leather portfolio that looked older than he was. His face was drawn in a way Noor had not seen before. Noor. Elias. I need a private conference. Mortal business. It cannot wait until night. Lazar moved closer. What kind of mortal business? Elias's eyes flicked to Lazar, then back to Noor. The kind that involves your mother. Chapter 44. The study had grown cold while they talked. Noor stood at the window with her back to the desk, watching the morning light crawl across the eastern rooftops. The signet burned cold against her finger. The noon deadline pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. Elias Mercer stood 3 feet behind her, his leather portfolio open on the table, his face drawn in a way that made him look older than she remembered. The council drafted terms last night, he said, before Vex came to the Crimson House. They wanted leverage ready in case you survived the succession. They planned for my survival? They planned for every outcome. That is what councils do. Noor turned. Lazar stood by the hearth, his posture deceptively relaxed, his eyes tracking Elias with the patience of something that had been waiting longer than the city itself. Show me. Elias opened the portfolio. 3 sheets of heavy paper, each one covered in the small, precise handwriting of a professional clerk. He laid them flat and stepped back. Noor approached. The first sheet listed feeding quotas by district, current and proposed. The second outlined policing jurisdiction. The third was shorter. She read it twice before the words fully settled. Mortal oversight of all blood tithe accounts. Quarterly audits conducted by council-appointed examiners, Ilias said. Independent verification of distribution, full transparency on reserve stores. These terms would make the court answerable to the city council. Yes. Noor looked at him. And you carried this draft because you believe I will accept it. I carried it because you should see what they are willing to demand before you sit across from them at the formal table. The version Vex presents at noon will be softer. This is the ceiling. And if I refuse the ceiling, then they negotiate down, but they will not accept the interim agreement without concessions on the feeding corridor language. Elias's voice was careful. They are afraid, Noor. The Concord suspension has no precedent. The mortal districts are armed and nervous. They need something to show their constituents before they hand authority back to a court that just changed leadership in a single night. Noor read the third sheet again. The language was precise. The intent was clear. The council wanted guarantees that blood tithe distribution would not be weaponized against mortal neighborhoods in the next succession crisis. They were asking her to bind the throne before she had fully claimed it. This is leverage, she said, not negotiation. It is leverage, Elias agreed, but it is also the only path to recognition before noon. Vex will not bend on the oversight language. She has the votes. Noor set the sheets down. Her hands were steady. The rest of her was not. He mother would have accepted worse terms, Elias said quietly, to keep the peace. The words landed like a stone. Noor looked up. You knew her. I knew her handwriting. I knew the shape of her reports. I knew she disappeared into the eastern maintenance tunnels 3 months before I took the liaison position, and I never saw her again. Elias paused. But I read her file. Every page. She believed the Concord was worth preserving, even when preserving it cost her everything. The study was silent. Lazar moved from the hearth. What else does the file say? Elias's mouth tightened. That Noor Haddad was the best auditor the court ever employed, that she identified the lattice weakness 12 years ago and reported it to Ondine directly, that the report was filed, indexed, and never acted upon. Noor's chest tightened. She knew the ward channels were vulnerable. 12 years before the tampering, Ondine had the information. She chose not to reinforce the lattice because reinforcing it would have required acknowledging that the Regency could not maintain the seal indefinitely without a Draeven heir. Ondine knew the channels were failing and did nothing. She knew, and she buried the report under a maintenance classification that guaranteed no one would find it unless they were looking for something specific. Noor's hands pressed flat against the desk. The paper edges bit into her palms. She let the seal starve. Slowly. Carefully, over a decade. Elias's voice was quiet. She did not break the lock. She simply chose not to repair it. And the difference between sabotage and neglect is hard to prove when the person responsible is already confined. The room tilted. Noor had mercy on a woman who had been starving the prison beneath the city for 10 years, who had let Signet burn her own life force to hold the seal that Ondine had deliberately allowed to weaken. Who had watched Noor's mother report the weakness, file the evidence, and then disappear into the tunnels to do the work the Regency refused to pay for. She had confined Ondine. She should have let Lazar kill her. 3 months, Noor said. My mother stopped working 3 months ago. What happened 3 months ago? Elias's face went still. The channel tampering began 3 months ago, he said slowly. Not the neglect, the active sabotage. Someone altered the outer ward lattice to accelerate the seal's failure. Ondine was already starving the channels. Who would benefit from speeding up the collapse? Elias did not answer. The door opened. A messenger stood in the threshold, a young vampire in court livery, her face pale as ash. Haddad? Noor turned. What? The messenger's voice cracked. The Regent's confinement cell was found empty 3 minutes ago. The ward was intact. The lock was sealed. She was gone. The words did not land at first. They hung in the air like smoke from a candle that had been burning too long. Empty how? The door was locked from the outside. The ward showed no breach. The guards heard nothing. The messenger's hands were shaking. "She is not in the Crimson House. We have searched every room." Noor looked at Lazar. His face was unreadable, but his hand had moved to the empty space where his blade used to hang. A reflex, a muscle memory from 9 centuries of knowing that when the prisoner vanished, the trap had already closed. "Who opened the Eastern Grate?" Noor said. Lazar's eyes met hers. Whoever she was waiting for. The messenger stood frozen in the doorway. Noor looked past her, down the corridor, toward the stairs that led to the empty cell and the ward that had not noticed the regent leaving. Ondine had been gone for 3 minutes, long enough to reach the lower corridor, long enough to open the passage, long enough to finish what she started. Chapter 45. The confinement cell sat at the end of a corridor no one spoke about, behind a door that had held every threat to the throne for 2 centuries. Noor had walked past it an hour ago without knowing. Now she stood inside it, and the emptiness felt like a mouth. The room was smaller than she expected. Stone walls, a single cot, a basin of water that had not been touched. The ward lattice glowed faintly along the ceiling seams, uninterrupted, still pulsing with the same rhythm she had felt in the seal chamber. Lazar moved past her in silence, his boots barely audible on the stone. He stopped at the far wall, his hand pressed flat against the surface where the ward lines converged. "Nothing," he said. "Nothing how?" The ward was not broken, it was not bypassed, it was not asked to look away. He turned. His face was unreadable, but his shoulders carried the old tension of a man who had spent centuries reading the spaces between evidence. "Someone opened this door from the outside with full authority, and the ward recorded no breach because it recognized the permission." Ondine did not escape. She was released. "Yes." Noor's hands found the edge of the cot. The fabric was cold, untouched. Ondine had not slept here, had not sat here, had not left a single sign of occupancy except the faint indent of a body that had never been present. "Who has that authority?" Lazar's jaw tightened. 3 people, the sovereign, the regent, the first sword. "You removed your pin." "I did." "Then it was not you. It was not me." The silence stretched. Noor looked at the ceiling seams, the ward lines, the gold light that had not flickered once during the escape. "The sovereign could give permission," she said slowly. Sighed Doni. "She could. Did she?" Lazar moved to the basin, his fingers traced the rim. "Sidoni has not left her chamber since the hall. She cannot walk to this corridor without being seen by every guard between her door and this cell." "Then the permission came from the cell itself." Lazar's hand stopped. He looked at the wall where the ward lines met. Then he crouched, low, and pressed his palm flat against the floor near the threshold. His eyes closed. Noor watched him breathe. Once, twice. The rhythm of a man listening to something she could not hear. When he opened his eyes, they were darker. "There's a cut in the lattice." "Where?" He pointed to the corner where the floor met the wall. The seam was invisible. The stone looked solid. But when she crouched beside him and followed his gaze, she saw it. A thread of darkness thinner than a hair, running along the join where the ward gold should have been continuous. "Something was removed from the ward network," Lazar said. "A piece of the binding, pulled out like a stitch." "Can you trace where it went?" He stood. His hand went to his empty collar again, the reflex of a man who had worn a blade for 9 centuries and now carried nothing. "I do not need a blade to follow a blood trail." The corridor outside the cell was empty. The guards had retreated to the far end, uncertain whether to guard nothing or to flee the question of who had let the regent walk out. Lazar did not look at them. He walked to the nearest wall, pressed his palm flat, and closed his eyes again. Noor watched the tension in his shoulders, the way his fingers spread against the stone, the way his breath slowed until he barely seemed to breathe at all. "There," he said. "Where?" He did not answer. He walked. Down the corridor, past the retreating guards, toward the stairs that led to the lower levels. Noor followed without speaking. The stairs were narrow, worn by centuries of feet that had never been meant to be seen. The walls were rough stone, unadorned, no crescents, no thorns, no Draeven sigils. This was the skeleton of the Crimson House, the bones that held the rest together. Lazar stopped at the first landing. his palm pressed flat against the wall where a single stone was darker than the others. "She stopped here, Ondine." "No, the one who cut the thread." Noor looked at the stone. It was not discolored from age, it was stained. A faint residue, the color of dried blood, the texture of something that had been pressed into the grain and left to set. "Blue thread," so she said. Lazar's eyes met hers. The same thread that was stolen from the ward chamber during the seal ritual. The same. He moved again, down the second flight, into a corridor that branched left toward the maintenance tunnels and right toward the archive office. He did not hesitate. Right. The archive office door stood half open. Zofia was inside. She stood at the far desk, her back to the door, her hands braced against the wood. She did not turn when she heard them. "I found it," she said. Her voice was thin, the sound of someone who had already seen the answer and knew it would not be believed. "The missing folio," Noor said. Zofia turned. Her face was pale. The veins at her temples stood out against the skin, blue and visible, the same color as the thread on the landing. "It is not a folio. It is a key." She held up her hand. Between her fingers, a ribbon of blue thread no longer than her palm, woven tight, blood-soaked, still carrying the residue of the ward lattice. "This was cut from the Founder's prison network, the outer channels, the same channels that were tampered with 3 months ago." Noor stepped closer. The thread glowed faintly in the low light. A pulse of gold ran through it, slow and rhythmic, like a heartbeat. "Someone is collecting pieces of the prison," Lazar said. "No!" Zofia's voice cracked. "Someone is reassembling the key that opened it the first time, before Sidoni sealed herself inside, before the lock was built." The thread pulsed again, and somewhere beneath the city, deep in the darkness where the Founder Hunger lay waiting, a door that had been sealed for 2 centuries groaned open. Chapter 46. Zofia's hand trembled around the blue thread. The glow pulsed through it, slow and rhythmic, the same rhythm Noor had felt beneath the seal chamber floor. "That's impossible," Noor said. "Sidoni built the lock. She sealed the prison herself. There was no key before the lock." "There was." Zofia's voice was barely a whisper. "Sidoni did not create the prison. She found it. The Founder Hunger was already here when the first Draeven blood touched this ground. She contained what she could not destroy." The thread throbbed again, a beat that matched nothing in the room. "Show me the folio." Zofia moved to the far wall where a shelf of bound records sat, their spines identical, their labels handwritten in the same archivist's hand. She did not reach for the shelf. She pressed her palm flat against the stone beside it, and a section of the wall slid inward. Behind it, a cavity the size of a ledger. Empty. "I catalogued the prison folios 43 years ago," Zofia said. "There were 12, each indexed to a sub-foundation beneath the old city offices, one for each anchor point. The blue thread was woven through all of them, a single, continuous key that connected the prison's outer channels to the inner lock." She turned. Her eyes were pale, the color of winter ice, and they held something Noor had never seen in them before. Fear. "Someone removed folio 7. 7, Lazar repeated. "The Eastern Sub-Foundation. The same foundation where the outer channels were tampered with 3 months ago, the same foundation where the grate was opened." Noor stepped closer to the cavity. The edges were clean. No dust, no disturbed sediment, no sign of forced entry. Whoever had taken it had known exactly where to reach. "Was it Ondine?" "No," Zofia shook her head. "Ondine knew about the foundations. She knew the anchors existed, but she never knew about the folios. Sidoni showed them to me. Only me. The day she gave me the order to maintain the payment trail." "Then who?" Zofia's hand opened. The blue thread lay across her palm, still pulsing, still alive with the rhythm of something far beneath them. "The person who cut this from the prison network had access to the outer channels, the ward authority to enter the lattice, and the knowledge that the folios existed at all. That is 3 layers of information that should be impossible to assemble. Unless they had help from inside the lock," the voice came from the doorway. Sidoni stood there, one hand braced against the frame, her black gown hanging loose on a frame that had been elegant 2 centuries ago, and was now barely holding together. Her gold-ringed eyes had dimmed further, the embers in them guttered. "Inside the lock," Noor repeated. The founder hunger did not simply wait in silence. Sanani's voice was dry, the sound of leaves moving across stone. It listened, it learned, it felt the shape of the prison that held it and understood the architecture of its cage. She took a step into the room. Lazar moved to catch her if she fell. 2 centuries is a long time to study a lock, Sinoni said. It does not have hands, it cannot cut thread or open grates, but it has something the outer world does not. What? A voice, and it has been practicing. The thread in Zofia's hand pulsed faster. Sinoni pointed at it with a hand that shook. That key was not cut by a person. It was cut by something that learned how to speak through the prison's own lattice. It found a mind in the outer world that was willing to listen, and it has been using that mind to reassemble the lock's original weakness, piece by piece. Noor's blood went cold. "The archive," she said. "The first night I entered the vault, something spoke to me. A voice that said it was what the Queen left behind. That was not me." Sidoni's eyes met hers. That was the hunger, testing whether you could hear it. The thread pulsed a third time, brighter, faster, and from somewhere deep in the archive corridor, the brass seal answered. A low hum, the same frequency Noor had felt the first time her blood touched the metal. But this time the resonance was wrong, off, like a chord with one note missing. "It is responding to something," Zofia whispered. "No." Noor turned toward the door. "Someone." She ran. The corridor beyond the archive office was dark, the lamps guttering as if the air itself had thickened. The brass seal sat at the far end of the vault, mounted in its cradle, the metal gleaming with a light that came from within. And it was speaking. Not in words, in tones, a sequence of pulses, irregular, deliberate. A language that Noor's blood understood even when her mind could not follow. She reached the seal and pressed her palm against it. The metal was warm, and beneath her hand she felt something else, a second rhythm, a second heartbeat imprinted on the brass by someone who had touched it moments before. Elias. The name left her mouth before she had fully formed it. Lazar appeared beside her, his hand going to his empty collar again. "He was the liaison for 3 months after Layla's disappearance," No said. "He had access to the archive. He knew the payment trails. He knew where the folios were indexed." "He gave you the evidence against Myrek," Lazar said, "to build trust, to make me believe he was on my side while he was assembling the key on the hunger's instructions." The brass seal hummed again. A single note, sustained, waiting, and a voice answered from the darkness at the end of the corridor. "I did not expect you to find it so quickly." Elias Mercer stepped into the light. His council coat was gone. His hands were empty. His eyes held no apology, no fear, only the patient certainty of someone who had already finished what he came to do. "The folio is already in the sub-foundation," he said, "and the key is already turning." Chapter 47. The brass seal hummed against Noor's palm, the second heartbeat still pulsing beneath her fingers, and Elias Mercer watched her with the calm of a man who had already finished his work. "You won't stop it," he said. "The folio is seated. The thread is woven. The key is turning as we speak." Lazar moved. Not fast, controlled, deliberate, the economy of someone who had done this 1,000 times. He had Elias against the wall before Noor could draw breath, one forearm across the liaison's throat, the other hand empty where his blade should have been. "Where's the sub-foundation access?" Elias's smile was thin and sad. "You already know where it is. You were there when Myrek opened the eastern grate. That gate is sealed. Sealed against what comes through," Elias said, "not against what already lives on the other side." The brass seal sang a second tone, lower, resonant, and the floor trembled beneath Noor's feet. Saduni appeared in the corridor doorway, one hand braced against the frame, her gold-ringed eyes fixed on Elias with an expression Noor could not read. Not anger, not fear, recognition. "You heard it," Sidoni said, "in the quiet places between the wards. You listened long enough to believe it." It showed me the architecture of the cage, Elias said. The flaw Sidoni built into her own prison because she could not bear to kill what she could not understand. I contained it. You delayed it, Elias's voice hardened. 2 centuries of payments, 2 centuries of blood buried in ledgers, hidden in maintenance accounts, while the hunger studied every thread of the lock you wove around it. You did not build a prison. You built a door with a timer. Sidoni's hand tightened on the frame. The gold in her palms flickered like a candle drowning in its own wax. And you turned the timer, Noor said. Elias met her eyes. Your mother knew. She mapped every conduit, every channel, every weakness in the lattice. She filed the report Ondine buried. She tried to fix what Sidoni left unfinished, but she ran out of time. She did not run, Noor said. She was taken. No, Elias shook his head. She went underground because she realized the only way to stop the key from being reassembled was to destroy the original thread. She cut it herself, piece by piece, over 12 years. She thought if she unraveled the connection between the outer channels and the inner lock, the hunger would starve for lack of a voice. It found you instead. I found it, Elias said. I found the archive she left behind, the notes she never finished, the half-mapped routes to the sub-foundation anchors. She did the work. I only followed the trail. Noor's hand closed over the brass seal. The metal was hot now, the second heartbeat strengthening beneath her touch, matching her own pulse in a rhythm that felt like a countdown. How long until the key finishes turning? It already finished, Elias said. The moment I placed the folio in the eastern sub-foundation, the lock began to open. Not all at once. It will take time for the prison to unwind itself. The hunger learned patience in 2 centuries of silence. It will wait another 2 nights. 2 nights. Lazar pressed harder against Elias's throat. You gave it a deadline. I gave it a birth window. Elias's voice strained but did not break. On the 3rd night, when the wards are weakest at the dark of the moon, the last thread will release. The founder hunger will rise through the eastern grate, through the passage your regent opened when she fled, and it will find the city waiting for it like a feast laid on a table. A crash echoed from the tower's main door. Have you? Repeated. Wood against wood. Noor spun toward the sound. Lazar released Elias in a single motion, positioning himself between Noor and the corridor, his body a shield where no blade hung. The door groaned open, and Sabah Haddad walked through with a guard on either side, gray hair escaping her tight bun, one hand clamped around a worn leather ledger that Noor recognized from the kitchen shelf of her childhood home. Sabah, Noor's voice cracked. You were supposed to stay hidden. Hidden. Sabah's eyes swept the room, taking in Elias against the wall. Sidoni braced in the doorway, the brass seal pulsing with a rhythm that was not entirely its own. I spent 26 years hidden. It did nothing but let the rot grow deeper. She crossed the floor and pressed the ledger into Noor's hands. Your mother's final household book, grocery entries, market tallies, the cost of flour, eggs, salt. Sabah's voice was steady. Every line is a date. Every price is a payment. She coded the entire maintenance history into the columns of what she bought to feed us. Noor opened the ledger. Her mother's handwriting filled the pages, neat, precise, the same hand that had taught No to balance her first account at 8 years old. The entries were ordinary: 2 dozen eggs, a sack of rice, salt, yeast, oil. But the numbers in the price column matched. Every one. The 147 crown payments, the maintenance allocations, the ghost company transfers that had funded the lock for 2 centuries. Layla Haddad had tracked them all, hidden in plain sight, written into the cost of keeping her daughter fed. There is one future entry, Sabah said. Noor turned the page. The last line of the ledger was written in a different ink, fresher. The date was not yet passed. 2 nights from now, 26 crowns for a sack of flour, the same number that had appeared in the first altered tithe register. The same price that had started everything. She knew the exact night she would need to act, Sabah said. She has been waiting for it, and when that night comes, she will be at the Eastern Sub-Foundation, ready to finish what the hunger asked her to begin. The brass seal screamed, a single note, high and piercing, that cut through the room like a blade. The blue thread in Zofia's hand pulsed with white light, brighter than the lamps, brighter than the gold in Sidoni's dimming palms. And from deep beneath the tower, from the foundation stones that had not moved in 200 years, a grinding sound answered. The door beneath the city was no longer merely open, it was being pushed wider. Chapter 48. The brass seal screamed again, a sound that scraped against the inside of Noor's skull like a blade on stone. The grinding from beneath the tower did not stop. It deepened, a slow tectonic shift that vibrated through the floorboards, through the walls, through her own ribs where she stood holding her mother's ledger. "The seal cannot hold that note," Sidoni said from the doorway. Her hand gripped at the frame, knuckles white, gold flickering in her palms like a candle drowning in its own wax. "It is registering the breach. If it screams long enough, the lattice will recognize the damage as total and—" "And what?" Noor's voice cut through the room. Sidoni's gold-ringed eyes met hers. "And seal itself permanently around whatever is inside, including anyone still connected to the anchor." Noor looked down at the brass seal in her hand. The metal was hot now, patterns of light crawling across its surface like veins, and the rhythm of the second heartbeat was no longer separate from her own pulse. They were syncing, matching, becoming the same measure. She set the ledger on the study table. "Then I need to understand what my mother left before the screaming stops." The room was too crowded. Lazar with his back to the wall, empty-handed. Elias pressed into the corner where Sabah's guards had shoved him, Zofia clutching the blue thread. Sidoni braced in the doorway, and Sabah, gray-haired and steady, watching Noor open the pages of the household book that had sat on the kitchen shelf through every meal of her childhood. Noor's hands moved by instinct, trained over a decade of audit work. She ignored the grocery entries, 24 eggs, a sack of rice, salt, and went straight for the price columns. The numbers her mother had written in that precise accountant's hand: 147 crowns for flour, 73 for oil, 220 for a sack of potatoes. She knew the pattern before Zofia confirmed it. "The 147 crown line," Zofia said, moving beside her. "That's the original payment Sidoni established. The 73 traces to the first maintenance contract after the Concord. The 220 is the Eastern Corridor allocation." Noor flipped pages. The entries followed a rhythm she recognized from the hidden payment trail she had spent weeks chasing. Layla had not simply coded the history, she had indexed it. Every conduit, every channel, every feeder line that carried blood and tithe money into the foundations beneath Vespergate. "There's a blank column here." Noor touched the right margin of a page dated 8 years ago. The column had no header, no label, nothing but a series of numbers descending in regular increments. "What is this?" Zofia leaned in. Her pale blue eyes traced the figures. "I do not know." "We are sure the supposis nava respects the reason. We can rask my phonely clevening." Now Corman builds siding leaned, blooding the stare. The excrets from insurance. The computer swies deadly and lost pert emotional slades the heavy whizbaya. A spice and extras right and lock for personal man. The challengings are spied to the sleep, feign become self, concede self. No words call Nas, I am dedicating that he needs love you to go. The times we've come beat, swisted today. They are only dutyness, what you fate for this. When we goes to the desque, when we gets actually put via, the tense the deep. My hydromans, my history, my birdness. This is the automation of ADSY grand as agresting crow. It seemly distinct anyways of my faker, there was a heart comms out there. The other principle C is that ADSY grind as much as requesting in a last, when you're indestined. There's a blank column here. Noor touched the right margin of a page dated 8 years ago. The column had no header, no label, nothing but a series of numbers descending in regular increments. "What is this?" Zofia leaned in. Her pale blue eyes traced the figures. "I do not know." "This column does not appear in any of the ledgers I have maintained. It matches no known allocation," Noor said, "but every other entry tracks to a recognized conduit." She flipped backward through the ledger. The blank column appeared in the same margin on every page starting exactly 12 years ago. 12 years. That was when Layla had filed her report on the lattice weakness. when she had seen something beneath the city that made her start recording a payment no one else knew about. Noor traced the figures back to their first appearance. 3 months after the report. 3 months after Layla warned Ondine, and Ondine buried the warning. She found a conduit that wasn't supposed to exist, Noor said. A channel outside the official lattice, a feeder line that ran independent of every recorded maintenance contract. Sabah moved closer, her voice low. She never told me what she found, only that there was a part of the foundation that should not have been there, something older than the court. She said it was like finding a second heart inside a body that was supposed to have only one. A backup system, Lazar said from the wall, or an original system, one that predates the seal Sidoni built. Sidoni did not deny it. Noor felt the heat from the brass seal against her palm. The screaming note was beginning to waver, like a voice running out of air. She had minutes, maybe less, before the lattice made its final judgment. She turned to the last page of the ledger, the future entry. 2 nights from now. 26 crowns for flour. But beneath it, in the blank column that should not exist, there was a final number. 7. A single digit, written in the same fresh ink as the future date. 7, Noor said. What does 7 mean? Zofia's face went pale. Folio 7, the Eastern Sub-Foundation, the anchor point Elias used. It is not the anchor, Elias said from the corner. His voice was calm now, stripped of urgency. It is the entrance, the original entrance, the one Sidoni sealed when she built the prison around what she could not kill. Sidoni's hand slipped from the doorframe. She caught herself before she fell, but the movement cost her. Gold blood dripped from her palm and hit the floor, where it sizzled against the wood. The entrance leads to the conduit, Sidoni said, the one that feeds the hunger directly. I sealed it because I could not destroy it. I sealed it because anyone who opened it would give the hunger a voice in the world again. Layla found it, Noor said, and she left it numbered, waiting. The brass seal's scream cut off. Silence crashed through the room like a blow. The seal went cold in Noor's hand. The light died from its surface. The heartbeat she had felt sinking with her own was gone, leaving only her pulse, smaller and more fragile than she remembered. The lattice accepted the breach, Sidoni whispered. It has sealed itself. Sealed itself around what? Noor demanded. Sidoni looked at her. The gold in her eyes had dimmed to something barely visible, like embers banked too long. Everything inside the sub-foundation. Your mother, the hunger, and whatever the conduit has been feeding for 2 centuries. Noor stared at the ledger, the single digit. 7. The entrance is at the Eastern Sub-Foundation, she said, and Layla will be there in 2 nights. She will not be alone, Elias said. The hunger has been waiting for someone to open the door from inside. It has spent 2 centuries learning how to reach through the lattice, how to find minds willing to listen, how to pull a key to a lock that was never meant to hold. Noor looked at the blank column again, the payments that should not exist, the conduit that ran beneath everything, and the shortage. She had seen it in the numbers, a decline in the final 12 entries. The payments in the blank column had been decreasing, slowly, deliberately, as if someone had been turning down the flow. A conduit that feeds the hunger directly. Noor's voice was flat. If the payments were reduced, the hunger would grow weaker. But you said the tampering 3 months ago accelerated the seal's failure, that someone sabotaged the channels. Zofia nodded. The outer lattice was cut, but this conduit was already being starved, Noor said. For years, someone has been deliberately cutting the hunger's food supply, slowing it, weakening it. She turned to Elias. You said you finished what my mother started, but my mother was starving the hunger, not feeding it. Elias's calm cracked, just a fraction, a flicker in his careful smile. She was, Noor said. She found the ancient conduit and she was bleeding it dry, slowly, methodically, for 12 years. Ilis said nothing. So why did you say you finished her work? Noor stepped toward him. What did you actually place in the sub-foundation? Sabah made a sound, a breath caught too late. Noor looked at her grandmother. Sabah's face was gray. Her hands, steady until now, trembled against her coat. Layla's ledger is not just a record, Sabah said. It is a countdown. The final payment was already made 26 years ago. The day she held you. Noor's blood went cold. The price was not crowns, Sabah whispered. It was blood. A living Draeven line pledged to the Conduit. She did not starve the hunger. She satisfied it. And when she finished, she had nothing left to give but herself. The grinding beneath the tower stopped. In the silence, Noor heard the future entry on the ledger page. 26 crowns for flour. The same price as the first altered tithe register. The same number that had drawn her into the archive. The same number that had started everything. Her mother had been paying the hunger with her own blood for 26 years. And in 2 nights, the final payment was due. Chapter 49. The grinding beneath the tower had stopped, but Noor felt the silence deeper than any sound. 26 crowns for flour. Her mother's blood, measured in grocery columns. 26 years of payment, and the last entry was already written. The hunger had been fed on a living Draeven line since before Noor could walk, and the final installment was Layla herself. Noor closed the ledger. 2 nights, she said. That is what we have. Nobody answered. The truth sat in the room like a stone dropped into still water, ripples spreading through every face. Sidonie against the doorframe with gold blood drying on her hand. Sabah gray-faced and trembling. Zofia with her winter-pale eyes fixed on the closed cover. Elias had not moved from his corner. His calm had not returned, but the cracks had sealed into something worse. Acceptance. Elias Mercer, Noor said, and her voice carried the weight of every column she had ever balanced. You brought me evidence against Mirak Sulti to build trust while you turned the key on my mother. You gave me his shell companies, his ghost accounts, his inflated assessments. You let me believe I was hunting one traitor while you were becoming another. Elias met her eyes. I finished what your mother began. You placed the folio. You cut the key. You told the hunger where to find the flaw in the cage. Yes. Then you will tell me who else. Elias's jaw tightened. I was the only mind the hunger needed. You were the one who listened. Noor stepped toward him. But you were not the first. The outer channels were tampered with 3 months ago. That was not you. You were still bringing me evidence, still playing loyal liaison. Someone else cut those channels. Someone who knew where they were. She watched his face, the flicker, the fraction of a second where something passed behind his eyes that was not confession, but recognition. You do not know who, she said. The hunger did not tell you. The hunger showed me the lock, Elias said, not the hands that worked beside me. Then I will find those hands myself. Noor turned. The room shifted with her. Lazar already moving toward the door, but she stopped with her hand on the frame. There is one hand I can prove, she said. Mirak Sulti. Zofia looked up. Mirak's shell accounts fed the Eastern Corridor allocation for years. If the prison channels were starved, his accounts were the visible leak. They were the visible leak, Noor agreed. But Mirak is not stupid. He did not drain the channels to weaken the prison. He drained them because they were there, and because no one was watching. The prison weakness was a side effect of his greed. She turned back to Elias. That is what you used. You let his theft cover your access. Every movement you made through the archives, every folio you touched, every map you copied. If anyone traced the disturbance, they would find Mirak's ghost accounts first. Elias said nothing. I am done with silence, Noor said. You will come with me. You will stand before the select houses, and you will watch me take apart Mirak Sulti's ledgers until the truth is visible to anyone who knows how to read a number. The chamber was small, a windowless room on the 3rd floor of the Crimson House, chosen because the select houses who mattered most to the Concord, Aldrich Venn, Celeste Viren, 3 lesser lords with Western tithe holdings, could fit around a single table. Noor stood at the head of it, Lazar behind her left shoulder, Elias against the far wall, guarded but present. Mirak Sulti sat across from her with the same thin smile he had worn since the first banquet, in Killit clothing. Dark hair with silver threading. A man who had spent 40 years treating politics like a market and was still calculating his exit. Mirak Sulti, Noor said. You diverted 6,000 crowns per cycle from Eastern Ward lattice maintenance to a shell account registered under a holding company dissolved 9 years ago. The account was opened under your name. The access logs bear your biometric signature. The funds were routed through 3 ghost companies, each traced to a different offshore registry, and each registry requires a countersignature tied to your commercial seal. She laid the evidence flat on the table. Not a folder, a single sheet of paper with the column totals rendered in her own handwriting. Mirek glanced at it. Impressive. The Eastern Corridor allocation was not a maintenance fund. It was a prison channel. Every crown you diverted starved the ward lattice that held the founder hunger beneath this city. Your greed accelerated the seal's failure and killed 6 months of Queen Sidoni's remaining strength. Allegedly. No. Noor pointed at the sheet. The shell account was opened 14 years ago. The first diversion was a test, 800 crowns. When no audit flagged it, you scaled to full draw within 6 months. The corridor allocation was reclassified as reserve material storage in the quarterly reports, hidden under a label creation that circumvented the court's standard review. Aldrich Venn leaned forward. His iron-gray temples caught the low light. You are claiming Mirek Solti knowingly weakened the founder's prison. I am claiming he weakened the lattice for profit, Noor said. He did not know what the channels held. He did not need to know. He saw an unattended fund and treated it as revenue. Mirek's smile did not waver. She is correct. The room went still. I did not know what the channels held, Mirek said. I saw a line item that had not been reviewed in 60 years. I took it because it was there, because the Regency was distracted by succession fears, and because no one ever asked where the Eastern allocation went. He spread his hands. I am a businessman. I saw an opportunity and I took it. The prison weakness was collateral damage, not intention. Collateral damage that cost Sidoni 6 months of life. Mirek inclined his head. I did not start the breach. I only recognized an opportunity. The breach was already in motion before I touched the first crown. Noor's blood went cold. Explain. 3 months ago, someone else cut the outer channels, independent of my diversion. Cleaner, faster. They knew exactly where to strike. Mirek's smile sharpened. I noticed the signature because I know what unattended funds look like. The channel tampering was not a theft. It was a precision strike by someone with direct access to the lattice architecture. He leaned back. I watched. I waited. I kept my accounts liquid in case the court fell and I needed to relocate. He paused. And I kept a record. Noor's pulse hammered against her ribs. You know who cut the channels. I know who authorized the person who cut them. Mirek's voice dropped. I will give you the name. I will give you the date, the route, and the ward override used. I will give you the proof that ties the saboteur directly to the day the archive burned. He folded his hands on the table. I want immunity. Full legal amnesty for all diversion charges. My accounts remain unfrozen. My holdings remain intact. I walk free. Noor stared at him. Her fingers pressed into the edge of the table until the wood bit. Mirek Solti had gambled on both sides. He had profited from the prison's starvation. He had watched sabotage happen and done nothing. And now he wanted to sell the saboteur for his own survival. You are asking me to let you walk free while the hunger rises in 2 nights. I am asking you to weigh the cost of justice against the cost of ignorance. Mirek's eyes were flat. You can arrest me. You can freeze my accounts. You can drag me before the full court and watch them tear my contracts apart. But you will not learn who cut the channels. You will not learn who lit the archive fire. And when the hunger rises, you will still be guessing. Noor's hand left the table. I cannot grant immunity without a full house vote. Then call the vote. Mirek's smile did not waver. But you have 2 nights, and I am the only one in this room who knows the saboteur's name. Chapter 50. The silence in the chamber stretched thin. Noor held Mirek's gaze across the table while the assembled lords watched her with the patience of wolves who had found something wounded. 2 nights. She had 2 nights. You are asking me to trade justice for information, she said. I am asking you to be practical. Mirek's smile did not waver. Justice is a luxury the dead cannot afford. Aldrich Venn leaned forward. his iron-gray temples catching the low light. The heir cannot grant immunity without a full house vote. That is the law. Then call the vote. Mirek spread his hands. But the hunger rises in 2 nights, and I am the only one in this room who knows the saboteur's name. Noor's pulse beat against her ribs. She could see the calculation in every face around the table. Fear of the hunger. Fear of Mirek's leverage. Fear that granting him amnesty would set a precedent that hollowed out the court's authority forever. She needed a different move. Her eyes drifted to the edge of the table where Zofia sat, thin hands pressed flat against the polished wood. The archivist had spent 40 years buried in the court's laws. Sidonie's laws. Laws no one had invoked in a century because no one had needed to. Founder's Law, Noor said. The room went still. Section 12 of the Draeven Compact. Seizure by premium in times of succession crisis. She did not look at Zofia. She did not need confirmation. She had memorized the clause during the long hours in the tower study, reading Sidonie's marginal notes on every line. Accounts tied to the structural integrity of the city's wards can be frozen by preemptive sovereign order without a council vote. Mirek's smile thinned. That provision is dormant. It was designed for a sitting sovereign, not an untested heir. The seal answered my blood, the lock accepted my name, the court has knelt. Noor's voice carried no heat. If I am heir enough to guard the prison, I am heir enough to freeze the accounts that starved it. You would invoke Founder's Law without a house vote? Aldrich's voice was measured, but his eyes had sharpened. I would. Noor turned to the scribe at the far end of the table. Record this. As acting heir of the Amaranth Court under the Draeven Compact, I activate Section 12 and freeze all assets held by Mirek Salty, the Salty Commercial Trust, and the Eastern Corridor shell accounts traced to his seal, effective immediately. Mirek's smile vanished. Noor continued. Additionally, I freeze the holdings of House Ven and House Dalvernon pending audit of their contact with the ghost accounts. Aldrich's jaw tightened. The Aldina delegate rose halfway from his seat before Lazar moved. Not a word, just the shift of his weight, the quiet scrape of his boot against the stone floor. The delegate sat back down. You cannot freeze my accounts without evidence of direct involvement, Aldrich said. Your seal appeared on 3 countersignatures for transfers that passed through Mirek's shell network, Noor said. I will determine your involvement when I review the audit trail. Until then, the freeze holds. The chamber erupted into overlapping voices, protests, demands. Noor did not raise her hand. She let the noise wash over her, watching Mirek's face as he recalculated. He had lost the leverage of the vote. Then Zofia spoke. Heir. Her voice was thin. The 3rd account you named, the one beneath the Salty Commercial Trust. Noor turned. What about it? It was not merely a show account. Zofia's hands were trembling. It was an old surety bond for the Eastern Quarter Feeding District. A guarantee held dormant for 80 years, never activated because the Concord maintained order without it. A cold thread wound through Noor's chest. What does the freeze trigger? Zofia's pale eyes met hers. The bond defaults. The feeding contracts for that district are voided. The vampires stationed there are no longer bound by Concord terms. They can feed without restriction. The room fell silent. Mirek's smile returned slowly, a wound reopening. You see, heir, you try to cage me, and the city burns. Noor kept her face still. She had not seen the clause. She had read the accounts, traced the flows, identified the shell, but she had missed the surety bond buried in the footnotes. The system had trapdoors she had not mapped. How long until the clause activates? She asked. It is already active, Zofia said. The moment you spoke the freeze, the bond defaulted. The Eastern Quarter is under open feeding law. Before Noor could answer, the main door to the chamber slammed open. A guard in council colors stood there, his face bloodless. Heir, the Eastern Mortal Quarter is in riot. They've barricaded 3 streets. They're saying the court has declared open season on them. Noor heard it then. Muffled but unmistakable through the thick stone walls. The sound of a crowd. Distant, growing. voices woven into a single low roar that vibrated through the marble floor. She turned to Mirek. His name still hung in the air like smoke. "You will tell me who cut the channels." "Or what?" He raised an eyebrow. "You'll freeze another account? Start another riot?" "I will let the Eastern Quarter burn," Noor said, "and I will let the court blame you for it." Mirek's smile cracked at the edges. The distant roar shifted, closer. Someone was chanting now, the words indistinct but the rhythm unmistakable. A mob finding its voice. Noor turned to the door. The guard was still standing there, waiting for orders. Lazar moved to her side, his hand resting on the empty sheath where his sword used to hang. "The Eastern Gate," the guard said, "and they're breaking the Eastern Gate." Noor looked back at Mirek. His smile was a wound now, barely held together. "You wanted to see what kind of air I am?" she said, her voice barely audible over the growing thunder. "Watch." She walked toward the door. The night had only begun. Chapter 51. The rain had started by the time Noor reached the Eastern Gate. Not the soft drizzle that usually washed the night districts clean. A hard, driving rain that turned the cobblestones to mirrors and hammered against the iron bars of the closed gate. She stood at the edge of the mortal quarter with Lazar at her shoulder and a single guard holding a torch that hissed and spat against the wet. Beyond the gate, the Eastern District burned, not with flame, with voices. 1,000 throats raised in wordless fury, punctuated by the crash of glass and the rhythmic thud of something heavy against wood. The barricade Zofia had warned about stood 3 streets deep, overturned carts, smashed market stalls, a carriage dragged sideways to block the main artery. "Told you," the guard muttered. "They think we declared open season." Lazar shifted his weight, not quite blocking her path, close enough that she felt the tension in his frame like a held breath. "You should not walk through that gate," he said. "Who should?" Noor did not look at him. She was reading the crowd through the bars, searching for shape and structure in the chaos. "Zofia? Sabah? You with an empty scabbard?" "Anyone who has not just frozen the bond that kept this district fed. I froze a shell account that happened to be a surety bond. There's a difference. The crowd will not care about the distinction." She turned to him then. His face was all hard lines in the torchlight, the rain streaming down his jaw, his dark hair plastered to his temples. He looked exactly like what he was, an ancient weapon standing between her and a decision he could not prevent. "Then I will explain it to them," she said. She pushed the gate open. The iron groaned, rusted hinges protesting a century of disuse. The sound carried through the rain, and for a moment the shouting faltered. Heads turned. A hush spread outward from the gate like ripples in black water. Nu stepped through. The street opened before her, a wide avenue lined with tenements and shuttered shops. The barricades loomed 50 paces ahead, manned by mortals clutching boards and broken bottles. But the crowd was not purely mortal. She saw them now, the vampires scattered through the mob like dark stains, hungry, with 2 bright eyes and skin stretched tight over hollow cheeks. The hush broke. "There she is. The air. Look at her, clean, fed." The words came from different directions, impossible to trace. Nu kept walking, Lazar a shadow at her back, the guard fallen away at the gate. A man broke from the crowd. Not a vampire, mortal, middle-aged, with a clerk's stoop and ink-stained fingers. He held up both hands as if to stop her. "Air, you cannot be here. They're saying you meant this, that you froze the bond on purpose to what? To starve us, to feed whatever's under the city instead." The words spread behind him like a spark hitting dry grass. Voices rose again, sharper now, edged with the panic that feeding restriction always bred. Noor stopped in the middle of the street. The rain soaked through her collar, ran down her neck, cooled in the hollow of her throat. She planted her feet and faced the crowd. "I am here," she said, loud enough to carry, "because I did not know the frozen account was a surety bond. I am here because I am going to fix it." "How?" A woman's voice, sharp and young, a vampire with cropped dark hair and bloodless lips. "You can't unfreeze what you already broke. That's the law. The law has exceptions. Name one." Founders Directive 4, Noor said. Emergency reclamation of public welfare bonds during a succession crisis. The phrase holds until I sign a release. I am standing in front of you. I can sign it now. Silence, uncertain. The crowd exchanged glances. Then a new voice, low and smooth, cutting through the rain. She's lying. A man stepped out from between two shuttered shops. Tall, dark coat, collar turned up against the wet. Noor did not recognize him, but Lazar's hand moved to his empty scabbard. She didn't know the bond was there, the man said, and she doesn't know how to undo it. She's buying time until her vampires can secure the district. Who are you? Noor asked. I'm a ration broker, he smiled, thin and practiced. And I've been selling blood at double the standard since your freeze hit. The crowd loves me. They hate you. True, she saw it in their faces, the shift from uncertainty to anger, the way the broker's words gave shape to their fear. Then keep selling, Noor said. But I am going to open the reserve stores and release the emergency blood supply under the old Eastern Quarter feed charter. You will not have a market by morning. You can't do that. The charter expired. It was renewed when I claimed the seal. The broker's smile faltered. Noor turned back to the crowd. I do not know every clause in every account I froze tonight, but I know the old charter and I know the reserves. I am going to open them now. If you want to keep standing in the rain, that's your choice, but there will be blood at dawn. She walked past them, toward the barricade. The crowd parted. She did not look back at the broker. She did not need to. Lazar would remember his face. At the barricade, the mortals with bottles and boards watched her approach. One of them, a girl maybe 18, her hands shaking, held a length of iron pipe. Step aside, Noor said. The girl did not move. She's lying, the girl whispered. My mother said the air would starve us. She said the air would feed us to the thing under the city. Your mother is wrong. How do I know? Noor reached beneath her collar and pulled out Sidoni's signet, cold against her skin. She held it up. The rain caught the gold, dimmed the old crescent engraving. This seal controls the reserves, Noor said. This seal opens the charter. If I were lying, would I be standing in the rain with nothing but a dead queen's ring and a vampire with no sword? The girl stared at the signet. Then she lowered the pipe. Noor stepped past the barricade into the heart of the Eastern Quarter. The streets were dark, the lamps smashed. But the shouting had stopped, replaced by a waiting silence. She felt Lazar close behind her, and she felt the weight of every window, every door, every pair of eyes tracking her progress. A child darted out of an alley, pressed something into her hand, and vanished before she could react. Noor looked down. A blood-smeared token. A brass coin stamped with a crest she recognized, the broken arc tower from the Preservation Society's seal. The blood was fresh. She turned it over. On the reverse, scratched into the metal with something sharp. A single word. Ondine. The crowd murmured behind her. The rain fell harder. And somewhere in the dark quarter, someone had been waiting for her to arrive. Chapter 52. The rain had not stopped. It fell in sheets across the Eastern Quarter, washing blood from the cobblestones, pooling in the cracks where the old feed charter seals had been pried loose years ago. Noor stood at the barricade with the token still cold in her palm, the scratched word Ondine pressing into her skin like a second pulse. Lazar reached her side. His breath came slow, controlled, the way it did before violence. The reserves, he said. You need to actually open them. I know. She tucked the token into her collar beside Sidoni's signet and turned toward the old Eastern Charter office. 2 blocks south, where the street widened into a market square that had been dark for years, the crowd followed. Not close enough to touch, not loud enough to threaten, but they followed. A trailing wake of footsteps and wet breath, measuring whether she would deliver or drown. The charter office had been shuttered so long that the iron had rusted into the frame. Noor stopped at the door and looked at Lazar. Can you break it? He put his shoulder to the wood. It groaned once, then gave, splintering inward. The interior smelled of dry rot and old paper. A single lantern still hung from the ceiling, its oil long evaporated. Noor crossed to the desk at the back, overturned and half-eaten by damp, and found what she needed beneath a collapsed shelf. The old feed charter, bound in faded blue leather, the Draeven crescent still visible on the spine. She pulled it free. Behind her, the doorframe filled with faces. Mortals, vampires, the same hunger in both pairs of eyes. Noor carried the charter to the threshold and held it up. "This document," she said, "grants the heir authority to release emergency reserves from the Eastern Quarter stockpile. It was signed by Sidoni Draeven and witnessed by the District Council. It has never been rescinded." A voice from the crowd, thin and sharp. "That paper is 200 years old." "Yes, and it still holds." She broke the seal on the charter's binding and found what she needed on page 7, the reserve access clause, written in Sidoni's own hand. The ration broker stepped forward again. His coat was dark with rain, his smile thin as a blade. "You can't open the reserves without a ward key," he said, "and the only ward key was lost when the old charter office burned." Noor looked at him. Then she reached into her collar and pulled out Sidoni's signet, still warm from her skin. The broker's smile cracked. "The signet is a ward key," Noor said. "It always was." She turned and walked back into the charter office. Lazar followed her to the back wall, where a recessed panel bore the same crescent engraving she had seen on Sidoni's seal chamber. She pressed the signet into the indentation. The wall groaned. Stone ground against stone, and a hidden door swung inward, revealing a narrow staircase leading down. The reserve stores. The air that rose from below was cold and dry, carrying the copper scent of preserved blood. Noor descended. The chamber beneath the charter office was smaller than she expected. Row after row of sealed stone vessels, each stamped with a year and a volume. Enough to feed the Eastern Quarter for a month if rationed carefully. She found the release valve at the far end, a brass mechanism with the same ornate craftsmanship as Sidoni's seal. She turned it. The sound of liquid moving through old pipes answered her, a slow pulse that spread through the walls, through the foundations, through the streets above. When she climbed back up, the crowd had changed. The anger was still there, banked but not dead, but the desperation had eased. A woman in a torn coat was already directing people toward the distribution points, her voice rough with relief. The ration broker was gone. Noor stood in the doorway of the charter office and watched the quarter begin to breathe again. It was not trust, it was not loyalty, it was survival, and survival was enough for now. Lazar stood at her shoulder, his gaze tracking the crowd, cataloging faces. "3 of them work for the broker," he said quietly. "I saw them signal him before he left." "Then they know where he went." "They do." Noor nodded. She would need that information later, but not now. She reached into her collar and pulled out the token. The blood had dried, smearing the crest. The word Ondine was still legible, scratched deep into the brass. A movement at the edge of the square caught her eye. The girl from the barricade, the one with the iron pipe. She's standing in the shadow of a shattered lamp, watching Noor with an expression that was not fear, not hope, something between the two. Noor walked toward her. The girl did not run. "You showed the signet," the girl said. "That's why I gave you the token. Who told you to give it to me?" "A woman? In Regent blue." The girl's voice was flat, reciting a memorized message. "She said if the heir came in person, to give it. She said you would understand." "Where did you find her?" "Didn't find her. She found me." The girl's gaze dropped to the token in Noor's hand. "She said to tell you the lock is not the only thing that has been waiting." The rain fell harder, and somewhere beneath the city, the hunger listened. Chapter 53. The token weighed nothing in Noor's palm, brass dulled by blood and rain, the broken arc crest worn soft at the edges, Ondine's name scratched deep enough to catch her thumbnail. She stood at the edge of the Eastern Quarter square, the girl already backing into the shadows, the rain washing the last heat from the streets. Lazar waited 3 paces behind her, silent, watching the girl vanish. "Zofia," No said. "Now!" The archivist's office smelled of old paper and lamp oil when they reached it, Zofia already rising from her desk as if she had been expecting them. No set the token on the blotter without a word. Zofia did not touch it. She leaned close, pale eyes tracing the crest, the scratched letters, the residue dried in the crevices. "This thread," she said. Her voice had gone thin. She reached into her desk drawer and pulled out a cloth-wrapped bundle. When she unfolded it, The blue thread lay coiled inside, still stained with the same dark residue that filled the token's engravings. Noor's chest tightened. "They match," Sophia said. "The same binding compound, the same age, the same purpose." "Which is?" Sophia looked up. Her hands trembled before she steadied them against the desk edge. "A bypass key, woven from the prison's outer lattice, cut and braided into a master override. Only 3 people ever held one: the founder, the regent, the first sword." Lazar moved to the window. His silhouette was still against the rain-streaked glass. "I never had one," he said. "Then Sidoni's was lost when she sealed herself," Sophia said. "And Ondine's, she should have destroyed it when she took the regency. It was protocol." "She didn't," Noor said. Sophia's hand hovered over the thread. "No, she kept it, or someone took it from her." "The woman in Regent Blue," Noor said. "Whoever left the token knew Ondine's key existed. They had access to it, and they wanted me to find it." She picked up the token again, turning it under the lamp. The residue caught the light, a faint shimmer that seemed to shift as she tilted it. "Can you trace it?" Sophia blinked. "The residue?" The thread was cut from the lattice. The token was handled by someone who worked with the same material. If the bypass key leaves a signature, there might be traces in the old service passages, places only the key could open. Sophia's face went pale. "That would require following the thread's path through channels that haven't been maintained in decades. Some of them may not hold." "Then we go before they collapse?" Lazar turned from the window. His expression was unreadable, but he did not argue. Sophia took a breath that shook at the edges. She pulled a ring of aged brass keys from her desk and walked to the back wall, where a panel disguised as a cabinet swung open at her touch, revealing a narrow stairwell descending into darkness. The air that rose was cold and still, carrying the smell of dry stone and something old that had not breathed in a long time. Noor followed Sophia down. The stairs curved deep beneath the archive, the walls changing from dressed stone to rougher cut, then to the same bone-pale material she had touched in Sidoni's memory chamber. Organic. Alive once. Maybe still alive. Sophia stopped at a junction where 3 passages met. The walls here were scored with faint grooves, patterns that repeated at irregular intervals, not random, not decorative. Functional. "The thread residue shows strongest here," Sophia said, pointing to the left passage where the grooves deepened and the air grew colder. "This passage does not appear on any map of the undercourt." Noor pressed forward. The passage narrowed until she could touch both walls at once. The copper bracelet on her wrist hummed, a low vibration she felt in her teeth. Behind her, Lazar's presence was steady, his breathing slow. She did not know how long they walked. Time moved differently in these tunnels, measured in heartbeats and the scrape of stone. The passage opened without warning into a chamber. Noor stopped at the threshold. The room was circular, maybe 20 feet across, lit by a soft, phosphorescent glow from the walls themselves. At the center stood a table covered in brass instruments, glass vessels, and fragments of ward lattice arranged in miniature configurations. Someone had been building replicas. Noor moved closer, her eyes adjusting. The miniature lattices were exact in proportion, scaled-down versions of the prison architecture she had seen in Sidoni's chamber. Each one bore signs of testing, cracks, fractures, burn marks where energy had been forced through. But the last configuration was different. It was intact, complete. And at its center, where the ward lattice should have held a gap for the key, there was no gap. The bypass key had been woven into the lattice itself. Noor reached for it. The copper bracelet on her wrist screamed. Pain lanced up her arm, hot and sudden, and she jerked her hand back. The bracelet had gone tight, the metal burning against her skin. Lazar was at her side in an instant, his hand closing over her wrist, pulling her away from the table. "Don't touch it," he said. His voice was low, controlled, but she felt the tremor in his fingers. "It's a working model," she said. "Someone built a version of the prison that doesn't need a key, that doesn't need a Draeven heir." Sophia stood frozen at the chamber's entrance, her pale eyes fixed on the intact lattice. "That's not possible," she whispered. Noor looked at the table again, at the miniature prison, complete and sealed, waiting for something to feed it. Someone disagrees? The bracelet kept burning against her skin, and in the phosphorescent glow she saw words carved into the chamber's far wall, letters she had not noticed before. The conduit was never the only door. Chapter 54. The chamber held its phosphorescent glow, steady and cold, as Noor pulled her hand back from the miniature lattice. The copper bracelet had stopped burning but remained tight, a warning that had not fully withdrawn. She circled the table, studying the instruments. Brass calipers, glass syringes with dried residue at the tips, a mortar stained dark at the bottom. Someone had worked here recently. The dust on the tools was thin, disturbed within days, not years. "This isn't an archive," she said. "It's a workshop." Zofia stood at the threshold, her pale eyes tracking across the room. "I cataloged every chamber beneath the archive for 43 years. This one does not exist in any record. Someone wanted it that way." Lazar moved past her to the far wall, where the carved letters caught the light. The conduit was never the only door. He ran his fingers along the grooves, testing the depth. "This is recent," he said. "The edges are sharp. The stone hasn't aged into the cuts." Noor turned back to the table. The intact miniature held her attention, the lattice woven into a seamless seal, no key gap, no Draeven blood requirement built into its architecture. She reached for it again, stopping short of contact. If someone built a working model of the prison that doesn't need a bloodline to hold, they built it for a reason. They weren't testing theory, they were preparing. Preparing for what? Zofia's voice was barely audible. Nu didn't answer. She searched the table's surface, pushing aside glass vessels and scattered fragments until her fingers brushed against something beneath a folded cloth. Metal. Heavy. Circular. She pulled the cloth away. The seal sat in the center of the table, black iron veined with gold, the Draeven crescent etched into its face. It was identical to the one she had touched in the archive vault on her first night. The same dimensions, the same weight, the same crescent with its points curving inward. But the gold veins were wrong. They did not follow the natural grain of the metal. They had been painted on, deliberate, mimicking the flow of Draeven blood through the iron. "It's a counterfeit," she said. Lazar crossed to her side. He studied the seal without touching it, his winter iron eyes narrowing. "The real seal channels blood through the iron's own structure," he said. "The gold veins are part of the forging. This one uses surface application. It would respond to blood, but only once. Then the imitation would fail." "How long would it hold?" "Long enough to redirect ward flow. Long enough to make someone believe the seal had accepted them." Noor looked at the miniature lattice beside the counterfeit seal, at the seamless architecture that required no key, no Draeven heir, no bloodline at all. "Someone built this to mimic my access," she said. "Long enough to redirect the prison's power somewhere else. Long enough to open a door without the court knowing." Zofia had moved closer, her trembling hand reaching toward the seal. Noor caught her wrist. "Don't. If it's keyed to trap a blood response, touching it with bare skin could trigger the mimicry." Zofia pulled her hand back as if burned. Who could forge a counterfeit founder's seal? The original was cast in the 1st century of the court. The technique was lost. The artisans who knew how to work Draeven iron were dead, Lazar said. All of them. Sidoni confirmed the last founder's smith died in the plague winter 200 years ago. She watched him burn the formula before he passed. "Then how?" Noor's voice was sharp. Lazar's jaw tightened. He did not answer. Noor turned back to the table, searching for more. She found a leather folder tucked beneath the mortar, its binding cracked with age. Inside, a single sheet of paper, yellowed but legible, bore a list of names in a neat, precise hand. Artificer's Register, Apprentice Roll, Year of the Veiled Moon. She scanned the names. Most meant nothing, but the last entry had been scratched out, then rewritten in a different ink. Kalen Viren, Journeyman Assignment, Eastern District Works Commission. Below it, a note in the same hand. Transferred to Mortal Census. Identity reclassified. No further court record. Kalen Viren, Noor read aloud. Lazar went still. "Viren," she repeated. "Like Celeste Viren, the woman at the banquet, Sidoni's friend." "Celeste had a brother," Lazar said slowly. "He died in the plague winter. Sidoni told me herself. She attended his funeral. She attended a funeral. Noor held up the paper, but this says he was transferred to the mortal census. Reclassified. No further court record. Zofia's face had gone the color of old bone. If the artificer did not die and his apprentice was reclassified into mortal administration, then the technique for working Draeven iron was never lost. It was hidden. Hidden where? Noor asked. In the mortal bureaucracy, in the Eastern District Works Commission, in a name that no longer exists in any court record. Lazar's hand moved to his empty scabbard, a reflex born of centuries. If Kaelin Viren survived, he said, and passed the technique to someone else, then the counterfeits are not the work of a single forger. They are the product of a lineage, an unbroken line of mortal artisans who have been preparing for this moment for 200 years. Noor looked at the counterfeit seal, at the miniature prison built to function without a Draeven heir, at the carved warning on the wall. The conduit was never the only door. They didn't just build a door, she said. They built a way to control what comes through it, without the court, without the bloodline, without any of us. She picked up the leather folder, the seal's weight still pressing against her thoughts. We need to find Sidoni, now. Zofia did not move. Her voice was a whisper. If the seal is counterfeit, and the prison can be redirected by someone who holds the true technique, then when the hunger rises tomorrow night. She did not finish. Noor finished for her. It won't just rise, it will be aimed. Chapter 55. The rain had stopped by the time they reached the Crimson House, but the silence that followed was worse. Noor climbed the tower stairs with the leather folder pressed against her ribs, Lazar a shadow behind her, Zofia's uneven steps echoing from the lower landing. The study felt smaller than it had that morning. The lamp on the desk cast long shadows across the stacked ledgers, the brass seal fragments, the blue thread still coiled on the side table like a sleeping snake. Noor set the folder down and opened it. Kaelin Viren's name stared back at her from the yellowed page. Transferred to mortal census. Identity reclassified. No further court record. We need Elias, she said. Lazar's jaw tightened. He is confined to the archive office under guard. Then we bring him here. Zofia had reached the doorway, her pale face sheened with sweat. The invespiration is just as sharp as Nabal of Stirth. The omnications continues of a start, smaller grabberies with stable, to completed age guom. If the mortal administration has been hiding Draeven iron technique for 2 centuries, the records will be layered. Census transfers, work commissions, death certificates that don't match burial logs. One person alone could not maintain that depth of camouflage. But someone oversees it, Noor said. Someone who controls access to the infrastructure archives. Someone whose appointments were renewed without question. She turned to Lazar. Who manages the old city works records? The ones that predate the Concord? The Infrastructure Commission, he said slowly. A mortal appointment ratified by the court, meant to ensure impartiality in district maintenance. Who holds the seat now? Lazar's brow furrowed. I do not know the name. The position was considered ceremonial for decades. It renewed automatically after the plague winter. Automatically. Noor's voice sharpened. For 200 years. She crossed to the door. Find Elias, and find me the name of every commissioner who has held that seat since Sidoni's entombment. Elias arrived within the hour, escorted by 2 guards who stationed themselves outside the tower door. His dark coat was rumpled, his careful smile absent. He looked at Noor with the flat resignation of a man who had stopped hoping for mercy. You know the name already, he said before she could speak. Thomas Vale. Elias nodded once. Infrastructure Commissioner, appointed 12 years ago when the previous holder died without an heir. 12 years. Noor's mind raced. That matches the timeline. The blank column in Layla's ledger appeared 12 years ago. Vale controls the records channels tied to the Eastern Sub-Foundations, Elias said. The false entries, the reclassified identities, the death certificates that never matched burial logs. He renewed the appointments himself through a standing clause in the commission charter. The council never questioned it, because the court never flagged it. The court never flagged it, because the position was invisible. And you knew this. Elias met her eyes. I knew he existed. I did not know the full shape of what he was building until you found the workshop. The forged seals, the miniature lattice, the lineage of artisans. Vale is not the artisan. He is the gatekeeper. He controls who gets access to the records, who sees the true names, who inherits the technique. Zofia had gone still by the hearth. If he controls the identity reclassification system, then Kaelin Viren's lineage could have continued uninterrupted for 2 centuries, under different names, different faces, different roles, all hidden inside mortal bureaucracy. Vale's appointments were renewed through both council and court silence. Noor's voice was cold, which means someone in the court knew. Someone approved the automatic renewals. Elias did not answer. Lazar moved toward the door. I will have him seized. You will not reach him. The voice came from the corridor. A courier stood in the doorway, her face ashen, a sealed folio shaking in her hands. Noor crossed to her. What is it? Delivered to every delegate in the Crimson House, the courier said, and to every council member still in the city. The commissioner released them a quarter hour ago. Noor took the folio. The wax seal bore no crest. She broke it open. Inside, a single sheet of paper covered in neat, precise handwriting. A document of recognition, ostensibly signed by Sidoni Draeven herself, formally naming Noor Haddad as heir to the throne. The signature was perfect. The seal was perfect. The language matched the original succession directive down to the phrasing. But Noor had held Sidoni's true seal in her hands. She had seen the way Draeven iron breathed beneath light. This was counterfeit. She flipped to the second page, a ledger sheet purporting to show payments made from Lazar Korvath's personal accounts to Noor's grandmother over the past 6 months. 5,000 crowns in 3 installments. The third page was worse. A sworn statement signed by a Crimson House servant claiming Lazar had arranged for Noor to be placed in Sidoni's path during the seal ritual, that the bond between them had been cultivated for months before Noor's arrival, that her bloodline claim was staged, and at the bottom, a detail that made her stomach drop. The statement described a scar on Lazar's left shoulder, a specific, private mark that only someone who had seen him undressed could know. Noor looked up. Lazar had not moved, but his face had gone bloodless. He had read the page over her shoulder. That description, he said quietly, matches a wound I received during the Eastern campaign. No record of that injury exists in any official file. The silence in the room stretched thin. Elias spoke first. He has someone inside the tower. Noor's hands were steady, but her voice was not. She turned to the courier. Where's Thomas Vale now? Chapter 56. Where is Thomas Vale now? The courier's face drained further. No one knows. He did not return to his offices after the documents went out. His residence was found empty. The guards at the Eastern Gate report no one matching his description has tried to leave the Night District. Noor stared at the forged pages in her hands. The weight of them felt physical, each sheet a separate knife. Then he is still inside the city. Elias moved toward the table, his chains clinking with each step. Valet did not build this alone. The scar detail. He stopped, his jaw working. That came from someone who has stood close enough to Lazar to memorize his body, who eats in his kitchens, who attends his chambers. Lazar said nothing. His hand had gone still on the doorframe, fingers curled inward, a man holding himself together through pure will. Zofia set down the ledger she had been examining. Her voice was quiet. 4 people have had regular access to the tower since Noor arrived. Myself, Elias Mercer, Sabah Haddad, and the steward who brings meals and changes linens. Lina. Lazar spoke the name like a wound. The tower steward. Zofia's pale eyes met Noor's. She has served in the Crimson House for 53 years. She was one of the servants who prepared Sidoni's chambers during the Queen's last year above ground. Noor's mind moved through the implications. 53 years. A witness to the Founder's decline. A woman who had watched queens rise and fall and knew exactly what secrets were worth. Bring her here, Noor said. Lazar did not move. She will not be found. She will be dead before we reach the servants' quarters. or she will have vanished the way Vale vanished. The pattern is consistent. Then we confirm it. Noor turned to the courier, who still stood paralyzed in the doorway. Send word to every gate. No one leaves the Crimson House without authorization. Not servants, not delegates, not council members. Lock the building down. The courier fled. Elias lowered himself onto the bench by the wall, chains scraping stone. You're sealing yourself inside with the leak. I am sealing the leak inside with me. Noor crossed to the desk, spreading the forged pages in a row. Sodomy's signature, Lazar's accounts, the steward's sworn statement. This forgery worked because it came from inside. The seal was perfect. The document language was exact. Whoever made it had access to original succession records. Those records are in Sodomy's sealed case. Zophia's hands trembled as she picked up the Counterfeit succession directive, which has not left my sight since you returned from the crypt. Nu looked at the seal again. Not Sodomy's signet, but close enough to pass at distance. The same weight, the same proportions, the same crescents. The workshop, she said. The miniature lattice, the counterfeit seal. Whoever built that chamber also built this document, which means Thomas Vale is not just a gatekeeper. He is the artisan. Zophia shook her head slowly. The carving on the wall was recent. The tools were warm. He has been working beneath our feet while we searched above ground. And someone upstairs has been feeding him everything he needed. Noor picked up the steward's sworn statement. The handwriting was neat, unpracticed, the hand of someone who did not write often. But the detail about Lazar's scar was precise. Medical. This description came from observation, not memory. Whoever wrote it saw the wound fresh. Lazar's voice came from the door. Elena changed my bandages after the Eastern campaign. I returned to the tower, bleeding through my coat. She was the one who stitched the wound. The air in the room changed. Noor set the page down carefully. Then she is the leak. She is also the only person who has cared for this tower without expectation for 5 decades. Lazar's face was stone, but something moved behind his eyes. Not anger, grief. If she gave Vale that detail, she did not do it for coin. She was turned. You cannot know that. She had access to my chambers, my schedule, my correspondence. She knew every moment I was absent and every moment I was vulnerable. His voice dropped. If Elena was the Hunger's agent, she could have killed me 100 times. She did not, which means Vale did not want me dead. He wanted me discredited. Noor studied him. The weight of that conclusion sat differently on his shoulders than betrayal would have. This was not a man discovering treachery. This was a man recognizing a chess move. Then Elena is still alive, Noor said, because Vale still needs her. Lazar met her eyes. Or she is already dead, and he no longer does. The silence held until footsteps sounded in the corridor outside. Heavy. Running. A guard appeared in the doorway, breathless. The steward. Noor was already moving. She found Elena in the linen room at the base of the tower, seated on a wooden stool with her hands folded in her lap. The woman looked older than her 53 years of service suggested. Gray-streaked hair pulled back, work-roughened fingers still stained with the ink of inventory lists. The needle lay on the floor beside her. Elena had not died in a struggle. She had bled out cleanly, as though preparing for company, her small clothes arranged, her head upright against the wall. A single perforation at the inner elbow, the same place Noor had seen vampires give blood to the bound. She had opened herself and let a vessel close. Lazar stopped in the doorway. His hand found the frame, steadying himself. Zalevi pushed past him to kneel beside the steward, 2 fingers pressing against the cold throat. She has been dead less than an hour. The blood is still warm. Noor stared at the needle on the floor. Clean, professional, the work of someone who had done this before. Behind her, Elias Mercer spoke from the corridor, his voice flat with recognition. That is not a suicide. That is a closure. Elena gave her blood to someone who needed it, and then she closed the vein herself. Or someone closed it for her. Noor looked at the steward's hands. No bruises, no restraint marks. Elena had cooperated. Someone had come to the linen room, spoken to the woman who had served the tower for 53 years, and convinced her to empty herself into a waiting mouth. then left her to die sitting upright, head against the wall, as though she had only closed her eyes to rest. Lazar moved past Noor, his steps soundless. He crouched beside Elena's body and gently closed her eyes with his palm. She will have a pyre. Whatever she did, she served this house through famine, through plague, through the empty throne. And whatever she knew, Noor said quietly, died with her. Lazar rose. His hand came away from Elena's face with a trace of moisture on his fingers. Not tears, blood. He touched his fingers to his tongue. Human, but aged. She was turned before she died. Zofia leaned closer, peering at the wound. The vessel mark. That is not a standard feeding site. That is a deliberate extraction. Someone took her blood as evidence, not as sustenance. Noor's stomach turned. They took it to prove they had access to her. Yes, Zofia straightened. To prove they could reach anyone inside the tower, including the steward who stitched your wounds, Lazar. Noor looked at the needle on the floor. Elena had not been killed for what she knew. She had been killed to prove a point. And somewhere in the city, Tomas Vale held a piece of her in a sealed vial, waiting for the right moment to use it. The chapter ended with Noor standing over the steward's body, Lazar's hand still wet with her blood, and the knowledge that tomorrow night the founder hunger would rise, and someone inside the room would aim it. Chapter 57. The service corridor behind the linen room smelled of bleach and old linen. Noor stood at the threshold while Lazar spoke to the guards in low tones, his voice carrying the flat authority of someone who had ordered too many death notifications. She did not look at Elena again. Instead, she looked at the ledgers stacked on the shelf beside the door. Tower inventory, linen counts, meal tallies, the mundane arithmetic of a household running itself for decades. Zofia appeared at her elbow, pale-faced. I should have seen it. Seen what? The pattern. Zofia gestured at the shelves. Elena handled every delivery that entered the tower, every supply, every sealed parcel. If someone needed to move documents in or out without a trace, she was the root. Noor pulled a ledger from the shelf. The leather was worn soft at the edges, the entries written in a careful hand that had not changed in 30 years. Then she was not the leak, she was the channel. Semantics, no. Noor turned the pages slowly. If Elena was the channel, someone else was the source. She did not decide what to betray, she only moved what she was given. Zofia was quiet for a moment. That is more generous than she deserves. I am not being generous, I am being precise. Noor closed the ledger. Elena served this tower for 53 years. She stitched Lazar's wounds. She knew his schedule, his habits, his vulnerabilities. If she had wanted him dead, he would be dead. She did not want him dead. She wanted something else. Or someone convinced her to want something else. Noor looked at the needle still lying on the floor. Clean, deliberate. Then we find who that someone is. She began with the meal tallies. Not because she expected a confession hidden in bed counts, because she needed to see how information moved through the tower, and the surest way to track that was to follow what everyone needed. Meals, linens, candles, the mundane supplies that left a paper trail no one thought to hide. The steward's office occupied a small room off the main corridor, crammed with ledgers going back 70 years. Noor sat at the desk while Zofia pulled volumes from the shelves, comparing delivery dates against visitor logs, correspondence registers, and the nightly reports Elena had submitted to Lazar's study. The pattern emerged in the third hour. A delivery of preserved meat, listed in the tower inventory, had no corresponding entry in the kitchen tallies. The meat arrived on the 10th of every month for the past 16 months, but the kitchen recorded no meals using it. The deliveries were a feint, Noor said, tapping the entry. She was not ordering extra supplies. She was ordering the same supplies twice and using the duplicate to hide a message. Zofia leaned over her shoulder. A steganographic channel. The delivery dates encode something. Or the quantities do. Noor pulled a fresh sheet of paper and began transcribing the duplicate entries. 16 months, 16 numbers. She arranged them by date and looked for a pattern that matched something familiar. The numbers did not match any code she recognized, but they matched the tithe register. Noor's hands stilled. She pulled Layla's ledger from her bag and opened it to the blank column. The monthly figures matched the duplicate delivery quantities exactly, aligned to the same dates, 12 years apart. Elena was not just moving documents, Noor said slowly. She was continuing the payment trial. Zofia's face drained of color. The steward was the conduit. No, the steward maintained the conduit. Noor traced the numbers with her finger. Every month for 16 months, she sent a delivery that matched the blank columns pattern. She was keeping the system alive after Layla stopped. Then Elena knew about the hunger. Elena knew about the payments. That does not mean she knew what they paid for. Noor looked at the doorway, where Lazar's shadow fell across the threshold. Who recruited her? Lazar stepped into the room. His face was unreadable. I asked her once why she stayed. She said she had sworn an oath to a queen who was already dead, and oaths did not expire. Which queen? Sidoni. He paused. Elena was not assigned to this tower. She requested the post 53 years ago, when the throne had been empty for nearly a century and a half. She said she wanted to serve the first sword because the first sword had served the real queen. Noor looked at the ledger in her hands. She was Sidoni's agent, placed here to watch. Yes, and she kept the payments running after Sidoni sealed herself because she believed she was following the queen's orders. Lazar said nothing. Noor set the ledger down carefully. Then she was never working for Thomas Vale. Vale convinced her he was acting on Sidoni's authority, and she believed him because she wanted to believe the queen's work could be completed. That is a kind interpretation. It is the only interpretation that explains why she died sitting upright with her hands folded. Noor stood. Elena did not betray the tower. She thought she was serving it, and when she realized she had been used, she opened her vein to the person who came to silence her, because she thought that was the only way to stop the damage. Zofia's voice was barely a whisper. How do you know? Because the delivery numbers stopped 6 months ago. Noor held up the ledger. Elena stopped sending the duplicates the same month I accepted the audit contract. She knew what was coming, and she did not run. The room went still. Noor looked at the ledgers spread across the desk. 16 months of duplicate deliveries. 64 identical entries. An old woman who had served a dead queen for half a century and believed she was protecting the court from another sealed monarch. She left a record, Noor said. She would have left a record. Somewhere. They found it in the false bottom of a candle drawer. A leather-bound journal, smaller than the ledgers, written in the same careful hand. The first entry was dated 53 years ago, the night Elena took the steward's post. The last entry was dated 3 days ago. Noor opened it to the final page. The heir has come. She is young. She is mortal. She does not know what the throne will cost her. I have seen what the throne cost the last one. I will not watch it happen again. A man came to me 16 months ago. He said he knew the queen's true purpose. He said the hunger was never meant to be contained, only managed, and that the queen had planned a controlled release before the Concord sealed her into stone. He showed me a directive with her seal. He showed me her handwriting. I believed him. I know now that the directive was forged. The signature was perfect. The seal was almost perfect. But the ink did not match the queen's house ledger, and the paper was cut differently than any document from the sealed era. I have been a fool for 16 months. I have written this account of every delivery, every message, every instruction he gave me. I have sealed it where the guards will find it after I am gone. If you are reading this, heir, know that Thomas Vale is not behind this alone. He is only a craftsman. The design belongs to someone older, someone who watched the hunger sleep and learned to wake it in whispers. Thomas is opening the gate, but he is opening it for something that was here before the Concord, before Sidoni, before the first Draeven blood sealed the city's foundations. The name I heard him speak when he thought no one was listening was not a name I recognized, but the fever that came with it, the pressure in the skull, the dreams of roots growing through stone, those I recognized. Those were the same signs the old records describe, 2 centuries ago, just before the queen sealed herself inside the earth. He is opening the gate for something older than the Concord itself. Catch him before I did, or pray the queen's seal holds long enough for you to learn what he is carrying. Noor looked up from the journal. Her hands were steady, but the air in the room had changed. Sleafia was staring at the page, as though the words might crawl off the paper. Lazar had gone still, his hand resting on the empty scabbard at his hip. "Find the guards who watched Elena's corridor tonight," Noor said. "All of them. Bring them to the study and seal the tower. No one leaves until I know who else she spoke to." Lazar did not move. "The journal said someone older. I read it. Older than the Concord. Older than Sidoni." Noor met his eyes. "I know what it said." "Then you know this is not a succession war anymore." His voice was quiet. "This is a containment breach." Noor tucked the journal into her coat beside Sidoni's signet. "Then we contain it." Chapter 58. Noor found Sidoni in the tower's lower chamber, seated in the same chair where Elena had mended Lazar's coat 1,000 nights ago. The founder looked ancient in the dim light. Her gold-ringed eyes tracked Noor's approach, reading the journal in her hand, the set of her shoulders, the stillness in her fingers. "You knew," Noor said. "I suspected." Sidoni's voice scraped like dry leaves. "I did not know." Noor dropped the journal onto the table between them. It landed open to Elena's final entry. "She named something older than the Concord, older than you." She said the man who came to her spoke a name she did not recognize, but the symptoms matched the records from before you sealed yourself. Sidoni did not look at the page. Her gaze remained on Noor's face. "There was a cult," Sidoni said, "before the Concord, before I understood what I had found beneath the sea." Noor waited. They believed the hunger was not an enemy. Sidoni's hand moved to her chest, where the gold in her palms had dimmed to the color of old brass. "They believed it was a resource, power without limit, a force that could be directed, shaped, and fed selectively instead of contained. Sounds convenient for vampires who wanted to feed without consequence. It was more than convenience." Sidoni's voice hardened. "They believed the hunger could be weaponized, that a controlled breach, opened at the right moment with the right anchor, could turn the entity beneath the city into a tool of conquest." Noor felt something cold settle in her chest. A controlled breach. A living air to focus the hunger's attention. A first sword's bond to anchor the channel. Sidoni met Noor's eyes. The doctrine required both. The words hum in the air like smoke. Noor thought of Lazar's hand on her waist in the dark, his heartbeat, human slow, against her palm. The way the bond pulled her toward him, even when she resisted. "You are saying the bond is not just fate?" "I am saying the cult understood something about the bond that I did not fully grasp until I sealed myself." Sidoni's voice dropped. "The Draeven bloodline was not the only key to the prison. The first sword's bond was a secondary latch. Together, they could not only open the prison, but direct what emerged." "Why did you never tell me this?" "Because I believed the cult was destroyed." Sidoni's jaw tightened. "I purged them before I entombed myself. I watched their leaders executed. I burned their records. I thought I had excised the rot. But you missed one. Or they hid better than I searched." Sidoni leaned forward, and for a moment she looked older than the stone around them. "The doctrines survived. Someone preserved the knowledge, and now they have a living heir, a forged seal, a bypass key that should not exist, and a first sword whose bond to you is strong enough to channel the hunger's attention." "Lazar?" "Yes." Noor's pulse hammered at her throat. "Thomas Fail as a craftsman. Elena's journal said the design belongs to someone older, someone who has been planning this longer than the Concord has existed." Sidoni closed her eyes. "The cult had many names," she said. "The Hand of the First Hunger, the Conduit Wardens, the Unbound." Her voice grew thinner. "But the doctrine itself was called the Right of Shared Vessels." The room seemed to contract. "Shared vessels," Noor repeated. "It required two anchors. A living bloodline heir to open the channel. Your Draeven blood would call the hunger upward through the lattice. And a first sword bound to that heir to direct where the hunger flowed. The bond between you would act as the targeting mechanism, like a weapon sight." Sidoni nodded. Noor's hands were steady, but her voice came out raw. So whoever is pulling Tomas Vale's strings does not just want the hunger to rise, they want it to rise through me, and they want Lazar close enough to aim it. That is the doctrine's design. And if they succeed, Sidoni's gaze was ancient and hollow. Then the hunger that has slept beneath Vespergate for 2 centuries will not simply feed. It will obey the one who holds the bond's anchor. Your bond to Lazar would become the leash they use to direct the entity against their enemies. Noor thought of the forged seal, the counterfeit directive, the vial of Elena's blood that Tomas Vale had taken as evidence. "He has my blood," she said, "from the bracelet test. He has a forged seal that will work once. He has the bypass key, and he has the doctrine. Yes, he only needs one more thing." Sidoni's eyes glinted. "The rite requires proximity. The heir and the first sword must stand together at the breach point when the hunger rises. The bond must be open. The channel must be unblocked. Tomorrow night." Tomorrow night. Noor turned toward the door. "There is more," Sidoni said. Noor stopped. "The cult's founder did not die in the purge." Sidoni's voice was barely audible. "I thought I killed her, but her body was never recovered, and the cell where I imprisoned her was empty when I sealed myself beneath the city." Noor turned back. "Who was she?" Sidoni looked down at her hands. The gold in her palms flickered like dying embers. "Her name was Maraval, Ondine Maraval's grandmother, regent before the regency existed. She led the Unbound until the night I burned their temple to the ground." The room went silent. Noor stood motionless as the pieces rearranged themselves in her mind. Ondine's name scratched on the token. The women in Regent Blue who prepositioned the message. The way Ondine had escaped confinement with no visible breach. "Do you know where she is now?" Sidoni shook her head. "But you suspect." The founder's voice cracked. "I suspect she has been waiting 2 centuries for a living heir to complete what she started. And I suspect she has been watching you since the moment you touched the seal in the archive." Noor's copper bracelet hummed against her wrist, a warning. She looked down at the metal and saw her own reflection in the polished surface, distorted and strange. Sidoni rose from the chair with visible effort. Her joints moved like rusted hinges. "The rite of shared vessels cannot be performed without the heir's consent. The bond must be willing. The blood must be freely given." "And if they force it?" "The doctrine has a contingency." Sidoni's voice dropped to a whisper. "If the heir refuses, the first sword's blood can substitute for the bond, a sacrifice instead of a channel. Lazar's death would complete the rite without your consent." Noor's breath caught. She turned and walked out of the chamber. Lazar was in the upper study, standing at the window with his back to her, his hand resting on the empty scabbard at his hip. He did not turn when she entered, but she saw his shoulders tighten, felt the bond pulse between them like a second heartbeat. Elena's journal lay open on the desk. He had already read it. "Lazar." He turned. His eyes were winter iron and shadow. "She is alive," he said. "The cult's founder, Maraval's grandmother. She never died." "I know. And she wants you." Noor crossed the room until she stood before him. She was close enough to see the muscle jump at his jaw, the controlled stillness of a man who had spent 9 centuries learning not to break. "She wants us," Noor said. His hand rose, hesitated, then settled at her waist. The touch was light, almost questioning, as though he expected her to pull away. "Then we do not let her take us," he said. Noor heard the vow beneath the words. She did not answer, because she was already calculating how to reach the breach point before the cult did, and she knew, with the same certainty that had carried her through every burning archive and every sealed chamber, that she would not walk away from tomorrow night unchanged. And neither would Lazar. Chapter 59. The Crimson Hall had never felt smaller. Noor stood at the center of the horseshoe table, the weight of every gaze pressing against her skin. Delegates packed the gallery. Mortal counselors in dark wool sat opposite tithe lords in silk and house colors. The air smelled of candle wax, old blood, and the particular tension that precedes a disaster no one can stop. Tomas Vale was not in the room, but his work was. The forged succession directive circulated hand to hand along the mortal side of the table. Counselor Vex held it with the tips of her fingers, as though the paper might bite her. Beside her, a woman Noor did not recognize, gray-haired, hard-eyed, wearing a council pin, slid the false payment ledger across the polished surface. This ledger shows First Sword Korvath paid 60,000 crowns to Noor Haddad's grandmother over 6 months, the woman said, in exchange for a sworn statement supporting the bloodline claim. That ledger is a forgery, Noor said. Prove it. Noor's hand moved to the leather folder at her side. She had brought 3 things: Layla's coded household ledger, Sidoni's original directive from the sealed cabinet, and the memory book Sidoni had written in her own hand before the seal consumed her. She laid the directive flat on the table. Founder Sidoni Draeven's handwriting, Noor said, dated 43 years before her entombment. It names the collateral bloodline and orders the payment trail established through the archive office, not through Lazar Korvath's personal accounts. The gray-haired counselor leaned forward. That proves nothing. The directive could have been written yesterday. Zofia stepped forward from the shadows near the pillar. Her voice was quiet, precise. The paper is hand-laid linen pulp with a watermark that ceased production in the 17th century. The ink contains iron gall compounds that oxidize at a predictable rate. I have 3 independent conservators who will testify to its age under oath. The room shifted. Noor did not wait for the momentum to fade. She opened Layla's ledger and turned it to face the assembly, the grocery columns visible under the candlelight. This is the record of the actual Draeven payment trail. 212 years of continuous transactions coded as household purchases. The column that matches Tomas Vale's forged ledger was written by my mother, Layla Haddad, 12 years ago. The ink is different. The hand is different. The paper batch is different. She slid the forgery package across the table so they sat side by side. Any competent archivist can date both documents within a decade. The forgery was manufactured within the last 6 months. The gray-haired counselor sat back. Her eyes moved between the ledgers, the directive, and the succession document still clutched in Vex's hand. Even if the succession claim is legitimate, she said, the court has already demonstrated it cannot govern. The Eastern Quarter is in open revolt. Feeding infrastructure has collapsed. The regent escaped confinement under mysterious circumstances. We are being asked to renew a Concord with a regime that cannot maintain basic order. Then do not renew it. The words came out before Noor had fully decided to speak them. Silence. Counselor Vex's eyebrows rose. You would dissolve the Concord? I would restructure it. Noor's voice carried across the hall. The current agreement concentrates feeding rights in 7 hereditary houses and leaves 90% of the mortal districts under open feeding law if any single bond defaults. That is not a treaty. That is a hostage arrangement. She pulled out Sidoni's original Concord framework from the sealed cabinet. The marginal notes, the alternative clauses, the Queen's own handwriting correcting the document she had signed. Sidoni Draeven wrote this 2 centuries ago. She knew the original terms were unsustainable. She left instructions for a phased transition to district-based allocation with independent oversight. The mortal delegates leaved in. The tithe lords went still. Aldrich Van rose from his seat on the court side of the table. His voice was marred, but his jaw was tight. You are proposing to dismantle the feeding rights that have maintained order in this city for 400 years. I am proposing to honor the founder's own correction of those rights. You have no authority to. I have her signet. Noor held up her hand. The ring caught the candlelight, the Draeven crescent throwing a sharp shadow across the table. I have her blood in my veins. I have her directive naming me as her successor. And I have the ledger that proves the feeding allocation you defended for 2 centuries was sustained by starving my mother in a cage beneath the city. Ven's mouth closed. The gray-haired counselor stared at the directive. If this is genuine, it is genuine, Sophia said. And if the founder intended to restructure the Concord, she did. The woman exchanged a look with Vex. Then she placed her hands flat on the table and spoke to the room. The mortal council will recess for deliberation. We reconvene at dawn. The Concord does not have until dawn, Lazar said. He'd have been silent at the edge of the hall, his hand resting on the empty scabbard. Now he stepped forward, and the vampires in the room shifted. They knew the weight of that voice. "The Eastern Quarter's reserves were opened by sovereign decree," he said. "They will last 1 month, not longer. The feeding corridor renegotiation requires 3 weeks of legal review, and the entity beneath the city will rise at sundown tomorrow, whether this room has reached consensus or not." The gray-haired counselor turned to him. "Then what do you suggest, First Sword?" "I suggest you decide tonight." A murmur rippled through the hall. Delegates exchanged glances. Mortal counselors huddled in whispered consultation. Noor felt the room teeter on the edge of a decision. Then the floor trembled. It was subtle at first, a vibration that might have been mistaken for a passing carriage in the streets above, but now felt it in her bones, recognized it in the sudden hum of her copper bracelet against her wrist. The candles flickered. The brass seal hanging behind the dais let out a low, resonant note. Sophia's face went white. "That is not a carriage," she whispered. The tremor deepened. The floor beneath the council table split with a sound like a breaking bone, a hairline crack that ran from the eastern wall to the foot of the dais. Dust rose from the fissure. The candle flames guttered and died. In the darkness, Noor heard something rise, a sound like breathing, slow, ancient, hungry. And from the crack in the floor, dark fluid began to seep upward, defying gravity, climbing the legs of the council table as though it recognized the shape of the room. The gray-haired counselor stumbled backward. "What is that?" Noor did not answer, because she knew. Thomas Fail had been in the room after all, not in body, but in trigger, in timing, in the precise moment he had chosen to prove that the Concord meant nothing while the earth beneath it was waking. Chapter 60. The tremor did not stop. The crack in the floor widened, a black seam splitting the marble from the eastern wall to the dais, and the dark fluid kept climbing. It moved like something alive, searching, tasting the air, a column of oil-black liquid that rose without droplets, without spill, as though gravity had forgotten it existed. Noor's copper bracelet went hot against her wrist. The hum in her blood answered something beneath her feet. Counselor Vex stumbled backward, her counsel gray splashed with dust. "What is that? What is that?" No one answered. The mortal delegates pressed against the western wall. The tithe lords had gone still, their ancient faces unreadable, but some of them knew. Noor saw it in the way Celeste Viren's hands tightened on the edge of the table, in the way Aldrich Fenn's jaw locked, in the way the gray-haired counselor crossed herself, as though the gesture might still mean something. The fluid reached the top of the council table. It paused, then it spread, a dark tongue licking across the polished wood, and where it touched the forged succession directive, the paper blackened and curled. Noor did not move. She was not afraid of the fluid. She was afraid of what it meant. "The prison is bleeding into the hall." Zofia found her voice first. "The Eastern Conduit. That is the Eastern Conduit feed line. The one Layla starved." The words hit Noor like a blade. She had seen the map. She had traced the lines beneath her mother's handwriting, the 7 vulnerable points where the prison's old feeders ran through the bedrock of Vespergate. But she had never imagined one of them would open here, beneath the council chamber, beneath the seat of the very government that had sustained the feeding allocation for 2 centuries. The dark fluid shuddered, and then it spoke. "Noor." The voice came from inside the crack, from the fluid itself, from the stone, from the air. It was not loud. It was intimate. It pressed against her skull like a memory she had not lived. "You hear me?" The room went silent. Everyone had heard it. Aldrich Venn's composure cracked. He took a step back, his hand rising in a warding gesture that belonged to an older age, before the Concord, before the court learned to dress its violence in tailored wool and parliamentary procedure. "That is not possible," he said. The seal is failing," Lazar said. He had moved. Noor had not seen him cross the hall, but he was at her side now, his hand on her arm, his body between her and the crack. The empty scabbard at his hip looked wrong. She had never seen him without his sword. "Noor." His voice was low, urgent, meant only for her. That conduit runs beneath the entire eastern wing. If it breaches fully, the prison will vent through every service tunnel in the Crimson House. How long? I do not know. The dark fluid coiled at the edge of the table. It did not advance further. It waited. It knew she was the one it needed to reach. Noor forced herself to think. Her mother's map, the 7 conduits, the coded entries in the household ledger, the decreasing payments, the deliberate starvation that Layla had spent 12 years orchestrating. Layla had cut the conduit's food supply to weaken the prison, to slow the hunger, to give Noor time. But Tomas Vale had used that starvation. He had let the conduit run dry, and now the prison was reaching through the empty channel, looking for a new source. The fluid is not the hunger, Noor said. The words came out before she had fully formed them, but she knew they were true. The fluid is what happens when the hunger looks for an exit. It is pressure. It is need. It is the prison breathing, because something has cracked the shell. The gray-haired counselor stared at her. You understand what that thing is? I understand what it is doing. Noor turned to face the room. The founder hunger does not want to escape. It wants to be fed. The conduit beneath this hall is one of 7 channels that Layla Haddad starved for 12 years. She cut its supply to slow the prison's weakening. But Tomas Vale has been accelerating the breach from the other side, and he has left the conduit empty, so the prison is reaching through it, looking for blood. The fluid trembled. A single tendril rose from the black mass, curling toward Noor like a question. You carry the key. The voice again, soft, almost curious. You came before. You stood at the seal. You bled into the stone, and I felt you. I have been listening for you since the first drop touched the wall. Noor's bracelet burned. Her hand went to it, the copper hot against her fingers, and she remembered the first night in the archive, the poisoned smoke, the ward that answered her name. I have been listening since before you were born. The fluid spread another inch. Someone screamed at the far end of the hall. A vampire, one of the younger tithe lords, his fangs dropping as the hunger in the room answered the pressure in the air. The mortal delegates pressed harder against the wall, and Noor saw the calculation in their faces, the sudden awareness that they were trapped in a room full of vampires who could smell the crack in the world. Lazar moved. He did not draw a weapon. He did not need one. He simply stepped into the space between the tithe lords and the mortal delegation, and his presence was enough. The young vampire's fangs retracted. The tension held. Control your people, Lazar said. He was not speaking to the hall. He was speaking to Aldrich Venn. Venn's jaw worked. He turned to the gathered tithe lords, and his voice was ice. Stand down, all of you. They obeyed. But Noor saw the way their eyes tracked the dark fluid, the way their nostrils flared, the way their bodies leaned toward the crack as though the prison were calling to something deep in their blood. Sophia touched Noor's arm. We need to close the conduit. I know. If we do not, I know. Noor looked at the crack in the floor. The dark fluid had stopped advancing, but it had not retreated. It waited. It had spoken her name. It knew her. And somewhere beneath the city, at the end of the starved conduit, the prison was open. The entity that had watched Sodoni seal herself 2 centuries ago was awake, and it had just found the air. Chapter 61. The tower study smelled of old paper, and the dark fluid Noor could not wash from her clothes. She had stripped off the stained coat in the hallway, left it in a heap that a servant would burn, but the smell clung to her skin. Copper. Earth. Something older than the stone beneath her feet. Zofia had already spread the maps across the study table before Noor reached the top of the stairs. Sodoni's archival folios lay open beside her mother's household ledger, the coded columns marked in red ink where Noor had traced the payment trails. Lazar stood at the window, his back to the room, watching the eastern quarter where the dark fluid had not yet reached. The conduits are not evenly spaced, Noor said. She pulled the map toward her, the city's maintenance infrastructure rendered in faded blue ink. The founders had built Vespergate on a grid of service tunnels, water channels, and old transit lines. But the 7 conduits Sodoni had sealed did not follow that grid. They cut across it, diagonal, deliberate, as though the prison beneath the city had grown roots that ignored the streets above. Zofia leaned over her shoulder, pale blue eyes tracking Noor's finger. How did you identify them? Layla's codes. Each payment decrease matched a specific maintenance district. She did not starve the conduits randomly. She fed them in sequence, decreasing one at a time, cycling through all 7 over 12 years. Noor's hand moved across the map. District 3. That was the first reduction. Then District 7. Then 11. She followed the same cycle 3 times, reducing each allocation by the same margin every pass. Zophia's breath caught. She was distributing the starvation evenly. If she had cut one conduit entirely, the prison would have collapsed inward. She kept the pressure balanced. Barely. Noor marked the 7th district on the map. Her hand hesitated over the eastern quarter, where the old charter office had burned. The conduit beneath Sabah's neighborhood. Her grandmother's building sat directly above one of the 7 channels. Not the largest, not the most vulnerable, but close enough that Noor's stomach turned cold when she saw the alignment. Lazar turned from the window. How many can we repair tonight? 1, Noor said. Maybe. She pulled Sidene's folio closer, the parchment crackling as she opened it. The Queen's handwriting was precise, architectural. Each conduit had been assigned a priority rating when she sealed the prison 2 centuries ago. The highest rating, the Eastern Main Line, was the one bleeding into the Crimson Hall now. The lowest rating was beneath Sabah's building. Thomas does not need to break all 7, Noor said. He only needs to overload 1. If the prison cannot vent through any other channel, it will force itself through the weakest point. Which is where he will strike, Lazar said. Or where he wants us to think he will strike. Zofia straightened. You believe it is a feint? I believe Thomas Vale spent 12 years as a gatekeeper, watching every record, every plan, every weakness Sidney left behind. He knows we can trace the conduits. He knows we will see Sabah's building and panic. Noor looked at the map again. 7 red marks, 7 channels, each one a potential breach point, each one connected to a district where mortal families lived, worked, fed, and bled. He is not trying to break the prison open, she said slowly. He is trying to make us choose which piece to save. The truth settled over the room like smoke. 7 conduits. 6 would have to wait. 1 could be reinforced tonight. Noor would have to decide which district was worth the others, and Tomas would watch from wherever he was hiding, knowing that her choice would tell him exactly how she intended to rule. Lazar crossed to the table. Which one can we repair tonight? The Eastern Main Line. It is the largest. It will take the longest to fail. If we reinforce it now, we buy the other 6 another day. And the conduit beneath Sabah's building. Noor did not look up. She did not need to. If Tomas breaks that channel, the prison will vent through the eastern quarter. 3,000 mortals, 800 vampires registered in the feed district. The ration broker still has agents in the crowd, and if the hunger touches them, they will turn on each other before the conduit can be sealed. Then we do not let him break it. How? Lazar's hand covered hers on the map. His skin was warm. His pulse, that slow human rhythm she had noticed after their first night together, beat steady against her fingers. We send Zofia to reinforce the Eastern Main Line. You and I go to Sabah's building. If Tomas is waiting for us, we face him there. If he is not, we seal the conduit and return before dawn. Zofia looked between them. The Eastern Main Line requires Draeven blood to seal. I am mortal. You will not need to seal it, Noor said. You need to hold the service tunnel entrance and confirm that no one else has tampered with the channel while we are gone. And if someone is waiting for me? Noor met her eyes. Do not let the door close behind you. Zofia's jaw tightened. She nodded once, then began gathering the folios, her thin hands moving with the precision of 40 years in the archive. Lazar had not removed his hand from Noor's. 1 hour, he said. Gather what you need. I will meet you at the eastern gate. He left before she could answer, his boots echoing down the tower stairs, and Noor stood alone at the map with the 7 red marks bleeding into the city. The dark fluid had not spoken again, but she felt it. At the edge of her awareness, behind her eyes, in the pressure at the base of her skull. I have been listening since before you were born. She pressed her palm flat against the map, over the mark that sat beneath her grandmother's building, and she made herself hold still. 1 choice, 6 districts, 3,000 lives. And somewhere in the dark, Tomas Vale waited to see what kind of ruler she would become. Zofia paused at the door. Noor? I know, You cannot save them all. That is what he wants you to understand. That ruling means failing someone, no matter which way you choose. Noor looked at the map. No, she said. He wants me to think that. The question is whether I let him be right. Zofia's mouth curved, just slightly. For a moment, she looked almost like the archivist who had hidden Sideni's secrets for 40 years. Your mother said the same thing once. When? Before she went into the conduit. Before she started starving the channels. She looked at this same map and said Tomas would not win because he did not understand the one thing she had learned. What was that? Zofia's hand tightened on the doorframe. That there is always a third option when you are willing to bleed for it. She was gone before Noor could answer. The tower fell silent. The map glowed beneath the lamplight. 7 red marks, 7 conduits, 7 pieces of a city that did not know it was built over a wound. Noor traced the line from Sabah's building to the eastern main line. The third option. She did not know what it was yet, but beneath her grandmother's neighborhood, the conduit waited, and the hunger was listening. And Tomas Vale had already made his move. It was time to make hers. Chapter 62. The eastern gate stood open when Noor reached it, the ironwork still wet from the evening rain. Lazar waited in the shadow of the arch, his long coat dark against the stone, and the street beyond him lay empty in a way that felt wrong for this hour. No foot traffic, no carriage wheels, no servants moving between the night houses. They sealed the district, he said before she could ask. Council order, posted 20 minutes ago. Which council? The one that does not exist anymore. Noor pressed past him into the street. The lamplight pooled in irregular intervals, the gaps between them broader than they should have been, as if someone had removed every third fixture to save on oil. The windows above the shop fronts were dark, the doors were closed, but she could feel them watching, the residents pressing against their glass, trying to see who walked through the silence. Evacuation or lockdown? Both. Lazar matched her pace. The posted order says all mortal residents must vacate within 2 hours. Vampire residents are to remain in their dwellings until further notice. That is not a council order. That is a culling directive. I know. She broke into a run. The neighborhood had not changed since she was a child. Same cracked pavement, same iron railings, same corner where she had scraped her knee at 8 and Sabah had carried her home wrapped in a shawl, muttering about careless paving stones and the city's endless neglect. But the faces in the windows now were not the faces she remembered. A woman pressed her palm to the glass on the second floor of the bakery. A child crouched behind her, small and still. On the third floor of the tailor shop, an old man held a candle and watched Noor pass without recognition, as if she were already part of the disaster rather than someone who had come to stop it. Sabah's building stood at the end of the row, 4 stories of gray stone with laundry lines strung between the upper windows and a courtyard gate that had never fully closed since Noor's grandfather installed it 40 years ago. The gate was closed now. Noor pushed through. The courtyard was empty. The ground floor windows were dark. But the door to the stairwell stood ajar, and light bled from the crack in a thin yellow line that flickered like candle flame. She took the stairs 2 at a time. Sabah's door was open. The old woman stood in the center of the living room with a carpet bag packed at her feet and a candle burning on the table beside her grandmother's photograph. She wore her good coat, the one she kept for funerals and tax hearings, and her hands were steady as she looked up at Noor's entrance. I told them I would not leave until you came. Who told you to leave? Men in coats, council badges. They said the block was condemned. Sabah's voice did not waver. Structural instability, underground water damage. They gave us an hour. Noor crossed to the window and looked down. The street was still empty. But at the far end, where the district boundary met the main road, she saw movement. Figures in dark clothing, lanterns, a cart with a covered bed. They were already moving people out. Sabah, we need to go. Not until you see what your mother left. Noor turned. Sabah was already moving toward the kitchen, her carpet bag abandoned on the floor, her steps precise and unhurried as if she had been waiting for this moment for 26 years. The kitchen floorboards creaked beneath the old linoleum. Sabah stopped at the corner where the stove met the wall, knelt with a grunt, and pressed her fingers into the seam where the flooring met the baseboard. A section of linoleum lifted, not a cut, but a panel that had been laid to look seamless, its edges worn by decades of foot traffic until the join was invisible. Beneath it, a space, shallow, the depth of a ledger. Sabah reached in and pulled out a bundle wrapped in oilcloth, tied with twine that had yellowed with age. She set it on the kitchen table without opening it, her hands resting on the cloth as if she were reading something through the fabric. I never opened it. Why not? Because she told me I would know when, and if I opened it before, I would either act too soon or not soon enough. Sabah looked up at Noor, and her grandmother's eyes were the same steady brown Noor remembered from every difficult conversation of her childhood. She knew you would be the one to break the seal. Noor cut the twine. Inside the oilcloth, a leather folder. The same leather as Senoni's directive, the same weight, the same pressed grain. But the clasp was different, a copper crescent that matched the one on her bracelet, and when Noor pressed it, the metal yielded like it knew her hand. The folder opened. Inside, a stack of receipts, ward maintenance receipts dating back 28 years, each one signed by a different hand, mortal artisans. The same lineage that had preserved the Draeven iron technique for 2 centuries. Noor spread them across the table and saw the pattern immediately. Not repairs, but payments. Regular, structured, documented. Someone had been paying the artisans to maintain something, and the receipts traced a trail from the Crimson House to the Eastern Quarter to a single address listed in the margin of every 5th entry. Sabah's building. Beneath the receipts, a folded map. Noor opened it and felt her blood go cold. The map showed the 7 conduits, but beneath them, drawn in faint ink that must have been invisible until the paper aged, a second network. Smaller channels, older routes. They did not connect to the prison at all. They bypassed it entirely. And at the center of that second network, marked with a date that had not yet come, a single word in her mother's handwriting. Release. Beneath the map, a glass vial. Dark fluid inside. The same dark fluid that had climbed the walls of the Crimson Hall, sealed with wax and wrapped in a strip of parchment that read, "For when the prison opens, do not use until the hunger speaks your name." Noor's hands were shaking. How did she know? Sabah did not answer. She was looking at the vial with an expression Noor had never seen on her grandmother's face before. Not fear, not grief, but something closer to recognition. She knew because she was the one who built the second network. The voice came from the door. Noor turned. Lazar stood in the frame, his hand on the hilt of a blade he had not carried since the tower burned. And behind him, leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed and her silver-blonde hair loose around her shoulders, Regent Ondine Maraval looked at the receipts spread across the table and smiled like a woman who had just watched her last piece fall into place. Your mother, Ondine said, was the only person in Vespergate who understood what Sidoni really buried. Noor's hand moved to her collar. The signet hung warm against her chest. If you have come to stop me, I have come to help you. Ondine stepped into the room, and the candlelight caught the thin scar across her collarbone, the one she had earned a century ago in a fire Noor did not yet understand. Because if you open that vial without knowing what the second network was built to release, you will not save the city. You will drown it in something older than the hunger, older than the Concord, older than Sidoni herself. The vial sat on the table, dark and still, and beneath the floorboards, the conduit hummed. Chapter 63. The kitchen hummed. Not the building, not the pipes, the earth beneath them. The same frequency Noor had felt in the Crimson Hall when the dark fluid climbed the walls. The vial sat on the table, dark and still, and Ondine Maraval stood in her grandmother's kitchen like she had always belonged there. You knew, Noor said. You knew my mother built a second network. I knew she was the only one who could. Ondine's voice was quiet, not the regent's voice, something older. I did not know where she placed the plans until I saw you find them just now. Noor's hand stayed on the folder. The copper crescent had warmed to her touch, and beneath her fingers the receipts felt like a confession she had not yet read. Why would she build a bypass? Because Sidoni's seal was never meant to hold forever. Ondine stepped closer, and Lazar moved with her, not blocking but positioning. Noor noticed. Ondine noticed too, and smiled without warmth. Your mother understood that the prison was a cage built over a wound. The conduits do not contain the hunger. They feed it. And when you starve a thing long enough, it learns to reach through the gaps. Sabah made a sound, small, a breath that caught. The hunger speaks your name, Ondine said, looking at Noor. You told the council it was the prison breathing, but you know better now. Noor pulled the folded note from the vial's wax seal and opened it. Her mother's handwriting. The same slant she had seen in the 3-line instructions, the same pressure on the page. Ve is the oldest name, not the hunger, not the founder. Sidene sealed what she could not kill, but she was wrong about one thing. It does not only feed, it bargains, it dreams. It remembers every debt this city ever owed. When it speaks your name, it is not hunting you. It is calling in a marker. Do not answer until you know what it bought. Noor read it twice. The third time, the words settled in her chest like a stone. Veer, not the founder hunger, not the entity. A name, old enough that Sidene had buried it with herself rather than let it pass into record. What did it buy? Noor looked up. What marker? Ondine's pale green eyes did not waver. Ask yourself why a family of mortal accountants, 3 generations of women who never owed a crown they could not pay on time, suddenly found themselves drowning in debt 3 months before an audit was offered to the only living Draeven heir. The room went still. Noor's hand dropped from the folder. She had traced the payment trail. She had followed the ghost accounts, the shell companies, the forged transfers. She had assumed the debt was a trap set by Ondine or Mirek or one of the Tithe Lords maneuvering for advantage. But the debt had appeared 3 months before the audit, 3 months before anyone in the court knew she existed. It nudged, Noor said slowly, not orchestrated, not controlled. It pushed the right domino, and the rest fell. Ondine inclined her head. Sononi believed the prison was airtight, but Veer does not need physical gaps. It needs a connection, a bloodline it already knows, a family whose luck turns sour at exactly the right moment to funnel the heir into the Crimson House. Noor thought of her grandmother taking extra shifts, the loan that had seemed reasonable until the interest rate changed, the missed payment that had snowballed into something impossible. Your mother understood this, Ondine continued. That is why she built the second network, not to release Veer, but to give the next heir a choice. You can feed the prison forever, generation after generation, or you can open the bypass and let out whatever Sidene buried alongside the hunger. Lazar spoke for the first time. What did she bury? Ondine's gaze flicked to him. The truth about what the Concord was built to hide. Before anyone could answer, a sound cut through the hum. Footsteps, fast, coming up the stairs. Lazar turned, his hand on the blade, but the door was already opening. Sophia stood in the frame, pale, her thin hands gripping the frame like she had run the entire distance from the Crimson House. Noor, Sophia's voice cracked. Thomas Fale has taken Ondine from confinement. Ondine's head snapped up. I am here. No. Sophia's winter blue eyes were fixed on Noor. He took the Regent, the one still in the confinement cell. He has been holding her for the last hour, and he just walked out with her past 4 guards. Noor looked at Ondine standing in her grandmother's kitchen. Ondine looked back. Clever, Ondine said quietly. He must have turned her, broken her, or she was never the real Regent. Sabah made a sound again, and Noor's grandmother pressed her hand to the table as if she needed the support. There is a reliquary, Sophia said. Elias Mercer just confirmed it. Thomas stole a reliquary from the locked evidence room containing your blood sample from the bracelet test. He already has the bypass key and the forged seal. He needs a living heir and a regent's authority to open the drowned sub-foundation at Black Wharf. Lazar was already moving. How long ago? 10 minutes, maybe 12. Noor looked at the vial, at the map, at her mother's handwriting still trembling in her hand. Do not answer until you know what it bought. She folded the note and pressed it into her pocket. You are not coming, Lazar said, not a question. I am. Noor turned to face him, but not to stop him from opening the sub-foundation. Lazar's jaw tightened. Noor. He is going to try to force the right of shared vessels. He has my blood, a forged seal, a bypass key, and now he has someone he can pass off as the regent. Noor's voice stayed steady, but her hand was shaking. If I do not go, he will kill the Ondine he took and use her blood to complete the circle with whatever he dragged out of the evidence room. And if you do go... Noor met his winter iron gaze and did not look away. Then I give him exactly what he wants. She picked up the vial and held it where the candlelight caught the dark fluid inside. And I answer the name. Chapter 64. The eastern quarter streets were empty. Noor ran with Lazar at her shoulder, the vial cold against her ribs where she had pressed it into the inner pocket of her coat. Behind them, Ondine kept pace in silence, her heeled boots finding purchase on the wet cobblestones with an ease that spoke of centuries of flight through this city's dark. Black Wharf rose ahead of them, a collapsed jut of stone and iron that had once been the mortal district's deepest shipping pier. The council had condemned it 40 years ago. The water had claimed the rest. A single lamp burned at the entrance, and the tunnel mouth beneath it breathed salt and rot and something older, a sweetness that clung to the back of Noor's throat like dried blood. He is already inside. Ondine stopped at the waterline, her pale green eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the lamp. The sub-foundation lies beneath the original pier. Sidoni sealed it when the first Concord was signed. Lazar drew his blade, the sound of steel clearing the scabbard cut through the water's lap. You knew this place existed. I knew the location, Ondine said. I did not know what she buried here. Sidoni kept that from everyone, including her regent. Noor stepped past them both into the tunnel mouth. The water reached her ankles immediately, cold through her boots, and the floor beneath it was not stone but timber, rotted planks that shifted with each step. The walls were brick, black with decades of tidal stain, and the air grew thicker the deeper they went. Behind her, Ondine spoke again. The woman Tomas took from confinement was my decoy. I placed her there 3 days ago when I realized someone inside the tower was feeding information out. I let my loyalists loosen the lock so I could reach the breach first. Noor kept walking. You knew he would take her. I knew someone would try to use my authority against you. Tomas was the likeliest candidate. A pause. I did not expect him to find a reliquary with your blood. The tunnel opened into a chamber where the ceiling rose into shadow and the water deepened to knee-height. At its center, a stone platform rose above the tide, and on that platform stood Tomas Vale. He held the reliquary in one hand, a brass cylinder no larger than a candle holder, sealed with Draeven crescents, and the bypass key in the other. The forged seal hung from a chain around his neck. Behind him, a woman knelt on the platform, bound and hooded, wearing Ondine's charcoal silk. Regent. Tomas smiled. I wondered when you would arrive with the heir. Ondine moved past Noor, her voice carrying the weight of a century of command. That woman is not me, Tomas. You took a decoy. Did I? He touched the hood. Are you certain? Noor watched his fingers. They were steady. Too steady for a man who had just lost his hostage's true value. He knows, she said quietly. He knew before he took her. Ondine's composure cracked, just a flicker at the corner of her jaw. Tomas's smile widened. The archivist's panic was very convincing when she told you about the theft. But you sent Zofia Ilves, did you not? The woman who cannot lie well enough to deceive a child. He tilted his head. I have known for 3 days that the regent in confinement was not the regent. The real question is why I took her anyway. Lazar's blade shifted. To draw us here. To finish what your queen started. Tomas's gaze found Noor. She sealed Vare beneath this city, but she never understood what she was sealing. She thought it was a hunger, a mindless, endless need. She buried the Concord's true history alongside the prison because she could not bear what she had done to build it. Noor's hand moved to her pocket. The vial. And you do. I know what it bought. Tomas held up the reliquary. Your blood, your lineage, the key to the drowned sub-foundation. When I open it, I do not release Vare. I release the truth of what you are. Ondine moved. She was fast, faster than Noor had ever seen her, a blur of charcoal silk across the water. Her hand closed around Tomas's wrist, twisting, and the reliquary spun through the air. Lazar caught it, but Tomas had already drawn a blade from the folds of his coat, and the steel caught Ondine across the ribs, a wet, shallow cut that bled black in the lamplight. She staggered back, one hand pressed to her side, and Tomas vaulted from the platform into the water beyond. "The decoy is drugged," he called over his shoulder. "She will wake in an hour. If you want the sub-foundation, you will follow me deeper. If you want to save the Regent, you will stay." The darkness swallowed him. Ondine dropped to her knees on the platform, blood seeping between her fingers. Her face was pale, but her eyes found Noor with the same iron steadiness that had held the court together for a century. "I let him wound me," she said. "He needed to believe he had won." Lazar was already at her side, pressing cloth to the cut. The blade was silver-tipped. "You will heal, but not quickly." "Good." Ondine's voice was thin, but she smiled. "I needed to stay behind. You need to follow him." Noor looked at the reliquary in Lazar's hand. Her blood, her name, the key to whatever Sidoni had buried alongside the hunger. Ondine reached up and caught Noor's wrist. Her grip was cold, urgent. "Your mother built the second network because she knew Sidoni's seal would not hold forever. She also knew that if Vare woke, the only thing that could match it was the truth the Concord was built to hide." Her pale green eyes held Noor's. "You are not just the heir to the throne, Noor. You are the heir to that truth." Noor pulled free and turned to the tunnel where Tomas had vanished. Lazar fell into step beside her, the reliquary tucked into his coat, his blade ready. The water deepened as they moved, rising to Noor's thighs, then her waist. The walls narrowed until they scraped her shoulders, and the sweetness in the air thickened into something that coated her tongue like old honey. Ahead, light flickered, and a voice spoke from the dark. Not Tomas's voice. A voice that felt like it came from beneath the water, beneath the stone, beneath the city itself. "You came." Noor stopped. Her hand touched the vial in her pocket. "I have been waiting since before your grandmother's grandmother drew breath." The copper crescent under her sleeve began to warm. Chapter 65. The water rose faster than it should have, seeping through the brick with a pressure that spoke of the tide outside and something else beneath it. Noor felt the cold climb past her ribs, felt the weight of the copper crescent warming against her forearm like a second pulse. Behind them, Ondine's breath came in short, wet pulls. The silver-tipped gash across her ribs bled steadily, black in the lamplight, and her pale green eyes had taken on the glassy focus of someone calculating how much time they had left. "We cannot keep moving deeper," Lazar said. His voice was flat, controlled, but Noor heard the edge beneath it. "The wound is poisoned. She will slow us, and when she falls, we will have to carry her or leave her." Ondine laughed, a thin, bitter sound. "I have been a liability to no one for 100 years, First Sword. I do not intend to start now. You intend to bleed out in a tunnel while Tomas Vale opens the sub-foundation." Lazar's winter iron eyes did not waver. "That is not a plan. That is a convenience." Noor stood between them, the water pressing against her thighs, the reliquary a warm weight inside her coat. She could feel the entity's patience brushing against the edges of her mind, vast and unhurried, the way the ocean was patient when it wore down a cliff. She turned to Ondine. "What do you know about Tomas's lineage?" Ondine's jaw tightened. She pressed her hand harder against the wound, and the black blood seeped between her fingers. "His grandmother was the cult founder, Maraval's grandmother, the one who survived Sidoni's purge and whose cell was found empty." She swallowed. "The bloodline was never extinguished. It was hidden inside the mortal census, reclassified, renamed, buried so deep that even I did not find it until 12 years ago." 12 years ago, Noor repeated, "when Tomas Vale was appointed Infrastructure Commissioner." Ondine's silence was her confession. "You knew," Lazar said. His voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a blade drawn in a closed room. "You knew who he was, and you let him take the post." "I suspected." Ondine's voice cracked, just slightly. "I had evidence, payment trails, a witness statement from an old archivist who recognized the cult's symbol in his personal seal. But I buried it." "Why?" because exposing him would have meant exposing the houses that sponsored his appointment. Houses still essential to the Concord. Houses whose defection would have collapsed the Regency a decade ago and left the city without any government at all. Her pale eyes found news. I chose stability. I chose to watch him, to contain him, to wait until I had enough power to move without breaking everything. And he outmaneuvered you. Yes. The word was raw. He has known I was watching for years. He let me believe I was in control while he built his network, forged his documents, and prepared the sub-foundation. Every move I made to contain him was a move he anticipated. The reliquary pulsed against Noor's ribs, a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the water. Lazar's hand went to his blade. We are out of time for confessions. He is right. Ondine straightened, her face pale but her voice steadying. I have told you the truth. Now you must decide whether to trust it. Noor looked at the woman who had tried to kill her, suppress her, erase the evidence of her bloodline. The woman who had also protected the city through a century of crisis, who had stood between the tithe lords and the mortal council, who had carried the weight of an empty throne because no one else could. She thought of her mother's note, "Do not answer until you know what it bought." I do not trust you, Noor said, but I will work with you, for as long as it takes to reach Thomas and close the sub-foundation. After that, we return to exactly where we were. Ondine inclined her head. I expected nothing less. Lazar stepped between them, his gaze moving from Noor to Ondine and back. The muscle in his jaw was tight enough to crack stone. I do not accept this. You do not have to accept it. Noor met his eyes. You have to survive it. I will not watch her cup you down the moment Thomas is neutralized. Then watch me. Noor held his gaze. I am not the auditor who walked into your archive. I have her blood in my veins and her map in my hands, and I have already answered a name older than this city. The silence stretched, tight as a bowstring. Then Lazar moved past her, toward the tunnel where Thomas had vanished, and his voice came back low and rough. If she moves against you, I will end her. Do not ask me to hesitate. Ondine followed without a word, her hands still pressed to her ribs, her steps steady despite the wound. Noor let them go, counting 3 heartbeats before she moved after them. The water reached her hips now, cold and heavy, pulling at her coat with each step. The walls had narrowed further, the brick rough against her shoulders, and the sweetness in the air had thickened into something that coated her tongue and made her teeth ache. Ahead, the tunnel widened, and the light from the reliquary spilled across the water like a path of molten copper. Noor looked down. The brass cylinder inside her coat was glowing, not hot, but luminous, pulsing with a steady rhythm that matched her heartbeat. Her blood, answering something in the dark. Lazar! He stopped, turned. She held up the reliquary. The light cast shadows across his face, catching the silver in his eyes. It is opening. Ondine moved to her side, her gaze fixed on the glow. No, it is calling. The water around them began to move, a slow current pulling toward the chamber ahead. And from beyond the tunnel's end, a voice rose. Not words, but a vibration that hummed through the water, through the stone, through Noor's own bones. Noor Haddad. The reliquary flared, and the darkness ahead opened into a chamber that breathed. Chapter 66. The chamber breathed, not a metaphor. The walls moved, slow and rhythmic, as if the stone itself had lungs buried somewhere in the dark. The water reached Noor's thighs now, cold and thick with sediment that swirled around her waist like silt stirred from a grave. Thomas Vale stood at the far end, knee-deep in the same water, the reliquary held before him like an offering. The bypass key hung from a chain around his wrist, and the forged seal trembled against his chest, its painted gold veins catching the reliquary's glow. Behind him, the wall was not stone. It was a membrane, translucent, veined with black, pulsing in time with the chamber's breath. And beyond it, something moved, slow, massive, patient. You came? Thomas's voice carried no surprise. I knew you would, heir of nothing. You cannot resist an unfinished ledger. Noor's hand went to her coat. The vial was still there, cool against her ribs, her mother's note folded beside it. Do not answer until you know what it bought. I came to see what you were selling. Thomas smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. Smart girl, you always were, even when the numbers led you exactly where I wanted them to go. He lifted the reliquary. Do you know what this chamber is? It is the throat, the narrowest point between the prison and the sea. Sidnoni sealed it because she understood that if anything ever broke through here, it would not rise through the Crimson House. It would rise through the harbor, through every ship, every dock, every mortal throat within a mile of the tide line. He pressed the forged seal against the membrane. The wall rippled. A sound came through it, low and wet, like something enormous turning in its sleep. I do not want to free Vare, Thomas said. That would be stupid. Chaos serves no one, least of all a businessman. What I want is access, a controlled siphon, enough of Vere's power to sell to every desperate house in this city, enough to make them forget the Concord existed. He twisted the seal. The membrane split. A crack opened no wider than a finger, and black fluid began to seep through. It did not fall. It rose, climbing the air in streams that twisted like eels, gathering above Thomas's head into a dense, pulsing sphere. The reliquary flared. Noor felt it in her blood. A pull, deep and wrong, as if something inside her recognized the substance and wanted to answer. The sphere split. 4 streams broke from it, each one finding a separate crack in the chamber's walls, each one pouring outward into the dark beyond. The harbor wards, Ondine brooded. He is feeding them into the harbor wards. Outside, the sea began to change. Nora heard it before she saw it. To sound like boiling water, a low roar that built and built until the chamber's walls vibrated with it. And then the light shifted, the reliquary's copper glow overwhelmed by something dark rising past the chamber's only window, a pane of thick glass set high in the stone. The water beyond Black Wharf was turning black. It spread in spirals, faster than any tide, faster than any current. Ships at anchor began to rock. Something breached the surface, not a fish, something with too many joints, and dove again. Feeding frenzy, Lazar said. His voice was flat, contained, the voice of a man who had seen cities fall. The old magic in the water is waking everything that sleeps beneath the harbor. Thomas spread his arms. Bargain prices, first sword. Every house that wants a taste of the old hunger can have it. I am democratizing power, leveling the field. No more tithe lords hoarding feeding rights. No more bloodlines dictating who eats and who starves. You are turning the harbor into a killing ground. I am opening a market. Thomas's eyes found Noor's. You wanted to restructure the Concord. Here is your chance. Let me sell the siphon, and I will give you the keys to every conduit beneath the city. You can rebuild the feeding order however you like. No more secrets, no more lies. Just clean, transparent transactions. The reliquary pulsed. The sphere above his head swelled, dense and hungry, and the membrane behind him rippled as something pressed against it from the other side. Noor's copper crescent warmed against her sleeve. Vare. The name rose unbidden. It is not the hunger. It is the one who remembers. She looked at the sphere, at the streams feeding into the harbor wards, at the black tide spreading beyond the glass. He was not freeing Vare. He was bottling it, selling it in doses to anyone who could pay, turning a primordial entity into a commodity, parceling out pieces of an ancient horror until there was nothing left to contain. Thomas! Noor's voice carried across the chamber. That is not a siphon. That is a hostage. He tilted his head. Explain. You are not selling access to Ve's power. You are selling the threat of it. Every house that buys from you becomes complicit. Every faction that drinks from this well cannot afford to let the seal close, because if the seal closes, the siphon closes, and they starve again. She took a step forward. You are building a dependency, not a market. Astute. Thomas did not sound offended. But you missed the point. Dependency is the most stable currency there is. Lazar drew his blade. The sound rang through the chamber, clean and final. Shut it down. Thomas laughed. I cannot shut it down. The siphon is keyed to the reliquary, and the reliquary is keyed to her blood. He nodded at Noor. Only the air can close what I have opened, which means she has to decide, right now, whether to kill the siphon and let the harbor die with it, or let me sell the pieces and build something new. The black sphere pulsed. Outside, The sea screamed. Noor looked at the glass, at the shapes moving beneath the black tide, at the tendrils of dark fluid climbing the walls, spreading through the cracks, reaching for the city above. Her mother's note was a weight against her chest. Do not answer until you know what it bought. She did not know. Not yet. But she knew one thing Thomas had not accounted for. I am not the only heir in this room. Ondine moved before anyone could stop her. She crossed the water in 3 strides, her hand closing around the reliquary, her palm pressing flat against the brass cylinder where Noor's blood had left a warm, luminous trace. The sphere convulsed. Tomas's composure cracked. Regent, I have governed this city for a century. Ondine's voice was steady, clear, cold as the water around her. I did not survive you to watch you drown it. She twisted the reliquary. The sphere split, not into streams, into shards, black fragments that rained into the water, each one hissing as it struck, each one releasing a pulse of the sweetness that made Noor's teeth ache. The membrane behind Tomas bulged, and something on the other side screamed. Not in pain, in recognition. Noor Haddad. The voice came through the water, through the stone, through the hollow of her chest where her heart beat too fast and too loud. You have brought the Regent to my throat. Tomas stared at her. The forged seal around his neck had begun to smoke. You do not know what you have done. Neither do you. Noor met his gaze. But I am going to find out. The chamber shook. The black tide outside the glass rose, crested, and crashed against the walls, and somewhere above them, the harbor wards began to scream. Chapter 67. The harbor wards screamed. Noor felt the sound in her teeth, in the hollow of her chest, in the copper crescent burning against her sleeve. The black tide surged against the glass walls of the throat chamber, and somewhere above, the first of the ancient things broke the surface. Lazar was already moving, blade in hand, water sheeting from his coat. We need to get above ground before the wards fail entirely. Ondine stood over the shattered remnants of the siphon sphere, the reliquary still in her grip, her silver blonde hair plastered to her skull. Blood seeped through the dark fabric at her ribs, but she did not waver. The wards will hold longer than we need. You do not know that. I know the woman who built them. Ondine's pale eyes found Noor's. Your mother designed the harbor lattice to withstand a direct breach. She told me it would hold for 3 hours if the prison ever spoke through the throat. Noor's chest tightened. 3 hours. She looked at the membrane by Ponus's empty platform. The translucent surface still rippled, still breathed, still pressed outward with each pulse of the entity beneath. They had not closed the breach. They had only destroyed the siphon. The breach is still active. She said it aloud because she needed to hear the shape of it. We stopped the sale. We did not stop the leak. No. Ondine moved toward the tunnel. But we stopped the market. That is the part Thomas cannot rebuild quickly. They climbed. The water receded as they rose through the flooded tunnel, brick by brick, level by level, until they emerged into the drowned sub-foundation where the air tasted of salt and old iron. The decoy still sat against the wall, bound and drugged, her head lolling. Ondine knelt and pressed 2 fingers to the woman's throat. Alive. She stays here, whose voice came out harder than she intended. We cannot carry her through what comes next. Lazar's hand found her shoulder, brief and steady. Above ground, now. They breached the surface of Black Wharf into chaos. The harbor had turned. Not black, not the way it had been in the throat chamber, but wrong. The water moved in patterns that did not match the wind, swirling against the pilings, rising in slow crests that broke against the stone with a sound like breathing. And the pier was no longer empty. 3 vessels had converged on the wharf's edge. A gilded longboat with the salty crest, a flat-decked cutter flying the Maraval silver, and a battered trawler with no markings at all. Mortal crewmen stood at the rails, staring at the water. On the pier itself, a crowd had gathered. Tide lords, mortal council agents, harbor masters, a woman in soaked velvet who clutched a leather satchel to her chest. They had seen the black tide. They had heard the wards scream, and they had come to see who would claim the wreckage. Noor stepped onto the stone. My name is Noor Haddad. Her voice carried, I am the Draeven heir, recognized by Queen Signet Draeven before the full assembly of the Amaranth Court. By the authority vested in me by blood, signet, and founder's law, I am declaring emergency decree over Black Wharf and all vessels within the harbor wards. A murmur ran through the crowd. The woman in wet velvet stepped forward. On what grounds? On the grounds that Tomas Vale has opened a breach beneath this wharf and attempted to sell a siphon of the founder hunger to the highest bidder. Noor held up the reliquary, still pulsing with the trace of her blood. I have destroyed the siphon. The breach remains. Every vessel in this harbor is now under my authority until the wards stabilize. You cannot commandeer tithe vessel, a man's voice, sharp and familiar. Mirek Solti stepped from the gilded longboat, his dark hair slicked with harbor spray, his thin smile firmly in place. You have not been crowned. You have not been confirmed. You have no standing to issue decrees. No turn to face him. I have standing because I am standing here, and you are not. She held his gaze. I have standing because I held the seal while Sodney Draeven named me heir. I have standing because I walked into the throat chamber while your house was still debating whether to send a boat. Morak's smile did not waver. Sentiment, not law. Loan. Noor reached into her coat and pulled out the leather folder from her mother's cash, the ward maintenance receipts, the map, the record of every payment that had ever cost the Solti name. I have your debt trails, Mirek. Every shell account, every disguised transfer, every payment you made to Tomas Vale's infrastructure office for the last 14 years. His smile froze. If I publish these, your house will not survive the night. The tithe lords will tear you apart for the access you sold. The Mortal Council will demand your head for the Eastern Quarter culling order you helped sign. She stepped closer. I do not want your head tonight. I want your cooperation. You will tell me where Tomas will make his buyer's offer, or I will read every number in this folder aloud to the crowd behind you. Mirek's eyes moved past her, to the crowd, to the vessels, to the black water churning against the pilings. The vault beneath the old customs house. His voice was flat. He has a sealed chamber there. He called it the clearing room. He said it was where buyers would bring their collateral. When? Tomorrow at midnight. If he cannot complete the sale by then, he will empty the siphon into the harbor and let the pieces scatter. Noor stepped back. Release the customs house route to my people. You will be compensated for your cooperation after the crisis ends, provided your cooperation continues. Mirek's jaw tightened. He did not argue. Lazar moved to Noor's side, his blade still drawn. He will find another angle. I know. Noor looked at the harbor, at the shapes moving beneath the black water, at the wards still screaming above the wharf. But he will not find it tonight. She turned to face the crowd, the reliquary still warm in her hand. Listen to me. The murmuring stopped. I am imposing a quarantine on Black Wharf and all channels feeding the harbor wards. No vessel leaves, no vessel enters. Every house represented here will provide one delegate to accompany me to the customs house, where I will prepare to stop Tomas Vale before his deadline. A voice from the crowd. And if we refuse? Then you will be named as collaborators in the record I file with the Concord renewal. Noor's voice carried, clear and cold. Choose now. The silence stretched. Then the woman in wet velvet stepped forward. Solti's longboat has a sealed cabin. It will hold 12 delegates and their guards. Noor nodded. Prepare it. The crowd began to move, reluctantly, with muttered objections and long looks at the black water. But they moved. Ondine appeared at Noor's elbow, her wound bound with a strip of torn fabric. Clever. The quarantine. It gives you control of the perimeter without needing to hold it by force. Will it hold? Until morning. Ondine's pale eyes swept the harbor. After that, the hungry will stop caring about law. Noor looked at the screaming wards, at the shapes beneath the water, at the dark tide that had not receded, but only settled, waiting, patient the way only ancient things could be patient. She had 3 hours until the mother's lattice failed, 24 hours until Tomas's deadline, and beneath the wharf, beneath the throat, beneath the oldest stone of Vespergate, Vare was still breathing, waiting for her to answer. The reliquary pulsed against her palm. Noor Haddad. The voice came through the water, through the stone, through the hollow of her chest where her heart beat too fast and too loud. You have brought the harbor to my throat." She looked at the black tide, at the ancient shapes moving beneath the surface, at the city above that had no idea what had just awakened at its feet. "I am not answering you tonight." The silence stretched, and then the water shuddered, a long, slow pulse that rolled through the pier like the breath of something vast turning in sleep. "Not yet." The wards screamed harder. Lazar's hand found hers, warm and steady. "Let's find the customs house." Chapter 68. The vault beneath the old custom house smelled of salt, rust, and old blood. Noor felt it before she saw it, the way the air thickened as they descended, the way the water lapping at the stone steps carried a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. The reliquary pulsed against her palm, slow and patient, the rhythm of something that had been waiting longer than the city had stood. Lazar moved ahead of her, blade drawn, his footsteps silent on the wet stone. Behind them came the delegates, 12 of them, drawn from the houses that had chosen to follow rather than resist. Ondine walked at the rear, her bound wound seeping through the fabric, her pale eyes scanning the shadows with the precision of a woman who had spent a century reading threats in candlelight. "Here." Lazar stopped at a door that was not a door, a slab of black iron set into the wall, its surface etched with crescents that matched the reliquary's pattern. The crescents were not decorative. They pulsed faintly in the same rhythm as the thing beneath the harbor. Noor pressed her palm to the iron. The door did not open. It dissolved. The iron ran like water, cascading down the wall in rivulets that pooled at her feet and reformed into a threshold of polished black stone. Beyond it, the vault opened into a chamber that should not have existed beneath a customs house. The ceiling was vaulted, arched like a cathedral nave, its ribs carved from the same black stone that now framed the entrance. Water covered the floor to ankle depth, reflecting the light of candles that floated in glass bowls arranged in concentric circles around a central platform. On that platform stood Tomas Vale, his forged seal still smoking at his throat, his hands raised in welcome. "Ah," his voice carried across the water, smooth and warm. "The heir arrives. I was beginning to think you would miss the opening bid." Around the platform, arranged in a semicircle that mirrored the candles, stood the buyers. Noor counted them quickly. 7 vampires in tailored coats, their feeding sigils hidden beneath court formality. 3 mortals in council gray, their faces bloodless with the effort of pretending they were not afraid. 2 figures she could not identify, hooded, silent, their hands empty of any mark she recognized. "What you are seeing," Tomas said, "is a market correction." He stepped to the edge of the platform, his boots disturbing the water in slow ripples. "For 4 centuries, the Amaranth Court has held a monopoly on hunger. You fed when the Concord allowed. You fed what it permitted. You paid in blood, in oath, in debt that never cleared." His voice hardened. "I am offering an alternative." He gestured, and the water between the candle circles began to move. It rose in a spiral, a column of black fluid that did not obey gravity, that climbed toward the vaulted ceiling without breaking its surface tension. Within the column, shapes moved, shadows that had no source, currents that did not follow the turn of the spiral. "Vair's power," Tomas said, "siphoned, stabilized, and available to any house willing to pay the market rate. No concord, no tithe, no heir telling you when you may feed." Noor stepped forward. "Vair's power," she said, "will consume whoever feeds from it. You are not selling a resource. You are selling poison wrapped in a promise." Tomas smiled. "I expected you to say that. You are an auditor, after all. You think in ledgers, in debts, in the weight of what is owed." He reached into his coat and pulled out a sheaf of papers, cream and crisp. "Let me show you what your ledgers do not say." He held up the first page. "The Eastern Quarter culling order was signed by 3 council members and 2 tithe lords, not by me, by people who are standing in this room tonight." The delegates behind Noor shifted. Tomas held up a second page. "The decision to starve the 7th conduit, the one beneath your grandmother's building, was approved by a majority vote of the Regent's Council 12 years ago. Ondine Maraval signed the authorization. She knew what it would do to the Eastern Quarter. She approved it anyway." Ondine's voice came flat from the rear. I approved a maintenance schedule, not a culling. The difference, Tomas said, is a matter of record, and I have the record. He dropped the papers into the water. They did not sink. They floated, face up, the signatures visible to every delegate who stepped close enough to read. Noor felt the temperature of the room change. The payments that funded this vault, Tomas continued, came from 14 separate accounts, each one attached to a house that now stands before me. Some of you are here to bid. Some of you are here to ensure your investment does not walk away. He looked at Noor. Your mother understood this. That is why she built the second network. She knew the Concord was a fiction held together by people who would sell it the moment a better price appeared. Noor's hand tightened on the reliquary. My mother built the second network to give the heir a choice, she said, not to make you rich. Choice is a luxury. Tomas's voice dropped. And you are out of time. He raised his hand, and the spiral column of black fluid began to pulse. The water at Noor's feet rippled. The candles flickered. The vault groaned, a sound that came from the stone itself, from the bedrock beneath the custom house, from the throat of the thing that had been waiting beneath Vespergate since before the first brick was laid. The siphon is still open, Tomas said. The harbor wards are failing. Every minute you stand here arguing with me, Vey pushes closer to the surface. He spread his arms. Here's my final offer. You let the auction proceed. You take your place as heir, the figurehead the court needs, the bloodline the law requires. I will sell the siphoned power to those who can afford it, and the city will stabilize on terms that do not require war. And if I refuse? Then I trigger the full release before midnight. Every buyer in this room gets what they came for. The harbor collapses, the wards fail, and you inherit a city that is already drowning. The delegates behind Noor began to murmur. One of them, a tall vampire with silver threading his temples, stepped forward. He is not bluffing. Noor turned. The vampire's face was familiar. She had seen him at the banquet, at the council table, among the faces that had watched her with calculation rather than warmth. I know, she said. Then what do you intend to do? Noor looked at Tomas, at the black column pulsing with stolen power, at the buyers waiting for her to fail. I intend to audit the entire transaction. She pulled out the leather folder from her mother's cash, the ward maintenance receipts, the map of the second network, the record of every payment that had ever crossed Tomas Vale's infrastructure office. You built this market on borrowed trust. Every payment you received came from accounts that were opened with forged signatures or redirected from maintenance budgets that were never authorized for this purpose. She held up the first receipt. This one bears the seal of Aldrich Ven's house. But the ink is wrong. The crest is slightly offset. It was printed on stock that Ven's household stopped using 8 years ago. She held up a second. This one is signed by a name that appears on no census record for the last decade. The signature is authentic, but the person who made it is dead. Tomas's smile did not waver. These are excellent observations, he said, and they will make excellent evidence for the investigation that follows my death. He stepped down from the platform, the water parting around him. But they will not stop what is already in motion. He reached into his coat again and pulled out a small glass sphere, no larger than his palm, dark as ink. This is the key to the siphon's anchor. If I drop it, the entire channel opens. Every buyer in this room gets a full draw. The harbor wards collapse within minutes. He held it above the water. Your move, auditor. Noor felt Lazar's hand brush hers. A whisper of contact, wordless. She looked at the sphere, at the buyers, at the delegates behind her, their loyalty already frayed by Tomas's revelations, and she made her choice. Then drop it. Tomas's hand did not move. I said drop it. Noor's voice carried across the vault. You think I came here to negotiate? I came here to end this. If you release the siphon, every buyer in this room feeds from Vair's power, and every buyer who feeds becomes a vessel the entity can track, influence, and eventually consume. She stepped closer. That is not a market. That is a trap, and you have already shown me the proof. She held up the miniature ward lattice model from the hidden workshop, the one with no key gap, the sealed prison configuration that required no Draeven air. You built this. You know the Concord was never the only door, but you also know that opening it without the bloodline means the power goes somewhere. It will not stay bottled. It will find a host. She looked at the buyers. Every house that bids tonight will wake tomorrow with Vare's voice inside them. The murmuring stopped. The tall vampire with silver-threaded temples stepped back. Thomas's hand, still holding the sphere, began to tremble. "You are lying," he said. "Show me the buyers who would still bid." Noor's voice was cold. "Show me a single delegate who trusts that siphon after hearing what I have said." The silence stretched. Thomas looked at the buyers, at the candles, at the black column that still pulsed above the water, and then he smiled again, wider than before. "You are right," he lowered the sphere. "These buyers are cowards. They came for power without cost. They will leave empty-handed." He turned to face Noor fully. "But I am not empty-handed." He held up the miniature model. "The sealed configuration, the one that requires no bloodline, no heir, no throne." His thumb pressed against the base. The vault screamed. The water surged, black and violent, filling the chamber in a wave that knocked the delegates off their feet. The candles went dark. The spiral column collapsed, its fluid spreading across the surface in a tide that rose toward the ceiling. And in the darkness, Thomas's voice came through. "The auction is cancelled, the market is closed, but the door is open." The reliquary in Noor's hand pulsed once, twice, and then the water began to recede, pulling back toward the platform, toward the miniature model, toward the place where the floor had split open into a hole that dropped into absolute black. Thomas stood at its edge. "Come find me, heir. Bring your witnesses, bring your evidence." He stepped backward into the dark, and the floor sealed itself behind him. The vault fell silent. The water stilled, and Noor stood in the dark, surrounded by the breathing of people who had just realized how close they had come to drowning. Lazar's voice came through the stillness. "He is gone." "No." Noor looked at the sealed floor, at the place where Thomas had vanished. "He is waiting." She turned to face the delegates. "The bid is dead, but the siphon is still active. We have less than 12 hours to find the anchor and close it before Vare pushes through." The tall vampire stepped forward. "How?" Noor looked at the miniature model still clutched in her hand, at the sealed configuration that Thomas had left behind. "I am going to find out." Chapter 69. The vault still breathed around them, water lapping at their ankles as the candles flickered back to life. The buyers moved at once. The tall vampire with silver-threaded temples lunged for the platform where Thomas had stood, his hand closing on empty air. Behind him, the 3 mortal council members pressed toward the exit, their shoes splashing through the receding tide. The 2 hooded figures had already vanished into the shadows at the vault's edges. "He left records," the tall vampire snarled. "He kept accounts. Where are they?" The other buyers spread out, hands reaching into the water, searching the platform's edges, the spaces between the floating candle bowls. A woman with cropped white hair overturned a brass lectern, sending papers skidding across the surface. Noor saw it. A leather-bound ledger, wedged beneath the stone lip of the central platform, half submerged in the retreating black tide. The binding was fresh. The spine had not yet softened from the damp. She moved before she finished the thought. Lazar was already in motion, his blade clearing the space between her and the first buyer who saw her move. The tall vampire turned, his eyes catching the direction of her gaze, and reached for the ledger at the same moment she did. Their hands met over the wet leather. Lazar's blade came down between them. The tall vampire withdrew, hissing, his fingers brushing the flat of the blade as if testing whether it would cut. "It belongs to the court," Lazar said. "It belongs to whoever bought from him," the vampire answered. "And you will not bury those names." The other buyers closed in. Noor pulled the ledger free and pressed it against her chest, the wet leather cold through her coat. She looked at the faces around her. 7 vampires, 3 mortals, all of them calculating whether the cost of taking the book from her was worth what the book contained. The cropped, white-haired woman stepped forward. "He has your blood, heir, your bypass key, your forged seal, and you stand here clutching a ledger while he walks toward the harbor gate." The words landed. Noor turned to Lazar. "How far to the harbor gate?" 5 minutes if we run, 3 if we do not stop to fight." She looked at the ledger in her hands, then at the buyers, then at the sealed floor where Thomas had vanished. The choice was already made. She knew it the moment she pulled the book from the water. The ledger stays with me. The vault is sealed until the court processes every document inside. Anyone who leaves before the seal is set will be named as a co-conspirator in Tomas Vale's market." The tall vampire laughed. "You cannot seal this vault. You have no authority here. I am the Draeven heir. This vault was built on Draeven land, beneath a customs house that answers to the Concord, and the Concord answers to the throne." She held up the reliquary. "The seal answers to me." She pressed her palm to the black iron door behind her. The door dissolved, the water surged, and the buyers scattered. Noor did not watch them go. She turned and ran. Lazar caught up to her at the base of the customs house stairs, his boots splashing through puddles of brine and blood. "You chose the ledger. I chose the evidence. Thomas is still ahead of us." Thomas is one man with a key and a seal. The ledger contains the names of every buyer, every house, every council member who funded his operation for 14 years. Without them, he has no market, no power, no leverage. Lazar said nothing. They reached the top of the stairs and burst into the customs house lobby, a cavernous space of marble pillars and broken glass. The harbor gate stood open at the far end, its iron bars twisted wide, the black water beyond it rising in unnatural peaks against the failing wards. Ondine stood at the gate, her silver blonde hair plastered to her skull, her wounded ribs bound in a strip of torn fabric. "He went through 3 minutes ago." She looked at Noor, at the ledger in Noor's hands, and her face went cold. "You chose that over him." "I chose the evidence. You chose the past." Ondine's voice was flat. "He took the bypass key. He took the forged seal, and he has your blood. In 3 hours, the harbor lattice fails. In 12, Ver pushes through, and you are standing here with a wet book. The book contains the buyers. The buyers will surface when the power dries up. Tomas Vale will not." Noor felt the words lodge under her skin. She looked at the ledger. The leather was beginning to curl at the edges. The ink inside would be water damaged within hours if she did not dry it properly. She had a narrow window to preserve the names, the dates, the amounts, every number that would tie the conspiracy to the houses that had funded it. Ondine was right. The buyers would resurface. But Tomas would not wait. "He is heading for the anchor," Noor said. "The siphon anchor is on the eastern jetty, beneath the old lighthouse platform. That is the only place the harbor wards can be fully collapsed." Ondine's eyes narrowed. "How do you know that?" "My mother built the lattice. She left a map." Noor turned to Lazar. "We go to the jetty. We stop him before he reaches the anchor." "And the ledger?" Noor looked at the book, at the water-darkened leather, at the names she had not yet read. "Zofia can process it. She knows the paper. She can reconstruct the water damage before it spreads." She handed the ledger to Lazar. "Get this to her. Get her to the tower. I will meet you at the jetty." "Listen, I sear another apluchy complainity, but still teach you a blaff." Lazar took the book. His hand did not move. "No. Noor. You need to be at the jetty. I need to be faster alone. I am not letting you walk into that dark without me." "You are not letting me." She stepped closer. "I am asking you. There is no one else I trust with this book. No one else who can protect it from the buyers who will try to take it before Zofia can read it." His jaw tightened, the silence stretched, and then he turned and ran. Noor watched him go, the ledger tucked beneath his arm, the blade still in his hand, and then she turned toward the harbor gate. The black water churned beyond it. The wards screamed, and she ran. The eastern jenny stretched into the dark water, a narrow spine of cracked stone and rusted iron. The old lighthouse platform at its end stood empty, its lantern dark, its base ringed by the same black tide that had climbed the walls of the vault. Tomas Vale stood at the platform's edge, the bypass key in his hand, the forged seal at his throat, and in his other hand, a glass sphere no larger than his palm, dark as ink. "I knew you would come," he smiled. "I also knew you would bring the book instead of the sword." Noor stopped at the jetty's base. "The sword is on its way. The sword is delivering your evidence." Tomas held up the sphere. "This is the siphon anchor's key. The moment I drop it, the lattice collapses. Every channel opens. Every buyer who fed from my vault becomes a vessel, and Veer surfaces through the harbor. He looked at her. Unless you stop me. Noor stepped onto the jetty. The stone groaned beneath her weight. The water rose. Tomas held the sphere above the surface. Make your choice, heir. Noor did not stop walking. There is no choice. She reached into her coat and pulled out the leather folder from her mother's cache, the one with the future date, the one marked release. You are not the only one with a key. Tomas's smile faltered. Noor opened the folder. The harbor screamed. Chapter 70. They ran. Noor did not look back at the lighthouse platform, at the leather folder still open in her hands, at the black water that had begun to climb the jetty's iron struts. She ran because the harbor wards had stopped screaming, and silence in a prison meant the door had already swung open. Lazar met her at the jetty's base. His coat was dark with seawater. The ledger was gone. Zofia? Safe. The tower is locked. She nodded, kept running. The eastern quarter streets passed in a blur of broken glass and overturned barricades. The mortal residents had fled. The vampire houses had sealed themselves inside their safe rooms. The Crimson House rose ahead, its windows dark, its iron gates twisted open like a mouth waiting to speak. They did not stop until they reached the tower. The study was cold. No fire, no candles. Noor stood at the center of the rug, her breath ragged, her hands shaking as she pressed them flat against her thighs. What did you see? Lazar closed the door. His voice was flat. The harbor lattice is holding, for now. And Tomas? Gone. She turned. You let him escape. I let him run. Lazar's jaw tightened. The jetty collapsed behind him. The siphon keys sank. He has nothing left but the forged seal and a vial of your blood he cannot use without a Draeven heir to activate it. He has my blood, which he cannot weaponize unless you stand in the same chamber as the anchor. Unless he finds another way. There is no other way. There is always another way. Noor's voice rose. Elena had 53 years of loyalty, and she still opened her vein for a forged directive. Tomas has my blood, the bypass key, and the forged seal. He found your scar from a campaign you fought 2 centuries ago. He has access, resources, and the network of buyers who would rather see Veer free than admit they funded him. Lazar did not answer. The silence pressed. Noor felt it in her chest, in the cold that had settled beneath her ribs, in the tremor that would not leave her hands. You would have killed him. Lazar met her eyes. Yes. Without a trial, without a confession. He escaped through a sealed floor with the forged seal still smoking and a glass key that could have drowned the harbor. He does not deserve a trial. He deserves the evidence. He deserves the blade. Then you are still the first sword. Then what am I? The question hung between them. Noor felt the weight of it. Lazar's hands were at his sides. His blade was still drawn. His coat was still wet. He looked at her with winter iron eyes, and she saw something she had never seen before. Fear. Not of the entity, not of Tomas, not of the failing locks, of what she would become. I would have killed him, Lazar said, because I do not know how to protect you any other way. You do not need to protect me. I need to keep you alive. I am alive. Barely. The words stung. Noor felt it settle beneath her skin, a splinter she could not reach. She crossed to the window. The harbor lay dark beyond the glass. The wards were silent. The black water had receded, but the edges of the pier still smoked where the tide had touched stone. The lock is holding. For now. For now is all we have. She turned. I need to see the archive. The archive is sealed. Then unseal it. Nor, Lazar. She held his gaze. I am not asking you to trust my instincts. I am asking you to trust the evidence. The ledger is with Zofia. The folder from my mother's cache is in my hands. I need to cross-reference the conduit patterns with the original blueprints before the temp lock fails. He stared at her, and then his voice dropped. The temporary lock is already failing. Noor went still. What? I felt it on the jetty. 3 points: the eastern gate, the harbor channel, and the old customs house vault. The wards are straining at all 3. How long? 6 hours, maybe less. She pressed her palm to the glass. The copper bracelet warmed against her wrist. The entity is calling. I know. Then why are we standing here? Lazar crossed the room. He stopped in front of her. His hand rose, and he touched her face. Because I need you to see me. Noor's breath caught. See what? That I am not the first sword anymore. Then what are you? He did not answer. His hand fell, and then somewhere in the depths of the crimson house, the stone groaned. Not a settling groan, a fracture. Noor turned. The copper bracelet burned hot, and the tower's iron door slammed open, held by Sidoni Draeven. The queen's gold-ringed eyes were wide. Her parchment skin was gray. Her hands were trembling. The lock, she said, her voice cracked. It is not failing from the outside. She staggered forward. Lazar caught her. It is failing from within. Noor crossed to her. From within the prison? From within the house. Sidoni's eyes struggled to focus. The 7th conduit, the one Ondine starved. The emptiness is eating inward. The conduit walls are dissolving. If they breach the main chamber before you reach the archive, the entire prison vents through the Crimson House Foundation. Noor felt the words land like an accounting error she could not reconcile. Through the foundation? Through the throne room. Sidoni's hand closed around Noor's wrist. You are the heir. The lock answers to your blood, but not my blood alone. No. Sidoni's eyes met hers. The lock answers to the crown, and the crown is not a ring. It is the choice to stand where the breach will open and hold it long enough for the ward to seal. Noor looked at Lazar. His face was stone. How long? 3 minutes. 3 minutes inside the breach, yes. While the entity pushes through, yes. Noor let out a breath. What happens after 3 minutes? Sidoni's voice dropped. You find out. The copper bracelet burned. The stone groaned again. And somewhere beneath the crimson house, the 7th conduit began to dissolve. Chapter 71. Sidoni's hand still gripped Noor's wrist when the first tremor rolled through the tower floor. Not stone against stone, something deeper. Something that vibrated through the marrow of the crimson house like a struck bell. Noor pulled free and crossed to the study table, where the auction records lay spread across the leather surface. The buyer ledger, the transaction receipts, the miniature ward lattice model Tomas had left behind when he fled through the sealed floor. Show me the conduits. Sidoni reached the table on trembling legs. Lazar supported her elbow without looking at her, his attention fixed on Noor. The 7th was starved, Sidoni said. Ondine's order, the one she signed 12 years ago. I know what Ondine did. Noor flattened the miniature model across the table. The crystalline lattice caught the candlelight, each conduit line etched in hair-thin silver against black stone. 7 channels, 7 pathways feeding the prison beneath the city. Tomas funded his operation through 14 house accounts, Noor said. The buyer ledger names every one. I need to know which conduits those houses controlled. Sidoni's gold-ringed eyes moved across the model. Her finger traced the southern arc. Machuti, 3rd conduit, Eastern District. Noor marked it. Voss, 5th conduit, Harbor Channel, another mark. Kalin, 2nd conduit, Old City Offices. Sidoni's hand stopped. Thomas did not choose random conduits. No, Noor said. He chose the ones whose houses he already owned. The pattern emerged as Sidoni named each funded house against its corresponding conduit line. 1st and 3rd fed the Eastern Quarter. 2nd and 5th fed the Harbor Channel. 4th and 6th fed the old Customs House vault. And the 7th, Sidoni's finger hovered over the central line. The 7th conduit feeds directly beneath the Crimson House Foundation. Noor felt the temperature in the room drop. He is not overloading 1 conduit, she said. He is overloading 6. The 7th was already starved. If 6 cascade into the 7th, the entire prison vents through a single point. Through the throne room, Sordini whispered. Lazar moved to the window. How long until the cascade begins? Noor calculated against the models, the auction timeline, the rate of dissolution Ordine had described. 3 hours, maybe 4. Then we divide. Lazar turned from the window. 6 conduits, 6 teams. Each team holds the line long enough for the ward to stabilize. No shook her head. 4 teams. The 7th conduit cannot be held from outside. It must be sealed from within. From within the Crimson House Foundation. From within the breach. The word settled like stone. Ordine straightened. Then I take the 1st conduit. You are barely standing. I am still the founder. Sidoni's voice carried the ghost of authority. The ward answers my blood even now. Not as strongly as yours, but enough to buy time. Noor measured her. Lazar takes the harbor channel, 5th conduit. Noor, you are the only one who has faced Vare's pressure directly and survived the water. The 5th conduit opens into the harbor. You know its currents. Lazar's jaw tightened. And you? I take the 7th. Alone? With the archive records, with the release folder, with 3 minutes inside the breach. Noor. Lazar crossed the room. His hand found hers. This is not the audit. I know. This is not a ledger you can balance. I know. 3 minutes inside the breach means 3 minutes of Vare pushing through you. She met his eyes. Then I will push back. The copper bracelet burned. The stone groaned beneath them. And somewhere deep in the Crimson House, a door slammed open with the sound of iron tearing from its hinges. Noor broke from Lazar's grip and moved to the tower's iron door. The archive entrance. What about it? I sent no one to the archive entrance. The copper bracelet burned hotter. The iron door was open, and standing in the threshold, pale and shaking, was Zofia Ilves. Her hands were empty. Her eyes were wide. The ledger. Her voice cracked. It is gone. Noor went still. The buyer ledger. Taken. From my locked cabinet, the VOD seal was intact. The wards did not trigger. Zofia's pale blue eyes found Noor's. Someone inside the tower took it. Lazar's blade was in his hand before Noor could speak. How? There is no how. It was on my desk. I turned to close the window. When I turned back, it was gone. No footsteps, no sound, no broken seal. Nerfa felt the pattern shift beneath her feet. The buyer ledger named every house that funded Tomas Vale's operation for 14 years. Without it, she could not prove who had paid for the conduit sabotage. Without it, the conspirators could walk free. Without it, the cascade could not be stopped. Who else knew the ledger was in your keeping? Zofia's voice dropped. Everyone at the customs house, every delegate, every buyer, every guard who saw me leave. Noor turned to Lazar. 4 teams. I need 4 teams ready in 10 minutes. With what authority? The question hung between them. Noor looked at the miniature model, at the silver-etched conduits, at the central line that led straight to the throne room floor. She looked at Sidoni, gray and trembling but still standing. She looked at Lazar, blade drawn, waiting. The authority of the heir who stands inside the breach. She crossed to the table. Zofia, stay in the tower. Lock the door. Do not open it for anyone. But the ledger will be found after the cascade is stopped, if we stop it. Noor picked up the miniature model. Lazar, 5th conduit, harbor channel. Hold it for 3 hours. And if I fail? The harbor floods with Vare's hunger. Lazar's eyes held hers. Then I will not fail. Sidoni, 1st conduit, eastern quarter. Take anyone you trust. I trust no one. Then take no one. Sidoni's gold-ringed eyes flickered. And you? I take the 7th. Noor turned to the door. The copper bracelet burned. The stone groaned. And from somewhere beneath the Crimson House, the 7th conduit began to scream. Not a fracture, not a fissure, a dissolution. Noor felt it through the soles of her boots, a vibration that came from nothing physical, something that moved through blood and bone and old ward light like a memory of hunger. Lazar touched her shoulder. 10 minutes. 9 now. She walked through the iron door. The tower stairs spiraled downward. Behind her, she heard Lazar's boots on stone, Sidoni's labored breath, and the quiet click of Zofia locking the tower door from inside. The archive entrance lay 3 floors below, and somewhere in the dark between, the 7th conduit was eating itself hollow. When Noor reached the archive landing, she saw the door was open. Not broken. Open. The seal on the threshold was intact. The wards on the frame were still glowing. But the door stood ajar, and beyond it, the archive lay dark and silent. The copper bracelet burned so hot it seared her skin. She stepped through the threshold. The door swung shut behind her, and in the darkness ahead, a voice she recognized spoke her name. Not Vare. Thomas Vale. Hello, Noor. The candlelight caught his face. He was standing at the center of the archive, the forged Draeven seal around his neck, the bypass key in his left hand, and the buyer ledger open in his right. You have something of mine, he said. The ledger is mine. The ledger is leverage. He smiled. And you just walked into the one room I needed you to enter. The stone beneath her feet began to dissolve. Chapter 72. The stone dissolved beneath her feet, not falling away but turning liquid, a dark viscosity that swallowed the archive floor in slow concentric rings. Noor did not fall. The liquid held her, calf-deep, warm as old blood, and the copper bracelet burned so fierce she felt the metal sear through to bone. Thomas Vale stood 30 feet ahead, the forged seal gleaming at his throat, the buyer ledger still open in his hands. The candlelight did not touch him the way it touched the walls. It bent around his silhouette as if the air itself refused to illuminate him. The floor, Noor said. Her voice came flat, auditor's calm, the voice she used when a number refused to balance and panic would only make the error worse. You dissolved the floor. I opened it. Thomas closed the ledger and tucked it beneath his arm. The archive was never built on stone, Noor. It was built on a membrane. Signe's first seal, poured into the foundation before the first ledger was shelved. Every record you touched, every page you turned, you were standing on the thing she buried deepest. Noor felt the liquid pulse beneath her weight. It had a rhythm, not her heartbeat, not Lazar's, something older. The copper bracelet knows, Thomas said. Ask it what it feels. She did not ask. The bracelet had been burning since she stepped through the threshold, and she knew the burn now, knew it the way she knew the shape of her own name in her mother's handwriting. Veer. This chamber is the throat, Thomas said. He spread his arms, the counterfeit seal catching the ward light that bled from the cracks in the walls. Not the sub-foundation, not the harbor. Signet built the archive directly above the prison's first vent. She thought if she layered enough paper and oath and blood-sealed testimony over the opening, the weight of the truth would hold it shut. And you proved her wrong. I proved she was right. Thomas smiled. The truth does hold it shut. That is why I needed the ledger. Not for the names, for the paper. He lifted the buyer ledger. This book contains every bargain struck in Vare's name for 14 years. Every promise, every siphoned drop, every soul who traded hunger for power. He pressed his palm to the cover. Sidoni believed the prison was physical. Walls, wards, bloodlocks. She never understood that Vare does not feed on flesh alone. It feeds on contract, on sworn word, on the weight of what people owe. Noor's mind moved through the implications the way she moved through a corrupted ledger, line by line, testing each entry against the shape of the whole. The buyer ledger was not leverage. It was a key. The names are the fuel, she said. Every buyer who accepted siphoned power, every house that paid for access, every council member who signed the culling order. They are all debtors now. Thomas inclined his head. You see the architecture, and you want to open the ledger here, above the throat. Let Vare consume the debts all at once. No. Thomas stepped closer. The liquid rippled around his boots but did not cling to him. I want you to see what Sidoni buried beneath the first ledger room. I want you to understand that the Concord was not a treaty. It was a menu. He turned and walked deeper into the archive, the liquid parting before him like a path through a dark sea. Noor stood still. The bracelet burned, the liquid pulsed, and somewhere beneath her feet, beneath the membrane that had been floor for 4 centuries, something breathed her name in a voice that did not use air. Come. She followed. The shelves on either side of the central aisle had begun to weep. Black tide marks crawled up the leather spines of ledgers, staining 3 centuries of accounts in a single rising line. The ward light that bled from the walls was the color of old amber, thick and slow, moving through the air like sediment through still water. Tomas stopped before a section Noor recognized. First room, the original ledgers, the one she had touched on her first day, before the seal had answered her blood and the fire had tried to burn her alive. The first 3 ledgers, Tomas said. Sidoni's personal accounts. Every payment, every promise, every debt incurred during the founding of the Amaranth Court. He pressed his hand to the shelf. I have read them. Have you? The fire interrupted. You never went back. No, because you knew. He turned to face her. You knew those ledgers would show you something you could not audit your way out of. A truth that does not balance. A debt that cannot be cleared by payment. Noor said nothing. The bracelet burned, the liquid pulsed, and beneath the shelf, the stone began to crack. Tomas reached into the gap and pulled. The shelf did not swing open. It dissolved. The ledgers fell, one by one, into the liquid, and where they touched the dark tide, they did not soak or sink. They ignited. Pale gold flame rose from the pages, scentless and cold, illuminating a space behind the shelf that no archive map had ever shown. A room. Small, circular, and at its center, embedded in the floor, a brass seal the size of a dinner plate. Noor's breath caught. The seal was identical to the one that had answered her blood on her first day. Same crescents, same names, same pattern of interlocking debts and promises carved in the metal. But this seal was not intact. It had been split in half. A clean vertical fracture ran through the center, and from the gap, a thread of black fluid rose upward, defying gravity, curling into the air like a living thing searching for a host. This, Tomas said, is what Sidoni buried beneath the first ledger room. The original seal, broken the day the Concord was signed. He looked at Noor with something that might have been reverence. She did not build the prison alone. She built it with a debt so vast that no single ledger could contain it. So she split the seal and placed half beneath the archive. The other half she took into herself. Noor stared at the rising black thread. You are saying Sidoni carries half the prison in her blood? I am saying Sidoni is half the prison, and the half she left here has been waiting for someone to complete the circuit. Tomas extended his hand. You are the last Draeven heir. You can reunite the halves. And if I refuse? The breach vents through the throne room in less than 3 hours. The court burns, the city drowns, and Vare finds a new way to feed. Tomas smiled. Choose. The black thread rose higher. The bracelet burned white-hot, and Noor felt the truth of his words settle into her bones like a verdict she had been reading toward her entire life. The Concord was not a treaty. It was a debt, and she had just found the original ledger. Chapter 73. She did not move toward the seal. The black thread rose from the fracture, curling into the air like smoke made liquid, and Noor stood at the threshold of the hidden room with her hands at her sides and the bracelet singing against her wrist. I want to see the ledgers first. Tomas's smile did not waver. Which ones? The ones that made the Concord possible. The ones you said were a menu. He considered her for a long moment. Then he turned and walked to the far wall of the circular room, where the stone was not stone at all but a surface that rippled when he pressed his palm against it. The wall opened. Not dissolved like the shelf. Opened. A vertical seam split the surface, and behind it rows of ledgers hung in darkness, suspended from chains that vanished into the ceiling. Each volume was bound in leather so old it had cracked into patterns like riverbeds on a dry plain. Tomas pulled one free. The chain released it with a sound like a breath. He laid the ledger on the floor before Noor and opened it to the first page. She looked. The ink was not brown or black. It was rust red, dried to a shade that could only be one thing: blood. Written in a hand she did not recognize, looping and precise, the strokes of someone who had measured every word before committing it to the page. In the name of the hunger that does not end, I pledge this house, its blood, its harvest, and its heirs, for a term of 100 years, for the right to feed without war, for the protection of the seal. Beneath the text, a name, House Vane, stricken through with a single line. Noor looked up at Tomas. Every house that signed the original Concord, he said. Not a treaty between equals, a surrender of debt. Each family pledged its feeding rights to Sidoni in exchange for regulated access. She became the broker of hunger, the mediator of survival. And the names that were struck through? Defaulted. Tomas pulled another ledger from the chains. This one was thinner, bound in what might have been human skin. They could not meet their tithe, so their bloodlines were absorbed, their estates dissolved, their names erased from every record above ground. He opened the second ledger. The pages were blank. No, not blank. The paper had been scraped clean, the surface abraded in careful strokes, leaving only the faintest ghosts of words beneath the damage. Someone erased them, Noor said. Someone erased them. Tomas closed the ledger. But the debt does not disappear because the record is gone. Veer remembers. Every pledge, every default, every bloodline that was fed into the machine to keep the city running. Noor's gaze moved past him to the chains. There were dozens of ledgers, maybe hundreds. Every house that ever held a seat in the Amaranth court, every mortal council that signed a feeding compact, every bloodline that accepted Sidoni's terms. Tomas stepped back, spreading his hands. The original Concord was not a treaty. It was a ledger of debts so vast that no single accounting could clear them. So Sidoni split the seal and made herself half the prison. She has been paying that debt with her own blood for 2 centuries. The bracelet burned. The black thread rose higher. And Noor understood. The Concord had never been about order. It had been about collateral. Vager does not feed on flesh alone, Tomas said. That is what Sidoni never understood. Or perhaps she understood it perfectly and built the prison anyway, knowing the debt would outlast her. Vager feeds on contracts, on sworn word, on every promise made in its name. The hunger is not a mouth, it is a collection agency. And you want to give it the buyer ledger? I want to give it everything. Tomas's voice dropped. Every name on every page, every house that profited from the empty throne, every counselor who signed a culling order, every vampire who fed while the eastern quarter starved. He paused. And I want you to let me. The room went still. The black thread curled around itself, weaving a pattern in the air that Noor's eyes could not quite hold. You are offering me the same thing Sidoni offered, she said. Regulation, control, a system where the debt is managed instead of cancelled. I am offering you solvency. Tomas stepped closer. The liquid did not cling to his boots. Perfect, total solvency. Every debt Veer is owed, paid in full by the names in that ledger. Every house that funded my market, every counselor who signed a starvation order, every hand that touched the siphon. They will be consumed, and the city will be free. And what about the names that are not in the ledger? The innocent. Does Veer recognize innocence? Tomas said nothing. The black thread pulsed, and Noor felt the question settle into her chest like a stone dropped into still water. She looked at the chains, at the ledgers, at the split seal with its rising thread of debt made visible. Show me the first page, she said. Of the first ledger, the one that started it all. Tomas studied her. Then he turned and walked to the center of the hanging library, where a single chain descended from the darkness above, thicker than all the others, anchored to a volume that sat alone on a stone plinth. He did not touch it. You open it. Why? Because it was sealed by Draeven blood, the same blood that opens the archive, the same blood that answers the seal. He stepped aside. I cannot read it. No one has been able to read it since Sidoni wrote it. Noor crossed the room. The bracelet burned so hot she felt it against her wrist like a second pulse. She reached out and touched the cover. The leather was warm, alive. She opened it. The first page contained a single line, written in ink that was neither brown nor red, but gold, still wet, still gleaming, as if it had been written moments ago. I, Sidoni Draeven, do hereby incur a debt that cannot be measured, cannot be repaid, and cannot be forgiven. For the right to build a city where hunger does not mean war. For the right to rule what I cannot kill. for the right to love what I will lose. Signed in blood, bond, and free will. Let Vare witness. The gold ink shimmered, and beneath the words, a seal Noor recognized. The Draeven crescent. But beside it, pressed into the page with equal force, a second seal. One she had never seen before. 3 lines, converging at a single point. A debt mark. Her mark. The bracelet went cold, the room went dark. And from the fracture in the split seal, the black thread rose with purpose, turning, orienting, finding her in the darkness like a needle finding true north. Tomas's voice came from somewhere behind her. She knew you would come. She wrote your name into the first debt before your grandmother's grandmother drew breath. The black thread touched her chest, and Noor felt the debt click into place. Not in theory, not in metaphor, in her blood. A connection so old and so intimate that it felt like memory. She looked down at the open ledger. Beneath her name, a blank space, waiting for her signature. All you have to do, Tomas said, is write your name. The buyer ledger becomes the payment. Every corrupt house, every compromised counselor, every hand that touched the siphon, consumed. The city is free. You are heir. The throne is yours. And Lazar? He lives. The bond remains. You rule together. Noor stared at the gold ink, at the blank space, at the debt that had been waiting for her before she was born. The bracelet was cold. The thread was warm. And the Concord's original ledger lay open before her, offering a choice that no audit could verify, no evidence could contradict, and no one could witness except the hunger itself. She lifted her hand. The gold ink glowed, and somewhere in the darkness above, something that had been waiting since the first stone of Vespergate was laid, drew a breath. Chapter 74. Noor stared at the gold ink, at the blank space beneath her name, at the debt that had waited for her before Vespergate's first stone was laid. The black thread pulsed against her chest, warm, insistent, patient. She thought of her mother's cash. The map marked release, the vial she had not opened. She thought of Lazar's voice in the tower, telling her she was not what the hunger expected. She thought of every document she had ever verified, every signature she had ever checked against a known sample, every time she had trusted the record because the record could not lie. This ledger was not lying either. But it was not the only truth in the room. She lowered her hand. No. The word fell into the silence like a seal closing. Tomas's expression did not change, but something behind his eyes went still. You would rather the breach vent through the throne room? I would rather find a third option. Your mother believed in third options. Tomas's voice stayed even. She starved the conduits for 12 years, cycling the reductions evenly, trying to weaken the prison without collapsing it. She bought you time, nothing more. She also built the second network, for release, not containment. Then I will make containment out of release. Tomas laughed. It was not mockery. It was something colder. You cannot audit your way out of a debt that predates your bloodline. Watch me. Noor stepped back from the plinth. The black thread stretched, resisting her movement, but it did not break. It followed her like a tether. She looked at the hanging library, at the chains, at the ledgers that contained 2 centuries of bargains, defaults, and erased names. The witness ward, she said. The archive has one. The original seal membrane carries it. Tomas's composure cracked. You would record a confession. I would record a market. Noor's voice was steady. 14 years of siphon sales, buyer names, house seals, council signatures. Everything you built turned into admissible blood testimony. The ward activates on blood oath, not spoken word. Then I will give it blood. She pulled the reliquary from her belt. Tomas's eyes tracked the motion. The brass cylinder still glowed faintly, keyed to her. You cannot. His voice tightened. That reliquary is bound to the siphon network. If you break its seal here, you destabilize everything I have built. Good. Noor pressed the reliquary against the fracture in the split seal. The black thread convulsed. The room groaned, stone grinding against stone. Stop! Tomas lunged. She twisted the reliquary. The brass split. Light erupted from the fracture. Not gold, not black, but white. the color of a ledger page before any ink touched it. The light hit the hanging chains and they rang like bells. The archive remembered. The witness ward woke, and the walls began to speak. Voices rose from the stone, hundreds of them, thousands. Every transaction ever recorded in the hidden library, every bargain struck in the dark, every hand that had touched the siphon and accepted Vare's power. The ward did not judge, it only witnessed. Tomas's face went pale. "You have just turned every name in those ledgers into a live debt." "Yes. They will feel the claim. Every house, every counselor, every buyer." "Yes. You have made them all enemies of the throne." "No." Noor met his eyes. "I have made them all witnesses to what you built. The throne does not need to punish them. Vare will collect what it is owed, but now the collection is public, recorded, admissible." The white light spread across the ceiling, revealing symbols carved into the stone that Noor had not seen before. Crescent moons, converging lines, the Draeven seal repeated 100 times in a pattern that looked like a cage. Tomas stared at the light, at the voices, at the ledger still open on the plinth. Then his face changed. The fear vanished. What replaced it was worse. "You think you have won?" he said softly. "You think testimony matters to a hunger that predates law?" He reached into his coat and withdrew 2 objects, the forged Draeven seal, the vial of Noor's blood. He uncorked the vial with his teeth. "Then let us see what your witness ward does when Vare answers directly." He poured the blood over the forged seal. The seal screamed. Not metal, a living sound, wet and ragged, the noise something made when it was cut open. The black thread from the fracture surged toward him, coiling around his arm, his wrist, his hand. The seal in his palm glowed black. And Vare spoke through it. The voice did not come from Tomas's mouth. It came from everywhere. From the stone, from the chains, from the white light itself which flickered and dimmed like a candle guttering. "You called me heir." Noor's knees buckled. "You opened the first ledger. You touched the dead. You recorded the market. Now witness what the market bought." The white light went dark. The chains stopped ringing, and the fracture in the split seals split wider. Black fluid poured out, not rising this time, but flooding, spreading across the floor in a tide that did not wet the stone but sank into it, feeding, drinking, remembering. The voices in the walls changed. They were no longer witness testimony. They were prayers. Tomas stood in the center of the flood, the forged seal glowing against his palm, Noor's blood steaming where it touched the cracks in the floor. "The ward is broken," he said. "Your confession is just noise now. Vare does not answer to courts." Noor forced herself upright. The bracelet was cold. The reliquary was shattered. The ledger still lay open on the plinth, her name still waiting for her signature. She had one move left. She reached for the gold ink, but the black thread tightened around her wrist, yanking her hand back, and Tomas laughed again. Too late. The flood reached the hanging library. The chains snapped. The ledgers fell. And from beyond the archive wall, from somewhere in the crimson house above, a sound cut through the stone. A scream. Noor's scream, torn from a throat that was not hers. Tomas smiled. "Your first sword heard you. What do you think he will do when he finds the archive sealed and the ward dead?" The black tide kept rising, and somewhere above, Lazar answered the cry. Chapter 75. The black tide rose past her knees. Noor stood in the flood. The voices of the dead ledgers pressed through the stone, every buyer, every oath, every sip of Vare's power accepted in the dark. Thousands of them, all praying. The forged seal glowed in Tomas's hand. Noor's blood steamed where it touched the cracks, and Vare spoke through the ruin. "You opened the first ledger." The voice did not come from Tomas. It came from the water, from the walls, from the copper bracelet that suddenly burned cold against Noor's wrist. "You touched the debt. You saw your name written before your grandmother's grandmother drew breath." Noor's hand tightened on the shattered reliquary. The brass edge cut her palm. She welcomed the pain. "You think you refused?" The black tide swirled around her, forming shapes in the dark. Faces. Hers. Young. 7 years old, watching her mother leave through a kitchen door that never opened again. You won lead. The water showed her Sabah's kitchen, the table where she learned to balance ledgers, the window where she watched for footsteps that never came, the debt that followed her into every room she ever entered. Noor's breath caught. I remember every pledge, Via said, every promise, every hunger that built this city on the bones of what you call order. The black fluid rose higher. Waist, ribs. It was warm now, almost body temperature, almost welcoming. Sidoni fed me for 2 centuries. Ondine fed me the 7th conduit. Tomas fed me the market. And you, Noor Haddad, you have fed me the truth. The water pressed against her chest. You recorded every name. You turned the market into testimony. You made the debt public. Do you understand what you have done? Yes, she understood. She had made every buyer visible, every house, every counselor who touched the siphon. They were all witness to what Tomas built. But Vey did not need courts. Veer only needed the names, and her blood on the forged seal had given them. The black tide reached her throat. You think the witness ward was your weapon, Veer said. You think testimony protects, but I am older than testimony. I am older than contracts. I am what the Concord was built to hide. The water rose higher. I am the hunger that built Vespergate. And you, heir, are the first Draeven in 2 centuries who has opened the first ledger and seen what Signet owed. Noor's chin tipped up. The black fluid touched her jaw. Sign the debt. The gold ink ledger lay open on the plinth. The blank space beneath her name waited. The black thread around her wrist pulsed, pulling her hand toward the ink. Sign it, and I will consume only the houses and counselors who bought from Tomas. Sign it, and I will leave Lazar alive. Sign it, and the city will have order again. Noor's fingers twitched toward the ink. You want to be the heir who fixes what Sidoni broke. You want to be the one who makes the ledgers true. Sign, and I will give you that. The water covered her mouth. Sign, and you will never be hungry again. Noor's hand touched the gold ink and stopped. No. The word came from somewhere deeper than thought, somewhere that had nothing to do with the numbers. You are lying. The black tide paused. You remember every pledge, every promise, every debt. But you also remember every lie, every evasion, every contract written in bad faith. You have been collecting for longer than Sidoni ruled, and you will consume everyone whose name touches that page. Not just the buyers, not just the corrupt, everyone. Because you are hunger, and hunger does not stop. The water pressed harder. I am not Sidoni, Noor said. I am not Ondine. I am not Tomas. I do not make deals with what I cannot close. She pulled her hand back. The black thread tightened. The gold ink splattered across the plinth. And Tomas laughed. Brave words for a woman drowning in debt. He stepped through the flood. The forged seal still glowed against his palm. Noor's blood still steamed where it touched the cracks. His face was calm now. The fear burned out of it. Vey does not need your signature. It only needed your blood to open the channel, and you gated that the moment I poured the vial. The black tide shuddered. The walls groaned. Somewhere above, the crimson house screamed, and then the archive door exploded. Not inward, outward. Stone and iron and white light sprang across the chamber as Sidoni Draeven walked through the ruin. Ondine Maraval at her shoulder, both of them silver-lit and terrible. Take your hand off the debt, Sidoni said. Her voice was not the whisper of the crypt. It was the voice that had built a city. Thomas turned. His composure cracked. You are supposed to be half dead on the tower floor. I am. Sidoni's skin was parchment. Her hands trembled. Her gold-ringed eyes burned like embers in a dying fire. But I am still Draeven, and I know what you summoned. She walked through the black tide as if it were air. Ondine followed. Pale, wounded, unbroken. The witness ward is not broken, Ondine said. It is unfinished. Noor activated the recording. Sidoni activated the lock, but neither of us can close a breach this deep alone. Noor forced her head above the rising tide. Then what can? Sidoni reached the plinth. She looked at the gold ink ledger, at the blank space beneath No's name, at the black thread still coiled around No's wrist. A blood heir acting in concert with freely chosen witnesses. She turned to face the chamber. The Draeven seal answers only to one heir at a time, but the Concord was never one person's debt. It was built by many, and it can only be closed by many. Tomas's hand tightened on the forged seal. You think 3 Draeven women can close what Vey opened? No. Sanoni's gold-ringed eyes found Noor's. I think Noor can, if she chooses her witnesses, freely, willingly, not by blood, not by debt, by trust. The black tide surged, the forged seal screamed, and Noor looked at the faces around her. Sanoni, dying, Ondine, bleeding, Tomas, desperate, and felt the weight of a choice that had nothing to do with ink. She turned to the water. Name them, she said, not out loud. In the debt, in the space Veyr had opened between them. Name your witnesses, and I will let you close me. The black thread around her wrist loosened, and in the silence of the ruined chamber, News, Chapter 76, the black tide pressed against her ribs, cold and patient, waiting for the names. Noor turned from the plinth. The gold ink still glistened where her fingers had touched, and pulled away. The blank space beneath her name still waited, empty, hungry for a mark that would bind everything into Veyr's ledger. Name them. The voice came from the water, the walls, the copper bracelet warm against her wrist. Name your witnesses, and I will let you close me. Noor looked at Sidoni first. The founder stood at the edge of the black tide, gold-ringed eyes burning low, parchment skin stretched tight over bones that remembered 2 centuries of entombment. Her hands trembled. Her breath came shallow, but she stood. Then Ondine, silver blonde chignon half collapsed, blood seeping through the bandage across her ribs, pale green eyes fixed on Noor with something that looked almost like recognition. The regent who had tried to erase her. The woman who had ordered the 7th conduit, starved. The architect of a century of careful lies. She was still standing. And then Lazar, the thought of him hit like a blade between the ribs. He was not here. He was above, in the sealed archive, responding to Noor's false scream, walking into Tomas's trap because he believed she was dying, and she had no way to reach him. But she could name him anyway. Lazar Korvath. The black tide shuddered. The copper bracelet flared hot against her skin. Lazar Korvath, first sword of the Amriant court, my fated mate, my chosen. I name him witness. The water around her ankles began to glow, faint, silver, like moonlight trapped in oil. The gold ink ledger on the plinth turned a page. Tomas's hand tightened on the forged seal. You cannot name a man who is not here. The witness ward did not require presence, Sidon said. Her voice was thin but steady. It requires consent freely given, and Lazar has already given his. In every choice he made since the moment he scented her. The glow spread. Then name the next, Veyr said through the water. Noor turned to Sidoni. Sidoni Draeven, founder of the Emerald Court, keeper of the seal, debtor of the 1st Concord. I name her witness. Sidoni nodded, once. The gesture of a woman who had already paid for this moment with her body. I am witness, she said. The gold ink in the ledger flared. The black thread around Noor's wrist loosened further. Ondine stood at the edge of the circle, arms crossed, face unreadable. Noor met her eyes. Ondine Maraval, regent of the Emerald Court, 2nd Draeven heir, keeper of the starvation order, woman who tried to bury me. Ondine's jaw tightened. I name her witness. The silence stretched. Tomas laughed, sharp and hollow. You think she will stand for you? The woman who signed the 7th Conduit's death warrant? The woman who erased the Eastern Quarter culling order from the records? The woman who, I know what she did, Noor said, and I know what she is. She held Ondine's gaze. She is also the woman who shattered the siphon, the woman who walked into the throat chamber with a silver blade in her ribs, the woman who came through that door with Sidoni instead of running. Ondine said nothing. The question is not whether she wants to, Noor said. The question is whether she chooses to. The water pressed harder, the gold ink shimmered, and Ondine Maraval stepped forward. I will not let my century end in service to hunger. She walked through the black tide until she stood at Noor's side. Her hand closed around Noor's wrist, over the copper bracelet, over the loosening thread. I am witness. The glow erupted. White light ripped through the black water, through the cracks in the ceiling, through the wound in the split seal. The gold ink ledger rose from the plinth, pages turning on their own, and Noor saw the debt marks, the erased names, the signatures of every house that had ever pledged to Sidoni, blazing like fire across the vellum. The chamber shook. Vair's voice rose with the light, not a scream, not a roar, but something older, something that remembered the moment before the first Concord was sealed. 3 witnesses, 1 heir. The debt is acknowledged. Thomas moved. He lunged for the plinth, the forged seal blazing in his fist, Noor's blood still steaming in the cracks. His hand closed over the gold ink ledger, and the light threw him back. He crashed against the wall, black water splashing around him. The forged seal cracked. A line of black fluid ran down his palm, not Vair's, his own, blood from a wound that had not been there a moment before. The ward does not recognize your claim, Sidoni said. Thomas looked at his hand. Then he looked at Noor. You think 3 names are enough to close what Sidoni spent 2 centuries feeding? He straightened. You think the witness circle protects you? He raised his broken seal. I have spent 14 years building a market around Vair's appetite. I know what it wants, and I know what it fears. He pressed his bleeding hand against the seal. 3 witnesses are not enough to close a debt that spans 4 centuries. The gold ink ledger slammed shut. The glow flickered, and from the darkness above something answered. Not Vair. Something older. Something that had watched from the moment Sidoni first opened the seal. The chamber went cold, and Noor felt the copper bracelet turn to ice. Chapter 77. The cold spread from the copper bracelet up Noor's arm, through her shoulder, into her chest. Not the cold of winter, or water, or stone. The cold of something that had never been warm. The gold ink ledger lay shut on the plinth. The glow from the water dimmed, pulled back into the cracks like breath retreating before a deeper inhale. Thomas stood with his bleeding hand pressed to the broken seal, his smile thin and wrong. You feel it, he said. The things Sidoni thought she buried when she wrote the first Concord. Sidoni's face had gone the color of bone. Ondine's grip on Noor's wrist tightened, the copper bracelet cold enough to burn through fabric. The darkness above moved. Not a sound, not a shape. A pressure, like the weight of a room collapsing inward, and Noor understood that something had been listening from inside the prison's architecture since before Sidoni poured the first seal. Something that had let Vair speak because Vair was the mouth, and this was the root. 3 witnesses, Thomas said. That is the number required to close a living debt. But this is not a living debt. He raised the cracked seal. This is a dead one. A debt older than the Concord, older than the Draeven line, older than the city. He pressed harder. The wound in his hand opened wider, blood running down the brass, and the darkness above descended like a curtain dropping. The chamber changed. The black water on the floor turned to mirror, and in the mirror, Noor saw the crimson house above, not as it was, but as it had been drawn in every ledger, every account, every siphoned payment and concealed bargain that had ever touched Vair's appetite. The walls of the archive blazed with light, gold and silver and rust red, names and dates and erased signatures burning through the stone like veins of fire. Above, in the crimson house, the delegates saw it too. The throne room walls ran with figures, ledgers opened in the air. Every false account, every forged signature, every siphoned payment that had fed Thomas's market for 14 years burned visible through the marble, through the tapestries, through the sealed doors of the court. Noor heard the screams. Ondine's breath caught. The reckoning, she whispered. The witness ward is broadcasting through the Foundation. Tomas laughed. Let them see. Let them know what they bought. It changes nothing. He turned to Noor. The older debt is mine to call, not yours. You named 3 witnesses, but you cannot close what you did not open. The gold ink ledger trembled on the plinth. Noor looked at the copper bracelet, cold enough to frost her skin, and understood. The bracelet had never been a ward. It had been a key. She pulled it from her wrist. The metal screamed as it left her skin, a sound like breaking glass, and the darkness above recoiled, not from the bracelet, from what it had been hiding. The copper was hollow. Inside, wrapped in hair-thin gold wire, was a seal the size of her thumbnail, the Draeven crescent, the 3 converging lines, and a third mark she had never seen, a circle crossed through, older than the other 2, older than the brass seal on the plinth. Sidoni's eyes widened. Layla, she breathed. She never told me. Noor pressed the miniature seal against the gold ink ledger. The book opened. The pages turned past Sidoni's debt, past Noor's mark, past every signature that had ever been recorded, until they reached a page that should not have existed. A page written in ink that predated the Concord, predated the city, predated the first Draeven blood. The page was blank, but the seal in Noor's hand left its mark on the vellum, and the mark began to glow, and the darkness above screamed. Not Vare, the root, the thing that had been watching since before Sidoni opened the seal. Noor pressed her bleeding hand beside the miniature seal, and the brass seal on the plinth answered, rising from the stone to meet her palm. The archive convulsed. Every conduit, every siphon, every hidden channel that Tomas had built across 14 years reversed at once. The black tide in the chamber began to drain, not rising but falling, pulled back through the cracks, through the wound in the split seal, through the walls of the Crimson House where the burning ledgers still hung in the air. The siphon was reversing. Tomas's market was emptying into the nothing it had borrowed from. He screamed. No, I built this. 14 years, every house, every counselor, every... He moved, fast, faster than Noor could track. Not toward her, toward Lazar. Lazar was at the threshold of the ruined door, sword drawn, chest heaving, having fought through the sealed ward-dead archive above to reach her, and Tomas's blade came up from the dark, aimed for his throat. Noor saw it happen, saw the silver edge catch the gold light from the walls, saw Lazar turn, too late, his blade rising but not fast enough, saw the steel cut across his throat, deep, clean, and wet. Chapter 78. The blood was still moving. Lazar's blood, arcing through the gold-lit air, painting the stone in a curve that seemed to hang there longer than physics allowed. His hand went to his throat, fingers pressing against the wound, and he dropped to one knee with a sound that was not quite a gasp and not yet a surrender. Noor moved before thought. The brass seal was still in her hand, hot from the ledger, and she drove it into Tomas's wrist before he could pull the blade back for a second cut. The metal met bone with a wet crack, and Tomas screamed, but she did not stop. She twisted the seal, felt tendons shred under the pressure, and used the momentum to shove him away from Lazar's body. Tomas stumbled back, clutching his ruined hand, the silver blade clattering across the stone. The seal, he breathed. You're using the seal? Noor did not answer. She dropped to her knees beside Lazar, her hands finding his throat, the wound there deep and wide and spilling between her fingers. His eyes met hers, winter iron, and he tried to speak but only blood came. No, she said. No, you don't get to do this. She pressed harder, but the blood kept coming, hot and relentless, and she understood with a clarity that felt like ice that she could not close this wound with pressure alone. She was mortal. She had no venom, no blood magic, no way to seal the cut Tomas's silver had opened. Ondine was there, suddenly, her silver blonde hair wild, her pale green eyes fixed on Lazar's throat. He needs blood, Ondine said. His own kind. If he bleeds out before, then give him yours, Noor snapped. Ondine's jaw tightened. I am not. You are a Draeven claimant. Your blood carries the line. Give him yours or I will open you myself. The threat hung in the air, raw and absolute. and Ondine must have seen something in Noor's face that made argument impossible. She knelt, drew a thin blade from her sleeve, and cut her own palm without hesitation. "Turn his head." Noor did. Ondine pressed her bleeding hand against the wound, and Lazar's body seized once, twice, before the feeding instinct overrode the shock. His throat moved as he swallowed, and the bleeding slowed, then stopped, the edges of the wound beginning to knit under the pressure of Draeven blood. Noor did not watch. She was already rising. Tomas was at the plinth. His broken hand hung at his side, but his good hand had found the gold ink ledger, and he was dragging it toward the cracked seal on the floor where the root's darkness still pulsed like a heartbeat. "You think killing me changes anything?" His voice was ragged, but the old composure was cracking back into place, a mask reassembling. "The debt exists. The root is awake. You have sealed nothing." Noor walked toward him. "I don't need to seal it." She raised the brass seal. "I need to gall it." Thomas's eyes went wide. "You cannot. The Concord. The Concord was a lie built on a debt I never signed." She kept walking, the seal heavy and hot in her hand. "But I am the Draeven heir. I am the witness. I am the one the root answered when I bled on the page." She reached the plinth. Thomas was still holding the gold ink ledger, his good hand clamped to the cover, his body between her and the cracked seal. "You will not," he said. "You do not know what you are calling." "I know exactly what I am calling." She brought the brass seal down on the plinth. The sound was not metal on stone. It was a bell note, deep and resonant, and the walls of the archive answered it with a groan that shook dust from the ceiling. The gold ink ledger flew open, pages turning by themselves, until they reached the blank page that predated the Concord. The page where Noor's miniature seal had already burned its mark. Tomas lunged. He was fast, even broken, even bleeding. But Noor had learned something in the weeks since she first entered the Crimson House. She had learned that vampire speed was predictable if you watched for the tell, the micro-shift of weight before the strike. She stepped left. Tomas's hand closed on empty air, and Noor brought the brass seal around in an arc that caught him across the temple. The impact sent him staggering, and she followed, striking again, the seal meeting his cheekbone with a crack that sent him to his knees. "This is not justice," she said, her voice flat. "This is accounting." She grabbed his hair, pulled his head back, and pressed the brass seal against his throat. "The debt you built runs through every house, every counselor, every name you siphoned. It runs through the forged seals, the counterfeit signatures, the false ledgers you used to feed Vare for 14 years. She pressed harder. The seal began to glow. "But you forged one chain too many. You tried to counterfeit the Draeven line, and the seal remembers." She pushed. The brass seal sank into Tomas's throat as if the flesh were water, and he made a sound that was not a scream, not a gasp, something older than language, a debt called due. The gold ink ledger blazed, pages lifted, and the names began to appear. Every house that had bought from Tomas, every counselor who had signed a false order, every siphon that had drawn from Vare's appetite. They burned through the vellum in chains of light, connecting name to name, payment to payment, lie to lie. And then the chains reached the seal. The brass seal drank Tomas's blood, and the root in the darkness above answered with a sound like stone grinding against stone. The forged chains cracked. The counterfeit market that Tomas had built across 14 years splintered into nothing. Every false seal, every stolen signature, every hidden transaction exposed and broken. Tomas's body went still. Noor released him, and he fell forward, the brass seal still embedded in his throat, the glow fading as the last of his blood seeped into the metal. The archive was silent. Then the black hunger began to rise. It came from the cracks in the floor, from the wound in the split seal, from the darkness above that had been watching since before the first Draeven blood touched this stone. It rose without sound, without shape, a presence that filled the chamber like water filling a lung. Ondine's voice from behind her. "Air." Thomas's market was the only thing keeping Vare contained to those conduits. Without them, it has nowhere else to go, Sidonie finished, her voice thin and ancient. "Except through the one who destroyed them." The black hunger turned toward Noor, and she felt it, not as pressure, not as cold, but as a question. A deep, patient question that had been waiting since before her grandmother's grandmother drew breath. Will you be the vessel? Noor looked at the brass seal still embedded in Thomas's throat. Then she looked at Lazar, pale and breathing, Ondine's blood still wet on his skin. Then she looked at the black hunger rising, and she understood that she had sealed Thomas's market, exposed every forged chain, and given the court the truth that had been owed for 2 centuries. But she had also opened a door, and what stood on the other side was not Vare. It was the thing Vare had been guarding. Chapter 79. The black hunger waited. It did not press, did not demand. It simply existed in the space between heartbeats, filling the chamber like a held breath. And Noor understood that the question was not a threat. It was an invitation. Will you be the vessel? The words resonated in her bones, in the copper bracelet now cold against her wrist, in the gold ink ledger still open on the plinth. She felt the weight of what was being asked. Sadhani had answered yes 2 centuries ago, and the cost had been her life, her freedom, her body turned into a living seal beneath the city. Noor looked at Lazar. He was on his knees, one hand pressed to his throat where Ondine's blood had knit the wound closed. His eyes were on her, winter iron bright in the dim light, and she saw what he did not say. Choose, but do not choose to disappear. She looked at Sadhani, gaunt and ancient, the gold-ringed eyes flickering like embers about to die. You stood in the breach, Noor said. For 200 years. You let it consume you because you believed there was no other way. Sadhani's mouth curved, barely a smile. There was no other way. The Concord was built on debts I could not repay. The prison needed a living anchor, and I was the only Draeven who could hold it. You were wrong. The words fell into the silence like stones into still water. Noor turned back to the gold ink ledger, to the blank page predating the Concord, to the miniature Draeven seal still glowing where she had pressed it into the vellum. She thought about the audited conduits, the 7 channels Thomas had exploited, the 6 he had overloaded to cascade into the 7th. She thought about the witness structure, 3 freely chosen hearts binding the debt through consent, not bloodline. She thought about what her mother had written in the leather folder marked Release. The chamber will try to consume what you are. This passage remembers what you were before. I am not Sadhani, Noor said. I am not going to become a seal. The black hunger stirred, a ripple through the darkness. Then what will you be? Noor picked up the brass seal from Thomas's throat. It came free with a wet sound, and the metal was warm, pulsing with the last residue of his blood. She carried it to the plinth and set it beside the gold ink ledger, beside the miniature Draeven seal, beside the crack in the stone where the black tide still seeped. An auditor, she said. I find the hidden accounts, I expose the false entries, and I close the books. She pressed her bleeding hand onto the brass seal. The chamber groaned. The gold ink ledger flew open to the page where her 3 converging lines mark had burned into the vellum, and beside it, the miniature seal began to glow with a light that pushed back the darkness. The black hunger recoiled, not in pain but in surprise, as if Noor had done something it had not anticipated. The conduits are the problem, she said, her voice steady. Thomas built his market on them. Signet used them to feed the seal. But they were never meant to be a cage for one ruler to maintain in secret. She looked at Signet, at Ondine, at Lazar. The ward does not need one vessel. It needs a covenant, a distributed bond, witnessed by those who choose to hold it, audited by records the public can see. Signet's eyes widened. That is not how the Draeven seal works. It is how the witness ward works. Noor pointed at the gold ink ledger. You built the Concord on debt and secrecy. I am rebuilding it on transparency and choice. She pressed her hand harder against the brass seal, and the metal began to reshape beneath her palm. It flattened, spread, became a disk of light that hovered above the plinth, and Noor spoke into the space between the witnesses. Lazar Korvath, you are my first witness. Do you accept the burden of the covenant? To hold the prison not as a secret, but as a truth the court must answer for. Lazar rose to his feet. He was pale, the wound at his throat still raw, but his voice was clear. I accept. The disk of light split, a thread of gold winding toward him and settling around his wrist like a bracelet. Sidoni Draeven, you built this prison. You bore the seal alone. Do you accept the covenant now, not as a vessel but as a witness, and let the burden be shared? Sidoni's face worked through something ancient and painful. Then she nodded. I accept. A second thread wound toward her, circling her wrist where the gold-ringed light touched her parchment skin. Ondine Maraval, you spent a century guarding a secret you did not fully understand. Do you accept the covenant, not as a regent hiding the truth, but as a witness bound to disclose it? Ondine's pale green eyes were unreadable. Then she stepped forward. I accept. The third thread wound around her wrist, and the disk of light above the plinth blazed. Noor lifted her hand, and the disk rose with it, expanding until it filled the chamber. The black hunger did not retreat. It transformed. The darkness condensed, pulled inward, became a single point of pressure at the center of the disk, and Noor felt the weight of the prison transfer from Sidoni's ancient bones into the covenant. Not into her, into them. The chamber steadied, the cracks in the floor sealed, not with stone but with light, and the black tide that had been seeping through the stone dried into dust. The archive walls stopped breathing. The distant groaning that had shaken the Crimson House for weeks fell silent. And in that silence, Noor heard the city. Not the city above, but the city beneath, the conduits, the channels, the lattice her mother had designed and Tomas had corrupted. They were empty now, clean, waiting, and she understood that the covenant would require maintenance. Not a single vessel, but a people who knew the truth. She looked at the gold ink ledger, still open on the plinth. The blank page predating the Concord now bore the 3 marks of the witnesses, and beneath them, a new line of text had appeared. This covenant shall be read before the full Amaranth Court at every Concord renewal. The records of the prison, the conduits, and the debts shall be public. No heir shall hold the seal alone. No ruler shall hide what the city must know. Noor read it aloud. When she finished, the chamber was silent. Then Sidoni spoke, her voice barely a whisper. You have rewritten the Concord? No. Noor closed the ledger. I have audited it, and I have filed the corrected return. She looked at Lazar, standing with the gold thread around his wrist, alive, breathing, chosen. Then she looked at the darkness above the plinth, where the black hunger had condensed into a single point of pressure. You have bound me to covenant, it said, no longer a question, no vessel, no feast, only accounting. That is correct, Noor said. The point of pressure pulsed once, twice, and then it sank into the plinth, into the stone, into the deep earth where the prison had always been, and the chamber became still. The lock had reset, but Noor knew, with the certainty of every entry she had ever verified, that the cost of the covenant had not yet been paid. The gold ink ledger began to glow again, and a new page turned. Chapter 80. The chamber held its stillness like a held breath. Noor stood at the plinth with the gold ink ledger closed beneath her palm, the brass seal cold against her skin where it had reshaped into a flat disc. The 3 gold threads glowed at the wrists of her witnesses, and the darkness above the plinth had condensed into a point of pressure so small, so dense, that the air around it seemed to bend. She felt the covenant in her blood, not as a weight, not as a chain, but as a pulse that matched the city's deep rhythm. The conduits beneath Vespergate were clean. The prison had accepted the new terms, and somewhere above, through stone and earth and foundation, dawn was breaking over a court that had just watched its oldest secrets burn visible through every wall. We need to go up, Noor said. Sidoni made a sound like old wood settling. The court will not kneel twice. They knelt once because you commanded it. Noor looked at the queen, at the parchment skin and gold-ringed eyes. They will kneel again because the covenant demands it. That is the difference between fear and law. She turned from the plinth and walked toward the collapsed threshold where the archive door had exploded inward. Lazar fell into step beside her, the gold thread at his wrist catching the light, and Ondine followed without a word. Sidoni came last. The climb through the shattered archive took longer than Noor expected. The witness ward had left the passages marked with pale light that flickered like candle flames trapped in stone, and the walls bore the ghost prints of every transaction that had ever been recorded here. Names, seals, dates, debts. They passed a corridor where the light showed a payment trail Noor recognized from her first day. The recurring 147 crowns, 7 silver marks, running beneath a dozen false labels across 112 years. Visible now, open to anyone who walked this path. When they reached the Crimson Hall, Noor stopped at the threshold. The hall was full. Delegates from every vampire house stood in clusters around the shattered central table, where the marble had cracked during the broadcast of Tomas's ledgers. Mortal counselors in dark wool pressed against the far wall, their faces bloodless. Tithe lords who had spent years building fortunes on the empty throne now stood with empty hands, watching the corridor where Noor had emerged. The light from the witness ward followed her. It spilled through the doorway, spreading across the cracked marble, and the delegates stepped back as if the light itself might burn them. Sophia stood near the dais, her thin hands pressed together. Counselor Vex had gone gray. Aldrich Ven's practiced smile had vanished entirely. Sabah was there too. Noor's grandmother stood at the edge of the crowd, shorter than the vampires around her, her gray bun untouched and her hands steady on the leather folder she still carried. She looked at Noor, and her face held something Noor had never seen there before. Pride. Noor walked to the dais and turned to face the court. "I am Noor Haddad," she said. "I am the last blood of Sidoni Draeven. I am the heir to the empty throne, and I am the auditor who has filed the corrected return on 4 centuries of concealed debt." No one spoke. "The Concord was built on a lie," Noor continued. "The lie that the throne was empty by accident, that the succession died with the queen, that the payments beneath your streets fed a pension, not a prison, that the hunger under this city was a myth." She pointed at the light still spilling from the archive corridor. "That light shows every transaction that was hidden, every signature that was forged, every house that fed on a system designed to keep a primordial hunger contained while its keepers profited from the conduit that held it. You know who among you attended Tomas Vale's auctions. You know who signed his ledgers. You know whose names the ward has already recorded." The delegates shifted. "You knelt to Sidoni because she commanded it?" Noor said. "Now you kneel to the covenant because the evidence commands it, and the evidence is public." She lifted the brass seal, flat and cool in her palm. "Under the covenant, the prison records shall be read before the full Amaranth court at every Concord renewal. The conduits shall be inspected by independent auditors. No heir shall hold the seal alone, and no ruler shall hide what the city must know." She set the seal on the dais. "The first release of the hidden records begins now." A murmur rippled through the hall. A tithe lord in deep blue silk stepped forward, his face pale. "The names," he started, "will be read," Noor said, "starting with the buyers, then the houses that funded Tomas's network, then the council members who signed the Eastern Quarter culling order. Every name the witness ward recorded." She looked at him directly. "If you want your name cleared, open your ledgers and let them be audited. That is the only way forward." The hall fell silent again. Then Lazar stepped forward, the gold thread around his wrist catching the light. "Noor Haddad," he said, his voice carrying through the hall, "is my fated mate. She is also my chosen partner, my first witness, and the heir I have sworn to protect. I stand with her, now and for as long as she will have me." Noor felt the words settle into her chest like a key turning in an old lock. She turned to face him fully, the hall falling away, the court forgetting to breathe. "Lazar Korvath," she said, "I chose you when I named you my first witness. I chose you when I trusted your restraint over my fear. I choose you now, in front of this court, with the covenant fresh and the records open and the dawn breaking over a city that does not yet know what we have built." She reached for his hand. "Do you accept?" He took her hand, the gold thread warm against her skin. "I accept." The hall erupted, not in applause but in sound, voices overlapping, arguments breaking out, factions already calculating their next move. The tithe lord in blue silk vanished into a cluster of allies. Counselor Vex began speaking rapidly to a delegate Noor did not recognize. Aldrich Ven's face had gone from pale to calculating, his eyes tracking the light spilling from the archive. Noor watched them all. She saw the scheming begin, the alliances reshuffling, the knives being sharpened for a war that had not yet been declared. She turned back to the dais and lifted the brass seal. "The records will be released in 3 hours," she said. "Take that time to decide whether you will submit to audit or be named in the public ledger of this court's debts. The choice is yours." She stepped down from the dais, Lazar's hand still in hers, and walked toward her grandmother. Sabah met her halfway. "You did it," Sabah said, her voice barely above a whisper. "You audited the crown." "I filed the corrected return," Noor said. "The courtship of it comes next." Sabah laughed, a sound Noor had not heard in years. Then Noor looked past her grandmother, past the delegates and counselors and kneeling houses, toward the eastern window where the first pale light of dawn was touching the glass. The Covenant had reset the lock. The records were about to be released, and somewhere beneath the city, in the dark where the gold ink ledger had turned a new page, the cost of the Covenant was already beginning to accrue. Noor felt it, not as fear but as certainty. The hunger had accepted the Covenant. But nothing that old, that vast, accepted a binding without calculating the price it could extract later. She looked at Lazar. "How long do we have before it tests the Covenant?" His winter iron eyes met hers. "I do not know, but it will test it. That is the nature of hunger." Noor nodded. "Then we make sure the records are ready, and we make sure the court knows what it is sworn to protect." She turned back toward the archive, the light still spilling from the threshold, and began walking. Behind her, the Crimson House was already at war with the truth she had released.